At the company's annual gathering, Qin Yang unexpectedly engaged in an intimate liaison with the goddess-like CEO Jiang Muxue after indulging in libations. 6 months later, Jiang Muxue's affluent parents approached him, seeking to arrange a matrimonial union between Qin Yang and their daughter. It was revealed that Jiang Muxue had subsequently succumbed to a vegetative state, yet that fateful encounter had resulted in her conceiving Qin Yang's child. Living off another's fortune? Not even a dog would resort to that. If dogs won't, then I shall. A sum of $5 million in cash, coupled with a monthly living allowance of $300,000 and a villa. Anyone who declined such an offer would be a fool. Upon securing the marriage certificate, Qin Yang was astonished to discover that he had awakened the emotional value system. By inducing emotional fluctuations in Jiang Muxue, he could accumulate emotional value, which could then be utilized for a lottery-like draw. How does one elicit emotional responses from a person in a vegetative state? Wife, permit me a kiss first. Chapter 1. Obtaining a marriage certificate with the goddess in a vegetative state. A parallel universe. Blue star. Knock, knock. The door of the rented apartment was rapped upon. Qin Yang frowned. It was not yet the due date for rent, so why was the landlord hurrying him? Upon opening the door, a look of confusion crossed Qin Yang's face. Outside stood an unfamiliar middle-aged couple, exuding an air of distinction. What brought them to this urban village? May I inquire whom you seek? Qin Yang asked cordially. The man inhaled deeply and replied, Qin Yang, we are indeed looking for you. May we speak inside? Please, come in. Qin Yang ushered the couple into his abode. The middle-aged couple surveyed their surroundings. Although Qin Yang's residence was somewhat dilapidated, it was relatively tidy. May I ask who you are? Qin Yang inquired, puzzled as they settled down. The middle-aged man, after a brief pause, said, My surname is Jiang, and Muxue is our daughter. We have a matter to discuss with you. Qin Yang's expression shifted, his demeanor becoming somewhat awkward. Jiang Muxue had been the president of his previous company, strikingly beautiful. After a night of revelry at the company's annual event, they had inadvertently crossed a line, leading to his dismissal from the firm. Director Jiang, I truly did not intend for this to happen. Qin Yang stammered apologetically. The middle-aged man raised a hand slightly. We are aware. Had your actions been intentional, you would already be imprisoned. We are here to discuss other matters with you. A sigh of relief escaped Qin Yang. Please go on. Muxue has become a vegetative state. Qin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How could Director Jiang fall into a vegetative state? I saw her after that night, and she seemed perfectly fine. A look of anguish flickered in the woman's eyes. Jiang Wansheng, the father of Jiang Muxue, spoke in a grave tone. Do not be alarmed. Muxue's condition as a vegetative state is unrelated to you. It was more than a month after that fateful night that she succumbed to this state. Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback. It had been 6 or 7 months since the incident. Has Jiang Muxue been in a vegetative state for nearly half a year? Director Jiang, is there anything I can assist with? Jiang Muxue's mother interjected. Qin Yang, we have come with the hope that you could marry Muxue. She is pregnant, and the child within her is yours. What? Qin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. It was truly shocking. Jiang Wansheng lit a cigarette and said solemnly, After Muxue fell into a vegetative state, we took her to the hospital for examination, where we discovered her pregnancy. The doctors advised against abortion, as it would significantly diminish Muxue's chances of recovery. At this point, Jiang Wansheng paused for a moment. In recent months, we have consulted many doctors, yet Muxue has not awakened, and her chances of doing so are dwindling. She is our only daughter. Qin Yang replied, You wish for me to marry her so that she may give birth to the child? The risk associated with childbirth in her condition seems exceedingly perilous. Jiang Muxue's parents fell silent, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Tears began to well up in her mother's eyes. Qin Yang, our desire for you to marry Muxue stems from 2 intentions. Firstly, to bring her some joy through marriage. Secondly, to ensure that the child has a father. There was a third unspoken reason from Jiang Wansheng, that perhaps after their marriage, Qin Yang could stimulate Jiang Muxue to break free from her vegetative state. Qin Yang stated, If the child is indeed mine, I shall fulfill my responsibilities as a father. However, marrying Jiang Muxue seems unnecessary. He regarded the notion of marriage merely as superstition. Could he truly wed a woman in a vegetative state at such a young age? His own parents would likely disapprove. Jiang Muxue's mother retrieved a card from her bag. Qin Yang, this card contains 5 million. After your marriage, we will provide you with a monthly living allowance of 300,000. Muxue owns a villa, which will also belong to you in the future.
Qin Yang's heart raced. 5 million plus 300,000 each month, along with a villa. How could any official withstand such temptation? I agree. Qin Yang responded without hesitation.
If he were to refuse, Jiang Muxue's parents might even increase their offer, but one mustn't be overly greedy. Qin Yang, given Muxue's current condition, hosting a wedding may attract unwelcome scrutiny. If you obtain the marriage certificate without a ceremony, perhaps Muxue may recover in the future. It is not too late to hold a wedding later, Jiang Wancheng said in a solemn tone. Qin Yang nodded. Director Jiang, what are the chances of Jiang Muxue's recovery? 1%. Qin Yang silently lamented. Such odds were disheartening, and with the passage of time, those odds could very well diminish further. Jiang Wancheng stood up. Let us go. There is no better time than the present. Qin Yang, you should obtain a marriage certificate with Muxue today. The three descended to the ground floor, where a luxurious stretch Rolls-Royce awaited them. Qin Yang was not surprised. He was aware that Jiang Wancheng was the wealthiest man in Haicheng, with assets in the billions. An hour later, they arrived at a villa community. The car halted before a magnificent villa. Sir, madam, for housekeepers bowed respectfully upon entering the villa. Jiang Muxue's mother announced, This is Qin Yang. He will soon marry Muxue and will be the master of this house. Mr. Qin, the four housekeepers chorused in unison. Qin Yang nodded, but said little. Jiang Wancheng led Qin Yang upstairs, where he soon beheld Jiang Muxue lying quietly. Her complexion appeared slightly pale, yet her beauty remained as striking as ever. Muxue. Jiang Muxue's mother grasped her hand, tears shimmering in her eyes. Although it had been a long time since the incident, each sight of Jiang Muxue brought her profound sorrow. Jiang Wancheng remarked, Muxue, Qin Yang has arrived. We have contacted the Civil Affairs Bureau, and they will be here shortly. Your father, and I hope you will marry Qin Yang. Qin Yang glanced at the adjacent equipment, which displayed no signs of activity. Director Jiang, may I kiss Muxue after we are married? Jiang Wancheng nodded, yes. He too looked towards the equipment. The devices continued to show no unusual fluctuations. Shortly thereafter, the staff from the Civil Affairs Bureau arrived. Jiang Wancheng produced Jiang Muxue's photograph, and the staff facilitated a composite photo for Qin Yang in them. Snap! The official seal was affixed, and the marriage certificate was complete. Ding! Emotional system activated. Jiang Muxue's emotional fluctuations can yield emotional values. Emotional values can be used for a lottery. Qin Yang was momentarily stunned. Had he truly awakened a system? There should be an initial gift pack, right? Qin Yang focused his thoughts inwardly. Distributing initial gift pack. Congratulations, host. Your mental strength has been elevated to S level. A warm sensation coursed through his mind, swiftly enhancing his mental acuity. The enhancement concluded rapidly. Qin Yang felt his memory sharpen considerably. He could now clearly recall events even from before he was 3 years old. He also remembered his encounter with Jiang Muxue that night, their first time together. Little Qin, from now on, you'll be husband and wife. I hope you will take good care of Muxue. If she recovers, we will grant you 100 million. As the staff from the Civil Affairs Bureau departed, Jiang Wancheng remarked. Qin Yang inwardly marveled at his father-in-law's generosity. Director Jiang, I will ensure Muxue is well cared for, Qin Yang assured. Jiang Wancheng replied. Now that you are married to Muxue, you should adjust your address. For now, you may call me Uncle Jiang. And you may call me Aunt Liang, Jiang Muxue's mother added. Qin Yang nodded and addressed them accordingly. Uncle Jiang, Aunt Liang. Chapter 2. Preparing for moving in together. Jiang Muxue's mother, Liang Lan, spoke up. Xiao Qin, why don't you terminate the lease on your current apartment and move in here? You need not worry about the household chores or Muxue's care. Just spend more time conversing with her. Qin Yang nodded in agreement. After all, living in a villa was far more comfortable than that rented apartment. Xiao Qin, do you have any questions? Jiang Wancheng inquired. Qin Yang glanced at the bed where Jiang Muxue lay. Uncle Jiang, what caused Muxue to be in this state? Knowing the reason might increase the chances of awakening her. Jiang Wancheng sighed deeply. She fell and hit her head. We had her examined, and there were no major issues, yet she remains unresponsive. We are utterly at a loss. Qin Yang replied. Uncle Jiang, I will find a way. As for my marriage to Muxue, I think it best to delay informing my parents. That is acceptable. Jiang watching nodded. You may tell them whenever you see fit. When the time is right, we can have a meal together and discuss it. All right, Qin Yang agreed. After chatting for a while longer, he took his leave to gather some of his belongings. Do you think this approach will be effective? Liang Lan asked, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Wanqing's brow furrowed. We have no other alternatives. We must take a gamble. Given Muxue's beauty, even in a vegetative state, Qin Yang would still be drawn to her. Perhaps this will stimulate her awakening. They had never considered such a desperate tactic before, but the situation had changed. The doctor had informed them that the chances of recovery were merely 1%. They had to stake everything on this. Jiang Muxue and Qin Yang had already shared an intimate relationship, and she was pregnant with his child, making their union the most prudent course of action. Muxue, please open your eyes and see your mother. Your father and I are here. Don't ignore us, Liang Lan pleaded, clasping Jiang Muxue's hand and weeping. Jiang Muxue remained unresponsive, her expression unchanged. Her brainwaves were extraordinarily stable. Qin Yang hailed a taxi to his rented apartment. He typically refrained from taking taxis. But with 5 million in his bank account and an additional 30,000 from Jiang Wanqing each month, the fare was inconsequential. System. How can I evoke emotional responses from Jiang Muxue, who is currently in a vegetative state, to gain emotional points? Qin Yang inquired within his mind. The system responded, host. Just because machines cannot detect it does not mean Jiang Muxue is incapable of experiencing emotional fluctuations. The methods you employ are beyond this system's purview. Understood. My mental power has reached an S-level standard. What are the various levels, and what does S-level signify? Qin Yang shifted his question. The system explained. The rewards range from highest to lowest as follows. SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Your current mental power is hundreds of times greater than that of an ordinary person. You possess a photographic memory, can manipulate objects after training, perform mental attacks, and sense the emotional energies of others. A thought struck Qin Yang. Will I be able to communicate mentally with Muxue? The system replied, she cannot respond at this time. But you can transmit certain information to her, allowing her to feel it. Qin Yang sighed in relief. There was still a possibility of eliciting emotional responses from Jiang Muxue. He hoped the system would be useful and not prove to be a disappointment. System, do you possess a spatial dimension? Please don't tell me you don't. That's fundamental. Qin Yang queried. The system confirmed. Yes, the space dimension is proportional to your strength. Currently, the system's space is 500 cubic meters. A smile spread across Qin Yang's face. Even if his strength did not increase, 500 cubic meters was substantial. A 40-foot container only held 55 cubic meters. So 500 cubic meters could accommodate a great deal. Moreover, the space would expand with his strength. System, what kinds of rewards can be obtained through the lottery? Qin Yang asked curiously. The system replied, various rewards are possible. The lowest level of lottery requires 10 emotional points, and each successive level requires 10 times as many. You can draw a maximum of 3 times each day. A faint smile danced on Qin Yang's lips, with the possibility of winning various rewards. He hoped to acquire methods or items to heal Jiang Muxue in the future. Just then, his phone rang. He had assumed it was Jiang Wanqing calling, but upon checking, it was Manager Yang from the company he currently worked for. Qin Yang, you need to return to the company immediately. There's an urgent task that requires your attention. Manager Yang insisted on the other end of the line. Qin Yang frowned. Manager Yang, I worked a considerable amount of overtime last month, and I haven't received a single cent of my overtime pay. I can't take on this extra shift. Manager Yang countered. Qin Yang, you're still young. You should seize every opportunity to train. In this day and age, having a job is already a blessing. If you choose not to come, then don't bother returning. Qin Yang replied firmly. Manager Yang, I don't mind leaving, but I expect my salary and overtime pay to be fully compensated. The moment he hung up the phone, he felt a sense of relief. He had long wanted to quit that miserable job, toiling daily for meager pay. In contrast, Jiang Muxue's company offered better wages and benefits. But after an incident involving alcohol, he had left that job. More than half an hour passed, and the taxi approached the urban village where Qin Yang lived. Driver, please pull over to the side, he instructed. The driver nodded, and shortly after, the vehicle came to a halt. Qin Yang entered a nearby bank's ATM, inserted his card, and entered the password, which was conveniently written on the card itself. Checking. Upon pressing the query button, the balance displayed. Your account balance is 500,000,000 yuan. Qin Yang's heart raced at the sight. Although he trusted that the Jiang family's resources would not deceive him, witnessing 5 million in his account was still exhilarating. Calm down. Calm down, he murmured to himself. After all, he now possessed a system with a spatial dimension of 500 cubic meters and S-level mental power. Qin Yang knew that earning money would not pose a challenge in the future. Furthermore, why should he toil relentlessly for money? He was determined to find a way to awaken Su Muxue and earn $1 billion in the process. After withdrawing from the ATM, he refrained from touching the money for the time being. 10 minutes later, Qin Yang arrived at his rented apartment. Qin Yang, are you planning to terminate your lease? The landlord surprisingly arrived before him. Qin Yang nodded. The landlord replied, the property has suffered considerable damage. According to the contract, I must withhold your 1,000 yuan deposit. Qin Yang furrowed his brow. What damage are you referring to? The landlord pointed out several areas. Qin Yang sneered. You must be mistaken, landlord. Those damages were pre-existing. And you cannot hold me accountable. Moreover, normal wear and tear is expected in rental properties. The landlord's expression darkened. If I say there is damage, then there is damage. Not a single cent of your 1,000 yuan deposit will be refunded. Qin Yang's anger flared. His eyes narrowed as a powerful surge of mental energy began to flow through him. In the landlord's eyes, Qin Yang had transformed into a figure of sheer terror, akin to a ferocious beast, a relentless killer. Please, don't kill me, the landlord whimpered, collapsing to his knees. His complexion turned pallid, nearly paralyzed with fear. Please, spare me, he pleaded, repeatedly bowing his head to the ground. After a dozen bows, blood began to seep from his forehead. Will the deposit be refunded? Qin Yang inquired coldly. The landlord nodded vigorously. Yes, of course. Not only the deposit, but I will return all the rent you have previously paid. With a disdainful hum, Qin Yang retracted his menacing aura. The oppressive weight of terror lifted from the landlord, allowing him to rise and hastily refund Qin Yang. He then bolted from the room, shaken by the realization of Qin Yang's formidable presence. The landlord touched his forehead, his hand stained with fresh blood. Chapter 3. The accumulation of emotional value begins. Ding ding. Once the landlord departed, Qin Yang called home via video. Son, do you have a day off today? His mother, Chen Ping, inquired with a warm smile. Mom, I've just secured a significant deal, and the company awarded me a substantial bonus. I'll transfer 20,000 to you. Please don't skimp on your needs, Qin Yang replied. A single deal yields such a bonus? Chen Ping was taken aback. Internally, Qin Yang mused, this deal is quite monumental, a lifetime opportunity, with an initial bonus of 5 million. If all goes well, the total could reach 100 million. Mom, this is just the beginning. There are others in the company who receive far more than I do. He reassured her. Son, keep the money for yourself. Your father and I are not in need. We have saved some as well. When it comes time for you to marry, we'll cover the bride price, Chen Ping stated. Qin Yang quietly noted that he was already legally wed. It was a 2-for-1 deal, considering Jiang Muxue was pregnant with his child. However, he decided to postpone sharing this news, as it was all rather sudden and left him somewhat bewildered. Mom, I still have plenty saved. This 20,000 is a token of respect for you both. Feel free to spend it as you wish. After a brief conversation, Qin Yang ended the video call and transferred the 20,000 to his mother. This sum did not come from the 5 million. He had saved around 30 to 50,000 from his previous employment. He knew his parents might not spend it, but sending the money back would surely ease their minds. Soon after, Qin Yang packed up his belongings, which fit neatly into a single suitcase. After some contemplation, he also bundled up his blanket. He had no intention of taking it to Jiang Muxue's villa, yet he didn't wish to leave it for the landlord either. Over an hour later, he returned to the villa, now in the evening. Upon entering, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. Xiaoqin, let me show you to your room, Liang Lan said as she led him upstairs. Qin Yang's room was directly opposite Jiang Muxue's, and given her current state, it was inappropriate for them to share a bed. Jiang Muxue was still under medical supervision. Xiaoqin, this room is a secondary bedroom. You are now the master of this house since you and Muxue are married, but considering her situation, you'll have to make do with the secondary bedroom for now, Liang Lan explained. Qin Yang quickly reassured her, Aunt Liang, it's no trouble at all. This secondary bedroom is 40 to 50 square meters, far larger than the place I rented before. How could I possibly feel wronged living in a villa? He was certainly not one to be overly sensitive. Liang Lan hesitated for a moment, then addressed him. There is indeed something I must mention. You and Muxue are married, and while affection is natural, given her condition, marital intimacy requires caution. Muxue is only 6 to 7 months pregnant. It's not that it's entirely out of the question, but we should proceed gradually and observe. Qin Yang cleared his throat. Aunt Liang, I understand. She sighed in relief. Discussing such matters with her son-in-law was rather awkward, yet it was crucial to avoid leaving it to Jiang Wancheng to address. Before long, they descended to the dining area where a lavish feast awaited them. Only the 3 of them were present for dinner, as the villa had 4 housekeepers who dined separately. Xiaoqin, today marks the day of your marriage to Muxue. Though we didn't hold a ceremony, let us share a drink, Jiang Wancheng declared, producing a bottle of rare Maotai. I would like to join in as well, Liang added. Soon, the three of them poured their drinks. And Qin Yang raised his glass. Uncle Jiang, Aunt Liang, I toast to you. I have not had the opportunity to apologize for that night. Liang sighed softly. We are family now. Such words are unnecessary. Perhaps that night's events were fated. Without them, Muxue would not be pregnant, which we would find even harder to accept. Jiang Wanqing silently finished his drink. If their daughter were not pregnant, perhaps her recovery would be easier. But who could say for certain? Recovery could still be challenging, and without the child, it would be even more complicated. Glass after glass, they emptied 2 bottles of liquor. Jiang Wanqing had a remarkable tolerance, and Liang managed well too. Qin Yang, who previously had a mediocre tolerance, found that his capacity had significantly increased. Where he once felt lightheaded after consuming 3 to 4 Liang, he now felt completely lucid after 7 to 8. His enhanced tolerance was likely due to the substantial increase in his mental strength. Qin Yang reflected inwardly. His mental prowess was now over 100 times that of an average person. Xiaoqin, your drinking ability is impressive. Once Muxue recovers, we must celebrate in earnest. Jiang Wanqing said, patting Qin Yang on the shoulder. Uncle Jiang, Muxue will surely awaken. After this ordeal, her life will be smooth sailing, Qin Yang reassured. Jiang Wanqing nodded in agreement. Xiaoqin, your Aunt Liang and I will return now. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call us. Even if we are not in Haiqing, we can arrange for someone to assist immediately. Understood, Qin Yang said as he escorted Jiang Wanqing and Liang outside. The Jiang family was immensely wealthy, with assets exceeding 100 billion, making them quite busy individuals. Night had fallen by the time Qin Yang reached Jiang Muxue's room. 2 housekeepers had already provided her with a massage. The 4 housekeepers hired by the Jiang family were exceptionally skilled. 2 of them were proficient in medicine, while the other 2 were top-tier nursing professionals. Mr. Qin, we will return for a checkup at 10 o'clock tonight. One of the housekeepers informed him before bowing and exiting. Qin Yang sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at Jiang Muxue, who lay there as peacefully as a sleeping beauty. His mind wandered momentarily. He could hardly believe he had married Jiang Muxue, and that she was carrying his child. After a while, he snapped back to reality, leaning closer to Jiang Muxue to admire her beauty up close. She was extraordinarily stunning. Few actresses from film and television could rival her. So beautiful. A goddess like her has become my wife, Qin Yang whispered. As time passed, he refrained from kissing Jiang Muxue immediately. Instead, he cautiously directed his mental energy into her mind. Though she lay in a vegetative state, there still existed a remnant of mental energy within her brain. Qin Yang allowed his mental energy to connect with hers. Jiang Muxue, it's me, Qin Yang, he spoke softly. This information was conveyed to Jiang Muxue through mental power. Emotional value 3. A system notification appeared in Qin Yang's mind, although it lacked sound. He could still receive the message. Qin Yang's eyes brightened. He hastily glanced at the brainwave monitor beside him, where the lines remained steady and the electrocardiogram showed no signs of change. Yet, the system had already indicated an increase in emotional value. Muxue, you are pregnant. It is our child. Emotional value 9. A gentle smile graced Qin Yang's face. It seemed that acquiring emotional value was not as arduous as he had thought. Muxue, I have another piece of good news to share. Your parents approached me, and today we obtained our marriage certificate. You are now my wife. Emotional value 15. The instruments still exhibited no abnormal fluctuations, yet the emotional value that Qin Yang had acquired was undeniably real. Chapter 4. A kiss with Jiang Muxue. Muxue, wake up quickly. I am about to kiss you. Emotional value 8. I am currently sitting by your bedside. I can simply lean down and kiss you. Emotional value 5. Which should I kiss first, your face or your lips? Emotional value 2. From that point onward, Qin Yang's words garnered no further emotional value. System. What is the situation here? System. Host. Jiang Muxue's mental power is quite weak. Her mental energy should be nearly depleted. Qin Yang was taken aback. Had her mental power been exhausted in such a short span? Just how feeble was Jiang Muxue's mental strength? However, had it not been for this, she might have awakened sooner. System. Can Jiang Muxue recover? As she is not brain dead, her mental energy will naturally replenish. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as recovery was possible, that was sufficient. System. Can emotional value only be obtained from Jiang Muxue? Indeed. Qin Yang discreetly shook his head. It appeared he could only reap emotional value from Jiang Muxue alone. He gazed intently at Jiang Muxue. Her exquisite visage and delicate crimson lips were undeniably alluring. Yet after a moment of contemplation, he refrained from kissing her for the time being. Jiang Muxue's mental power was currently depleted. Kissing her now would yield no emotional fluctuations. The experience would be significantly diminished. It would be wiser to wait until her mental energy had recovered before proceeding. Sitting up straight, Qin Yang reached out to caress Jiang Muxue's charming face. For now, He would refrain from kissing and simply touch. How soft, how smooth. Qin Yang's heart raced. It felt utterly delightful to touch Jiang Muxue's beautiful face. The thought of exploring other areas made his pulse quicken, yet he held back. Jiang Muxue's emotional fluctuations were his means to acquire emotional value, and it would be prudent to conserve that for future opportunities. Jiang Muxue was already his wife, and she was carrying their child. Presently, she was in a vegetative state. There was no escape for her. Muxue, rest well. Reluctantly withdrawing his hand, Qin Yang exited the room. Remaining any longer might compel him to act on his impulses. Upon reaching the study, he noted that this villa comprised 3 levels and a basement. The second floor housed 3 bedrooms and a study, while the third floor contained Jiang Muxue's yoga and music rooms, with a gym in the basement. The study was spacious, featuring a brand-new desktop computer. During dinner, Qin Yang had overheard Liang Lan mention that Jiang Muxue rarely used the desktop, preferring her laptop instead. He quickly powered on the computer and was pleased with its specifications. This machine was exceptionally powerful, perfect for gaming. However, Qin Yang did not immediately dive into gaming. Rising, he approached the large bookshelf and retrieved a book. He opened it and began to read rapidly, spending merely 4 or 5 seconds on each page. In 2 minutes, he had flipped through 20 to 30 pages. He closed his eyes and recalled the content with remarkable clarity. He truly possessed a photographic memory. Qin Yang was exhilarated. As time passed, he continued his reading. With the gift of perfect recall, gaming held no appeal. The sensation of swiftly acquiring knowledge was profoundly gratifying. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours had elapsed. Feeling fatigued, Qin Yang realized that in just 2 hours, he had completed reading over a dozen books, and he had retained and comprehended all the material. His mental power exceeded that of an ordinary person by 100-fold, greatly enhancing both his memory and comprehension abilities. However, his understanding had not increased by quite that magnitude. Faced with complex manuscripts akin to those of Jean Lao, he would undoubtedly be as bewildered as any ordinary individual. Knowledge requires constant accumulation. Though fatigue was setting in, he felt he could persist. I wonder where my limits lie, Qin Yang mused. After a brief respite for water, he returned to the study to continue his studies. Gradually, another 2 hours slipped away. Qin Yang felt increasingly weary, with a slight headache emerging. Though he had not yet reached his limit, he was nearing it. He mentally noted his progress. In the first 2 hours, he had read 18 books, while in the subsequent 2 hours, he managed only 12. The depletion of his mental energy had significantly reduced his efficiency. System, how much mental power do I have left? Qin Yang inquired mentally. System, host, your current mental power is approximately 30 times that of an average person. Qin Yang was taken aback. System, if I still have that much, why am I feeling so exhausted? Host, even with this amount of mental power remaining, you will still experience fatigue. Regardless of how much energy is expended, about 20% will always remain. Qin Yang nodded slightly. So that is how it is. System, please elaborate. When mental energy exceeds 80%, one feels invigorated. Between 50 and 80%, one is in a normal state. Between 30 and 50%, mental condition declines. Qin Yang, how long will it take to recover? System, that varies. If you achieve deep sleep for 4 to 5 hours, you can fully recover. However, if the quality of sleep is poor, it may take over 10 hours. Qin Yang exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. The recovery time was relatively short. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was quite late. After a shower, he returned to Jiang Muxue's room. His wife was exceptionally beautiful and with a wealthy family. She was likely perceived as nearly perfect by many. Qin Yang pondered. However, he did not share that sentiment. He understood clearly that Jiang Muxue was a remarkable person, and if she awakened, he could gain even more emotional value. He could also receive $1 billion. 5 hours had passed. He wondered how well Muxue was recovering. Qin Yang once again directed his mental power into Jiang Muxue's mind. Muxue, I am preparing to kiss you. Emotional value 13. Qin Yang's eyes sparkled. It seemed Jiang Muxue's mental power had notably recovered. Since that was the case, why wait any longer? Leaning down, Qin Yang pressed his lips against Jiang Muxue's small mouth. Emotional value 14. Emotional value 9. Soon, Jiang Muxue provided him with several instances of emotional value. The initial amounts were substantial, but diminished thereafter until they ceased altogether. Throughout this process, Qin Yang similarly employed his mental power. He conveyed his emotions to Jiang Muxue through his mental energy. However, after merely a brief kiss, without even extending his tongue, why did the spark fade? Qin Yang transmitted a thought through his mental force, yet Jiang Muxue still offered no emotional response. We'll continue tomorrow, he mused contentedly as he returned to his bedroom. System, how many emotional points do I possess in total? He inquired in his mind. 88 points, the system replied. Qin Yang's eyes brightened. He recalled that his initial count was 42, meaning he had just acquired an additional 46 emotional points. Has Jiang Muxue's mental energy increased somewhat? He pondered silently. He surmised that this was indeed the case. Jiang Muxue's mental energy had once been stagnant, but now he was gradually revitalizing it. System. I can draw a prize with just 10 emotional points, correct? Let us give it a try. Qin Yang thought with a hint of anticipation. Chapter 5. Is Jiang Muxue expecting a daughter? Congratulations, host. You have gained an additional centimeter in length. The system's announcement was followed by a warm sensation. Qin Yang's eyes widened in surprise. System, do I really need to increase my length? Host, the reward can be declined, the system replied. Qin Yang cleared his throat. Well, let's not cancel it. Since the reward has been bestowed, it would be unreasonable to return it. The system remarked, 10 emotional points yield such results. It appears that the rewards from drawing emotional points are quite promising. Qin Yang mused inwardly. The system cautioned, host. I must remind you that regardless of how many emotional points you spend, there is a possibility of receiving poor rewards, just as there is a chance of obtaining excellent ones. However, the higher the emotional points, the greater the likelihood of receiving something valuable. Qin Yang nodded slightly. I still have 2 chances today. Let me draw twice more. He was quite pleased with his previous reward. Congratulations, host. You have won a barrel of mineral water. Qin Yang's expression faltered. If I were in the desert, this would be splendid. But I am in the city, where a barrel of mineral water costs over $10. Congratulations, host. Your physique has increased by 1 point. The average physique of an adult male is 10 points. Your physique is now 12 points. A gentle warmth spread throughout his body. Qin Yang distinctly felt his strength surging. His arm muscles had visibly increased. Wow, this is impressive, he marveled internally. He had maintained a fitness regimen for quite some time, resulting in a physique slightly above average, and now he had effortlessly enhanced it. All he had done was converse with Jiang Muxue and take advantage of her. System, if my physique improves, will my strength, speed, and other attributes enhance as well? Yes. Host. A smile spread across Qin Yang's face. This was quite favorable. If he had to enhance speed and strength separately, it would be considerably cumbersome. Moreover, it seemed illogical to enhance speed without simultaneously increasing strength. Time for sleep. Qin Yang lay down and quickly succumbed to slumber. This bed was far more comfortable than the one in his rented room, and the exhausting expenditure of mental energy had left him quite fatigued. Beep, beep. The alarm rang the next morning. As Qin Yang sat up, he slapped his forehead. He had forgotten to cancel the alarm he had set the night before. Having resigned from his job, he had no need to attend work anymore. After freshening up, he made his way to Jiang Muxue's room. She was having breakfast. Mr. Qin. The 2 caretakers feeding Jiang Muxue called out. Qin Yang was taken aback. Jiang Muxue's eyes were open. Is Muxue awake? One of the caretakers shook her head. Mr. Qin. No, she is still in a vegetative state. Although her eyes are open, she cannot see. Sometimes they are open, sometimes closed. Qin Yang gazed intently into Jiang Muxue's eyes. They were quite large, yet devoid of any spark. Can Muxue eat? He inquired. One of the caretakers, who was currently feeding Jiang Muxue, replied. Vegetative patients cannot eat like normal individuals, but most have a swallowing reflex that allows them to consume liquid food. We prepare Jiang Miss's meals as liquid to facilitate feeding. It requires patience. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Is she getting adequate nutrition? Rest assured, we have a dedicated nutritionist ensuring that both Jiang Miss and her daughter received sufficient nourishment. As soon as the caretaker finished speaking, her expression changed slightly. She had inadvertently revealed that Jiang Muxue was expecting a daughter. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Is Muxue really having a daughter? Mr. Qin, I do not know, she stammered. Do not be alarmed. I adore daughters. Little cotton-padded jackets are delightful. I have seen adorable little girls online, and I wished for one myself. I never expected it to be true. Mr. Qin, Jiang Miss is indeed having a girl. But the family does not permit us to disclose this information. Please do not mention it. The caretaker who had let slip the information spoke nervously. Their job was not strenuous, and the pay was high. Finding a similar position again would be challenging if they were dismissed. Fear not, I shall not speak of it. Qin Yang assured with a smile. As Muxue's husband, as long as you perform well, I would never consider terminating your employment. Thank you, Mr. Qin. After observing for a moment, Qin Yang noted that while Jiang Muxue could swallow, the process was exceedingly slow. Feeding a vegetative patient required immense patience. Upon leaving the room, Qin Yang descended to the lower floor. Soon, the caretakers brought breakfast to the dining table. Mr. Qin, please enjoy your meal. Thank you. Qin Yang sat down to eat. The Jiang family was affluent, yet their breakfast was not overly extravagant. However, it was certainly a far cry from what he had previously consumed. This life is absolutely delightful. Qin Yang mused inwardly. After finishing breakfast, he returned to Jiang Muxue's room. She had completed her meal, and the 2 caretakers had temporarily stepped out. Muxue, last night we merely kissed. Today, let us share a deeper kiss. Qin Yang communicated with Jiang Muxue using his mental energy. Emotional points, 14. He cradled Jiang Muxue's face and pressed his lips against hers. Then, he deepened the kiss. Emotional points, 16. Emotional points, 13. Within a minute, no further emotional points were generated. This time, he had garnered over 50 emotional points, slightly more than during their second interaction the previous night. Reluctantly, he released Jiang Muxue. The absence of emotional response rendered the kiss far less satisfying. System, Jiang Muxue's mental energy depletes rather swiftly, Qin Yang remarked internally. Once she becomes accustomed to your kisses, you could kiss her for 10 minutes without her mental energy being fully expended. Rapid depletion is not inherently negative. She can recover some energy after each consumption. The system explained. Qin Yang nodded quietly, acknowledging the merit in that perspective. He calculated that he had 58 emotional points remaining from yesterday, coupled with the 54 points just acquired, bringing his total to 112. He was now eligible for a 100-point draw. System. Let us proceed with a 100 emotional points draw. Anticipation sparkled in Qin Yang's eyes. With 100 emotional points, I hope I don't draw something worthless. Congratulations, host. You have acquired B-level calligraphy skills. A vast torrent of calligraphic knowledge flooded into Qin Yang's mind. Once he absorbed this information, he felt as though he had labored for at least 2 decades in the art of calligraphy. To his astonishment, he could acquire skills directly. What a delightful surprise. If he could attain proficiency in calligraphy, surely he could also acquire skills in medicine and martial arts. Mastery of martial arts would empower him further, while medical skills might enable him to heal Jiang Muxue. System, what level corresponds to B-grade calligraphy skills? He inquired. The system responded, F-grade denotes a novice within a year. E-grade signifies a beginner with approximately 1 to 3 years of study. D-grade indicates 3 to 10 years, and C-grade requires 10 to 30 years of practice. Without innate talent, reaching C-grade is essentially the limit. Achieving B-grade necessitates both talent and effort. Qin Yang nodded thoughtfully. Without talent, the ceiling was indeed rather low. 30 years of calligraphy practice would only yield C-grade. Thus, B-grade was undoubtedly impressive. Chapter 6. Mental Power Training. With exuberance, Qin Yang made his way to the study. He had seen the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone there yesterday. After preparing the paper and opening the ink, he grasped a brush. In the past, he had envied the calligraphy of others he had seen on Douyin. Coming from a rural background, he had lacked the resources to study the art as a child. With a flourish, the brush danced across the paper, producing vigorous and powerful characters. Remarkable. Qin Yang marveled at the quality of his own writing, which surpassed that of the masters he had previously admired. The elation of witnessing his own brushwork flourish was intoxicating. Although he could only benefit Jiang Muxue, the outcome was gratifying, and he found no issue with this singular focus. System, I still have 12 emotional points. Let us acquire another 10. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a beauty enhancement of 1. Qin Yang's eyes brightened. This was quite advantageous. He wasn't particularly handsome, so a modest enhancement would be beneficial. The subtlety of the change would likely go unnoticed by others. Suddenly, his phone rang. The furious voice of manager Yang Jida echoed through. Qin Yang, why haven't you arrived at the company? Do you dare to challenge my authority by not showing up? Qin Yang's expression turned icy. Manager Yang, you seem to be forgetting your own words. You stated yesterday that if I did not come today, I need not return at all. My understanding is that I have been dismissed, and I expect my salary and overtime pay without fail. Yang Jida's frustration mounted. The company's big boss was visiting today for inspections and had discovered staff shortages, all under his supervision, resulting in a scathing reprimand directed at him. Qin Yang, you must come immediately. I will overlook your deliberate absence yesterday. Qin Yang scoffed. Am I to thank you for that? Manager Yang, ensure that the finance department settles my accounts within the week. Dream on. Your absence gives the company grounds to terminate you. Yang Jida retorted coldly. You have half an hour to arrive at the company, or you can forget about your salary for this month. With that, he hung up. Qin Yang remained unfazed. In the past, threats from Yang Jida would have compelled him to comply. Necessity had once dictated his actions. Now, with the system and 5 million in his account, along with his mental power reaching S-grade, he possessed the ability to say no. He descended to the basement gym, which was semi-bright with good ventilation and lighting, overlooking a sizable lake. After locking the gym door, Qin Yang conducted a thorough check. Satisfied there were no cameras, he produced a coin. Rise, he commanded, and the coin trembled before soaring into the air, orbiting around him. With his S-grade mental power, he had also gained foundational control abilities, though mastering advanced control would require practice. Unlike calligraphy, which he had acquired instantaneously, this skill demanded time to hone. Minutes passed as Qin Yang guided the coin further away, 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Ultimately, he discovered his control stretched to 20 meters. allowing him dexterous manipulation within that range. The coin could venture out, then return at his command. This did not imply that his range of attack was confined to 20 meters. He could accelerate a projectile within that distance and release it at the moment it reached the limit, allowing it to fly forth with inertia. As time elapsed, Qin Yang grew increasingly adept. The coin whirled around him at great speed. Approaching the window, he directed the coin forward, accelerating it to its 20-meter maximum, and then relinquished his control. The coin shot forth at a speed of 200 to 300 meters per second. Not quite ideal, Qin Yang mused. The coin's shape made it difficult to control, and wind resistance was significant. He surmised that switching to steel balls might yield better results, as they would surely enhance speed. Continuing his practice, he recognized that while the coin was less than optimal for long-range attacks, it served well for training his mental control. A knock echoed at the gym door. "What is it?" Qin Yang inquired as he opened it. "Mr. Qin, 3 managers from luxury brands have arrived, bringing a selection of clothing for you to choose from," the housekeeper informed him. Surprised, Qin Yang thought, aren't luxury brands known for their exclusivity? Home service? Was this arranged by Aunt Liang? The housekeeper replied, "It was Mrs. Liang who sent for them. She stated that you could keep any of the clothing you liked." Ascending to the upper floor, Qin Yang found the 3 managers in the living room, each bearing a generous assortment of garments tailored to approximate sizes. The styles they presented were unavailable on the market. "Mr. Qin," the 3 managers greeted him with respectful bows, though he appeared quite ordinary. They were aware of his newfound status as the favored son-in-law of the Jiang family, particularly given the circumstances surrounding Jiang Muxue. "Thank you for your efforts," Qin Yang replied with a slight smile. Soon, he began trying on the clothing they had brought. Standing at 6 feet tall with a commendable physique, the high-quality attire transformed his appearance dramatically. He looked undeniably handsome. An hour later, he selected 6 outfits. Given his current status, this number was modest. Yet Qin Yang recognized that his height and physique might change, making excessive purchases potentially wasteful. "What is the total cost?" he inquired. One manager quickly responded, "Mr. Qin, you need not worry about payment. Mr. Liang prepaid for everything." Qin Yang nodded. "Still, I would like to know the total." The 3 managers disclosed the price, which totaled nearly 2 million for the 6 outfits. Qin Yang internally gasped. What a staggering amount. He had only chosen 6. Had he selected a dozen or 20, the expenses would have soared into the millions. The 3 managers quickly bid farewell and departed. Beep. Qin Yang dialed Liang Lan's number. "Auntie Liang, thank you for sending the clothes. They are rather expensive. Please refrain from sending any more in the future. I shall procure some garments myself at the mall." On the other end, Liang Lan smiled and replied, "Little Qin, now that you are married to Muxue, you will need some attire to make a good impression. I initially intended to arrange for bespoke tailoring, but time is of the essence. For now, let us make do with these." Qin Yang murmured to himself, "Make do? Auntie, these are quite splendid." He hastily assured her, "Little Qin, we are quite occupied today, so we won't be able to visit. Please make an effort to spend more time with Muxue." "Understood," Qin Yang responded. Not only would accompanying Jiang Muxue earn him emotional value, but even in the absence of that, given the Jiang family's financial backing, he needed to exert himself diligently. Chapter 7. Telling Jiang Muxue Ghost Stories. Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Muxue's room, where 2 nurses were administering a massage to her. His gaze fell upon her abdomen. Despite the strict dietary control by her nutritionist, she had not gained weight, yet her belly had noticeably rounded out. After all, the child within her had reached 6 to 7 months of development. "Mr. Qin, we administer 3 massages to Miss Jiang daily, each lasting 20 minutes. We also assist her in turning every 2 hours to prevent pressure sores," one of the nurses informed him. Qin Yang nodded. "I trust you are all professionals in this regard, as arranged by Uncle Jiang. Could you teach me? I would like to assist Muxue with her massages." The nurses nodded and began to teach him with diligence. Qin Yang, possessing an excellent memory, learned swiftly, and after a complete demonstration from the nurses, he had grasped the technique. "Mr. Qin, we will step out now," the nurses said as they exited the room after the massage. Qin Yang gently placed his hand on Jiang Muxue's belly, cautiously extending his spiritual energy into her womb. Soon, he sensed the tiny life within, discerning a connection between its spirit and his own. "It is indeed my daughter," he concluded confidently. While hospital test results might err, his spiritual assessment could not be mistaken. He gazed down at Jiang Muxue, his expression softening considerably. Although their union had been accidental, Jiang Muxue was undeniably carrying his child. "Muxue, did you know? You are already 6.5 months pregnant." He communicated with her through his spirit. Emotional value, 12. You have been in a vegetative state for 5 months. The doctors have indicated a low chance of recovery. Yet, I can still communicate with you, and I firmly believe you will recover in due time. Emotional value, 9. Let me tell you a story. Qin Yang began narrating a ghost story in a low voice, recalling the tales he had memorized. Emotional value, 3. Emotional value. 1. Jiang Muxue contributed some emotional value intermittently, although it was significantly slower than when he had first touched her. By the time he concluded the ghost story, she had exhausted her emotional reserves. Had she been able to speak, she would undoubtedly have scathingly critiqued his choice of narrative. Dear daughter, allow me to share a story with you as well. Qin Yang gently caressed Jiang Muxue's belly. At 4 months, a fetus can already hear sounds, and the little one within her was now over 6 months old. He began to speak slowly, simultaneously connecting with the baby through his spiritual energy. The child would clearly understand what he was saying. Before long, Qin Yang sensed a wave of joyful spiritual energy emanating from within. Unfortunately, this did not translate into emotional value. After lunch, Liang Lan called. She first inquired about Jiang Muxue's condition. Little Qin, there is something you must be mindful of. Now that you are married to Muxue, some may try to make things difficult for you. I understand, Qin Yang replied. He was well aware that despite Jiang Muxue's condition, the Jiang family would have a long queue of suitors vying for their wealth. Quite simply, the Jiang family was affluent, with assets worth billions, and only Jiang Muxue as their sole heiress. The number of individuals coveting their fortune was incalculable. The primary reason he had secured this position was his connection to the family through the child Jiang Muxue carried. The news of your marriage may spread rapidly. Should anyone trouble you, do not fear. You may call me at any time, and Uncle Jiang and I will back you, Liang Lan assured him. A faint smile graced Qin Yang's face. Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan were rather amiable. Despite their immense wealth, they had not treated him with disdain. They had even refrained from suggesting he marry into the Jiang family. Auntie Liang, thank you. Liang Lan chuckled. There's no need for thanks. We are now family. Just take good care of Muxue. Once she recovers, we will promptly transfer 100 million to you. By the way, prepare yourself in the coming days. Uncle Jiang and I will host a few tables to formally introduce you to some individuals. Qin Yang was taken aback. Didn't you say there would be no banquet? Liang Lan explained. This is not a wedding banquet, merely a formal introduction of you as the son-in-law of the Jiang family. We will publicly announce that the wedding has been postponed. Understood. After hanging up, Qin Yang pondered. He needed to hasten the enhancement of his abilities. He must diligently develop his spiritual powers. Upon leaving the community, Qin Yang sought out a hardware store, purchasing several bags of steel balls in various sizes. The smallest with a 3mm diameter and the largest reaching 8mm. And give me 10 boxes of these blades as well, he requested. Picking up a pack of thin blades. Steel balls would facilitate long-range attacks against adversaries, while blades would prove more effective in close combat. Certainly, the shopkeeper replied, packing his purchases into a large burlap sack. After returning home, Qin Yang carried the sack into his gym store. The steel balls and blades were safely placed into the system space. The total number of steel balls was substantial, sufficient for Qin Yang's training and future use. Let us give this a try. Qin Yang conjured the smallest steel ball into his hand, using his spiritual energy to accelerate it. The diminutive ball swiftly reached a speed of over 500 meters per second, surpassing that of an average handgun bullet. Whoosh! The second steel ball followed suit. Slightly larger and thus slower, with a lesser range but greater impact than the first. The efficacy of the steel balls far surpassed that of coins. A satisfied smile spread across Qin Yang's face. Soon, he retrieved another of the smallest steel balls. He initially sent it flying 10 meters behind him. Under the control of his spiritual energy, he accelerated the ball from behind before releasing it after 30 meters. Whoosh! The steel ball shot forth at a speed exceeding 600 meters per second, 100 meters per second faster than the first. Qin Yang mused. While the acceleration distance has increased by 70 to 80%, the speed of this ball has only augmented by less than 20%. In practical combat, this may not be particularly advantageous. It would be more efficient to launch multiple steel balls directly from my hand. The steel balls launched from his hand possessed sufficient power. Chapter 8. Acquiring Hacking Skills. After dinner, Qin Yang entered Jiang Muxue's room and locked the door. He connected his mental energy with Jiang Muxue. Muxue, your figure is truly remarkable. Do you have a D-cup? Emotional value, 17. If you don't speak, I shall take matters into my own hands. Emotional value, 14. If Jiang Muxue had consciousness and control over her eyes, she would undoubtedly glare fiercely at Qin Yang. Muxue, do not harbor such intense emotions. Your parents wish for our marriage primarily so that I can assist you. A daily kiss, a hug, and a gentle touch, perhaps you might awaken. Emotional value, 11. Qin Yang swallowed hard. Jiang Muxue was extraordinarily beautiful, utterly captivating. He extended a hand and, through her clothing, made contact with her. Muxue, I am aiding in your healing. This is a therapeutic touch. Emotional value, 9. Emotional value, 7. Within half a minute, Jiang Muxue's mental energy was depleted. In that brief moment, She had provided him with 60 to 70 emotional points, coupled with the previous points he accrued from reading ghost stories to her. Qin Yang's emotional value soared to 123. Muxue, you must feel quite comfortable, no? I certainly do. Reluctantly, Qin Yang withdrew his hand. It would be prudent to continue the treatment once Jiang Muxue had sufficiently recovered. System, initiate a draw, 100. Qin Yang commanded in his mind. He had only drawn twice that day, leaving him with one more chance. The draw revealed, congratulations, host, you have acquired C-level hacking skills. A torrent of information flooded into Qin Yang's mind, swiftly assimilated with the system's assistance. Hacking skills? Qin Yang's eyes lit up. This was indeed a valuable asset. However, it was somewhat regrettable that it only reached C-level. C-level hacking skills represented the upper limit for an ordinary individual, while those of exceptional talent could achieve far greater prowess. Although he could not rival the top hacking experts, it was still commendable. Qin Yang mused to himself. At this level, while inadequate for infiltration, he now possessed a wealth of hacker knowledge, enabling him to enhance his everyday security. For instance, during his treatments for Jiang Muxue, and while training at the gym, he could store his phone in the system space, thus eliminating fears of surveillance. Muxue, I shall return later for your treatment. With a cheerful demeanor, Qin Yang exited Jiang Muxue's room. He had discerned a pattern. Given Jiang Muxue's current state, he could extract emotional value 4 times a day, once in the morning, once in the afternoon, after dinner, and again after midnight. However, sometimes he might not fully maximize the potential. Jiang Muxue's mental energy recovery was not constant. At times, it would replenish quickly, while at other times, it would take longer. Presently, he could attain 60 to 70 emotional points in one go, potentially accumulating over 200 points in a single day. Sighing, Qin Yang arrived at the gym for training. Tiny steel balls whirled rapidly around him. System, how many can I control simultaneously with my current mental energy? 4. Qin Yang pondered, realizing he needed to practice diligently. Theoretically, he could manage 4 steel balls at once, yet in reality, he could only control 1. System, it would be splendid if you could directly grant me the control skill. Host, if you were to acquire control capabilities simultaneously, you would likely only receive A-level mental energy. Then perhaps it's best to forego that. Attaining S-level mental energy is more advantageous. I can practice myself. In an opulent villa in the eastern part of Haiqing, a young man returned home, tossing aside his shoes, and inquired, Dad, why did you call me back? Come here. A middle-aged man seated on the living room sofa spoke in a grave tone. The young man sat beside his father. Dad, what is so serious? The middle-aged man, Lin Shengde, furrowed his brow. There has been a situation with Jiang Muxue. She is marrying someone else. What? Lin Junyao's eyes widened. When did she awaken? Lin Shengde shook his head. She has not recovered, but the Jiang family has arranged for her to wed someone named Qin Yang. The child she carries is likely his. Lin Junyao gritted his teeth. What a scoundrel. Who is this Qin Yang? I will eliminate him. Lin Junyao had invested considerable time pursuing Jiang Muxue. Half a year prior, he had traveled abroad, only to return to find Jiang Muxue had become a vegetative state, and later discovered she was pregnant. Lin Junyao was incensed. He felt as if he had been robbed of his rightful claim. Although Jiang Muxue displayed no interest in him, he perceived his feelings of being wronged as entirely justified. Qin Yang comes from an ordinary background. He was merely a typical employee at Jiang Muxue's company. Lin Shengde stated, the Jiang family possesses substantial assets, with numerous companies within their conglomerate. How could this be? Lin Junyao questioned, unable to believe it. Has the Jiang family lost their senses, allowing Jiang Muxue to marry an ordinary person? Lin Shengde's expression darkened. Use your brain and think carefully. Lin Junyao shook his head. Dad, just tell me directly. I've had a drink and my head is a bit foggy. Lin Shengde lit a cigarette and said, Jiang Muxue is pregnant. The child she carries is of the Jiang lineage and may very well be the sole heir. If Jiang Muxue were to marry another man, what are the chances of this child being born safely? Lin Junyao shook his head. I fear it is quite low. If the child survives, the Jiang family's fortune will likely be his. What will he do when he seeks his biological father? Lin Shengde explained. The Jiang family wishes for the child to thrive and aim to stimulate Jiang Muxue to awaken. In this situation, marriage to Qin Yang is most suitable. Lin Junyao's expression shifted. The Jiang family intends for Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue to continue their relationship? What a nefarious scheme. Lin Shengde shook his head. They are left with no choice. Jiang Muxue has been in a vegetative state for 5 months and is pregnant. The likelihood of her awakening on her own is exceedingly low. Damn. Lin Junyao's face darkened. The woman he coveted was carrying another man's child, and it was possible that Qin Yang was once again sharing her bed. Lin Junyao felt an overwhelming rage. Junyao, she is merely a woman. Whether Jiang Muxue has been with other men is irrelevant. What matters is the future inheritance of the Jiang family wealth. Lin Junyao ground his teeth, though that may be the case. The thought of Jiang Muxue being with an ordinary man like Qin Yang infuriates me. Why should he have her? Dad, when did this happen? Lin Shengde replied. Someone discovered Qin Yang's entry. I looked into it and found that he had worked at Jiang Muxue's company. Then I uncovered that they had registered their marriage. Lin Junyao's brow furrowed. Dad, is that even legal? Jiang Muxue is a vegetative state. She cannot express her will. Lin Shengde retorted. Have you forgotten that she is pregnant? If the Jiang family claims she previously consented to marry Qin Yang, with their influence, acquiring a marriage certificate would be trivial. Lin Junyao felt a surge of anger upon realizing Jiang Muxue's condition. Chapter 9. Gifting Qin Yang a car? Lin Junyao's expression was one of utter darkness. Father, Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue have tied the knot. Am I to simply stand by and watch? Such a scenario leaves no room for hope. Lin Shengde exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, Do not rush. This news will soon spread. We are not the only ones seeking an alliance with the Jiang family. Let's observe the situation first. Lin Junyao, visibly agitated, retorted. I cannot fathom why Jiang Muxue would bear Qin Yang's child in the past. Lin Shengde shook his head. Qin Yang was previously an employee at Jiang Muxue's company, but he was dismissed, likely related to this matter. The specifics remain elusive to outsiders. Lin Junyao narrowed his eyes. Father, should we consider writing a piece online? Perhaps it could lead to Qin Yang's downfall. Lin Shengde shot him a disapproving glance. Do not act recklessly. Qin Yang is now the son-in-law of the Jiang family, and such actions would tarnish Jiang Muxue's reputation. The Jiang family is deeply pained by her condition. Anyone who dares to rub salt in their wounds will face their wrath. Lin Junyao's expression darkened. The Jiang family's full retaliation is no jest. Although our Lin family holds considerable power, we still pale in comparison to the Jiang family. I was merely jesting. Lin Junyao said. Lin Shengde responded, Just be aware of this matter. Contemplate your course of action. Their marriage does not signify the end of hope. It is possible that Jiang Muxue may awaken and seek a divorce. Agreed, Lin Junyao nodded. Qin Yang, a mere bumpkin from the countryside, cannot possibly hold Jiang Muxue's interest once she recovers. Meanwhile, Jiang Wancheng was on a business trip in another city. Suddenly, his phone rang. Honey, is there something you need? He inquired after answering the call. Liang Lan's voice came through. Darling, are you busy? If not, I have something important to discuss. Not busy. I just finished a meeting and returned to the hotel. What is it? Liang Lan replied. I received a call. Someone already knows that Qin Yang and Muxue have registered their marriage. Jiang Wancheng's eyes narrowed. So soon? It seems someone is keeping an eye on Muxue's villa. Qin Yang frequently entering and exiting that villa must have been noticed. A quick check at the Civil Affairs Bureau will confirm their marriage. Liang Lan concurred. I suspect the same. When shall we arrange a gathering to introduce Qin Yang to some family and friends? Jiang Wancheng pondered. I have commitments tomorrow and the day after. If you have time, let's plan for the day after tomorrow. Liang Lan responded, I should be free then. I'll speak to Qin Yang and set the dinner for that evening. All right, Jiang Wancheng agreed. Ask Qin Yang if he has a driver's license. If he does, let him choose a car from my garage. Liang Lan expressed surprise. Are you willing to part with one? Those cars are your treasure collection. Jiang Wancheng sighed internally. No car can compare to our daughter. I only hope Qin Yang can help Muxue recover. Liang Lan's expression dimmed. Indeed, they treasure Jiang Muxue above all else. Her being in a vegetative state is a profound heartbreak for them. Okay, I will inform Qin Yang, she said. Those cars of yours are worth millions. If Qin Yang chooses one, do not lament later. Jiang Wancheng replied, let him choose. With our daughter in this state, I have little interest in those cars. Remind him that sports cars can be quite challenging to handle. Liang Lan suggested, perhaps you should return to discuss this in person. Invite Qin Yang over. And you can present it to him yourself. That works. I should be back the day after tomorrow, he replied. Liang Lan added, I will invite Qin Yang for dinner that day. He still doesn't know where we are staying. 2 small steel balls danced around Qin Yang. Having practiced late into the night, he finally managed to control the 2 orbs. Multitasking is truly no easy feat, Qin Yang mused. He could barely manage the 2 orbs and dared not let them fly too quickly for fear of injuring himself. As the clock struck midnight, it was time to check on Muxue. He stored the steel balls in the system space and soon arrived at Jiang Muxue's room. She lay quietly on the bed. Were it not for the surrounding monitoring equipment, one might mistake her for a peacefully sleeping individual. Qin Yang sat beside her and grasped her delicate hand. Simultaneously, he connected his spiritual energy with Jiang Muxue's. Emotion value 1. A faint smile graced Qin Yang's face. Muxue, it's just a handhold. Do not be so stingy. After all, I shall soon be kissing those lovely lips of yours, haha. Emotion value 5. He refrained from kissing Jiang Muxue immediately. Muxue, do you feel any better? I can clearly sense your spiritual energy strengthening. At this rate, You will surely recover. Waking up to find that your husband has a child must be quite delightful, no? Emotion value 7. Qin Yang chuckled. It is the dead of night. So let us not waste time. Let's get straight to the point. He leaned down and kissed Jiang Muxue. Emotion value 15. Emotion value 11. After a minute, Jiang Muxue contributed a substantial amount of emotion value before becoming unresponsive. Qin Yang placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. Good night, my wife. Upon returning to his room, Qin Yang inquired with the system. He had acquired a total of 71 emotion points, which, combined with his existing points, brought him near the threshold of 100. Should he wait until he accumulates 1,000 points before drawing a reward? Qin Yang contemplated. After careful consideration, he decided against it. He had not drawn many times and could afford to wait a bit longer before unveiling a grand scheme. What he needed now was to develop further. The night passed. Ding dong. The doorbell rang as Qin Yang was having breakfast. One of the 4 maids went to open the door, revealing a girl holding a bouquet of flowers. Miss Tang, please hold on, the maid addressed her. Mr. Qin, Miss Tang has come to visit Miss Jiang. The maid approached Qin Yang and informed him. He walked to the door and soon beheld a striking woman. Though she was beautiful, her allure paled in comparison to Jiang Muxue's. Hello, I am Qin Yang. He greeted with a smile. The girl assessed him. I am Tang Yin, and you are. I am Muxue's husband. Tang Yin was taken aback. What? I was unaware that Muxue had a husband. Qin Yang chuckled. We just registered our marriage the day before yesterday. It's understandable that you are not aware of this development. Thank you for visiting Muxue. Please, come in. Tang Yin entered with a slight furrow in her brow. Qin Yang found himself pondering. Tang Yin's proximity seemed to exude a subtle threat. System, is Tang Yin a martial artist? Qin Yang inquired in his mind. The system replied. Host, this system does not possess such functionality. It is up to you to discern the nature of others. Very well, Qin Yang responded calmly. While Tang Yin's close presence gave him a slight sense of danger, it dissipated with distance. Her strength was far inferior to his. Chapter 10, Information about Martial Artists. Qin Yang quietly observed. Tang Yin's gait exhibited subtle differences from that of an ordinary person. As Tang Yin approached, a subtle sense of threat accompanied her, leading Qin Yang to surmise that she had likely practiced martial arts. He was taken aback to discover that someone truly engaged in such discipline existed. However, he was left pondering the capabilities of formidable martial artists. Tang Yin was still quite young, and if there truly were martial practitioners, it stood to reason that there were others far more formidable than her. The threat posed by such warriors at close quarters would be significantly heightened. A sense of urgency began to envelop Qin Yang. He needed to enhance his combat abilities without delay. Tang Yin, is Muxue still unconscious? She inquired, perplexed as she accepted the water handed to her by the nurse. It was arranged by Muxue's parents. They summoned me to obtain the marriage certificate with her. Qin Yang replied. A flicker of realization crossed Tang Yin's mind. Is Muxue carrying your child? Qin Yang nodded slightly. Tang Yin's brow furrowed in quiet discontent. As a close friend of Jiang Muxue, she was aware of certain details, including the unfortunate fact that Jiang Muxue's first time had unexpectedly been with an ordinary person. While Qin Yang possessed a certain charm, she believed that in other respects, he was decidedly average and thus unworthy of her friend. Nevertheless, she kept these thoughts to herself. Given that Qin Yang was now married to Jiang Muxue, and that this union was orchestrated by her parents, she felt she had no right to voice her opinions. I wish to see Muxue, Tang Yin declared. Very well. Go ahead, Qin Yang replied, opting not to accompany her to the second floor. Once Tang Yin reached Jiang Muxue's room, Qin Yang proceeded to the gym for training. Muxue, I have come to visit you. Do you remember me? Please, speak to me, Tang Yin said as she seated herself by Jiang Muxue's bedside. Jiang Muxue, having just finished her meal, lay partially reclined. Her eyes open yet devoid of any light, reflecting a hollowness. Muxue, I just saw your husband. I cannot believe you are already married upon my return. Qin Yang and you wed on the behest of your parents, and though I have little say in the matter, if you oppose this, you must awaken soon. Tang Yin whispered as she grasped Jiang Muxue's hand. Jiang Muxue remained unresponsive. I have good news to share. I have finally reached the initial stage of dark energy, significantly enhancing my strength. Now, unruly children are no match for me, Tang Yin chattered on, recounting recent events to Jiang Muxue. An hour passed before Tang Yin rose, her eyes reflecting sorrow as she gazed at Jiang Muxue. Once, they had shared endless conversations, but now Jiang Muxue lay silent, unable to respond. Muxue, I must take my leave. I will return in a few days, Tang Yin said, her expression solemn as she exited the room. Where's Qin Yang? She inquired of a nurse downstairs. Mr. Qin is in the gym, the nurse replied. Tang Yin nodded and swiftly made her way to the basement level. Qin Yang had paused his training, his keen mental acuity alerting him to her presence. Knock, knock. Tang Yin rapped on the door to the gym. It was not locked. She pushed the door open and entered the spacious gym. Qin Yang, I have a few things to discuss with you. You aren't suggesting that I am unworthy of Muxue and that I should leave her, are you? Qin Yang replied with a slight smile. That's a cliché straight out of a novel. While Muxue is my dear friend, it is not my place to decide for her, Tang Yin retorted. That's a relief. If that were the case, you needn't come back, Qin Yang replied, smirking. Tang Yin, I hope you treat Muxue well. She is in a pitiable state, especially as she carries your child. If you mistreat her, I will not let you off easily, Tang Yin warned, executing a swift kick that struck a sandbag with a resounding thud. The heavy bag flew upward upon impact. Feigning surprise, Qin Yang asked, Tang Yin, have you trained in martial arts? Indeed, she replied. Tang Yin, I am quite fascinated by martial arts. Can you enlighten me on whether inner strength truly exists? What are the various realms within martial arts, ranked from low to high? Also, do superhumans exist in this world? Qin Yang inquired, eager to understand the prowess of stronger individuals to avoid inadvertently attracting trouble. In consideration of Muxue, I will share this with you. Martial arts are categorized into Ming Jin and Hua Jin, each further divided into 4 stages: initial, intermediate, advanced, and perfection. Inner strength is indeed real. One can possess it upon reaching the advanced stage of dark energy, Tang Yin explained. There are indeed some superhumans in this world, although they are few in number. Our country has very few. Research indicates that a more diverse genetic background increases the likelihood of possessing superhuman abilities, she added. Qin Yang nodded. How powerful are Hua Jin martial artists? Tang Yin replied. Hua Jin practitioners are revered as masters. Formidable ones are impervious to knives and guns, though the latter refers to ancient weaponry rather than modern firearms. Qin Yang pondered this. With his S-level mental prowess, if properly harnessed, his combat abilities should rival those of a Hua Jin master. Thank you, Qin Yang said with a smile. Tang Yin, while I appreciate your information, I must clarify that I cannot assist you in martial training. You are already in your 20s, well past the prime age for martial arts training, she stated. Qin Yang shook his head. Rest assured, I have no intention of seeking your assistance. We are not that familiar. I can surmise the intentions of Aunt Liang and the others. I sincerely hope you can help Muxue recover. If you succeed in bringing her back, I will reward you with 5 million, Tang Yin proposed, catching Qin Yang off guard. She is my wife, and assisting her is my duty. I do not require your financial incentive, he replied. Regardless of whether you remain married or not, as long as Muxue awakens, I will honor my promise of 5 million, Tang Yin asserted before turning to leave. Qin Yang ascended to Jiang Muxue's room on the 2nd floor. He had yet to harvest her emotional energy today. Muxue, Tang Yin just visited you. He connected his mental energy with hers. Emotional value, 5. Tang Yin also wishes for your swift recovery. To aid in that, I must massage you more, he thought. Emotional value, 11. Gently, he pulled back the light blanket covering Jiang Muxue and allowed his hand to rest on her long, fair leg. Qin Yang felt a surge of emotions. Muxue, do not be alarmed. This is for your treatment, he reassured her, his hand beginning to caress her gently. Emotional value, 12. Emotional value, 10. Every few seconds, the system registered an increase in emotional value. As his hand reached its intended destination, Jiang Muxue continued to contribute emotional energy, though the amounts were diminishing. Ultimately, he garnered 80 points of emotional energy from this session. Combined with previous totals, he surpassed 170 points in emotional energy. The limit increased slightly once more, and a satisfied smile graced Qin Yang's face. Chapter 11. You are the most foolish one. System, I wish to spend 100 emotional points for a lottery draw. Qin Yang instructed mentally. With the opportunity to draw prizes available, he decided to seize the moment for rewards, saving the higher value lottery draws for a later date. Congratulations, host. You have acquired B-level vehicle driving skills. A flood of information inundated Qin Yang's mind. This driving skill encompasses not only ordinary automobiles, but also trucks, racing cars, and even tank operation. To his astonishment, it was categorized as a B-level reward. A glimmer of delight flickered in Qin Yang's eyes. 100 emotional points would typically yield a C-level reward, which is the standard. Anything below C-level would be a loss, while exceeding C-level makes the expenditure of those emotional points exceedingly worthwhile. The skill of driving is indeed quite practical. During his sophomore year, Qin Yang obtained his driver's license. Yet he had not touched the steering wheel since then. The knowledge acquired at driving school had mostly faded away. Now, acquiring B-level driving skills was exhilarating. With 5 million in his account, he contemplated purchasing a vehicle. He mused inwardly. Currently residing in an exclusive villa community, the nearest public transportation was quite distant. Within this villa, Jiang Muxue owned 2 cars. One for the maids, primarily used for grocery shopping, and the other a luxury Bentley worth several million. belonging to Jiang Muxue herself. Neither vehicle was suitable for him. Although he was married to Jiang Muxue, it felt inappropriate to drive her car. Ding. At that moment, his phone rang. Aunt Liang, is there something you need? It was Liang Lan on the line. Little Qin. I wanted to inform you that some people are already aware of your marriage to Muxue. Your uncle Jiang and I plan to host a few tables for a formal announcement the day after tomorrow. I have no objections, Aunt Liang. Liang Lan continued with a smile. There's another matter. You haven't visited us yet. Your uncle Jiang will be back from his business trip tomorrow evening, and I'll have the driver pick you up for dinner. All right. Aunt Liang, how is Muxue doing? Are there any abnormalities in her electrocardiogram and electroencephalogram compared to before? Not at the moment, Qin Yang replied. Liang Lan fell silent for a moment before saying, Little Qin, please monitor the progress yourself. If there are no results, consider intensifying the efforts. Currently, Muxue's awakening is the most crucial matter. Understood. After hanging up, a look of anguish crossed Liang Lan's face. Qin Yang pondered to himself. He had already made advancements. He had kissed Jiang Muxue's delicate lips and had massaged her upper body. Her mental strength was gradually recovering, yet it remained fragile, and it was unlikely she would awaken in the short term. Even such intimate actions would be futile in this state. The formal announcement was just 2 days away, and he thought to himself that his parents might soon learn of it. It would be better for him to inform them himself rather than have them hear it from someone else. I'll tell them tonight, he murmured to himself. He proceeded to his study and picked up a book, realizing that honing his mental strength required practice, and that he needed to read more. Time slipped by, and he immersed himself in one book after another. The variety of books in Jiang Muxue's study was extensive, and he absorbed a wealth of knowledge from them. After lunch, Qin Yang returned to Jiang Muxue's room. Muxue, tomorrow I'm going to your parents' house for dinner. The formal announcement of our marriage is the day after tomorrow. Emotional points 5. You might find it rather dull, so I'll read you a book. Lying beside Jiang Muxue, he began to read. He recalled the book clearly and, without needing to refer to it, recited fluently. Emotional points 2. Emotional points 1. As time passed, Jiang Muxue occasionally contributed emotional points. These were significantly less than those from ghost stories. After about an hour, her mental strength was fully depleted. System. Draw twice. One draw yielded 100 emotional points, and the other 10. Qin Yang noted in his mind that he now had over 150 emotional points. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained D-level singing skills. Qin Yang thought to himself, what a loss. However, since I haven't lost anything previously, this is only the first time. Given the potential for losses in the lottery, it was bound to happen sooner or later. He felt a slight itch in his throat as changes occurred in his vocal cords, and a plethora of singing techniques flooded his mind. Ahem. He cleared his throat and tried speaking a few sentences. He noticed a subtle change in his voice, which seemed to have gained a more magnetic quality. Not bad. Not bad. After all, I haven't invested anything. Any reward is a gain, he mused. Congratulations, host. Your physique has increased by 1, now totaling 13 points. A gentle warmth rapidly spread throughout Qin Yang's body, and he soon felt a noticeable increase in his strength. The definition of his muscles became more pronounced. The average adult male has a physique score of only 10, and achieving 13 through exercise is no small feat. My abs are resurfacing. Qin Yang lifted his shirt to take a glance. Previously, he had developed an 8-pack, but after graduation, due to a lack of training, it had faded quickly. Now, they reappeared, and even more defined. He planted a kiss on Jiang Muxue's cheek before rising and leaving her room. After reading in the morning, he planned to exercise his mental strength in the afternoon. Gradually, time edged toward 3 or 4 o'clock. Knock, knock. The door to the gym was rapped upon by a maid. Mr. Qin, the second young master of the Luo family, Mr. Luo Zihong, has arrived and wishes to see you. Luo family. Qin Yang pondered, uncertain about them. However, he made his way downstairs to meet Luo Zihong, who was already waiting in the living room. Upon seeing Qin Yang, Luo Zihong fixed a piercing gaze on him, and from his expression, Qin Yang sensed a significant amount of hostility. This visitor does not come with goodwill, Qin Yang thought. Yet, he remained unperturbed. He sensed hostility, but felt no threat. Luo Zihong was merely an ordinary person. Even if the Luo family possessed great wealth, what was there to fear? He was now the son-in-law of the Jiang family, which was affluent, and with the support of the system, he was unfazed even without the Jiang family's backing. The 2 maids in the living room quickly departed. Young Master Luo, what brings you here? Qin Yang inquired with a slight smile. Luo Zihong's eyes bore into Qin Yang's. Your name is Qin Yang. Your parents are merely ordinary farmers, am I mistaken? No, you are correct, Qin Yang replied with a shake of his head. Qin Yang, you may not understand our Luo family well. The Luo and Jiang families have been family friends for generations. Muxue and I have known each other since childhood, and we are quite good friends. Our family's assets amount to 200 to 300 billion, Luo Zihong said solemnly. Qin Yang smiled broadly. since Muxue and I are married, and you are good friends with her, are you here to offer a gift? Luo Zihong's expression darkened. I have come to inform you of something, Qin Yang. There are some people you should not provoke, if you know what is good for you. It would be best to divorce Muxue sooner rather than later. Qin Yang furrowed his brow. And what do you propose? I've already crossed that line. Muxue is now carrying my child. Luo Zihong's breathing quickened, clearly agitated. Qin Yang, don't feign ignorance. Engaging with the wrong woman will have dire consequences. Qin Yang pulled out his phone. Young Master Luo, let me call Aunt Liang and ask if your actions are motivated by a desire for the Jiang family's wealth. Luo Zihong fell silent. He wore a dark expression. You could have just called about such a trivial matter. Are you still a man or not? Forget it. I don't want to waste my breath on you. I'm going to see Muxue. Qin Yang gestured toward the door. The door is right there. Luo Zihong, with a similarly grim demeanor, retorted, Qin, Muxue and I are good friends. Am I not allowed to pay her a visit? Qin Yang replied nonchalantly. I am Muxue's husband. If I disapprove of you visiting her, then you cannot go. He added. There are certainly many people looking to curry favor with the Jiang family, but you are the most foolish. You were the first to jump out. Luo Zihong glared at Qin Yang, his eyes seemingly spewing fire. Qin Yang, do you really believe that marrying Jiang Muxue elevates you above others? Dreaming of reaching the pinnacle in one leap is sheer folly. Once Muxue awakens, she will definitely divorce you. Qin Yang spoke calmly. That is our affair. Whether or not we divorce is not for you to decide. If you do not leave, I will have to call Aunt Liang to explain the situation. Damn it. Luo Zihong turned and left, fully aware that Jiang Muxue's parents would undoubtedly support Qin Yang now. The fact that Qin Yang could marry Jiang Muxue was certainly orchestrated by her parents, who wished for her to awaken. As for how Qin Yang would manage to bring her back to consciousness, Luo Zihong did not wish to ponder, though he had his suspicions. These thoughts left him feeling quite vexed. From now on, Luo Zihong need not seek my permission to visit. Do not let him in. Just let him face the door. Qin Yang instructed a returning maid. Understood, Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, it was my fault for letting him in directly, the maid admitted. Qin Yang waved his hand dismissively. Do not blame yourself. I was still in the basement, and it would have been unreasonable to make him wait outside for long. Luo Zihong has likely been to this villa before. The maid nodded. He has indeed visited a few times. However, Miss Jiang does not seem particularly fond of him, as she has never had any exceptionally close male friends. Qin Yang smiled, knowing Jiang Muxue's innocence. With his enhanced mental acuity, he recalled that night with vivid clarity. After all, it was her first time. Just ensure he is not allowed in again, Qin Yang concluded, returning to the gym in the basement. The Jiang family possessed vast wealth, and Luo Zihong was merely the first troublemaker among many who would surely follow. Qin Yang mused to himself. If he were not under the pressure of the system, he would certainly feel the weight of the situation. The paths some wealthy individuals take to acquire their fortunes are not always legitimate. Who knows what tactics they may resort to in the future? With a sigh, Qin Yang began practicing with 2 steel balls. He knew that, for the time being, he would face no issues. The Jiang family's formidable influence would require careful consideration. He still had time to strengthen his capabilities. As night fell, Qin Yang finished dinner and went to his study. He dialed his father, Qin Hai, for a video call. Dad. As the video connected, Qin Yang greeted him. Son, are you short on money? We can still earn without needing your funds. I'll have your mother send back the 20,000 you transferred. Qin Hai responded. Most of the time, Qin Yang video called Qin Ping, but when he called his father, it was usually for something significant. Father, I'm not in need of money. I have something very important to discuss with you. Where's Mom? Qin Yang inquired. Qin Hai called for Qin Ping to join the conversation. Son, have you found a girlfriend? You must act quickly. You're turning 25 soon. Or your father and I will have to arrange a blind date for you. Qin Ping chattered. Qin Yang cleared his throat. Mom and Dad, I have already obtained a marriage certificate, and the other party is expecting my child. Qin Yang's parents were left in disbelief. Qin Hai furrowed his brow. What is going on? Nowadays, marriage doesn't even require a household registration book. But come on, you could have at least informed us about this. Dad, here's the situation. Muxue's parents approached me, and I was taken aback. Now that I'm certain they are serious, I wanted to tell you. They offered me 5 million. And I plan to transfer 1 million to you. Qin Yang explained. Qin Hai took a deep breath. Do not transfer any money. Since Muxue is carrying your child, you should not accept that money. You are not here on a betrothal. Dad, if I refuse this money, the Jiang family will suspect I have ulterior motives. To them, 5 million is trifling. Qin Hai paused, contemplating. That does make sense. Keep the money, we want to take it. If an opportunity arises in the future, you may return it to the Jiang family. Qin Yang shook his head inwardly. Return it? Once money is in hand, one cannot simply give it back. He found the treatments and massages he provided to Jiang Muxue quite taxing. Son, Muxue is in a vegetative state. Although you are married, it seems rather precarious. If she does not awaken, she will remain in that state indefinitely. And if she does wake, divorce seems likely. Qin Yang thought to himself. Divorce is out of the question. If that happens, how will he accrue emotional value? Mom, the divorce rate among young people is quite high. If I marry someone else, the rate of divorce remains equally high. Qin Ping sighed. That may be true. Son, your father and I will take the high-speed train to Haicheng tomorrow to visit Muxue and meet your in-laws. Mom and Dad, you do not oppose this, do you? Qin Yang asked. Qin Hai and Qin Ping shook their heads. After all, Jiang Muxue is carrying your child. Son, do you think our visit is appropriate? Qin Hai inquired. Father, you are my parents. Now that I am married, what is inappropriate about you visiting? Qin Hai replied. Speak to Muxue's parents. They might not wish to meet us just yet. If they prefer not to, we can simply visit Muxue. Understood. Qin Yang nodded. After ending the video call, Qin Hai and Qin Ping were left somewhat dazed. They had initially thought their son was still single, only to discover he was married and that his partner was already 6 or 7 months pregnant. Wife, please pack some things. I will book train tickets to Haicheng for tomorrow. Qin Hai took a deep breath. All right, Qin Ping nodded. Meanwhile, Qin Yang dialed Jiang Wancheng's number. Little Qin, what is the matter? Jiang Wancheng was dining at a restaurant in another city. Uncle Jiang, is it convenient for you to talk right now? Yes, go ahead. Uncle Jiang, I just spoke to my parents. They wish to visit Muxue tomorrow. Would you like to meet them? Qin Yang inquired. Jiang Wancheng replied, Of course, little Qin. We are having dinner together tomorrow night, so you and your parents should join us. All right, Uncle Jiang. Goodbye. After hanging up, Jiang Wancheng's dining companion remarked, Jiang, I heard a rumor that your daughter Muxue is married, and this little Qin is her husband? Yes, Jiang Wancheng nodded slightly. Which family does he come from? Another prominent figure at the table asked. Little Qin does not hail from a prestigious family, but he is a fine person, and both my wife and I like him. Jiang Wancheng replied. Now where were we? Let us continue our previous discussion. The others, sensing the shift in topic, refrained from further inquiries. Qin Yang called his father again via video. Dad, I just spoke to Uncle Jiang. Tomorrow night, we will all have dinner at Uncle Jiang's house. Qin Hai felt a twinge of nervousness. Son, shall we head directly to the Jiang family? Qin Yang replied, Dad, why don't you both come to my place first to see Muxue? We can go to the Jiang family together later. All right. Qin Hai ended the video call. Moments later, Qin Ping entered from another room. Dear, I believe I just heard you video chatting with our son. Yes. He mentioned that he will be having dinner with Muxue's parents tomorrow. Qin Hai responded. Qin Ping expressed her apprehension. But dear, the Jiang family is quite affluent. Do you think they might look down on us? I fear we might jeopardize our son's relationship with Muxue. After a brief silence, Qin Hai reassured her. Don't overthink it. Muxue and our son come from entirely different worlds. It wouldn't be surprising if they end up divorced in the future. Qin Ping nodded slightly in agreement. Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Muxue's room, and soon it was time for the first emotional value harvest of the evening. Muxue, Luo Zihong visited this afternoon. Qin Yang waited a moment, but Jiang Muxue did not yield a single point of emotional value. Luo Zihong held no significance in her heart. I told my parents about our marriage, and they will come to meet you, my future daughter-in-law. Emotional value, 18. Tomorrow evening. My parents and yours will dine together. Emotional value, 15. Qin Yang added, if the conversation doesn't flow well, your parents might insist that we divorce immediately. Should I come to your bed tonight to discuss this? Emotional value, 13. Emotional value, 10. In a brief span, Jiang Muxue's mental energy was utterly depleted. How easily she was amused, Qin Yang mused. He had no intention of engaging in intimacy with Jiang Muxue at this time. While a deeper conversation would be delightful, the acquisition of emotional value would become significantly more challenging after such an encounter. Once they reached that level of intimacy, kissing and embracing, gaining emotional value would become a far more arduous task, making casual conversation less fruitful. The fleeting joy from such interactions paled in comparison to the satisfaction derived from enhancing his abilities. System, how much emotional value do I have now? Qin Yang inquired in his mind. 122 points. However, host, you have already drawn 3 times today. Before long, the morning of the next day arrived. Qin Yang held a book, reading it to Jiang Muxue, realizing that gaining emotional value required patience and could not rely solely on extraordinary methods. Otherwise, future acquisitions would prove difficult. Knock, knock. Come in, Qin Yang said without looking up. Outside stood Liang Lan, who opened the door. Sunlight cascading over Qin Yang as he leisurely read. Xiao Qin, Liang Lan greeted with a smile. Qin Yang promptly looked up, Aunt Liang. Xiao Qin. Muxue may not hear your voice, Liang Lan said, gazing at Jiang Muxue, who lay on the bed. Qin Yang smiled. I believe she can. If we persist, I am confident Muxue will awaken. Aunt Liang, please speak with Muxue. I need to step out for a moment. Wait, Liang Lan quickly responded. When will your parents arrive? By high-speed rail or plane. They left early this morning, taking the 8:30 high-speed train, and should arrive around 2 this afternoon. I'll pick them up after lunch, Qin Yang explained. Liang Lan nodded. I'll have the driver come to take you to meet them. Qin Yang quickly replied. Aunt Liang, that won't be necessary. The driver can accompany us, but my parents might feel uncomfortable. I can just take a taxi to pick them up. Very well then, Liang Lan said with a slight nod. But don't take an ordinary cab. Spend a little extra for a luxury car to pick them up. I'll send the driver for you around 5. Understood, Qin Yang nodded as he departed, needing to purchase some gifts to bring to the Jiang family that evening. Liang Lan felt somewhat puzzled, noticing that Qin Yang appeared more handsome than before. Could it be that his better attire was the reason for this transformation? Muxue, Mommy is here to see you, Liang Lan said as she sat by the bed, taking Jiang Muxue's hand. She sensed that Jiang Muxue seemed to look a touch better. Is it merely my illusion? Liang Lan scrutinized Jiang Muxue closely. The electrocardiogram and electroencephalogram showed no changes, yet Liang Lan felt certain that Jiang Muxue's complexion had indeed improved somewhat. Had Qin Yang and Muxue already consummated their relationship, thus leading to her improved appearance? Liang Lan pondered to herself. She well understood the feelings of discomfort that arose from prolonged neglect, and how a revitalized spirit could brighten one's countenance. Yet, Liang Lan was overthinking it. Qin Yang had not yet engaged in intimacy with Jiang Muxue. The improvement in Jiang Muxue's complexion stemmed from a restoration of her mental energy. Initially, Qin Yang had only garnered 42 points of emotional value. Now, he could obtain around 80 points per interaction, while the electrocardiogram and electroencephalogram had not yet altered. The enhancement of mental energy was undoubtedly beneficial for Jiang Muxue. Half an hour later, 2 caretakers arrived in the bedroom to provide massage therapy for Jiang Muxue. Has there been any unusual occurrences these past few days? Liang Lan inquired of one of the caretakers. The caretaker, Li Wenyu, replied, Madam. Luo Zihong from the Luo Corporation visited yesterday. He conversed with Mr. Qin, but we are unaware of the specifics. Liang Lan frowned slightly in silence, guessing Luo Zihong's intentions for the visit. Anything else? Li Wenyu considered for a moment. While we were massaging Miss Jiang, Mr. Qin observed us learning the technique. However, we are unsure if he actually massaged her. Other than that, there is nothing to report. Tang Yin has visited, but we have already informed you of that. Liang Lan stated. Xiao Qin is Mu Shue's husband. It is entirely normal for him to give her a massage when he is in Mu Shue's room. You should refrain from entering. Li Wenyu and the others nodded in agreement. Have you noticed any improvement in Mu Shue's complexion? Liang Lan asked. The caretakers nodded. Madam, we all feel that way. Liang Lan's eyes brightened. It seemed her perception was not merely a figment of her imagination. Chapter 14. A chance encounter with a classmate. System. How much emotional value do I possess? Qin Yang inquired in his mind. Host, you currently have 288 points. After dinner yesterday, I reached over 120 points, and I harvested again last night and this morning. System. Is it difficult to obtain an A-grade reward with a 100-point draw? Indeed, achieving a B-grade reward is already commendable, with the likelihood of securing an A-grade reward being less than 1%. Qin Yang mused. If I were to draw with 1,000 points, would the chances of obtaining an A-grade reward increase tenfold? To attain a higher tier reward, one must invest 10 times the emotional value. If the likelihood of acquiring a superior reward merely increases tenfold, it would be more prudent to draw with a lesser amount of emotional value. Precisely, host. Qin Yang continued. For the skills I have already acquired, can they still be enhanced in the future? Host, they can indeed be upgraded. You will have the opportunity to draw for higher tier skills to replace them. Then did I waste the emotional value I previously spent? Not at all. The effects can stack. Qin Yang nodded to himself in understanding. That was somewhat reassuring. It would be disheartening if the emotional value he had already expended was in vain. System. I wish to draw twice with 100 emotional value each. Qin Yang instructed mentally. He intended to draw upon his emotions twice to accumulate emotional points, and then, with 1,000 points, he would try his luck at a lottery to see what rewards awaited him. Congratulations, host. You have obtained B-grade culinary skills from the lottery. Congratulations. Host. Your constitution has increased by 3 points, currently standing at 16. A flood of information surged into Qin Yang's mind, accompanied by a tingling sensation that enveloped his body. Soon, the acquisition of culinary skills concluded. The B-grade proficiency elevated him to the level of a master chef, a feat unattainable by ordinary individuals, no matter how long they studied, if they lacked natural talent. System. I have drawn twice from the emotional points lottery for a minor boost in constitution at 10 points. Yet with 100 points, I only gained 3. Qin Yang mused internally. Host, the rewards are uncertain. Furthermore, as your constitution increases, enhancements will become progressively challenging. Perhaps in the future, Even 1,000 emotional points may yield only a single increment. Very well. The enhancement of his constitution quickly came to an end. Qin Yang sensed a substantial increase in his strength. The slightest increase in constitution brought about a noticeable change. This time, he had gained 3 points. He felt confident that even without employing his mental prowess, his current constitution of 16 would enable him to overpower 4 or 5 ordinary individuals. Another advantage of this enhancement was that when he sparred with Jiang Muxue in the future, he would undoubtedly hold the upper hand. Upon reaching outside the residential complex, Qin Yang hailed a cab to the shopping mall. He purchased an array of gifts, spending around 20,000 yuan. While this expenditure might seem trivial for Jiang Wanqing and his family, he could not arrive empty-handed as a first-time son-in-law. The money spent on these gifts came from his own savings, and he had yet to touch the 5 million he had set aside. Qin Yang? A familiar voice reached his ears. Turning around, he saw a woman with an attractive yet unremarkable appearance, perhaps a 4 or 5 out of 10. If 10 were perfection, Jiang Muxue would undoubtedly score a 9, a rarity in the entertainment industry. A 4 signifies an average appearance, while a 4 to 5 indicates above-average attractiveness. Guo. Long time no see. Qin Yang replied with a faint smile. As Guo approached, astonishment painted her features. They were university classmates. Qin Yang had always been handsome. Yet she never realized just how striking he had become during their time in school. The enhancement of his constitution had improved his physique, while his S-grade mental prowess now bestowed upon him an extraordinary demeanor. Moreover, the attire he wore was worth hundreds of thousands. In their university days, Qin Yang had barely exceeded a score of 6. Although he did not reach the pinnacle of heartthrob status, he was still quite commendable. Now, his looks had undoubtedly soared to an impressive 8. His current appearance could easily compete within the entertainment industry. Qin Yang, it's hard to believe how much you've changed in over 2 years since graduation. Guo expressed her disbelief. Qin Yang chuckled softly. I suspect it's not just me. Many classmates have undergone significant changes since graduation. Guo, have you remained in Haiqing after graduation? She nodded yes. Suyu is also in Haiqing. The image of Suyu flashed through Qin Yang's mind. She had been the belle of their class, someone he had pursued in the past. But she had rejected him due to his humble background. She has nothing to do with me anymore. I am married. Guo Xiaolan's eyes widened in surprise. Qin Yang, you are married? How come there was no news in the class group? I just got married recently. I have some matters to attend to. Goodbye. With a wave, Qin Yang parted ways with Guo Xiaolan. Guo Xiaolan pulled out her phone and scrolled through Qin Yang's social media. There were no posts about his marriage. Guess who I ran into? Everyone. Guo Xiaolan messaged in a small group chat. Who did you meet? Curiosity quickly peaked among the group. I just ran into Qin Yang. He looks incredibly handsome. Compared to school, he has transformed tremendously, almost like a domineering CEO from a drama. Send a picture. Where's the photo? The messages flooded in. Guo Xiaolan glanced at Qin Yang, who had not completely vanished from her sight, and snapped a photo of him. Although the picture was not particularly clear, it captured the essence. Is this Qin Yang? His aura is strikingly different from before. He is undeniably handsome. The group consisted of just over 10 people, with a few still silent, but soon the chat was abuzz with messages. Qin Yang said he is married. Does anyone know about this? Guo Xiaolan queried again. I never heard that Qin Yang got married. Suyu, do you know about this? Meanwhile, in an office within a high-rise building, Suyu scrutinized a photo carefully, concluding that the clothes Qin Yang wore were undoubtedly expensive. Qin Yang is married? Suyu received the news and found it hard to believe. Qin Yang, I heard from Guo Xiaolan that you are in Haiqing. I'm also here. It's been a while. Shall we have dinner tonight? Suyu sent a message, exuding confidence. Believing that since Qin Yang had pursued her before, it would be an easy reunion. Qin Yang quickly saw the message. How realistic it was. He silently shook his head. He had once pursued Suyu, but after facing rejection, he realized her materialistic nature and lost all interest. No time, not available. He replied succinctly. That evening, he had plans to dine with his parents at the Jiang family home. Even if he had time, he had no desire to share a meal with Suyu. How about tomorrow? I'll be busy at home with my wife. Suyu. She scoffed internally. Is this a game of push and pull? I'll see how long you can maintain this. All right, let's reschedule. She sent another message, convinced that Qin Yang would eventually reach out to her. With a decisive action, Qin Yang blocked and deleted Suyu. Chapter 15. Son, have you had plastic surgery? Qin Yang could tolerate a touch of materialism. After all, it was natural for ordinary people to appreciate wealth. However, Suyu's avarice was far beyond mere appreciation. He had witnessed her disembarking from luxury vehicles, and just before exiting, she had shared a kiss with a middle-aged man. If the man were her boyfriend, it would be one thing, but he was neither. Fortunately, Qin Yang had already lost interest in Suyu by that time. Otherwise, witnessing such a scene might have unsettled him. Ding. Shortly after, Qin Yang's phone rang. It was a call from a close friend. Old Qin, you got married? Upon answering, His friend expressed surprise. Yang, news travels fast. Qin Yang replied with a faint smile. His friend, Yang Wu, came from a well-off family and had always been loyal. Qin Yang had borrowed money from him several times during tight financial periods. And Yang Wu had always obliged without hesitation. Old Qin, don't joke with me. Aren't we brothers? You got married, and I had no idea. Yang Wu sounded irritated on the other end. Yang, it's a special circumstance. We only registered our marriage. The ceremony is yet to be scheduled. I will definitely invite you to celebrate when the time comes. Yang Wu's expression turned peculiar. You didn't get someone pregnant and marry in haste, did you? Qin Yang. Yang Wu astonishingly guessed correctly. Old Qin, are you really silent about this? Qin Yang replied. The situation is somewhat akin to what you described. But the reality is even more intricate. Let's meet for a late-night snack sometime. I shall elaborate then. Yang Wu declared, I will come to Haiqing. Let's arrange for tonight. Qin Yang retorted irritably, why the haste? I am occupied this evening. Do not rush over to Haiqing in a frenzy. Yang Wu clarified. I am not coming solely for this matter. Our family has encountered a minor issue with our business in Haiqing, so I will be here for the next week. We can meet whenever you are available. After Qin Yang agreed, he ended the call. He took out his phone to peruse messages in the group chat. The discussion centered on his impending marriage. He had only graduated a little over 2 years ago, and no one else in his class had married yet. He was the first. Several messages in the chat tagged Qin Yang, and a few private messages had been sent his way. Thank you all for your concern. I am indeed getting married. Currently, we have only registered the marriage, and I am uncertain when we will hold the ceremony. My wife's circumstances are unique, so I prefer to keep her information private. I hope for your understanding. Qin Yang posted this message in the class group. Suyu quickly spotted the message and furrowed her brow in contemplation. Has Qin Yang truly married? She pondered. Without delay, she sent him a message, only to find herself momentarily stunned when it failed to send. Marked by a red exclamation point. He has blocked me, Suyu realized, her expression darkening. She had hoped for Qin Yang to reach out to her. But now he had blocked her instead. How infuriating. She seethed. I must see who he has married. Surely, she cannot surpass my beauty or achievements. Suyu held a considerable amount of confidence in herself. After purchasing some items, Qin Yang returned home. Liang Lan was still there. Auntie Liang, I need to tell you something. I ran into a college classmate at the mall today, and now everyone in our class knows that I am married, he informed her. Liang Lan responded, Xiao Qin, it is commendable that you have made your marriage public and are not engaging in flirtations with other girls. However, given Muxue's unique circumstances, it is best to keep her identity undisclosed. Qin Yang nodded in agreement. Auntie, I understand. Liang Lan added cheerfully, Xiao Qin. Both when you and I feel that Muxue's condition has improved, it seems that your decision to marry Muxue was indeed the right one. Please continue to support her. If Muxue awakens, I will speak well of you. You have a child together, so it is entirely possible for you to remain together. Qin Yang nodded. Once Muxue awakens, we can consider a trial marriage for a few months. I am confident that within that time, I can win her heart completely, thus continuing to accumulate emotional value. Liang Lan remarked, a few months is too brief. If Muxue awakens, you should spend at least a year together. If, after that, you feel it is not working, divorce will not be too late. Marriage is not a trivial matter. Qin Yang replied, Auntie Liang, I have no objections. I will do my utmost to ensure Muxue awakens. He aimed to wake Jiang Muxue within a month, or at the latest, within 3 months. It was essential to note that Jiang Muxue was already 6 to 7 months pregnant. If 3 months passed, she would be nearing her due date. And as her belly grew, the associated risks would also increase. Xiao Qin, do take care. Avoid excessive movements to prevent any harm to the fetus, Liang Lan cautioned. Qin Yang wondered if Liang Lan harbored some misunderstandings regarding him and Jiang Muxue, though he deemed there was little to clarify. The more one explained, the more awkward it became. After all, they were husband and wife. Such matters were quite normal. Auntie, I will be cautious. I'm going upstairs to check on Muxue, he stated before hurrying to the second floor. Jiang Muxue lay half reclined on the bed, her eyes open. The caretaker in the room stepped out upon Qin Yang's entrance. Muxue, your mother has come to see you. Your complexion seems better. She thinks we have taken our relationship to the next level. Qin Yang communicated with Jiang Muxue through his mental energy. My parents are already on the high-speed train. They will arrive in a few hours. The ugly bride is about to meet her in-laws. After reading for an hour, Qin Yang set the book aside. Jiang Muxue's mental energy had nearly been depleted, and as noon approached, he needed to eat and go to the train station to meet his parents-in-law. Wife, I must take my leave. I need to go to the train station to fetch your parents, he said to Jiang Muxue. A little over an hour later, Qin Yang arrived at the train station. After waiting for about half an hour, his parents emerged, each carrying some local specialties from home. Dad, Mom. Qin Yang greeted them with a broad smile. Qin Hai and Qin Ping gazed at Qin Yang in disbelief. When had their son become so handsome? Son, have you had plastic surgery? Qin Ping questioned in confusion. What nonsense are you spouting, Mom? I had no such surgery. I have simply been exercising more this year. And my current attire is considerably more expensive than before, Qin Yang replied irritably. Your transformation is quite remarkable, Qin Ping remarked. Qin Yang responded, clothes make the man. This outfit costs around 300,000 to 400,000. It must yield some effect, wouldn't you agree? His parents were too familiar with him. He needed to embellish the truth a little. 300,000 to 400,000. Qin Ping's attention shifted entirely. Auntie Liang arranged for the manager of a luxury store to provide personal service. I selected 6 outfits, totaling 2 million. That averages over 300,000 each. Qin Hai and Qin Ping were left in a state of stunned disbelief. The thought of clothing costing tens of thousands was beyond their comprehension. Chapter 16. Let me share a secret with you. An hour later, they arrived outside the residential complex. Qin Yang hailed a luxurious rideshare car to enter the community, while Qin Hai and Qin Ping gazed out at the splendid scenery. Villas nestled among the greenery caught their eyes. This way, Qin Yang directed. The car soon arrived outside Jiang Muxue's villa. As they disembarked, 4 caretakers swiftly approached. Mr. Qin, Mrs. Qin, greetings. The 4 caretakers simultaneously bowed. Qin Hai and Qin Ping felt slightly flustered. They had only seen such grandeur on television, never in reality. Greetings, they both said hastily. The caretakers assisted in carrying their belongings inside. As they entered the villa, Qin Hai and Qin Ping tread carefully. It was evident that many items in the villa were quite expensive. Mr. Qin, Mrs. Qin, please enjoy some tea. 2 caretakers soon served them with cups of tea. Thank you, Qin Hai and Qin Ping said somewhat stiffly. Qin Yang instructed, Chung Hong, you all may attend to other matters. Understood, Mr. Qin, the 2 caretakers acknowledged. Departing the living room, Qin Ping let out a sigh of relief. You little rascal, you have plenty of money. You could have simply taken a regular taxi. Yet you opted for a Mercedes. In the vehicle, I found it difficult to express my sentiments. Qin Yang remarked, Mom, we cannot skimp on this. If you take a regular taxi over here, it will reflect poorly on Aunt Liang and Uncle Jiang when word gets out. Qin Ping contemplated this reasoning and agreed. Qin Yang chuckled lightly. Mom and Dad, please relax. Once we arrive here, consider it your own home. Aunt Liang mentioned that this villa would eventually belong to me. However, Qin Hai and Qin Ping did not take Qin Yang's words to heart. Let us first visit Muxue, Qin Yang suggested. All right. He led his parents to the 2nd floor of the villa, where the 2 caretakers in Jiang Muxue's room swiftly departed. Upon seeing Jiang Muxue, they found her reclining on a spacious bed, her eyes open but devoid of any sparkle. Son, Muxue is extraordinarily beautiful, Qin Ping exclaimed. In reality, a 7 out of 10 beauty is already quite stunning, yet Jiang Muxue's allure reached a score of 9. Well, it's hard for the progeny of affluent families to be unattractive. Nevertheless, it is rare to find someone as stunning as Muxue among the wealthy. Alas, fate has been unkind. She is now in a vegetative state. Although she could open her eyes, she could not perceive her surroundings. Qin Ping's eyes filled with pity. Son, the Jiang family is immensely wealthy. Surely there must be a way to treat Muxue's condition? Qin Yang shook his head. This is a matter of her brain. Recovery is not a straightforward endeavor. However, in the past couple of days, Muxue's condition has improved slightly, and I firmly believe she will recover in the future. As he spoke, Qin Yang settled on the edge of the bed, taking hold of Jiang Muxue's hand. Muxue, my parents have come to see you. They are right here by the bed. While speaking, Qin Yang employed his mental energy. Emotional value, 7. Qin Ping asked, Son, is Muxue pregnant? How is the baby? If she is still unresponsive when it comes time to give birth, wouldn't that be extremely dangerous? Qin Yang reassured her, the baby is quite healthy. Muxue is now 6 to 7 months along. Ideally, she should regain consciousness within a month, but the latest would be 3 months, surpassing that would pose significant risks. Qin Hai furrowed his brow. Having been in a vegetative state for nearly half a year, expecting recovery in just 3 months seemed implausible. Sigh. Qin Hai sighed deeply. Qin Yang smiled. Dad, please do not worry. I believe Muxue will certainly recover within 3 months. My abilities are rapidly growing. He had confidence in his own strength and the system. Muxue, it is nearly 4 o'clock. Soon, my parents and I will head to your parents' home for dinner. Please behave yourself at home. Qin Yang continued to communicate with Jiang Muxue through his mental energy. Emotional value, 6. Emotional value, 3. Rising to his feet. Qin Yang announced, Mom and Dad, let us go out. I will show you around this villa. It has been designed and decorated according to Muxue's vision. All right. Qin Hai and Qin Ping followed him outside. Seeing Jiang Muxue in her current state pained their hearts. Jiang Muxue was now their daughter-in-law, and she carried their Qin family's lineage within her. This is my bedroom. This is the study. Upstairs is Muxue's yoga room, piano room, and so forth. The basement features a gym, multimedia room, and more. Qin Yang guided Qin Hai and Qin Ping on a brief tour. Son, how much did this villa cost? Qin Ping inquired softly. I previously checked the property prices. For this size, it should be around 30 to 40 million yuan, Qin Yang replied. Qin Hai and Qin Ping were astounded. Tens of millions was an astronomical figure for them. Qin Hai approached and closed the gym door. Son, our families are not from the same world. Even if you and Muxue were to marry due to unforeseen circumstances, the likelihood of divorce in the future is quite high. You must be mentally prepared. Qin Yang gazed at his parents. They were ordinary individuals, feeling rather constrained in this environment. When faced with Jiang Muxue's parents, they would likely feel even more anxious, perhaps even feeling inferior in their presence. Furthermore, he worried that his parents might endure troubles without reaching out to him for help. In his mind, he communicated with the system. Are you certain you can perfectly conceal my physique and mental energy? The system assured him, absolutely. Dad, I have a secret to share with you. You must keep it confidential. Qin Hai and Qin Ping looked at Qin Yang with curiosity. He retrieved a coin from his pocket, and to their astonishment, it began to levitate in his palm. Qin Hai and Qin Ping stared wide-eyed at the coin. Qin Yang manipulated it to swirl around him, and after a while, he caught the coin and said, Dad, did you see that? I possess a unique ability. My mental energy is quite powerful, and it can aid Muxue. However, I am uncertain how many others possess such abilities. Nor do I know how the government treats individuals with extraordinary powers. Qin Ping's face reflected concern. They wouldn't capture you and turn you into a lab rat, would they? Qin Hai inquired. Does anyone else know about this? Qin Yang shook his head. No one is aware, not even Uncle Jiang and Aunt Liang. My plan is to quietly enhance my abilities and discreetly assist Muxue. Above all, I must ensure the safety of Muxue and the child. Qin Hai and Qin Ping nodded in agreement. Qin Yang continued, I am confident in my abilities. If Muxue awakens, there is a definite possibility for us to be together. You need not worry about that, Dad. Even if we were to part ways later, with my strength, I could still provide a good life even as a single parent. He understood his parents' concerns. In this world, martial artists and those with extraordinary abilities existed. The exposure of his mental powers would not be a significant issue. However, the existence of the system was something that absolutely could not be revealed. Son, we will keep this a secret. Since you have your own strength and a plan, we are at ease, Qin Hai stated solemnly. Qin Ping added, Son, can you truly save Muxue? It is so difficult for her being a vegetative state while pregnant. Qin Yang replied, I am about 70 to 80% certain. However, I cannot guarantee 100%. Qin Ping let out a sigh of relief. A 70 to 80% assurance was already quite high. Chapter 17, The Meeting of Two Families. Qin Hai solemnly cautioned Qin Yang, Son, regarding your unique ability, it is best to refrain from using it in everyday situations. We wouldn't want you to be captured and turned into a lab rat. The government likely wouldn't resort to such actions, but private research institutions might. He recalled plots from foreign films depicting such scenarios. Qin Yang chuckled, Dad, I understand. Until my strength has matured, I will certainly act with caution. Qin Hai nodded slightly. This ability has also brought about other benefits. What benefits? Qin Hai inquired with curiosity. Qin Yang explained, I now possess an eidetic memory. If only I had acquired this ability sooner, I wouldn't have merely enrolled in an ordinary university. I could have attended the best schools. Eidetic memory? Qin Hai and Qin Ping were taken aback. Qin Yang maneuvered the coin around him. To them, it appeared to be mere juggling. Yet they understood the significance of having such a memory. Son, are you serious? Qin Ping exclaimed with excitement. Qin Yang affirmed, I truly possess this ability. A book that I can now read entirely in just about 10 minutes. Furthermore, I generally comprehend the contents swiftly after finishing an ordinary book. Mother, should anyone inquire about this in the future, please inform them that I have always been a rapid reader since childhood, to prevent them from speculating about my awakening abilities. Qin Hai and the others nodded in agreement. Qin Ping furrowed her brow and remarked, Son, something seems amiss. If you've always read quickly, why didn't you gain admission to a better school? Qin Yang pondered for a moment and replied, Just tell them I lack enthusiasm for studying. No matter how intelligent one is, it is of little use without a passion for learning. Qin Ping nodded in understanding. Qin Hai then asked, Son, when shall we go? Do our outfits seem appropriate for visiting the Jiang family? Qin Yang looked at his parents. They had indeed made an effort to wear their best clothes. It's suitable. Mother and father, do not worry. With my capabilities, we need not ingratiate ourselves with the Jiang family. Even if I were to divorce Jiang Muxue, our family will not falter. Qin Yang said with a cheerful smile. Qin Ping cautioned, Son, do not become arrogant with your abilities. If Muxue awakens, you must strive to make your lives harmonious. After all, you already have a child. Qin Yang nodded. His system could only be bound to Jiang Muxue. Deriving emotional value solely from her, Thus it was imperative to ensure a strong connection. It would be nearly impossible for Jiang Muxue to part from him easily. As time passed, it was soon 5 o'clock. Qin Hai and Qin Ping had rested for about an hour when a long Rolls-Royce arrived outside. Qin Yang stood up and announced, "Father and Mother, Uncle Jiang has arrived." He hurried to open the grand door of the villa as Jiang Muxue stepped out of the vehicle. "Greetings, in-laws. I hope your journey was not too arduous," he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Hello, Uncle Jiang." Qin Hai and Qin Ping responded promptly. Jiang Muxue shook hands with Qin Hai, smiling, as in-laws. It was expected that we would discuss the marriage of Muxue and Qin Yang in advance, but it seems Qin Yang was somewhat befuddled. He mentioned he would inform you later. Qin Hai replied, "No worries, it's fine to learn later. Uncle, our families had an unexpected entanglement due to Qin Yang and Muxue, and we owe you an apology." Jiang Muxue shook his head. "That was merely a chance occurrence. I hope that this unforeseen event blossoms into a beautiful relationship." Qin Hai nodded in agreement. They all took their seats, and Jiang Muxue remarked, as in-laws, "Since Xiaoqin and Muxue are now married, he is the head of this family. Please, make yourselves at home. Regardless of future circumstances, this villa will always belong to Xiaoqin." Qin Hai quickly interjected, "Uncle, that is too generous. This villa is worth several tens of millions. How can Qin Yang accept such an extravagant gift?" Jiang Muxue raised his hand. "Please, hear me out. If Xiaoqin helps Muxue awaken, gifting him a villa is only appropriate. Should Muxue not overcome this trial, Xiaoqin and the child will need a place to reside." Qin Hai slightly nodded, realizing he could not contest Jiang Muxue's reasoning any further. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. I will check on Muxue upstairs, and then we shall depart," Jiang Muxue said as he stood up with a smile. Shortly after, he arrived at Jiang Muxue's room on the upper floor. Jiang Muxue was well aware of Muxue's previous condition, and now, seeing her, his eyes lit up. He noted that her complexion had indeed improved significantly. "Xiaoqin, splendid. In just a few days, Muxue has shown remarkable progress," Jiang Muxue exclaimed joyfully. Qin Yang had just followed him upstairs. "Uncle Jiang, Muxue looks better, but her brainwaves and ECG still show little change. We must be patient," Qin Yang remarked. "As long as there is improvement, that is what matters. Let us not keep your parents waiting. We should head downstairs," Jiang Muxue replied. Soon, they were seated in the Rolls-Royce, with Qin Yang and his parents in the back seat and Jiang Muxue in the front. In about 20 minutes, they arrived. Jiang Muxue's villa was quite spacious, significantly larger than the one Jiang Muxue's family resided in. Qin Yang estimated the building area exceeded 1,000 square meters, surrounded by a vast garden. "In-laws, welcome." Liang Lan greeted them with a smile as they approached the villa. "Hello, Auntie," Qin Hai and the others quickly responded. After exchanging pleasantries, they entered the villa. Qin Yang set down some gifts he had purchased and surveyed his surroundings. The decor of Jiang Muxue's villa appeared rather dated. "In-laws, please take a seat. Dinner will be ready in about half an hour." Liang Lan cheerfully invited them to sit down. Qin Hai and the others appeared somewhat apprehensive. Even though they were aware of their son's unique abilities, the Jiang family's immense fortune placed considerable pressure on them. Qin Yang, however, felt no such trepidation. As someone endowed with a system, he held a sense of confidence. "In-laws, currently, Qin Yang and Muxue are only registered as married, due to Muxue's condition. A wedding cannot be held. Our intention is to let them adapt for a time. If Muxue awakens and they feel compatible, we can formally hold the wedding. What are your thoughts?" Liang Lan said with a smile. Qin Ping shook her head. "We have no objections. That arrangement seems quite suitable." Qin Hai also nodded in agreement. Qin Yang inquired, "Auntie Liang, may I go see Muxue in her room?" "As her husband, you certainly can." "Xiaoyan, please take Xiaoqin to Muxue's room," Liang Lan instructed. A nearby maid nodded respectfully. "Yes, madam." "Mr. Qin, please follow me." Qin Yang followed the maid to Jiang Muxue's room on the second floor. It had been unoccupied for over 6 months, yet the room was impeccably clean. Why did Muxue decide to move out? This place is quite nice. Qin Yang mused as he examined her room. The maid, Zhao Xiaoyan, explained, "The master and mistress have many friends who often visit, and the young lady prefers tranquility without disturbance. Therefore, she moved out after graduation." Qin Yang nodded slightly. "You may leave now. I wish to look around," he said. "Of course," she replied. Half an hour passed swiftly. Qin Yang emerged from Jiang Muxue's room and descended the stairs. His parents were engaging in pleasant conversation with Jiang Muxue's parents. "Xiaoqin, you arrived just in time. Dinner is ready," Liang Lan said with a beaming smile. "Thank you, Auntie Liang," Qin Yang responded as he quickly washed his hands and entered the dining room. The table was laden with a plethora of dishes for the 5 of them. "In-laws, please take a seat. Xiaoqin, you should sit as well," Jiang Muxue warmly invited. The 2 maids poured drinks for Qin Yang and the others. And Jiang Muxue raised his glass. "To my in-laws, I toast you for your arduous journey. This first cup is for you. You are too kind, uncle. Qin Hai quickly replied. After 3 rounds of toasts, Jiang Wancheng turned to Qin Yang. Xiao Qin, tomorrow I will introduce you to some relatives and friends. There are a few matters I need to discuss with you. Please go ahead, uncle, Qin Yang replied. Jiang Wancheng furrowed his brow and continued. Word has spread. And there may be quite a crowd, including some individuals we did not intend to invite, such as Muxue's grandfather. Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Wancheng then looked at Qin Hai and Qin Ping, saying, In-laws, there is something you should be aware of. It is possible that some people may come looking for you. My father does not approve of the marriage between Qin Yang and Muxue. The expressions of Qin Hai and the others subtly shifted. Jiang Wancheng continued, I have 2 elder brothers. The eldest has 2 sons, while the second has a son and a daughter. My father harbors a preference for males, placing significant value on his 3 grandsons. Muxue, being a girl, does not hold the same importance in his eyes. My elder and second brothers are relatively affluent, yet compared to my wealth, their fortunes seem trivial. My elder brother possesses tens of millions, while my second brother has merely 300 to 500 million. Qin Hai and Qin Ping exchanged discreet glances, astonished at the notion of merely 300 to 500 million. My father wishes for the majority of our assets to be inherited by my 3 nephews rather than Muxue, let alone the unborn child she carries. Liang Lan interjected. Naturally, we disagree. We have a daughter. Why should our wealth be bequeathed to nephews? We have had many arguments about this even before Muxue encountered her predicament. Qin Hai and the others shook their heads in silent understanding. Such is the enmity among the affluent. A thought stirred within Qin Yang. Could it be that Jiang Muxue's commonplace fall resulted in her becoming a vegetative state due to undisclosed circumstances? He had never contemplated this before. However, now that he was aware of the existence of supernatural beings, he wondered if an ability user had interfered during her fall. Moreover, the incident that night with Jiang Muxue, was it truly an accident, or was there an intention to tarnish her reputation? Reflecting on it now, Jiang Muxue's condition seemed somewhat peculiar. Perhaps it was not merely the result of intoxication. If Jiang Muxue were to engage with him while inebriated, it would certainly become a significant stain on her reputation, whether she were to marry or seek control over the corporation. Yet, Jiang Wancheng did not make a grand spectacle of it. Following the incident, he merely dismissed Qin Yang. A failed scheme might give rise to further nefarious plots. Jiang Muxue's fall could very well have been orchestrated. In-laws, do you comprehend? Jiang Wancheng inquired, noticing the silence from Qin Hai and the others. Qin Hai nodded, understood. Many from the older generation hold a bias towards males. Since your father favors sons, why did you not have another child? Surely, your family does not have a royal lineage to uphold. Jiang Wancheng sighed. We initially intended to have another child, but it was unfeasible. The medical examinations revealed issues with my health. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Could Jiang Wancheng's health problems also be the result of foul play? If so, this situation runs deeper than anticipated. However, lacking evidence, he refrained from speaking further, as doing so might cast suspicion on the relationship between Jiang Wancheng and his sons. Should he successfully sow discord among them, he could potentially emerge as the greatest beneficiary in the future. Jiang Wancheng would undoubtedly consider this. Little Qin, tomorrow some individuals may be rather ungracious. You might face some grievances, Liang Lan said, casting a glance at Qin Yang. While they could assist him against outsiders, how would they fare if Jiang Wancheng's father, elder brother, or second brother were to target him? They might find it challenging to intervene. Qin Yang nodded. Aunt Liang, I understand. If it is merely the elders who criticize me, I can endure some grievances. However, I shall not be lenient if it is my peers who confront me. Jiang Wancheng replied, Little Qin, if your peers target you, you are free to retaliate without hesitation. If the elders are excessively unreasonable, you may also rebut them. It is merely my father who is a concern. He is nearing 80. Qin Yang quickly assured, Uncle Jiang, rest assured. Given that Jiang Lao is of such advanced age and remains Muxue's grandfather, I would never engage in an argument with him. Jiang Wancheng nodded. Little Qin, let us raise a glass. Qin Yang promptly clinked glasses with Jiang Wancheng. In-laws, I apologize for these trivial matters at home, Jiang Wancheng remarked, addressing Qin Hai and the others. Qin Hai responded, We understand. Such matters are commonplace. Do not think that such occurrences are exclusive to affluent families. They are prevalent even in rural areas. Son, be mindful of your demeanor tomorrow. Qin Yang nodded. Father, I am aware. Uncle Jiang, is there anything else I should be cautious about tomorrow? Jiang Wancheng replied, There is one more point to note. If anyone inquires, simply state that you and Muxue are in love, and that we opposed your relationship, which is why you conducted your courtship in secrecy. It was only after an evening of excessive drinking that you laid your concerns to rest. The child in Muxue's womb is a testament to your love. Qin Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Liang Lan added, We will publicly assert that Muxue has long desired to marry you, and it was our opposition that delayed the union. Now that she is in this situation, we wish to fulfill her wish." Qin Yang nodded once more. Liang Lan cautioned, "Little Qin, you should limit your alcohol intake today. Some individuals tomorrow will undoubtedly attempt to inundate you with drinks. If you drink excessively today, your tolerance will surely diminish by tomorrow." Understood. Qin Yang's expression shifted slightly. He suddenly realized a critical issue. His alcohol tolerance had significantly increased compared to before, given his current capacity. The drinks from the annual company meeting would hardly suffice to intoxicate him. Thus, his intimacy with Jiang Muxue during that encounter could only be construed as feigned drunkenness. At that moment, he was certainly not pretending to be inebriated. However, if Jiang Wanqing were to learn of his exceptional tolerance, he would undoubtedly surmise that he was likely sober that night. Uncle Jiang would eventually come to recognize this dilemma. Qin Yang frowned inwardly. It seemed he would need to be somewhat candid about his capabilities with Jiang Wanqing and the others. Jiang Wanqing poured another glass for Qin Hai, saying, "In-laws, little Qin cannot drink excessively. I shall accompany you in your libations." "In-laws, my tolerance is rather average. I have nearly reached my limit," Qin Hai promptly replied. "Tolerance?" Jiang Wanqing paused, glancing at Qin Yang. The results of his investigations indicated that Qin Yang had consumed a considerable amount at the annual meeting. However, converting that to the equivalent of liquor, it certainly did not exceed a pound. Just days prior, Qin Yang had consumed 7 to 8 taels with no ill effects. "Oh dear," Jiang Wanqing realized. Qin Yang thought to himself, "Uncle Jiang is catching on." His heightened mental acuity detected the subtle shift in Jiang Wanqing's demeanor. At last, the meal came to an end. Qin Hai had indulged a bit too much. He sat back to sip tea and rest. Chen Ping and Liang Lan engaged in light conversation. Jiang Wanqing smiled. "Little Qin, allow me to take you somewhere." He led Qin Yang to the underground garage, which was climate-controlled and housed a collection of over 10 vehicles. "Little Qin, choose whichever car you fancy. You may take it for a spin. In my youth, I was quite passionate about automobiles, but as I have aged, my enthusiasm has waned," Jiang Wanqing remarked with a smile. Qin Yang regarded him closely. Although Jiang Wanqing smiled, the expression did not reach his eyes. While the others might be deceived, he could not be. "Uncle Jiang, are you familiar with ability users?" Qin Yang inquired. Jiang Wanqing appeared momentarily taken aback. "I know a little. Tang Yin has visited you. Did she mention this?" Qin Yang shook his head. "Uncle Jiang, you were pondering something during the meal, were you not?" Jiang Wanqing narrowed his eyes. "Indeed, I did consider something. Your drinking capacity is remarkably impressive. At Muxue's company annual meeting, although you consumed quite a bit, you must have remained quite lucid." Qin Yang responded, "Uncle Jiang, even if your tolerance is commendable, would you not consider feigning drunkenness in such a situation?" Jiang Wanqing paused. Qin Yang cleared his throat lightly. "Uncle Jiang, I was merely jesting. I was quite inebriated at that time." Jiang Wanqing furrowed his brow and said, "Xiao Qin, I require an explanation. Do not tell me that your alcohol tolerance has surged recently." "Uncle Jiang, you are correct," Qin Yang replied earnestly. "Indeed, my capacity for alcohol has dramatically increased." The corner of Jiang Wanqing's mouth twitched. "Do you remember my first question?" Jiang Wanqing inquired. "Did you ask me if I know about ability users?" "Xiao Qin, are you an ability user?" Qin Yang chuckled. "Uncle Jiang, the world is truly remarkable. I was once merely renting a modest room, laboring diligently for a meager salary of 4,000 to 5,000 each month. However, after marrying Muxue, I acquired special abilities, and my tolerance for alcohol also improved." Jiang Wanqing gazed intently at Qin Yang. "Xiao Qin, could you possibly demonstrate your abilities?" Qin Yang retrieved his phone from his pocket. Under the control of his mental power, the phone levitated into the air. Jiang Wanqing stared in astonishment at the floating device. Qin Yang maneuvered the phone in circles around him. "Uncle Jiang, I assure you, I was genuinely intoxicated before. My strength has only recently enhanced." Jiang Wanqing nodded slightly. "I believe you. If you had possessed such abilities earlier, you would have already amassed a fortune." Qin Yang continued, "Uncle Jiang, Muxue's condition has improved because I have been communicating with her mentally every day." Jiang Wanqing's eyes brightened with excitement. "You can communicate with Muxue?" Qin Yang affirmed. "Currently, it is a one-sided communication. Muxue can receive some information I transmit, but her mental power is too weak to respond. However, under the stimulation of my mental power, her strength is gradually recovering." Jiang Wanqing took a deep breath. "That's wonderful. It seems that your marriage was indeed a wise choice." Qin Yang added, "Uncle Jiang, you must help me keep this a secret. My abilities have only just awakened, and I am still growing. I do not wish for the outside world to know that I am an ability user." "Yes," Jiang Wanqing nodded. "Rest assured, I will certainly keep your secret. I won't even mention it to Aunt Liang." At this point, Jiang Wanqing's expression grew serious. "Xiao Qin, since you have become an ability user, there is something I wish to ask you. Do you think that Muxue's fall could possibly have been the work of an ability user acting in the shadows? Qin Yang pondered for a moment. There is a possibility. It is not difficult for a powerful ability user to manipulate events covertly. Jiang Muxue took a deep breath. He had long harbored such suspicions, but he lacked any evidence. Xiao Qin, I would like to entrust you with a task. If your abilities grow stronger in the future, please uncover the identity of the mastermind behind this. Jiang Muxue stated solemnly. Qin Yang nodded. Uncle Jiang, I will investigate. Even if you do not mention it. For Muxue's safety, I will ensure the truth is revealed. If Muxue awakens, the perpetrator may strike again. Jiang Muxue's expression changed slightly. Xiao Qin, let us not dwell on that. Choose whichever vehicle you desire from these. They are all yours. Qin Yang surveyed the array of cars, the cheaper ones costing several million, while the more expensive ones reached tens of millions. Uncle Jiang, may I examine them all? Of course. Qin Yang took his time admiring each vehicle. Ultimately, he paused in front of a Porsche 918. Uncle Jiang, if you are willing, I will select this one, Qin Yang said with a smile. Although the Porsche 918 was not the most practical for daily use, it was comparatively suitable among the others. Jiang Muxue replied, Xiao Qin, I would certainly not be opposed. But such a supercar is not meant for just anyone to drive. You have not driven since obtaining your license. Are you capable of handling it? Qin Yang chuckled. Uncle Jiang, I was certainly not capable before. However, my mental power now surpasses that of an ordinary person, with a bit of adaptation. I should be able to drive it normally. Jiang Muxue nodded. Very well, then this car is yours. Since you have been drinking today, you cannot drive. I will have someone else take it back for you. All right. Not long after, the Porsche 918 was driven away, with Qin Yang seated in the passenger seat and Jiang Muxue's driver at the wheel. Qin Hai and Qin Ping occupied the Rolls-Royce they had arrived in. About half an hour later, they returned. Son, that car is not inexpensive, is it? Qin Hai inquired, surveying the Porsche 918 in the garage. Qin Yang smiled. I looked it up on the way. It should be around 16 million, which is considered mid-range among Uncle Jiang's vehicles. Dad, Uncle Jiang is now aware of my mental abilities. Qin Hai nodded slightly. They are good people. There is no need to conceal anything from them. However, it is best not to inform anyone else. Understood. Qin Yang had initially planned to keep this from Jiang Muxue and the others, but it was unavoidable since Jiang Muxue had noticed the anomaly. Mom and Dad, you should take a shower and go to bed early. I will go check on Muxue. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Muxue's room on the upper floor. Jiang Muxue lay there quietly, resembling a sleeping beauty. Muxue, I've entered your chamber. I even lay on your delicate bed for a while. Qin Yang took her hand and transmitted a message. Emotional value 15. Just resting on your bed, and you're so excited? I have slept on your person as well. Emotional value 17. Muxue, I drank today, so I will refrain from kissing you. Instead, I shall give you a massage. Soon, Qin Yang began to provide Jiang Muxue with a gentle massage. Emotional value 14. Emotional value 12. Chapter 20 Everyone, this is Qin Yang. Time passed swiftly, and morning arrived. Mom and Dad, did you sleep well? While enjoying breakfast prepared by the housekeeper, Qin Yang inquired. Qin Ping replied, your father drank and slept very soundly. I was somewhat unaccustomed and took longer to fall asleep. Son, your father and I have discussed it, and we should return as soon as possible. What? Qin Yang frowned. Mom, why the rush? You finally came out. Stay here a few more days. Qin Hai explained. We are considering that if Muxue awakens and your relationship is strong, marriage may be in the cards. Our family still lives in the old house, and we need to expedite the construction of a new one. Dad, aren't you concerned about me returning that 5 million? Qin Yang chuckled lightly. Qin Hai replied, you can repay it once you have more money. However, you never know when you will earn a significant amount. And you and Muxue might be married in about 6 months. The house needs to be built promptly. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Dad, our house does need to be rebuilt. Since we are rebuilding, do not be stingy with the expenses. I will transfer 3 million to you, 1 million for the structure and 2 million for renovations. Qin Ping was taken aback. Son, spending so much. Don't spend all your money. What if you cannot earn that 3 million back? Qin Yang reassured her. I possess a system that ensures my success. If I cannot earn this much, I might as well collide with a block of tofu. Mom, rest assured, I am currently in a period of rapid power enhancement. I do not wish to work excessively hard, but if I desire to earn, it is exceedingly simple. Qin Yang continued, do not rush back. You have made the trip, and you should at least enjoy a couple of days here. Otherwise, when you return to the village, people will undoubtedly gossip. All right, Qin Ping nodded. Dad, you brought your bank card, didn't you? Send me the card number, and I will go to the bank later to give you the money. Yes. After finishing breakfast, Qin Yang headed to the bank. He had initially thought that transferring a large sum would be quite a hassle, but to his surprise, since the card belonged to Jiang Muxue, it was remarkably effortless. Qin Yang swiftly transferred 3 million, to Qin Hai's bank account. Additionally, he transferred 1 million to his own card from the remaining 2 million. The bank card was Jiang Muxue's, so there was no need to return it to Jiang Wanqing and the others. Yet using Jiang Muxue's bank card was somewhat inconvenient. "Dad, did you receive the text notification?" Qin Yang inquired upon returning home. Qin Hai nodded. He felt a bit dazed upon seeing the bank message, let alone 3 million. He had never even possessed 30,000 in his bank account. "Mom and Dad, the family dinner is in the evening. How about I take you to see some sights in Haicheng during the day?" Qin Yang suggested with a smile. Qin Hai shook his head. "There's no need for you to take us around. Your mother and I can explore some sights on our own. You should stay home with Muxue and provide her with timely treatment." "Are you sure?" Qin Yang asked. Shen Ping added, "Although we still have a nanny at home, it's not ideal to leave Muxue alone while we're out. Besides, you have things to attend to in the evening. You might need to start preparing for that in the afternoon." Qin Yang nodded slightly. "Then it shall be as you say. Mom and Dad, don't hesitate to spend money. With the funds available, your experience will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced." Just then, Qin Yang's phone chimed. It was a call from Liang Lan. "Xiao Qin, I've found a wonderful tour guide for you. She can show you around Haicheng. The guide should be arriving shortly." While the call was still ongoing, Qin Yang noticed a car arriving outside. "Thank you, Aunt Liang." Liang Lan replied, "You're welcome. There's no need to be so polite. I've been quite busy today, otherwise I would have accompanied your parents myself, as I'm quite familiar with this area. Let's leave it at that. Goodbye." After hanging up, Qin Yang stepped outside. Liang Lan had not only arranged for a guide, but also a driver. Qin Hai and Shen Ping soon got into the car and set off. With a guide and a driver, Qin Yang felt completely at ease. Ascending to the upper floor, Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Muxue's room. "Muxue, your parents wish to introduce me to some relatives today. Our marital relationship will be made public. Emotional value 15. Your grandfather, uncle, and second uncle will all be present. It's likely that your cousins will also attend. The gathering is expected to be quite lively. Do you think there will be any altercations?" Emotional value 13. Qin Yang conversed with Jiang Muxue, who remained silent, but continuously provided emotional value. 5 minutes passed, and Jiang Muxue's emotional energy was depleted. "System, what is my current emotional value?" Qin Yang inquired in his mind. "Host, your current emotional value is 408. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Gaining 300 emotional points daily posed no challenge, and by the day after tomorrow, his emotional value would reach 1,000 points. He wondered what kind of rewards he might draw then. Gradually, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Ding ding. Jiang Wanqing called. "Xiao Qin, I've sent you the location. It's at our family hotel. Please arrive early." "Okay, I'm on my way," Qin Yang replied. Virum. Pulling out in the Porsche 918, Qin Yang quickly departed. While riding in a supercar was not particularly comfortable, the thrill of driving it was exhilarating. Half an hour later, Qin Yang arrived at the destination. Along the way, he sensed numerous envious glances directed at him, filling him with emotional value. Unfortunately, the system could not register their emotional points. After parking, he ascended to the top floor. "Mr. Qin, please come in." 2 attendants opened the door at the entrance of the private room. "Thank you." Qin Yang straightened his attire as he entered the room. Although it was still early, a dozen people had already gathered inside. Upon his arrival, everyone turned to face him. "Uncle Jiang." Qin Yang approached Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing nodded, smiling as he said, "Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Qin Yang." Muxue is still unconscious, so Xiao Qin hasn't changed how he addresses her yet. "Xiao Qin. This is Director Huang from the Public Security Bureau. This is Mr. Wang from Hongyu Group, and this is Mr. Lin from Lin Group." Jiang Wanqing introduced Qin Yang one by one. The relatives had not yet arrived, so the early attendees were all local friends of Jiang Wanqing. Each of them held significant status. Director Huang, Mr. Wang, Mr. Lin. As Jiang Wanqing continued to introduce Qin Yang, he remembered each individual with remarkable clarity due to his keen mental acuity. What a handsome young man. Xiao Qin seems quite compatible with Muxue. "Uncle Jiang, I must speak honestly. With Xiao Qin's striking appearance, it is entirely reasonable for Muxue to be dating him. Your opposition has forced them to keep their relationship secret." Laughter erupted from the crowd. "Previously, we firmly opposed it. After all, she is our only precious daughter, and naturally, we hoped for her to marry well. Now, we have come to understand that as long as she is safe and healthy, that is sufficient. We only wish for Muxue to awaken soon." "Uncle Jiang, Muxue will wake up," Qin Yang reassured him. Jiang Wanqing nodded. "I firmly believe that too." Chapter 21. "So, you must be our brother-in-law, right?" Not long after Qin Yang's arrival, a few young men entered, including Jiang Muxue's 3 cousins. "Hello, you must be our brother-in-law." Qin Yang, the tallest among them, Jiang Haolong, extended his hand. "I am Qin Yang," he replied, grasping the offered hand. Almost immediately, Qin Yang sensed a powerful grip. The other party was not genuinely interested in a handshake. Rather, he sought to assert dominance. Qin Yang smiled faintly, applying equal pressure with his right hand. Confident that with a constitution of 16 points, he would outmatch anyone who was not a martial artist. Jiang Haolong narrowed his eyes. Qin Yang dared to resist? Initially, Jiang Haolong had not exerted his full strength, but now, sensing Qin Yang's defiance, he quickly applied all his might. Qin Yang also escalated his pressure swiftly. Jiang Haolong's expression shifted. Although he was not a martial artist, he had trained in martial arts, and typically, other strength would be considerably weaker than his. To his astonishment, Qin Yang's grip was on par with his own. "Cousin, I didn't expect you to arrive so early," Qin Yang remarked with a broad smile, continuing to increase the pressure. Jiang Haolong replied, "I know our third uncle has extensive connections, so we came early to engage with some elders and learn from them." His demeanor began to falter. Qin Yang's grip was now like an iron vice, firmly crushing his hand. "Cousin, your diligence is commendable. I ought to learn from you." Qin Yang smiled. He intensified his grip further. Jiang Haolong felt as though his hand was on the verge of being crushed. "Brother-in-law, let us learn from each other." Pain flickered in Jiang Haolong's eyes. "All right," Qin Yang nodded cheerfully. Finally, he released Jiang Haolong's hand, which he discreetly withdrew behind him, trembling. He could feel that had Qin Yang applied just a bit more pressure, his hand might have been shattered. This rascal possesses astonishing strength. A flicker of apprehension crossed Jiang Haolong's gaze. "Second cousin, third cousin, let us shake hands as well." Qin Yang smiled at the other two cousins. "Ahem. It is sufficient for us to have our esteemed cousin represent us. With so many individuals present, it would be rather cumbersome to shake hands with each one individually," remarked Jiang Muxue's second cousin, Jiang Haohu. He was well aware of his elder brother's considerable strength, and during the handshake with Qin Yang, it was surprisingly his brother who bore the brunt rather than Qin Yang. Wasn't it simply self-defeating for them to go up there? "Qin Yang, how do you fare in calligraphy?" inquired Jiang Muxue's third cousin, Jiang Haoran. He held a bag containing brushes, ink, paper, and an inkstone. As he had quite the proficiency in calligraphy, having won a first prize at the municipal level. "Calligraphy? It's passable," replied Qin Yang. In truth, he had no prior knowledge of the art. However, he had since acquired a B-level skill in calligraphy, a level that normally requires 2 to 3 decades of practice for an ordinary person to attain. Reaching a B-level standard necessitates both talent and diligence, and it is preferable to receive guidance from a master frequently. "Qin Yang, you are being modest. When you say it's passable, it surely indicates your skill is formidable. Shall we engage in a bit of exchange over there? Our third uncle is quite adept at calligraphy. We could solicit his guidance," Jiang Haoran suggested with a beaming smile. Their sole purpose for today was to embarrass Qin Yang and make him feel inadequate. They understood that confronting Qin Yang directly in front of the numerous guests invited by Jiang Wancheng would not be wise. "Ahem, Haoran. We can defer the guidance for another time. There are many guests today, and I fear we may not have the time," Jiang Wancheng said, casting a discreet glance at Qin Yang. "Third uncle, please do not mind us. We shall engage in our own writing and later invite grandfather to critique our work." Jiang Haolong chimed in cheerfully. Having felt the sting of embarrassment from the earlier handshake with Qin Yang, Jiang Haoran was keen to reclaim some dignity. Knowing full well Jiang Haolong's calligraphy skills were also commendable. "Third uncle, we shall not disturb you," Jiang Haohu added. "Jiang Zong, it is still quite early." "Let them write," Mr. Wang from Hongyu Group said with a smile. Jiang Wancheng hesitated. In his estimation, Qin Yang could not possibly match Jiang Haoran and the others. His father had a penchant for calligraphy, and they had all studied it. Jiang Haoran was particularly skilled, while Jiang Haolong and the others were also quite proficient. "Uncle Jiang, we are merely writing for fun," Qin Yang said with a smile. "Very well then," Jiang Wancheng nodded. As long as Qin Yang did not write too poorly, it would not pose much of an issue. After all, most of the individuals present had mediocre calligraphy skills at best. Qin Yang followed Jiang Haolong and the others to a table. Jiang Haoran set out the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone he had brought. He inquired, "Eldest brother, shall you go first? Second brother second, and I third, with the brother-in-law fourth? How does that sound?" Jiang Haolong shook his hand, still feeling the ache. "Typically, I would be the first, but today the spotlight is on the brother-in-law. Let him go first. As for us, we can go in any order that pleases us." Jiang Haolong replied. Jiang Haohu chuckled. "Shall we add a little wager? The one who writes the worst must drink 3 cups of wine afterward. Small cups will suffice." "Agreed." Jiang Haolong, Jiang Haoran, and the others readily concurred. "Brother-in-law, do you have any objections?" Jiang Haohu inquired, directing the gaze of the group towards Qin Yang. "That sounds fine," Qin Yang replied with a smile. What did he have to fear, even if he had to drink? Even if his alcohol tolerance remained unchanged, he possessed the system's space. With hundreds of cubic units at his disposal, who could outdrink him? Any wine he consumed would be directly absorbed into the system's space. "Brother-in-law," Here, Jiang Haoran cheerfully handed the brush to Qin Yang. Jiang Wansheng and a few others also gathered around. What do you usually write? Qin Yang asked. We typically write a poem. If you find that too much, writing a line or two will suffice. If you feel that is too little, a longer piece is also acceptable, Jiang Haoran explained. Qin Yang nodded, dipped the brush in ink, and began to write. With anger surging, I lean against the railing as the rain patters down. Raising my gaze, I let out a long howl to the heavens, my spirit ablaze with ambition. 30 years of fame, nothing but dust and earth. Qin Yang wrote fluidly, each character exuding strength and grace, his B-level calligraphy already impressive. To reach an A-level would likely place him among the top 10 in the nation. At his current level, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 10 in the province. While Jiang Haoran had won a first prize in the city, that was merely in comparison to a few participating youths. Qin Yang's ranking among the top 10 was a distinction that encompassed all individuals in the province. The merit of such an achievement was simply incomparable. Soon, Qin Yang completed his work with an air of ease. Little Qin, your writing is remarkable, Jiang Zong exclaimed. Your calligraphy is quite commendable, but I dare say little Qin's skill may rival yours, the onlookers marveled. Each of these individuals held considerable status, and even if they were not proficient themselves, they possessed an appreciation for the art. Jiang Wancheng gazed at Qin Yang in astonishment, never expecting such a delightful surprise from him. My writing pales in comparison to little Qin's. I never anticipated that his calligraphy would be so exceptional. Jiang Wancheng expressed an admiration. Qin Yang chuckled, Uncle Jiang, you flatter me. Eldest cousin, who shall go next? Jiang Haolong and the others felt the weight of their impending turn. With such brilliance before us, we shall find it difficult to match, they thought. Chapter 22. The opposition of grandfather Jiang Muxue. Jiang Haoran felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had brought the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone to the banquet in hopes of suppressing Qin Yang and seeking a moment of glory for himself. Yet he never anticipated Qin Yang would deliver such a stunning blow. What was he to do now? To concede outright would be utterly humiliating. If he attempted to write, he would merely serve as a backdrop to Qin Yang's brilliance. Haoran, you shall go first, Jiang Haolong suggested, looking towards Jiang Haoran. Among them, Jiang Haoran's skill was slightly superior, making his calligraphy a tad closer to Qin Yang's level. All right, Jiang Haoran nodded, bracing himself. Qin Yang smiled as he handed the brush to Jiang Haoran. Third cousin, since you brought these materials, I assume your skill is quite high. I shall earnestly learn from you, he said. Jiang Haoran felt a pang of irritation at Qin Yang's words, yet he found himself unable to retort. It was clear to all that he had brought these items with the intent to undermine Qin Yang, and now Qin Yang's subtle mockery felt entirely justified. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Haoran began to write. His characters were indeed quite good, but with Qin Yang's calligraphy as a benchmark, it became evident to the surrounding onlookers that there was a significant disparity in their skills. Soon, Jiang Haoran completed his writing. In the past, he would have opted for a lengthy poem to extend his moment in the spotlight, but this time, he had chosen a shorter piece. Haoran, your calligraphy is quite impressive, some onlookers complimented. In the past, such praise would have delighted Jiang Haoran, but now it felt like a stinging rebuke. Eldest cousin, it is your turn, he urged, looking towards Jiang Haolong and the others. Jiang Haolong and his companions could only grit their teeth and begin writing. Their calligraphy was notably superior to that of the average person, yet it paled in comparison to Jiang Haoran's, let alone to Qin Yang's. Particularly, Jiang Haolong, whose hands still throbbed from their earlier contest of strength, conceded, I lost. With a deep breath, he acknowledged his defeat. Qin Yang, I never imagined your calligraphy would be so exceptional, so subtly concealed. It's no wonder you have captured the heart of Muxue. Jiang Haolong gazed at Qin Yang, and the expressions of those around them shifted. They discerned the implication behind Jiang Haolong's words, that he insinuated Qin Yang harbored ulterior motives, perhaps deliberately approaching Jiang Muxue with designs on the Jiang family. Feigning ignorance, Jiang Haohu inquired, brother-in-law, with your remarkable calligraphy skills, why not leverage it for profit? You only draw a meager sum at my sister's company. Qin Yang chuckled softly, cousin, your business acumen is commendable. However, if I were to monetize this talent, I fear I might not reach such heights. The crowd pondered his words. One individual remarked, young Qin is indeed correct. A singular focus is essential for achieving greater mastery. If calligraphy becomes tainted by the pursuit of wealth, it inevitably carries a scent of materialism. Jiang Haohu turned his gaze toward the speaker, hesitant to retort. Though lacking the wealth of Jiang Wanqing, the speaker possessed assets in the hundreds of billions and held significant influence in political circles, an individual far beyond Jiang Haohu's capacity to offend. Young Qin, allow me to introduce you to our new guests, Jiang Wanqing interjected with a smile, redirecting the conversation. A number of guests of considerable stature had arrived, some from powerful business families, others prominent figures in the political arena, and a few hailing from esteemed martial arts clans. Qin Yang noticed 4 martial artists among them. 2 possessed rather mediocre skills, inferior even to Tang Yin, while 1 was slightly more formidable. The most impressive was a middle-aged man in his 50s, exuding a palpable aura of threat. From close proximity, Qin Yang sensed a formidable danger emanating from him. If they were to engage in close combat unprepared, Qin Yang believed he would surely perish. Yet, given a slight distance, he was confident that in a life-and-death struggle, it would be his adversary who would meet their demise. He still held a significant advantage in overall strength, though his close combat capabilities lagged far behind. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open once more, and Liang Lan entered, supporting an elderly man. Qin Yang recognized him from photographs. He was Jiang Muxue's grandfather. Surprised, Qin Yang felt a strong mental wave emanating from the elder. Although Jiang Muxue's grandfather's psychic power was considerably weaker than his own, it seemed to reach a B-level intensity. Qin Yang mused inwardly, surprised to discover that Muxue's grandfather possessed supernatural abilities, though he was uncertain in which domain. Greetings, Elder Jiang. Greetings, Dr. Jiang. The crowd respectfully bowed. Dr. Jiang? Qin Yang contemplated, pondering whether the elder's abilities were related to healing. Father, allow me to introduce Qin Yang. Young Qin's calligraphy is exceptional. He surpasses Howren, Jiang Wanqing said as he stepped forward. Naturally, Qin Yang followed suit. Hello, Elder Jiang, he said, bowing respectfully. Jiang Wanqing's father, Jiang Xinghua, spoke in a low voice. Third brother, I do not approve of Qin Yang and Muxue's union. If Muxue awakens, I have other plans for her marriage. Arrange for them to divorce. Jiang Haolong and the others felt a surge of joy at this declaration. Liang Lan interjected, Father, my husband and I previously opposed this marriage, but we intend to respect Muxue's wishes. She has been in this state for nearly half a year, and we will not orchestrate a divorce for her and young Qin. Jiang Xinghua shook off Liang Lan's support. Cough, cough. He erupted into a fit of severe coughing. Qin Yang sensed something amiss with his mental energy. It seemed Jiang Xinghua had improperly utilized his abilities, resulting in a disturbance in his psychic power, which was affecting his physical condition. Jiang Xinghua was not yet 80. Many elderly individuals at this age remained robust. Yet, his condition appeared far from favorable. What do you have to say, Qin Yang? The head of the Jiang family does not approve of your union. A middle-aged man behind Jiang Xinghua spoke in a solemn tone. Qin Yang recognized him as Jiang Wanqing's second uncle, Jiang Wanchuan. Jiang Wanqing's brothers were Jiang Wanyue, Jiang Wanchuan, and Jiang Wanqing himself. Qin Yang replied calmly, according to marriage law, as long as I do not consent, even if Uncle Jiang and Aunt Liang are Muxue's parents, they cannot compel me to divorce her. Does the Jiang family's code supersede national law? Jiang Wanchuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Jiang Xinghua chuckled, not bad. You have not easily surrendered Muxue despite the pressure. You have passed this first test. However, young Qin, securing Muxue's hand will not be so simple. A collective sigh of relief washed over many in attendance. Elder Jiang, your acting skills are truly remarkable. You had us all fooled, thinking you were serious, someone remarked. Indeed. Elder Jiang, your performance was commendable, others chimed in, the previously tense atmosphere now transformed into one of levity. Elder Jiang, I will strive to prove myself. Qin Yang stated earnestly. Internally, he shook his head. Jiang Xinghua had merely feigned his stance. His mental fortitude was formidable, and Qin Yang could sense that the elder indeed wished to forcibly separate them, yet he had managed to hold back for the sake of the Jiang family's reputation. Chapter 23. I am abundant. You are free to choose. Jiang Wanqing cast a deep glance at his father. While others may not realize it, he understood that his father was not one to easily alter his convictions. Moreover, he had been staunchly opposed to the union in private discussions prior. Ladies and gentlemen, Jiang Wanqing clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the gathering. I am pleased to introduce this handsome young man beside me, Qin Yang, Muxue's husband. Young Qin and Muxue are officially married. He is now my son-in-law, and I hope that all of you, friends and family alike, will extend your kindness towards him. Liang Lan also stepped forward, stating, in the past, we opposed their union, but having spent time together, we find young Qin to be quite commendable. Both my husband and I wholeheartedly approve of him as our son-in-law. While Muxue's wedding has yet to occur, today we gather to introduce young Qin to everyone. After her words, she beckoned Qin Yang to her side. Young Qin, my husband and I often travel for work, so now that you are married to Muxue, you must take good care of her, Liang Lan said with a warm smile. Qin Yang nodded. Aunt Liang, rest assured. To all of Muxue's relatives and friends, I will ensure her well-being and will not allow her to suffer any further harm. As he spoke, Qin Yang keenly observed the expressions of Jiang Wanyue and others. sensing a hint of unease from two individuals, one being Jiang Muxue and the other his wife. Could they be scheming in the shadows? Qin Yang pondered, recognizing the likelihood of such a possibility. Jiang Muxue was the eldest among Jiang Wanqing's brothers, and he had two sons, Jiang Haolong and Jiang Haohu. His assets are still the least among the three brothers, although he possesses tens of millions, which is substantial compared to the average person. Jiang Wanquan has 300 to 500 million, and the youngest brother, Jiang Wanqing, boasts a staggering 100 billion in assets. Among the three siblings, he, as the eldest, is the most financially disadvantaged. It is quite natural for him to feel a sense of imbalance. Of course, all of this remains mere speculation, without concrete evidence. Qin Yang would certainly refrain from disclosing this to Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing himself might harbor doubts, though he need not express them. Everyone, please take your seats. Jiang Wanqing cheerfully beckoned. The guests promptly settled in. Qin Yang joined the younger crowd, sitting alongside Jiang Haolong and others, as the food and drinks were served. Jiang Haolong poured himself a glass of liquor and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, since I lost the calligraphy contest, according to our prior agreement, I must drink 3 taels of liquor. A man of honor must keep his word. I shall drink first." With that, he poured 150 milliliters of white liquor into a cup and gulped it down in one go. Bravo! Brother Haolong has a hearty capacity. The crowd cheered in unison. After downing 3 taels of liquor, Jiang Haolong remained unfazed. "Everyone, don't look at me. Have you forgotten? Today, it is the brother-in-law who is the main character. We should toast to him more. Indeed, brother-in-law, we must raise a few more glasses today." Jiang Haohu and Jiang Haoran chimed in. They were quite displeased with Qin Yang, as Jiang Haolong had suffered a minor setback during the calligraphy contest, where they were all outperformed by Qin Yang. Drinking was their opportunity to regain face. Surely, they couldn't allow themselves to be outdrunk by Qin Yang. "Dear friends and family, thank you for being here to support us. My wife and I would like to raise a glass to express our gratitude." Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan stood up, and after finishing their drinks, applause erupted among the guests. With a smile, Jiang Wanqing continued, "Dear friends, those present are not outsiders. From now on, please feel free to enjoy yourselves. There are no rules today. Simply eat and drink to your heart's content." The atmosphere in the private room quickly became lively. "Brother-in-law, shall we start with a drink together? After this, you'll probably have to toast at the other tables," Jiang Haolong said with a grin. There were a total of 10 tables. 1 toast at each table would amount to half a jin. They were using small 5-coin cups. "All right," Qin Yang nodded, secretly amused. If Jiang Haolong and the others attempted to force him to drink, they would likely find themselves incapacitated by the end of the night. Cheers. They quickly raised their glasses for a toast. "Brother-in-law, it's time for you to showcase your talents. Everyone is here for you. You must toast to us," Jiang Haoran said with a laugh. Qin Yang nodded slightly, acknowledging the expectation. He soon approached Jiang Wanqing's table, raising his glass. "To Elder Jiang, Uncle Jiang, Aunt Liang. Uncle, and second uncle, I raise my glass to you." After finishing the drink, he moved on to toast the other tables. Within 10 minutes, he had toasted at every table, consuming the liquor without any trickery. He drank it all honestly. A total of half a jin posed no challenge for him. "Brother-in-law, I toast to you. You have quite a capacity for liquor. I'll raise another glass to you." Just as he returned from toasting, Jiang Haolong and the others began to approach him one by one, insisting on toasting. Qin Yang welcomed them all. As the liquor reached his lips, it was stored in his system space, gradually enhancing his strength. The system space now held over 500 cubic centimeters, with all the liquor collecting in a small corner. "Little Qin, take it easy," Liang Lan cautioned, arriving by Qin Yang's side. "Aunt, please rest assured. We won't pressure the brother-in-law if he cannot drink anymore," she added, nodding. Seeing Qin Yang in good spirits, she chose not to say more. Time passed steadily. Guests at other tables also approached Qin Yang for toasts. Over the course of an hour, he had consumed at least 3 jin of white liquor. Jiang Haolong and his companions began to question their life choices. While they were on the verge of inebriation, Qin Yang appeared unaffected. Even when he went to the restroom, someone accompanied him. Jiang Haolong and the others were certain that Qin Yang had not been surreptitiously spitting out the liquor. "Brother-in-law, shall we switch to larger glasses? These small cups don't do justice to the drinking experience," Jiang Haoran suggested. "Yes, larger glasses would be preferable. Let us all switch." Jiang Haolong and the others quickly concurred. Qin Yang waved over a waiter, who promptly arrived at his side. "Mr. Qin, how may I assist you? Could you please bring us 8 large beer glasses?" "Certainly." The waiter soon returned with the requested glasses. "Brother-in-law, we're merely switching glasses, not changing to beer," Jiang Haoran clarified. Qin Yang nodded. "I never said we were switching to beer." With that, he poured himself a substantial glass of white liquor. Jiang Haolong and the others felt a pang of anxiety, but since they were the ones who proposed the larger glasses, they couldn't back down. Soon, Each of them filled their glasses with white liquor, each containing at least half a gene. Everyone, let us raise a toast, Qin Yang declared, lifting his glass and downing it in one go. As the liquor entered his mouth, it rapidly transferred to his system space. The sight left Jiang Haolong and the others dumbfounded. Cousin, you all should drink up. Qin Yang feigned drunkenness, slurring his words. Jiang Haolong and the others exchanged glances. Resolute in their decision to compete, they began to drink, determined to see if they could outlast Qin Yang. Chapter 24. Liang Lan noticed something amiss. After Jiang Haolong and the others finished their glass, their expressions turned grim. Some hurried to grab food, while others immediately headed for the restroom. Although they might manage to drink half a gene slowly, downing it in one go proved too overwhelming. Cousin, you are the eldest at this table. I toast to you. Gulping, Qin Yang boldly challenged Jiang Haolong. Jiang Haolong, though accustomed to liquor, was beginning to feel nauseous. Cousin, if you can't handle it anymore, we can call it a day. He too was nearing his limit. After finishing, Jiang Haolong gritted his teeth and filled his glass again. Qin Yang had likely consumed 4 gene by now, while he had only managed about 2. Gulp. Jiang Haolong held his breath and downed the drink. I need to use the restroom, he said hurriedly after finishing, stumbling towards the facilities. Qin Yang quickly refilled his glass and turned to Jiang Haohu. Second cousin, this glass is for you. Wait, Jiang Haoran interjected, taking a sniff of Qin Yang's drink. Qin Yang smiled. Third cousin, does it smell like liquor? Yes. Jiang Haoran nodded. Gulp. Qin Yang promptly finished another glass. Jiang Haohu hesitated, not pouring himself another drink. Qin Yang took a bottle and poured half of it into his glass. Second cousin, care to join? Remember, if you don't drink, we're done for today. Just drink to your fill, no need to force it. Qin Yang smiled. Jiang Haohu gritted his teeth and began to drink, determined to prove that he could withstand the challenge posed by Qin Yang. As the wine slipped down his throat, Jiang Haohu seemed to catch a glimpse of his grandmother. He hastily rose to make his way to the restroom. Cousin, are you still drinking? Speak up, Qin Yang said, casting a smile at Jiang Haoran. Jiang Haoran, whose tolerance was inferior to that of Jiang Haohu and the others, had already made 2 trips to the restroom to purge himself. At this moment, upon meeting Qin Yang's gaze, a flicker of trepidation crossed his eyes. He conceded. If he continued drinking, he feared he would end up in the hospital. Let us call it a day. We'll save the drinking for another time, Jiang Haoran admitted, surrendering. At that moment, Jiang Haolong returned from the restroom and, noticing Jiang Haoran's defeat, felt both relieved and dejected. Qin Yang's capacity for alcohol was nothing short of monstrous. After consuming 4 to 5 gene of liquor, Qin Yang appeared unfazed. They considered themselves capable drinkers, yet they were singularly overpowered by Qin Yang. Is anyone else keen to drink? Qin Yang's gaze swept across the table. One by one, Jiang Haoran and his companions fell silent. Even Jiang Haolong, who had just returned, kept his mouth shut. Qin Yang chuckled lightly. You all seem to be lacking, he remarked, as he savored his meal and continued to sip his drink. Jiang Haolong and the others, normally, they would retort if someone questioned their capacity, but now, they felt utterly devoid of confidence. They had each consumed at least 2.5 gene, with some having downed 1 or 2 gene, far exceeding their usual limits. Even though they had all vomited, they still felt exceedingly uncomfortable. Damn, this guy must be a monster, Jiang Haolong thought to himself. Qin Yang had already imbibed 4 to 5 gene of potent liquor, and they were aware that he hadn't expelled any during his restroom visits. Little did they know, the majority of Qin Yang's alcohol had been absorbed into his system space. He had only consumed half a gene at the outset. Given his current physique and formidable mental strength, half a gene of liquor was merely a trifle for him. The rest of the table had also nearly finished their drinks. Soon enough, the meal concluded, and everyone began to depart. Xiaoqin, are you all right? Jiang Wanqing inquired as he approached Qin Yang, aware of his impressive drinking capacity, but concerned about the amount he had consumed. I'm fine, Qin Yang replied, shaking his head. Jiang Wanqing nodded. That is good to hear. You shouldn't drive after drinking. I'll have someone take you home. All right, Qin Yang affirmed. He and Jiang Haolong made their way to the parking lot. Upon seeing Qin Yang enter a Porsche 918, Jiang Haolong's expression darkened further. He recognized it as one of Jiang Wanqing's prized possessions, now being lent to Qin Yang. Their family's total assets barely amounted to 40 to 50 million, while this car alone was worth over 10 million. After more than half an hour, Qin Yang returned home. It was still early, and his parents were out touring with their guide. He headed to Jiang Muxue's room, eager to harvest her emotional value. Muxue, your dear husband has returned. Emotional value, 5. Your parents have already introduced me to their relatives and friends, claiming we have been in love for ages. Emotional value, 11. Muxue, that's how they must introduce us. Without such an introduction, we couldn't even obtain a marriage certificate. If your parents disapprove of our love, we would have to carry on secretly. turning raw rice into cooked rice. Emotional value. 13. Qin Yang engaged in a leisurely conversation with Jiang Muxue, finding amusement in teasing her daily. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan had also returned home. Dear, my father was a bit excessive today. Don't take it to heart. He can be rather stubborn. Jiang Wanqing remarked, noticing Liang Lan's somber demeanor. It's not that, Liang Lan responded. I know very well what kind of temperament my father has. Jiang Wanqing, puzzled, asked, then why are you unhappy? Liang Lan fell silent. Dear, if something's bothering you, please share. I've had quite a bit to drink and genuinely cannot decipher your thoughts. Jiang Wanqing said, rubbing his forehead. He hadn't gotten drunk, but he had indeed consumed a fair amount. Liang Lan sighed, I'm not unhappy. It's fine. You should go take a shower and get some rest. Suddenly, Jiang Wanqing thought of something. Did you notice that Xiao Qin has an extraordinary capacity for alcohol? Liang Lan nodded slightly. She murmured, he drank several gin without becoming inebriated. During the company's annual meeting, he barely had a quarter, and even with detoxification medicine. The effects shouldn't be this remarkable. Jiang Wanqing replied, Xiao Qin has mentioned this issue to me. Let me make a quick call to him. Soon. Jiang Wanqing dialed Qin Yang. Xiao Qin, your Aunt Liang has noticed your drinking ability. Uncle Jiang, you can tell Aunt Liang. It's fine if she knows. But please keep it from others, Qin Yang replied. All right, Jiang Wanqing said as he led Liang Lan to the study. Dear, what is going on? You two seem to be conversing in secrecy, Liang Lan inquired curiously. Jiang Wanqing explained. You know there are people with extraordinary abilities in this world. After Xiao Qin married Muxue, he has become one of them. His drinking capacity has significantly improved compared to before. Liang Lan stared at him in disbelief. Dear, are you certain? Jiang Wanqing nodded. I witnessed it myself. Xiao Qin made his phone float in front of me. Muxue's improved complexion is due to his abilities. Liang Lan asked in astonishment. Is Xiao Qin like Dad, possessing healing powers? Jiang Wanqing shook his head. It probably isn't. However, he must have awakened his abilities recently. If he had had powers earlier, he wouldn't be working a low-paying job at the company. Liang Lan nodded in agreement. That makes sense. She sighed in relief, hoping that Qin Yang wasn't pretending to be drunk just to engage with their daughter. Chapter 25. Xiao Qin, what is your ability? Lin family. Lin Xingde returned home. Dad, what happened? Lin Junyao asked anxiously. Did Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue get together? He assumed that someone from the countryside like Qin Yang would not have made a good impression at such a gathering. He had initially wanted to attend the dinner tonight, but Lin Xingde hadn't taken him along. Junyao, maintain your composure, Lin Xingde replied sternly. Lin Junyao took a deep breath. Dad, I've been waiting for so long. I'm anxious. What is the situation? Lin Xingde sat down. Qin Yang performed better than we anticipated, although Elder Jiang disapproved. He did not break apart Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue. Lin Junyao frowned. Dad, Qin Yang performed well? Lin Xingde nodded slightly. He did remarkably. You know Jiang Haoran's calligraphy is impressive, right? Yes, he tried to show off in front of me, Lin Junyao scoffed. Lin Xingde continued. Qin Yang's calligraphy surpasses his. Jiang Haoran attempted to make a name for himself, but ended up being schooled by Qin Yang in front of many witnesses. What? Lin Junyao could hardly believe it. Although he found Jiang Haoran's arrogance unbearable, he had to concede that his calligraphy was indeed commendable. The notion that Qin Yang's calligraphy was even better than Jiang Haoran's was astonishing. Dad, can you truly discern calligraphy? Can Jiang Haoran accept defeat? Lin Xingde replied. The difference is not trivial. Even those who are not well versed in calligraphy can perceive the disparity. Experts have commented that they are not on the same level. Lin Juanyao's brow furrowed deeply. If Qin Yang excels, my chances diminish significantly. Dad, can Jiang Haoran endure this? If I were Jiang Haoran, I would have drowned Qin Yang during dinner, Lin Junyao remarked. Lin Xingde replied with irritation, then you would be in for a rough time. A few of them, including Jiang Haoran, conspired to get Qin Yang drunk, only to find themselves succumbing one by one to Qin Yang's prowess. He consumed 4 to 5 gin of white liquor as if it were nothing. Lin Junyao was taken aback. 4 to 5 gin? Dad, Qin Yang must have cheated and thrown up in the restroom, right? Lin Xingde shook his head. He certainly did not. He had someone accompany him to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Jiang Haoran and the others are likely all regretting their choices. You should avoid challenging him to a drinking contest in the future, Lin Junyao said. A twitch at the corner of his mouth. Dad, I'm not foolish. Lin Xingde continued. Jiang Muxue's parents support Qin Yang, unwavering even in the face of opposition from old man Jiang. If you take action now, you'll surely come away with nothing. Lin Junyao nodded in resignation. Time passed, and soon it was the following day. Qin Hai and Qin Ping had not yet returned. Qin Yang opened his phone and discovered photos sent by Qin Ping. They had taken a luxurious yacht out to sea last night. Mom, the sunrise at sea is stunning, Qin Yang messaged back to his mother. Soon, Qin Ping replied, Son, your dad is fishing and has already caught several sea fish. She quickly sent over a photo. Mom, I'm glad you're having fun, Qin Yang said, a faint smile gracing his face. After getting up and washing up, Qin Yang first went to Jiang Muxue's room. Muxue, here is a good morning kiss. He texted her before leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her lips. Emotional value 20. Emotional value 17. Within a minute, Jiang Muxue ceased to provide emotional value. And in that brief moment, Qin Yang accumulated 95 points of emotional value, almost exceeding 100 points in a single instance. Alas, if only Muxue were not in a vegetative state, the emotional value would surely be far greater. Qin Yang mused. However, if Jiang Muxue were not in such a condition, he would have no opportunity. Knock knock. A knock echoed at the door. Come in, Qin Yang called, assuming it was the housekeeper. To his surprise, it was Liang Lan who entered, and he felt a bit embarrassed, nearly caught in the act of kissing Jiang Muxue. Aunt Liang, Qin Yang exclaimed hurriedly. Liang Lan said, Little Qin, I came to see Muxue. I heard from Uncle Jiang that your ability allows you to communicate with her. Qin Yang nodded. Liang Lan's expression turned excited. Then please tell Muxue that we miss her dearly. Qin Yang replied. Aunt Liang, I've already informed her. I believe Muxue can receive the messages I send. And there will be fluctuations in her mental energy afterward. Liang Lan glanced at the electroencephalogram. Qin Yang added, the device may not indicate it, but fluctuations in Muxue's mental energy are indeed real. Liang Lan held Jiang Muxue's hand, her voice trembling as she asked, Little Qin, do you think Muxue can wake up? What are the chances? We can't bear to be without her. Qin Yang thought to himself. He couldn't bear to be without Jiang Muxue either. His system was bound to her. If Jiang Muxue were to pass away, how would he accumulate emotional value? Aunt Liang, I believe she can wake up. The chances of recovery are currently around 50 to 60%, Qin Yang said after some consideration, opting for a more conservative estimate. Liang Lan was ecstatic. Little Qin, are you certain? The doctors said the chances of waking up are less than 1%, and we even consulted other ability users, yet none could help. Qin Yang confirmed. I am certain. Aunt Liang, is old Jiang a healing type ability user? Liang Lan was surprised. How do you know little Jiang? Qin Yang explained. I sensed his strong mental energy, and I've heard others refer to him as Jiang the Divine Doctor. I believe there is a significant possibility that he possesses healing abilities. Indeed, Muxue's grandfather was a healing type user. He had treated many people in the past, building up numerous favors. But he had been unable to use his abilities for the past 10 years. Liang Lan added. At this point, Liang Lan remarked in astonishment, Little Qin, you sensed Muxue's grandfather's mental energy, yet he did not sense yours? Is your mental energy stronger? Qin Yang nodded. My mental energy is indeed somewhat stronger. Old Jiang probably did not perceive my mental energy. Liang Lan asked, Little Qin, what is your ability? May I see? Qin Yang nodded, conjuring a larger steel ball in his hand. The steel ball began to move swiftly around the room. Aunt Liang, I don't know any other ability users. And I'm not entirely sure. I might have a telepathic ability. My capacity to control objects is likely due to my strong mental energy. Qin Yang maneuvered the steel ball to a stop before Liang Lan. She released her grip, and the heavy steel ball landed in her hands. Aunt Liang, I've only recently awakened my abilities, and while my mental energy is quite good, my control still needs practice. I hope you can keep this a secret for now. Qin Yang said. Liang Lan nodded. Rest assured, we will. Little Qin, are you alright after drinking so much last night? Liang Lan inquired. Qin Yang chuckled. Actually, Aunt Liang, I didn't drink that much. I managed to expel most of it from my body. I see, Liang Lan said, enlightened. You're quite clever. Qin Yang explained. When I was toasting everyone, I did drink, but when Jiang Haolong and the others tried to force me to drink more, I had to employ a little trick. Haha. Chapter 26. Jiang Haolong and Jiang Haohu arrive. As noon approached, Jiang Haolong finally awoke, feeling as if his head were splitting. He had been relatively clear-headed when he left last night, but upon returning home, the effects of the alcohol hit him hard, leaving him restless throughout the night and causing him to vomit several times. Haolong, how are you feeling? His mother asked as he emerged from his room. Not too bad. He replied. And my brother? His mother responded. He is still in his room, sleeping. Like you, he got quite drunk last night. Go check on him. It's almost lunchtime, and he should be getting up. Before long, Jiang Haohu was roused from sleep, appearing utterly drained. Bro, how can that rascal Qin Yang drink so much? Jiang Haohu complained, rubbing his forehead. He too felt a severe headache. That scoundrel deliberately set us up. He pretended to be drunk at first, then stopped pretending, daring us to drink from such large cups. Jiang Haolong said, gritting his teeth. We can't let this slide. We need to devise a good plan to teach Qin Yang a lesson. Ideally, we could get him to divorce our cousin. Once they're divorced, he'll be nothing. Jiang Haolong cautioned, let us not rush into this. Qin Yang is not so simple. That rascal has immense strength. I've trained in martial arts, and even my strength pales in comparison to his. Jiang Haohu seethed, I can't stand it. How could our third uncle give him his Porsche 918? That car costs over 15 million. I can't even take it for a spin, and our third uncle won't allow it. Jiang Haolong thought to himself that it was unlikely their third uncle would lend it to him. Who knows what Jiang Haolong might do while driving it? Just calm down for now. Our third uncle and aunt fully support Qin Yang, and it won't be easy to separate him from our cousin. If news spreads, others may take action as well, Jiang Haolong said in a serious tone. Jiang Haolong, how is it that Qin Yang's calligraphy is so exceptional? I initially believed that Howren's calligraphy was formidable enough to overshadow him, yet unexpectedly, Qin Yang's skills surpass even Howren's. He must have been quite irked last night. Jiang Haolong remarked solemnly. This matter is of little consequence. While Howren's calligraphy is esteemed by grandfather, it benefits him. However, Qin Yang is merely an outsider, and grandfather does not approve of him. His calligraphy may earn him some regard from Uncle San and the others. At that moment, Jiang Wanyue pushed open the door and entered. Father, Jiang Haolong and Jiang Haohu called out in unison. Jiang Wanyue stated, are you planning to deal with Qin Yang? Hold off on any actions for now, and do your utmost to ease relations with him. Huh. Jiang Haolong and the others were puzzled. Jiang Wanyue elaborated. The business partners called, and they fabricated a reason to terminate our collaboration. This is likely at the behest of your Uncle San. Jiang Haohu's expression changed. Why would Uncle San do this? Terminating the collaboration will result in significant losses for us. Jiang Wanyue frowned. Your targeting of Qin Yang has not gone unnoticed by Uncle San, who remained silent last night, but was clearly displeased. You must publicly mend ties with Qin Yang. This has the added benefit of keeping him complacent. Jiang Haolong nodded slightly. We'll strike when the opportunity arises. Jiang Haohu muttered. This is quite frustrating. Can't we consult grandfather and have him speak to Uncle San? Jiang Wanyue shook his head. Your Uncle San is not so easily swayed. If he were, he would have ensured that Qin Yang and Muxue divorced. Jiang Haohu nodded helplessly. In the afternoon, Qin Yang practiced in the gym. He had already become adept at controlling 2 steel balls and could barely manage to make a third one fly. Knock, knock. Mr. Qin. There are guests, came the voice of the housekeeper from outside the door. Qin Yang quickly made his way to the first floor. To his surprise, it was Jiang Haolong and Jiang Haohu who had come to visit, but the housekeeper did not open the door, leaving them waiting outside the villa. With a click, Qin Yang opened the door. Jiang Haohu remarked, brother-in-law, you need to change your housekeeper. We are Muxue's cousins, and we came to visit. Yet she refused to let us in. Qin Yang replied, I instructed her not to open the door for just anyone. What if something were to happen to Muxue? Jiang Haolong frowned. We are her cousins. How could we possibly harm her? Huh, come in, Qin Yang said calmly. Jiang Haolong and Jiang Haohu entered the villa's living room. Eldest cousin, second cousin, what brings you here? Jiang Haolong began. Brother-in-law, we were in the wrong last night. Muxue is our cousin, and we do not wish for her to marry poorly. We merely wanted to test you. In hindsight, we may have gone too far. And you are indeed not as ordinary as we thought. You are quite impressive. Jiang Haohu took a deep breath. Brother-in-law, we came to check on Muxue and to apologize. I hope you won't take last night's incident to heart. Qin Yang smiled and said, you two are overthinking it. As Muxue's cousins, there was no significant issue last night. How could I possibly hold a grudge against you? Why don't you stay for dinner tonight? We didn't have a chance to fully enjoy ourselves last night. We can have a good drink this evening. Jiang Haolong and Jiang Haohu exchanged glances. Drinking tonight? They would both end up in the hospital. Jiang Haolong cleared his throat. Brother-in-law, let us save the drinking for another time. We had a bit too much last night, and Haven Tea fully recovered. We'll go see Muxue now. Qin Yang nodded slightly. He led Jiang Haolong and the others to Jiang Muxue's room. Jiang Muxue lay with her eyes open, her gaze devoid of life, just as it had always been. Seeing her in this state relieved Jiang Haolong and the others. They did not wish for Jiang Muxue to awaken. What they truly hoped for was for both Jiang Muxue and her child to perish. Brother-in-law, Muxue has been in a vegetative state for over 5 months now. The chances of recovery are exceedingly low, Jiang Haolong said. Qin Yang replied, I believe Muxue can recover. Eldest cousin, don't you hope for her recovery? Jiang Haolong coughed lightly. Of course not. We are family and certainly wish for her to recover soon. Qin Yang sneered inwardly. You wish indeed. If Jiang Muxue were to die, they would stand to gain immensely in the future. Jiang Haohu lamented. Seeing our cousin like this pains my heart. How could she have ended up this way? Brother-in-law, please take good care of her. We must take our leave now. Soon, Jiang Haolong and the others departed. Their visit today was merely to slightly ease tensions and to ascertain Jiang Muxue's current condition. They hoped that she would not recover and that they would remain ignorant of her situation. A weasel greeting a chicken for the new year is hardly a good omen. Qin Yang mused. Despite their outward demeanor, Jiang Haolong and the others presented a facade, while Qin Yang, with his keen perception, sensed their underlying malice. Beep, beep. Qin Yang called Jiang Wanqing. Little Qin, what's the matter? Jiang Wanqing answered the phone. Uncle Jiang, Jiang Haolong, and Jiang Haohu just visited. They went upstairs to see Muxue. I sometimes need to leave. Should I hire a few bodyguards to protect her? Jiang Wanqing chuckled lightly. We do have bodyguards. The property management of this villa is handled by our own company, and all the security personnel in the community are excellent retired soldiers. The number of security guards is double the usual amount. Qin Yang was enlightened. No wonder he frequently saw security personnel around. He had thought it was standard for the villa community, unaware that Jiang Wanqing had doubled their presence. Chapter 27. Old Qin. Can a person in a vegetative state become pregnant? That evening, after harvesting Jiang Muxue's emotional value, Qin Yang headed to his alma mater, having graduated from Haiqing. He had arranged to meet Ouyang Wu for a late-night snack. Old Qin, over here, Ouyang Wu called out upon spotting him. Huh, Qin Yang approached, surprised to feel an unexpected sense of threat emanating from Ouyang Wu. He had not anticipated that his good friend was a martial artist. The sense of danger Ouyang Wu exuded was even stronger than that of Tang Yin, indicating that Ouyang Wu's strength surpassed hers. Ouyang, long time no see, Qin Yang said, taking a seat beside him with a smile. Ouyang Wu scrutinized Qin Yang. What is going on? Old Qin, why did you suddenly get married? Qin Yang replied. Are you familiar with the Jiang family from Haiqing? Ouyang Wu paused. The richest family in Haiqing? Qin Yang nodded. That's the one. I used to work in a subsidiary of Jiang Group, where the president was Jiang Muxue, the daughter of the Jiang family. At the company's annual meeting, I ended up in a relationship with her after a night of drinking. Ouyang Wu gazed at Qin Yang with incredulity. He gave a thumbs up. You're impressive. Qin Yang continued. I didn't expect that one time would lead to pregnancy. She is now over 6 months along. Unfortunately, Jiang Muxue later fell into a vegetative state. Ouyang Wu was incredulous. A person in a vegetative state can get pregnant? Qin Yang confirmed. Yes. A person in a vegetative state can become pregnant, but in Jiang Muxue's case, the childbirth will be extremely perilous. This, Old Qin, you're being foolish. There's no need to marry someone in a vegetative state. Even without marriage, your child will always be your child. Besides, marrying her means you'll be living off her family, right? Ouyang Wu shook his head and replied, Qin Yang, my marriage to Muxue is not a matter of marrying into her family. Moreover, the conditions offered by the Jiang family are simply too favorable. What conditions? Ouyang Wu inquired with curiosity, relieved to hear that Qin Yang was not marrying into the family. Qin Yang explained, upon marriage, I will receive 5 million, along with a monthly living allowance of 300,000. The villa we currently reside in is valued at 30 to 40 million, and in the future, that villa will also belong to me. Ouyang Wu responded, with such conditions, even if Jiang Muxue resembled a certain notorious figure, it would still be acceptable. Muxue is exceptionally beautiful, Qin Yang asserted. Ouyang Wu pounded his chest, exclaiming, I'm so frustrated, Old Qin. How come such good fortune hasn't befallen me? Qin Yang raised his middle finger, retorting, come on, you are the epitome of fearing your friends' hardships while also fearing their success. A chuckle escaped Ouyang Wu's lips. Does your sister-in-law have any beautiful sisters or cousins? Qin Yang scoffed. You can forget about that. Muxue is an only child. Ouyang Wu was taken aback. He had been unaware of the specifics regarding the Jiang family situation. Jiang Muxue's father was the wealthiest man in Haiqing, and she was his sole daughter. Was Jiang Muxue now a vegetable? Qin Yang nodded. Ouyang Wu's expression turned grave. You are in significant danger. There are certainly more than a few individuals interested in the Jiang family's wealth. Regardless of whether Jiang Muxue awakens or not, Old Qin, you are at risk. I suspect that Jiang Muxue becoming a vegetable might not even be an accident. She just fell, Qin Yang stated. Ouyang Wu sighed, glancing around to ensure no one else was present. Old Qin, this world is not as simple as you think. There are martial artists and even those with supernatural abilities. How do you know this? Qin Yang asked. Ouyang Wu chuckled, because I am a martial artist myself, and I am currently at the mid-stage of the dark energy realm. Ouyang, let's not discuss this now. We should find a more secluded place to talk, Qin Yang suggested. An hour later, they relocated to a different setting. Ouyang Wu stated, martial artists are classified into bright energy, dark energy, and transformation energy, with each realm further divided into 4 stages: early, mid, late, and completion. Qin Yang nodded, as Tang Yin had previously informed him of this. Given that Ouyang Wu was at the mid-stage of dark energy, Qin Yang speculated that Tang Yin was most likely at the early stage of dark energy. Ouyang, since there are martial artists and supernatural beings in this world, how can wealthy individuals like Uncle Jiang ensure their safety? Qin Yang inquired. Ouyang Wu replied, Old Qin, no matter how powerful a martial artist is, can they withstand a sniper rifle or resist aircraft and artillery? In the face of the national machinery, martial artists are but a fleeting cloud. To provoke someone like Uncle Jiang, a super-rich individual, would have enormous repercussions. Who would dare? The national machinery would crush them thoroughly. Moreover, any family that attempted such actions would undoubtedly face a united front of resistance from other super-rich families. Qin Yang nodded slightly, realizing the implications of this. Ouyang Wu continued. The world operates under certain rules, and both martial artists and supernatural beings must abide by them. While martial families may be formidable, they pale in comparison to the state. Many martial artists and supernatural beings serve the nation. In the past, some martial artists acted recklessly, but such individuals and their families did not meet favorable ends. You mean Jiang Muxue's fall might not have been an accident? Qin Yang speculated. Ouyang Wu replied, though rules exist, as long as the interests are substantial enough, there will always be those who covertly instigate trouble. Whether her fall was accidental is difficult to ascertain. Moreover, she is not her father. Even if the state investigates, the intensity of the inquiry will undoubtedly be much lower. With a sigh, Ouyang Wu added, Old Qin, you are truly in a precarious position. I am unaware of the Jiang family's circumstances. Does Jiang Wanqing have any siblings? Qin Yang nodded. He has 2 older brothers. Muxue's uncle has 2 sons, while her other uncle has 1. Ouyang Wu remarked, Old Qin, your situation is fraught with peril. In ordinary families, disputes can arise over a mere 100 or 80,000. It's no surprise that in a wealthy family like the Jiangs, where the wealth is immense, no one would want to share. Why doesn't he have more children? Qin Yang reached into his pocket and produced a coin. Ouyang, let me show you a magic trick. He manipulated the coin to float in the air. Ouyang Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. You are a supernatural being? Damn, Old Qin, we've lived together for 4 years, and I had no idea you were a supernatural being. You've kept this under wraps. I only awakened recently, Qin Yang replied. What about you? You've concealed your status as a martial artist from me all this time. Are we still brothers? Ouyang Wu awkwardly explained, Old Qin, it's not that I didn't want to tell you, but the state has regulations that prevent martial artists from displaying their abilities in front of ordinary people. Why is that? Qin Yang asked in confusion. Ouyang Wu explained. The state doesn't want ordinary people to become obsessed with martial arts. Training in martial arts requires talent and considerable resources. If too many individuals become infatuated with martial arts, it could hinder the nation's development. Technology is the primary productive force. When did you awaken your supernatural ability? What kind of ability is it? Is it a combat-related power? Qin Yang responded, I only awakened it after getting married. Is combat-related ability superior to non-combat abilities? Ouyang Wu shook his head. Not necessarily. Some non-combat abilities can generate quick profits, but for you, having a combat-related ability significantly enhances your safety. Chapter 28. The number of strong individuals nationwide. Qin Yang smiled. I believe mine can be used for combat. I can manipulate steel balls and blades for attack, but my supernatural ability is still in its infancy, and I need more time to practice. Ouyang Wu exclaimed. Is it a manipulation ability? Old Qin, you could invest in custom throwing knives. They don't need to be large. 2-inch throwing knives would suffice. Their performance would far surpass that of steel balls and ordinary blades. If the attack power is insufficient, you can supplement it. Qin Yang nodded slightly. This was indeed something to prepare. In the event of encountering exceptionally strong adversaries, these could be utilized against regular foes. Ordinary steel balls would suffice. The speed of the steel balls he fired could reach 500 meters per second, easily dispatching ordinary enemies. In comparison to specially made throwing knives, steel balls had the advantage of being featureless, while the custom knives bore distinct characteristics. Old Qin, given that Jiang Muxue is pregnant with your child, otherwise I would certainly advise you to retreat. With your capabilities, finding a beautiful wife would be a breeze. Ouyang Wu remarked. Qin Yang pondered silently. Retreating was not an option. The system's acquisition of emotional value was bound to Jiang Muxue, and his strength would only grow. What was there to fear? Ouyang, I will be fine. For the time being, no one is likely to act recklessly. Qin Yang assured him. Ouyang Wu cautioned, for now, they won't resort to murder. Before other means fail, killing is a last resort. They will surely seek alternative methods to drive you away. Old Qin, be wary of falling into traps. Qin Yang inquired, like what? Ouyang Wu contemplated for a moment. There are many possibilities. I've heard of some common tricks that I can share with you. For example, they might send beautiful women to seduce you into infidelity or tempt you into gambling, leading to massive debts. If they are particularly malicious, they might even find a way to get you addicted to drugs. Qin Yang was deeply moved. Such tactics were indeed effective against ordinary people, exploiting human weaknesses. I will be cautious, he affirmed. For now, I am just staying home every day. Ouyang Wu nodded. That's a good approach. You've just awakened. The most important thing is to familiarize yourself with your newfound abilities. Everything else is secondary. Your strength is what truly matters. Enough about me, Qin Yang concluded. Did you come over because there were matters to attend to? Have you resolved them? Do you need me to ask Uncle Jiang for assistance? Ouyang Wu shook his head. No, I haven't resolved it yet. However, this matter does not require your help. It's not a significant issue. My family wants me to handle it to help me grow. Qin Yang nodded. Take your time with it. Ouyang, does your family have any warriors at the transformation level? Yes. My grandfather is a master at the transformation stage. Ouyang Wu elaborated. Transformation level warriors are revered as transformation masters. Are there many transformation masters in our country? Qin Yang inquired. Ouyang Wu shook his head. How could there be many? For an ordinary person to reach the illumination stage, there's a significant barrier. Many practice for years, yet may not attain even the initial illumination stage. Transitioning from full illumination to the early darkness stage is another hurdle. The leap from mid-darkness to late darkness is yet another challenge. Achieving late darkness significantly enhances one's internal strength. And the transition from full darkness to early transformation is, without a doubt, a monumental barrier. Many warriors find themselves halted at this juncture. Qin Yang silently marveled. It truly is no easy feat. How many are there nationwide? Qin Yang asked. Ouyang Wu pondered. On average, I believe there are 3 to 5 in each province, so there should be over 100 across the country. So few? Qin Yang exclaimed. Only 3 to 5 in a province is rather scant, isn't it? With a population of over 1 billion in Huagua, that's merely a fraction. Ouyang Wu responded. If there were more, how could transformation-level warriors be so revered as transformation masters? By the way, Old Qin, Haiqing has 2 transformation masters. Ouyang Wu noted. With a population of over 1,000 million, it's normal for a large city like Haiqing to have 2 transformation masters. Qin Yang inquired. Ouyang, how formidable are transformation masters? Ouyang Wu explained. It depends on their specific realm. If they are facing ordinary people armed with cold weapons, a beginner at the transformation stage could likely handle 1,000 of them alone. A master at full transformation could fight against 10,000. In ancient times, powerful warriors were truly formidable. However, even a full transformation master today cannot withstand the onslaught of a sniper rifle. Qin Yang weighed this in his mind. If he unleashed his blades in a frenzy, with his S-level mental strength, killing 1,000 would undoubtedly be feasible. As for 10,000, he feared he might not have sufficient mental fortitude. He surmised that he had reached the level of a transformation master, yet he likely had not attained full mastery. It seemed he needed to accumulate more emotional value to further enhance his strength. Ouyang, how much do you know about ability users? Qin Yang asked. Ouyang Wu replied. I don't know much about ability users. In our country, their numbers are exceedingly sparse. Compared to warriors, they are merely 1/10, at most, of their visible numbers. There are also hidden ones like you, Old Qin. Our culture dictates that we prefer to conceal our true capabilities. Conversely, in foreign lands, while warriors are rare, the number of ability users is considerably higher. Qin Yang remarked, I've heard it said that the more diverse the genes, the greater the number? Ouyang Wu nodded. Recent studies abroad have suggested this. Abilities arise primarily from genetic mutations, and the more diverse the genes, the higher the likelihood of such mutations occurring. This potential carries both advantages and disadvantages. On the positive side, one might become an ability user. On the negative side, genetic diseases may also arise. Qin Yang mused. It's akin to hybridizing plants. One might cultivate a new and better variety, or the hybrid might prove inferior to the original. Ouyang Wu chuckled. Precisely. Qin Yang, curious, inquired. Ouyang, do foreign ability users often clash with our martial artists? Ouyang Wu responded. There were many conflicts in the past. Nowadays, such confrontations have diminished, as everyone desires a stable life. Whether or not there is conflict depends on the overall international situation. My grandfather believes that future conflicts may intensify, and he often urges me to elevate my strength as swiftly as possible. I wish to, but it's easier said than done. Ouyang Wu shook his head with a hint of resignation. Qin Yang chuckled. Your mid-darkness cultivation is quite impressive. Among the younger generation, you should be considered quite formidable. Indeed. Ouyang Wu smiled broadly. Old Qin, I won't keep you any longer. You need to return to your training. Consistency is key. Yes, Qin Yang nodded, feeling he had gleaned enough information for a more accurate understanding of his own capabilities. While there are certainly martial artists stronger than him domestically, he believed his overall strength should surpass that of an ordinary transformation master. He would soon have 1,000 emotional values to use for a lottery draw. He wondered what he might obtain. Qin Yang mused to himself. Half an hour later, Qin Yang returned home. Son, your father and I explored quite a few places, and we've decided to take a flight back tomorrow. It's a perfect opportunity for us to experience flying, his mother, Qinping, informed him. Chapter 29, Acquiring an A-Class Skill. The next day, Qin Yang accompanied Qinping and the others to the airport. Qin Hai and the others were eager to return. Jiang Muxue might awaken within a month or two, and if she did, it wouldn't be long before Qin Yang and she might wed. The construction and decoration of their house would take considerable time. Dad, don't rush too much. What if Muxue wakes up and decides she doesn't want me and opts for divorce? Qin Yang remarked. Qin Hai shot him a glare. Don't say such nonsense. Muxue is pregnant. If you stray, I'll break your legs. Qin Yang responded, I would never stray, especially after receiving the Jiang family's support. I do have some morals. However, matters of the heart are unpredictable. Qin Ping reassured him, son, I believe in you. Although the Jiang family is wealthy, you have your own capabilities now. With a child on the way, the chances of success should be quite high. I'll do my best, Qin Yang replied. Before long, Qin Hai and Qin Ping entered the departure lounge, and Qin Yang returned immediately to Jiang Muxue's room. After the morning harvest, he had inquired with the system. His emotional value had exceeded 960. At this moment, Jiang Muxue's mental strength had not yet recovered, but he was confident he could harvest over 30 emotional values. Muxue, your in-laws have left. I have some time now. Let me give you a massage, Qin Yang said, leaning down to kiss Jiang Muxue gently. Emotional value, 13. Her mental strength had not yet returned, so the emotional value gained was minimal. Qin Yang quickly began to massage Jiang Muxue. Emotional value, 9. Emotional value, 7. Qin Yang's massage technique was exceptional. Although each emotional value gained was modest, the accumulation was swift. After a little over half a minute, Jiang Muxue's mental strength was exhausted. Qin Yang had garnered over 50 emotional values. Finally, it reached 1,000. After much effort in accumulating emotional values, this was the first time he would spend such a significant amount on a lottery draw. System, don't let me down. Give me something good, Qin Yang thought, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. In the future, he would surely grow accustomed to spending such amounts, but for now, this was his first time using 1,000 emotional values for a draw. The lottery commenced, and the system's voice resonated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired A-class mental piercing skill. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Acquiring an A-class skill is fantastic. He reflected. Typically, one would receive a B-class reward for 1,000 emotional values. So obtaining an A-class skill is indeed a stroke of luck. A torrent of information flooded into Qin Yang's mind. With the system's assistance, he quickly absorbed it. Impressive. Truly impressive, Qin Yang rejoiced. Mental piercing is a commendable skill for mental attacks. He originally possessed the ability to strike with mental force, a method effective against those of lesser strength, yet inadequate when confronted with formidable opponents. He contemplated condensing his mental energy into a more potent defensive. But while the idea was promising, reality proved rather stark. This situation resembled an ordinary person throwing a punch. Delivering a simple blow is effortless. Yet harnessing one's entire strength for a more devastating strike necessitates extensive practice. The acquisition of the mental piercing skill resolved this dilemma, simultaneously enhancing his control over mental energy. 3 steel balls manifested in Qin Yang's hand. Up. The 3 steel balls ascended simultaneously, darting swiftly around the room. Previously, he could barely manage to lift the 3rd ball, but now he could effortlessly command all 3. Up. Soon, he added a 4th steel ball. Although the 4th ball lacked the same agility, he could still make it fly. It is important to note that as he progressed, the challenges grew more formidable. The ability to control an additional steel ball so swiftly was indeed commendable. He chuckled, feeling quite pleased. After a brief moment, Qin Yang collected the steel balls. His spirits buoyed. His enhanced control diminished energy consumption significantly, allowing him to sustain longer durations in battle. He still needed to spend 1,000 emotional points for a lottery draw, he mused. Currently, he could amass nearly 400 emotional points each day, and within 2 to 3 days, he could accumulate the requisite 1,000. This time frame was acceptable. As for gathering 10,000 emotional points for another draw, that was not feasible for now. Waiting 20 to 30 days was excessively long. He needed to focus on enhancing his own strength. I must seize the time to customize some flying knives, Qin Yang contemplated. Once completed, he could utilize steel balls for long-range assaults, flying knives for medium range, and blades or mental piercing for close combat. The range of mental piercing was limited. Its potency peaked within 10 meters, diminishing beyond that distance. Uncle Jiang, I need your assistance, Qin Yang called Jiang Wanqing. Speak, Jiang replied. Uncle Jiang, I require a batch of flying knives made from high-carbon steel, preferably treated to enhance hardness. The design must facilitate high-speed flight. I do not need knife handles, and I want specifications ranging from 3 to 10 centimeters, with 10,000 of each variation. Without further inquiry, Jiang Wanqing readily agreed. For him, this task was exceedingly simple. He would delegate it to his subordinates, who would handle the details. Xiaoqin, is there anything else? Jiang inquired. I need to convene a meeting shortly. Nothing else. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Xiaoqin, would you be interested in participating in business? If you wish, you can engage in some of the Jiang family's ventures. This was a notion Jiang had not previously entertained, as the Jiang family's enterprises were not something Qin Yang could casually involve himself in. However, Jiang's perspective had shifted. He believed that Qin Yang was now capable of managing certain business affairs. Uncle Jiang, I'm not interested, Qin Yang replied. The Jiang family's business, no matter how large, belonged to them. He aspired to carve his own path. Xiao Qin, should you have any thoughts, feel free to share with me at any time. I must attend to my meeting now. Jiang concluded before hanging up. After some contemplation, Qin Yang called his former manager. Manager Yang, when will my salary be disbursed? He inquired calmly. On the other end, Yang Zhidao responded with derision. Qin Yang, you've been dismissed for your unwarranted absenteeism. Do you still expect your salary? Cease bothering me, or I'll ensure you regret it. With that, Yang hung up the phone and promptly blocked Qin Yang's number. Boom. Qin Yang drove off in the Porsche 918. Arriving outside his former company an hour later, the security guard, not requiring registration, allowed him entry without hesitation. Brother Huang, why didn't you make that car register? A junior guard asked. The guard who had permitted entry replied, open your eyes. That was a Porsche 918, worth several million. Can we afford to offend someone who drives such a car? Even the bosses would think twice before crossing paths with such a wealthy young man. Soon, Qin Yang parked the car, and the general manager, having received notice from security, approached him with a broad smile. The arrival of such a wealthy young man could potentially lead to significant business opportunities. Mr. Qin, welcome to the company, the general manager, Feng Bin, greeted warmly as he drew near. Mr. Feng, you recognize me? Qin Yang said, shaking Feng's hand with a measured tone. Of course, Mr. Qin. Our company isn't large. We know everyone. You previously demonstrated exemplary performance here, Feng replied with a smile. Mr. Feng, last month I worked quite a bit of overtime without receiving a single cent in overtime pay. Last weekend, when I declined to work extra hours, Yang Zhida insisted I should no longer return. You're aware of this matter, correct? Qin Yang inquired, a hint of irony in his voice. As he spoke, he channeled his mental energy. In Feng Bin's perception, Qin Yang suddenly transformed. An overwhelming aura emanated from him. A presence Feng had never felt even from the company president. Mr. Qin, I've heard Yang Zhida mention this, but he didn't portray it as such. He claimed you had a poor attitude and refused overtime, resulting in your dismissal, Feng said, bowing slightly and speaking cautiously. Qin Yang snorted coldly. You understand what must be done now, don't you? Feng nodded vigorously. Yes, I will ensure Yang Zhida is dismissed. And your salary and overtime pay will be transferred to your account shortly. Is that all? Qin Yang scoffed, his aura intensifying further. Mr. Qin, I accept the consequences. As general manager, I bear some responsibility for this situation. I will forfeit my year-end bonus entirely. Yang Zhida has engaged in embezzlement. I will ensure he faces legal repercussions. Feng trembled as he spoke. Qin Yang nodded slightly. If this matter isn't resolved satisfactorily, I will return soon. At that point, it won't just be Yang Zhida facing consequences. With that, he retracted his imposing presence. Mr. Qin, I assure you I will handle this properly, Feng said hastily. I have no interest in going back inside. You take care of it, Qin Yang replied before swiftly departing in his car. Though he had spent considerable time there, he had no friends in the company and saw no reason to linger. Feng returned to his office and promptly called Yang Zhida. Moments later, Yang Zhida arrived at Feng's office. Feng, sir, he greeted respectfully. Yang Zhida, although titled a manager, was merely a minor player. Many individuals in various companies bore the title without substantial authority. Feng, as the general manager, held genuine power. Yang Zhida, it has come to our attention that you have been involved in embezzlement. Cease your current activities and await further instructions from above, Feng stated sternly. Yang Zhida's expression shifted dramatically. He was indeed guilty of significant embezzlement over the years, amounting to millions. Feng, I did not. Yang Zhida pleaded for understanding. Feng Bin replied, There's no need for explanations. It is not I who am investigating you, but you have caused me great distress, ruining this year's year-end bonus. He continued, Your audacity is astonishing. Do you realize that embezzlement is a serious crime that could land you in prison? A look of panic spread across Yang Zhida's face. Mr. Feng, please help me. Speak kindly on my behalf to the higher-ups, and I will return the money. Feng Bin furrowed his brow. The headquarters is conducting an investigation, and my influence there is limited. Now, tell me, approximately how much did you embezzle? I will see if I can assist you. Yang Zhida's expression was conflicted. He was reluctant to disclose the details. Feng Bin pressed, if you refuse to speak. The door is right there. You can go home and wait for the higher-ups to handle this. If you cooperate, I might be able to mitigate your punishment. Otherwise, I have no desire to involve myself with you. Mr. Feng, I'll tell you, Yang Zhida quickly replied. In my 7 years at the company, I've taken around 1.2 million. I will return every penny to the company. Please, you must intercede for me with the higher-ups. Feng Bin's countenance darkened. If his subordinate had embezzled over $1 million, he would face accountability as well. You truly are a talent, Yang Jidai. Embezzling over $1 million could lead to a sentence of more than 3 years. Feng Bin stated coldly. Mr. Feng, I promise to return everything. Please, speak to the higher-ups on my behalf. I cannot go to prison. I have children to care for. Feng Bin took a deep breath. Be honest about where you misappropriated the funds. If your attitude is good, perhaps the higher-ups will show leniency. Thank you, Mr. Feng, Yang Jidai replied gratefully. Feng Bin's expression remained grim. Hurry, if you don't act quickly, the police will likely come to arrest you. Yang Jidai hastily provided the necessary information. Feng Bin instructed, return to your duties and ensure everything is in order, regardless of whether the higher-ups choose to pursue charges against you. Your position in the company is likely over. Completing your tasks may reduce the chance of further investigation. Yang Jidai nodded. Yes, Mr. Feng, I will handle it. I appreciate your help with my situation. With that, he left the office, trembling with fear. Feng Bin dialed a number to report to his superiors. Mr. Huang, my subordinate has committed a serious offense, and I acknowledge my failure in management. I voluntarily relinquish my year-end bonus this year. The voice on the other end, Mr. Huang, replied gravely, Feng Bin, such incidents cannot occur again. Furthermore, Yang Jidai must face strict consequences to serve as a warning. Yes, Feng Bin sighed in relief. As Yang Jidai wrapped up his tasks, the police arrived at Feng Bin's office. Knock, knock. Yang Jidai tapped on the office door. Come in, Feng Bin responded. As Yang Jidai entered, his expression changed dramatically upon seeing 2 police officers inside. Yang Jidai, I've done my utmost to advocate for you, but your situation is severe. Someone has reported you. Feng Bin's tone was somber. Please accompany us, one of the officers stated sternly. Yang Jidai's complexion turned pale. Embezzling over $1 million could result in a prison sentence of 3 to 10 years. Soon, he was escorted out by the 2 officers. Ding ding. Qin Yang's phone rang. Despite the unfamiliar number, he answered. Mr. Qin, it's me, Feng Bin. Yang Jidai has just been taken by the police. His embezzlement exceeds $1 million, and he will face a minimum of 3 years in prison, Feng Bin reported. Qin Yang smiled faintly. Well done. Feng Bin continued. Given the circumstances, I have offered to forfeit my entire year-end bonus. Understood. Qin Yang quickly ended the call. Feng Bin exhaled deeply, recalling the formidable aura Qin Yang exuded, which made him apprehensive even over a phone call. Thankfully, Qin Yang seemed satisfied with his handling of the situation. A 3-year prison sentence was an acceptable outcome. A subtle smile graced Qin Yang's face as he felt a sense of relief for having dealt with Yang Jidai's provocation. Chapter 31. Does music have healing properties? As night fell, Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Muxue's room. 8 to 9 hours had passed since the morning's harvest, and her mental energy should have fully restored by now. Qin Yang connected his mental energy with Jiang Muxue's. He sensed a change. He had acquired the skill of mental piercing, enhancing his control over mental energy, and now the connection with Jiang Muxue was stronger. Previously, their mental connection felt like he was shouting through a megaphone from hundreds of meters away. Jiang Muxue could hear him, but only just. Now, it was as if he were standing just a few dozen meters from her, allowing her to hear him more clearly and even vaguely see him. The enhancement of his mental power yielded such remarkable effects. Excitedly, Qin Yang said, Muxue, would you like to see our marriage certificate? He retrieved the document from the drawer. And since their mental energies were linked, Jiang Muxue could make out its outline. Emotional value, 22. Oh, Qin Yang noticed he could sense Jiang Muxue's faint emotional fluctuations, something he had previously been unable to perceive. Muxue, can you see it clearly? He communicated to her. Once my mental energy strengthens further, you will be able to see it better. Emotional value, 15. I'll show you your current condition. He conveyed the information of Jiang Muxue lying in bed to her. Although she still couldn't see it clearly, she could identify that the figure lying there was indeed her. Emotional value, 14. Muxue, you have been in a coma for over 5 months, but don't worry, I will ensure your recovery. I excel in therapeutic kisses and gentle caresses, hee. Emotional value, 12. Leaning down, Qin Yang pressed his lips to Jiang Muxue's small mouth and simultaneously transmitted the image of their kiss to her. Emotional value, 13. Emotional value, 10. In just a minute, Jiang Muxue had exhausted her mental energy. Qin Yang calculated that he had gained 106 points of emotional value from this interaction. Jiang Muxue's mental energy had significantly improved compared to the beginning. System, why does Muxue's mental energy deplete so quickly? Qin Yang inquired in his mind. Host, she is in a vegetative state. It is entirely normal for her mental energy to recover slowly and deplete rapidly. The system explained. In a healthy individual, the body and mental energy are closely aligned. Only a small amount of mental energy is needed for bodily movement. However, in a vegetative state, the body and mental energy seem to be disconnected. Qin Yang pondered this. Jiang Muxue's mental energy was gradually increasing, indicating that her mental energy and body were slowly realigning. Yes, Qin Yang responded, System. How long do you estimate it will take for complete alignment? The system replied, if no treatment is administered, at the current rate, it will take approximately a year. Qin Yang reflected, Jiang Muxue is over 6 months pregnant. In just over 3 months, the child will be born. If she does not awaken before then, it could pose significant problems. He cannot solely rely on natural recovery. It is imperative to enhance his capabilities to treat Jiang Muxue. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days went by in tranquil silence. Qin Yang refrained from venturing out, spending his mornings absorbed in literature and his afternoons honing his mental prowess. He had become adept at simultaneously controlling 4 steel balls with finesse. System, I wish to draw from my 1,000 emotional points. Qin Yang declared within his mind. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired B-level piano skills, the system announced. Qin Yang inwardly rolled his eyes. While obtaining a B-level skill was commendable, it was the piano skill he received that left him exasperated. What he truly yearned for was an enhancement of his overall strength. What good is a piano skill? A torrent of piano knowledge flooded into his mind. Much like the B-level calligraphy skill, this B-level piano proficiency was formidable in the realm of music. For individuals of average talent, achieving B-level status in their lifetime is nearly impossible. Host, music may indeed expedite Jiang Muxue's recovery, the system prompted. Qin Yang's eyes sparkled with hope. If music could truly hasten Jiang Muxue's revival, that would be splendid. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I could utilize top-tier equipment to play world-class piano compositions, he complained mentally. Host, that would be futile. The music must resonate with your mental energy. Only by playing it yourself can such an effect be achieved, the system replied. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yang mused. Could I not transmit the sound to Muxue? Would that not suffice? He shook his head inwardly, knowing the answer. Soon, he ascended to the 3rd floor of the villa, where Jiang Muxue's yoga studio and piano room were located. Inside the piano room stood an exquisite piano of considerable value. Let me give it a try, Qin Yang thought, extending his mental energy downwards. The piano room was directly above the master bedroom, separated by merely a floorboard, allowing his mental energy to connect with Jiang Muxue. Ding. Taking a seat at the piano, Qin Yang began to play with practiced ease, selecting a piece that Jiang Muxue was familiar with. He had seen the sheet music in her boudoir, and he now knew how to play those compositions. The harmonious notes resonated with his mental energy, which he transmitted to Jiang Muxue. Where's that piano music coming from? Li Wenyu and Cheng Hong ascended to the 3rd floor together. Upon reaching the piano room, they could clearly hear the melodies emanating from within. Has the lady arrived? Cheng Hong inquired softly. Li Wenyu shook her head. While Liang Lan could play the piano, she was not present, leaving only Qin Yang capable of such performance. But how could Qin Yang play the piano? They were aware of his background. Coming from a rural area, it was not surprising he excelled in calligraphy, something that could be practiced even in the countryside. But had he ever trained in piano? As the piece concluded, Li Wenyu knocked on the door. Come in, Qin Yang called from within. Li Wenyu and Cheng Hong entered. Is there something you need? Qin Yang asked, lifting his gaze towards them. Mr. Qin, we mean no disturbance. We heard the piano music and came to check on things. Your playing is truly remarkable. Nearly on par with Miss Jiang, Li Wenyu complimented. Was the sound loud downstairs? Qin Yang inquired. Li Wenyu shook her head. The 1st floor could only hear a faint sound. The 2nd floor was a bit louder, but the most prominent sound should be coming from Miss Jiang's bedroom. Qin Yang nodded slightly. I merely wish for her to hear some music. Perhaps the familiar piano melodies might awaken her sooner. Please, continue with your tasks. He encouraged as they exited the room. They soon reached Jiang Muxue's chamber, where the piano music descended. The volume was not excessive, yet it was audible. As Li Wenyu and Cheng Hong began to massage Jiang Muxue, Li Wenyu remarked, I never anticipated Mr. Qin's talents to be this profound. His calligraphy is exceptional, and his piano skills are equally impressive. Cheng Hong whispered, Indeed, Mr. Qin is remarkable. I had previously felt a twinge of sympathy for Miss Jiang marrying him, but now it seems I was sorely mistaken. Is it any wonder that Miss Jiang is enamored with Mr. Qin? Although his family background is modest, he is extraordinarily talented and handsome, Cheng Hong added. Li Wenyu's expression turned somber. I hope she awakens soon. Chapter 32. The custom throwing knives arrive. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yang had been playing for an hour. The experience was quite exhilarating. System, is there any sign of Jiang Muxue's recovery? He inquired as he returned to her room. Host, I cannot ascertain that. In 2 to 3 days, as her emotional threshold increases, you will be able to determine if there has been any improvement in Jiang Muxue's condition, the system replied. Weren't you the one who previously assessed that her recovery would take a year? Why can't you determine that now? Qin Yang pressed. Host, that judgment was based on her recovery speed, which I still do not know, the system clarified. Very well. Just then, the sound of a vehicle approached the villa. Qin Yang rushed to the window, spotting Jiang Wanqing's extended Rolls-Royce arriving. He hurried downstairs to greet them. Uncle Jiang, Aunt Liang. As he stepped outside the villa, he noticed Jiang Wanqing's driver unloading several wooden crates from the vehicle. Xiao Qin, these are the items you requested, Jiang Wanqing said with a smile. Qin Yang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Please move them to the gym. He picked up one of the wooden crates, which, though not large, weighed over 100 pounds. Mr. Qin, your strength is remarkable, the driver, who was also Jiang Wanqing's bodyguard, exclaimed as he lifted 2 crates. He had been a top-tier soldier before retirement and was surprised by Qin Yang's strength. I maintain a regular exercise regimen, Qin Yang replied with a grin. In total, there were 4 crates, and they swiftly transported them inside. Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan followed into the gym. You may leave now, Jiang Wanqing instructed. The driver and the accompanying maid exited the room. Jiang Wanqing smiled. Xiao Qin, take a look. Each item consists of 10,000 pieces, and this initial batch contains 200 of each type. If you find them satisfactory, we can increase production. Please inform me of any adjustments needed. Qin Yang nodded, quickly opening one of the crates. Inside were numerous neatly arranged throwing knives, the smallest measuring 3 centimeters and the longest reaching 10 centimeters, with a thickness ranging from less than 1 millimeter to 2 millimeters. With a mere thought, a 3-centimeter throwing knife levitated into the air. Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan watched in astonishment. Whoosh! In the next instant, the small knife darted around them at incredible speed. Qin Yang's eyes lit up with delight. This small knife was swifter than the steel balls. While the steel balls were manageable, they faced significantly more air resistance at high speeds compared to this throwing knife. Jiang Wanqing had commissioned experts to design this knife, ensuring it conformed perfectly to aerodynamics. Xiao Qin, what do you think? Jiang Wanqing inquired as Qin Yang halted the knife's flight. Qin Yang nodded appreciatively. Uncle Jiang, this is exceptional. The speed has increased by 20%. And coupled with its sharpness, its lethality is likely double that of the steel balls. Liang Lan inquired with curiosity. Xiao Qin, how fast can you control the flight of this flying knife? Qin Yang smiled faintly. In a straight line attack, the small flying knife can reach a velocity of 600 meters per second. When controlling it at close range, however, its speed diminishes considerably. The larger flying knife, being heavier, flies more slowly, yet its mass endows it with even greater kinetic energy. Jiang Wanqing was utterly astonished. 600 meters per second? That's faster than a bullet from a handgun. Having practiced shooting himself and possessing reasonable skill, he was aware that some handguns have an initial velocity of less than 300 meters per second, with most hovering around 400 meters per second. In contrast, rifles typically achieve an initial velocity of 700 to 800 meters per second. Darling, just how fast is a handgun? Liang Lan asked. Jiang Wanqing replied. The initial velocity of a handgun is around 400. Xiao Qin's flying knife is 600, which is 1.5 times faster. Thus its kinetic energy more than doubles. The small flying knife is comparable in weight to a bullet. Its power surpasses that of a handgun bullet by more than double. Liang Lan was left in shock. Xiao Qin, you cannot use this lightly. If it strikes someone, they would likely be killed instantly. Qin Yang nodded, reassuring her. Aunt Liang, rest assured, my fists and feet are more than sufficient to deal with ordinary adversaries. These flying knives are reserved for top-tier experts. I will not resort to them unless lives are at stake. Jiang Wanqing remarked. Xiao Qin, with such flying knives at your disposal, you could probably kill a master of the transformation of strength. Your prowess must have reached that level. Really? Liang Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She understood the significance of a transformation master, whose status is not inferior to theirs, and often even exceeds it. Jiang Wanqing, when confronted with the elite figures of the capital, could only show deference, whereas local officials would be courteous in the presence of a transformation master. Qin Yang chuckled. At a distance, I can indeed kill a transformation master, but at close range, I would not stand a chance against one. It all depends on the circumstances. Indeed. Jiang Wanqing nodded, acknowledging the impressive nature of his capabilities. As time passed, Qin Yang tested the remaining flying knives. They were impeccably designed, with no issues detected. Xiao Qin, do you require tens of thousands of each type of flying knife? Jiang Wanqing inquired. Qin Yang replied, I do not need that many in the short term, but over time, I will require them. Since we've commissioned them, we might as well order a larger quantity at once. Understood, Jiang Wanqing nodded slightly. The rest should arrive in about 10 days. Excellent, Liang Lan said. Darling, let us go see Muxue. Soon, they arrived at Jiang Muxue's room. Xiao Qin, has Muxue shown any improvement? Liang Lan grasped Jiang Muxue's hand, asking earnestly. Qin Yang smiled. Aunt Liang, there is indeed some improvement. Furthermore, my ability to communicate with Muxue has enhanced. I can now transmit vague images from the outside world to her. What? Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan were filled with delight. Liang Lan stammered. Xiao Qin, are you saying that you can let Muxue know that we are here to see her? Yes, Qin Yang confirmed with a nod. Tears welled up in Liang Lan's eyes. Xiao Qin, then please tell Muxue that we have come. Of course, Qin Yang focused his mental energy, entering Jiang Muxue's mind, and conveyed the images of Liang Lan and Jiang Wanqing to her. Muxue, your parents have come to see you. Emotional value 13. Jiang Wanqing, filled with excitement, quickly asked, Xiao Qin, since you can now transmit vague images to Muxue, does that mean you could eventually send her clear images? Yes. Qin Yang nodded. It should be possible, though I cannot say how long it will take to achieve that. Jiang Wanqing took a deep breath. No rush. This is already quite remarkable. Liang Lan turned to Qin Yang, inquiring, Xiao Qin, once Muxue recovers a bit more, will she be able to communicate with you? Qin Yang nodded. That should be feasible, though I'm uncertain how much longer it will take. Liang Lan expressed her delight, as long as there is hope. I heard from when you and the others that you can play the piano. Qin Yang smiled. I couldn't play before. But my mental strength is now significantly superior to that of an average person, allowing me to retain information effortlessly, and my control over my hands is also quite adept. I picked it up quickly. Chapter 33, S-Class Items. Liang Lan gazed at Qin Yang in astonishment. She herself could play the piano to a decent level, having invested considerable time to reach her current proficiency. Yet here was Qin Yang, claiming he could learn it casually. Shall we go upstairs? I'd like to hear you play a piece, Liang Lan suggested. Qin Yang nodded, and the three ascended to the upper floor. Ding. Sitting at the piano, Qin Yang began to play a piece that Jiang Muxue adored, one that Liang Lan had previously taught her. Upon completing the performance, Liang Lan was even more astonished. Darling, his skill is not much inferior to yours, is it? Jiang Wanqing inquired. Liang Lan replied, Indeed, it is certainly comparable to mine. In fact, compared to Muxue, Xiao Qin's piano skills are even stronger. Xiao Qin, your learning speed is simply terrifying. Qin Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment within. He hadn't learned quickly at all, but rather had directly acquired the piano skill from the system. Naturally, he could not disclose this. Thus, he allowed Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan to draw their own conclusions. Xiao Qin, have you also recently taken up calligraphy? Jiang Wanqing asked. Qin Yang laughed. Uncle Jiang, you guessed correctly. My mental strength is now formidable, and my control is strong, allowing me to learn quickly, though it is still limited by my overall abilities. Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan were left in awe. How little time had passed since Qin Yang married Jiang Muxue. Yet, in this brief period, his calligraphy and piano skills had grown remarkably. Xiao Qin, this is quite impressive. Moreover, your mental strength will continue to strengthen. Liang Lan smiled, increasingly satisfied as a mother-in-law observing her son-in-law. The only downside was that Jiang Muxue had not yet awakened. If she did, she hoped that Qin Yang would hasten to arrange their wedding. Xiao Qin, you may learn in other areas, but above all, you must focus on enhancing your mental strength. Combat capability is of utmost importance, Jiang Wanqing advised earnestly. Qin Yang responded, Uncle Jiang, that is precisely my intention. I engage in mental strength training daily. The consumption is considerable, which is why I pursue other studies. Indeed. Jiang Wanqing nodded in agreement. The three descended the stairs and returned to Jiang Muxue's room. After spending another half hour with her, they finally took their leave. Muxue, your parents have departed. They are extremely pleased with me as your husband, Qin Yang communicated with Jiang Muxue. Emotional value 9. As night fell, it was an opportune time for ghost stories. Allow me to tell you a ghost story, Qin Yang began. Emotional value 7. Emotional value 6. Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan returned home. Darling, do you think Xiao Qin and Muxue will ever part ways? Liang Lan voiced her concerns. Jiang Wanqing, taken aback, replied. Why would you think that? Liang Lan frowned. They lack emotional connection. Xiao Qin has become so exceptional. You mentioned before how formidable transformation masters are. And Xiao Qin has already attained that level. His calligraphy and piano skills are impressive as well. Without a doubt, Xiao Qin will only continue to excel. Yet Muxue remains in a vegetative state. Jiang Wanqing furrowed his brows, recognizing the validity of Liang Lan's concerns. Darling, Qin is exceptionally handsome and remarkably capable. It wouldn't be difficult for him to find a wife within the elite circles of Beijing, would it? He replied, nodding slightly. Are you suggesting that we entrust some of our business affairs to Qin Yang? Jiang Wanqing recalled his previous conversation with Qin, who had expressed no interest in such matters. However, this presents a dilemma. If he were to manage those businesses, he would have less time to spend with our daughter. But fret not too much. Muxue is quite exceptional herself, and they have a child together, Liang Lan noted with a slight nod. Let's not dwell on this for now. The most pressing matter is that our daughter awakens, Jiang Wanqing remarked with a smile. In the past, I worried, but now that I am aware of Qin's capabilities, my concerns have abated. He will find a way to help Muxue regain consciousness. Liang Lan nodded, her confidence bolstered significantly. As 2 days swiftly passed, Qin Yang diligently practiced the piano 3 times a day, each session lasting half an hour. System, I've noticed an increase in the emotional value gained, now reaching 130 per session. Is Muxue showing signs of recovery? He pondered within his mind. Indeed, host. Jiang Muxue has shown some improvement. Under current circumstances, she is projected to awaken in 11 months, the system informed him. Qin Yang's eyes brightened. Although 11 months seemed a daunting time frame, the progress made in just 2 days gave him hope that continued practice would yield further benefits. Additionally, he could acquire even more emotional value. Host. Initial results tend to be more pronounced. Do not assume that reducing the timeline by a month in 2 days will lead to a proportional decrease in the future. The system cautioned. 1,000 emotional value provides one draw, 100 yields another. Qin Yang noted he had just over 1,100 emotional value. The lottery system announced, "Congratulations, host, you have received an S-class talisman." Then, another notification followed. "Congratulations, host, your physique has increased by 5, now totaling 21. A warm sensation surged through Qin Yang's body, and he felt his strength amplifying rapidly. Previously, his physique was a mere 16 points. An increase of 5 was considerable. S-class reward? Qin Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart soaring with joy. The likelihood of obtaining an S-class reward was a mere 1%. To receive such an esteemed item was a stroke of fortune. Although he possessed the strength to dispatch martial arts masters, his defense was lacking. Even an ordinary person could pose a lethal threat. The last thing he wanted was to succumb to danger after acquiring the system. In recent days, he had refrained from venturing outside. System, what effects does the S-class talisman possess? Qin Yang inquired mentally. The S-class talisman can withstand a single close-range car bomb explosion or endure 3 to 5 sniper rifle shots, with the specific number contingent on the bullet's power. The system replied. As for rifles and handguns, Qin Yang pressed. It can resist approximately 15 rifle shots or about 30 handgun shots, the system clarified. A smile spread across Qin Yang's face. He was immensely satisfied. This talisman would significantly enhance his sense of security. However, he was not inclined to engage in reckless adventures. After all, the talisman was a consumable item. If he attracted formidable foes, what would happen once the talisman was depleted? Soon, he retrieved the talisman from the system space. It was small, and he placed it securely in his pocket. System, is this sufficient? He confirmed. Indeed, the system affirmed. Qin Yang then gazed at Jiang Muxue, who lay on the bed. She would also require such a protective item in the future. For now, it was fortunate that outsiders were unaware of her potential awakening. Who would take the enormous risk of harming a comatose individual? The repercussions would be dire, as Jiang Wansheng would undoubtedly be enraged. In Huagua, homicide cases are invariably solved. The authorities spare no effort in investigating ordinary deaths, let alone that of a wealthy heiress like Jiang Muxue. Suddenly, Qin Yang's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered, Qin Yang speaking. "Hello, it's me, Suyu," came the voice on the other end. Qin Yang frowned. He had blocked Suyu on WeChat, and they had never exchanged phone numbers. It was apparent she had acquired his number from someone else. "What do you want?" He replied coolly. On the other end, Suyu sounded somewhat exasperated. "Qin Yang, why did you block me on WeChat? We were classmates. There was no need for that. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up," he retorted. "Wait, there may be some misunderstandings between us. How about I treat you to a meal? We can clear the air face to face," Suyu suggested hastily. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. Suyu inviting him to dinner? It reeked of ulterior motives. She likely knew he had come into some money and sought to manipulate him for her own gain. "There are no misunderstandings. I simply have no desire to engage with you," he stated before hanging up abruptly. He then blocked her number as well. That wretched man. Suyu seethed. Her teeth clenched in frustration. Back in college, she had been aware of Qin Yang's affections, but at that time, she had regarded him as beneath her. She had assumed that by taking the initiative to invite him for a meal, he would eagerly comply, yet she had underestimated his disinterest. "The number you have dialed is currently in use." After a brief wait, Suyu attempted to call Qin Yang again. Ugh. She grimaced as her brow furrowed in annoyance. Minutes later, she tried once more, only to receive the same message. Damn it. Now she understood she had been blocked. Frustrated, she dialed another number. "Lu Gu. Qin Yang won't take my calls. He blocked me." "Well, you accepted the money. Now you need to find a way. If you succeed in seducing Qin Yang, you will receive an additional 50,000. Otherwise, you must return the initial sum," came the response from the other end. Suyu's expression shifted, realizing the implications. She had accepted the 5,000 given to her and had used it to repay her online loans, which had accumulated significantly. The relentless calls demanding payment felt like a death knell. When offered 5,000 to entice Qin Yang, she had readily agreed, believing it to be a simple task, perhaps even an opportunity for financial gain. "Lu Gu, are you sure about the extra 50,000? She inquired anxiously. "Absolutely, but you have only 10 days. If you fail to complete the task within that time frame, you will need to return every cent of the initial 5,000, the voice stated firmly before hanging up. Taking a deep breath, Suyu resolved to devise a plan to seduce Qin Yang, even if she couldn't extract money from him. Earning an additional 50,000 would alleviate her debt burden significantly. Classmates, I have an announcement. Ouyang Wu is in Haiqing. We haven't gathered since graduation. Should we not have a reunion? Suyu posted in the class group chat. Responses poured in quickly. Ouyang Wu, are you coming? Suyu tagged Ouyang Wu. Ouyang Wu quickly noticed the message. He called Qin Yang. Old Qin, has Suyu reached out to you? I can't shake the feeling that her gathering of classmates has ulterior motives, perhaps aimed at you? Yes, she just called me. I've blocked her on WeChat. And now her number 2. Qin Yang replied. Ouyang Wu remarked, Old Qin, Suyu reaching out to you at this time feels off. Could it be that someone has approached her? If that's the case, it seems someone might be unable to resist taking action. Qin Yang acknowledged, that is indeed a possibility. But there's another. Perhaps Suyu has discovered that I might have come into some wealth. Ouyang Wu sighed. People change so quickly. Suyu was quite decent back in our freshman and sophomore years, and in just a few short years, she has transformed into someone like this. Old Qin, do be careful not to get entangled with her. Qin Yang retorted, I must be out of my mind to even consider that. Even if she were to come on to me, I would still be wary of the potential consequences. Just so you know, are you thinking of attending the reunion? Ouyang Wu inquired. Qin Yang smiled faintly. What? Are you eager to go? If you weren't interested, you wouldn't even ask me. I'm somewhat inclined. It's been over 2 years since graduation, and I wouldn't mind seeing some familiar faces, Ouyang Wu confessed candidly. Then go ahead and attend. I want to see for myself if Suyu is being manipulated, if she is indeed acting on someone else's behalf. I believe my mental acuity will allow me to discern it, Qin Yang stated firmly. Ouyang Wu added, Old Qin, do try to dress decently. If you appear shabby and Suyu still fawns over you, it will certainly indicate that someone has instructed her to target you. Meanwhile, in the group chat, Suyu was engrossed in lively discussions with others. There were over a dozen attendees expressing interest in the gathering, with people from neighboring cities eager to join. I'm in. Ouyang Wu sent a message in the group. He also tagged Qin Yang. Old Qin, if you have time, do join us for the reunion. I'll be there if I'm free tomorrow, Qin Yang replied promptly. Finally, the bait was taken. Suyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was confident that once they met, she would be able to win Qin Yang over. Back in college, she was the belle of the class. Now, her makeup skills had improved significantly, making her even more alluring than during her university days. The thought of someone offering 100,000 for her to sleep with Qin Yang had her exhilarated. Qin Yang must be quite extraordinary now. Perhaps I could gain millions from him, she mused with excitement in her eyes. As the night deepened, Qin Yang entered Jiang Muxue's room. Muxue, I will be attending a class reunion tomorrow, organized by the belle from my university days. She seems to harbor intentions towards me. Emotional value 1. Qin Yang noted Jiang Muxue's mild reaction, though it lacked intensity. Muxue, what if she throws herself at me? I fear I might lose control. Emotional value 1. Once again, only a pitiful hint of emotional value lingered. Muxue, I have a method to avoid this. If I engage with you first, I won't have any ammunition left, so even if a celestial being descends, I will be able to maintain my composure. Qin Yang exchanged thoughts with Jiang Muxue. Emotional value 25. Quickly, Jiang Muxue exhibited a strong reaction. You think my method is sound, don't you? Emotional value 20. Emotional value 15. Jiang Muxue's emotions fluctuated significantly. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yang suppressed his desires regarding Jiang Muxue. The fleeting pleasure would only diminish his emotional value. It was unnecessary compared to the enhancement of his abilities. Moreover, Jiang Muxue was currently in a vegetative state and pregnant. It would be far better to wait until she awoke before proceeding. Muxue, I was just joking. I have no intention of engaging with you just yet. Allow me to give you a goodnight kiss. With that, Qin Yang leaned down to kiss Jiang Muxue gently. Chapter 35. My wife's situation is special. The following evening, Qin Yang set out in his Porsche 918. As he approached the agreed-upon restaurant, he parked a couple of 100 meters away and walked over in his old attire, a garment he had worn for 3 to 4 years since university. Is that Qin Yang? One of the 2 girls at the restaurant entrance remarked. Xiaolon, didn't you say Qin Yang had made it big? He seems to be wearing the same outfit from college. Soon, as Qin Yang drew near, he greeted, Guo Xiaolon, who won? Guo Xiaolon replied, Qin Yang, I apologize for posting your photo in the group without your consent. Not a problem. Qin Yang shook his head, thinking that a little photo of a fairy wouldn't warrant much fuss from a man like him. Where's your wife? Didn't you say you were married? Why didn't you bring her along? Huan inquired. My wife's situation is a bit special, Qin Yang replied. Huan asked, what makes it special? It's a secret. Guo Xiaolon joked with an odd expression. Qin Yang, your wife isn't bedridden, is she? Qin Yang remained silent. He understood the implication but knew that his wife truly was unable to move at present. Don't say that. My wife will definitely be able to move in the future, Qin Yang asserted. Guo Xiaolan chuckled. I've heard there are options abroad, but they're quite expensive. You should seriously consider finding a girlfriend. Qin Yang regarded Guo Xiaolan. Noting her carefree demeanor had become even more audacious. Let's head inside, he suggested, and the three soon entered the private room. Inside, 4 people were present, one of whom was Su Yu, who, upon seeing Qin Yang, displayed a flicker of confusion in her eyes. The outfit he wore seemed strangely familiar, and it was certainly not from a prestigious brand. Qin Yang, long time no see. Wow, you've become quite handsome. I hardly recognized you. The 2 boys in the room greeted Qin Yang, having traveled from another city. Qin Yang smiled. Wang Lei, Wu Wei. I recall you used to call each other foster father. Why have you stopped? Come on, you think we would still call you that when you're empty-handed? Wang Lei and Wu Wei each shot him a middle finger. The bond between men is simple. A few straightforward exchanges brought back memories of the past. Su Yu. It's been a while, Qin Yang acknowledged, turning to her. Su Yu had clearly put in significant effort into her appearance today, sporting a new hairstyle that made her look even more attractive than in their school days. Yet, in Qin Yang's eyes, Su Yu was now inconsequential. Long time no see. Qin Yang replied coldly. Wang Lei offered Qin Yang a cigarette. Old Qin, let's step outside for a smoke and wait for Ouyang Wu and the others. All right, soon. The 3 of them left the private room. Did you notice? Qin Yang's outfit seems a bit familiar, Su Yu inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Guo Xiaolan remarked. He wore it during university. I recall he donned this very outfit at our graduation dinner, and Huan accidentally spilled oil on it. Indeed. That incident lingered in Huan's memory. Xiaolan, hasn't Qin Yang become quite successful? Inquired another female classmate in the private room, her brow furrowed in confusion. Guo Xiaolan shook her head. I never claimed that. I merely snapped a photo. I cannot ascertain if the garment is a counterfeit. If it were, Qin Yang might feel reluctant to wear it here. We are classmates, after all, and know one another well. Another girl nodded slightly in agreement. It seemed plausible. If Qin Yang had truly thrived, he would not still possess clothing from 3 years ago. Su Yu's eyes shimmered with doubt. Is that so? If so, why would someone pay her to sleep with Qin Yang? Could it be because he is handsome? This was not entirely out of the realm of possibility, as Qin Yang had been quite attractive in university and had only grown more so. Regardless, the task must be completed. Ideally, Qin Yang would be affluent. However, even without wealth, she could still earn a handsome sum. Su Yu mused silently. Outside the restaurant, Qin Yang and the others were smoking. Typically, Qin Yang did not smoke. He would occasionally indulge in a cigarette when offered, merely to partake in the atmosphere. Qin Yang, while you were absent, Su Yu asked several questions about you. She seems to have an interest, remarked Wang Lei and Wu Wei. They were unaware of Su Yu's true circumstances. Qin Yang replied coolly, I am not interested in her. I came to this reunion to reconnect with old friends. Wang Lei and Wu Wei exchanged surprised glances, aware that Qin Yang had once harbored feelings for Su Yu. You'd best not develop feelings for her either, Qin Yang warned them. Why? Wu Wei asked in a hushed tone. Qin Yang shook his head, opting not to elaborate. Although he found Su Yu distasteful, he did not wish to engage in gossip behind her back. Before he could finish his cigarette, Ouyang Wu arrived. Old Qin, is it just the 3 of you who came? He inquired. Qin Yang responded, there are 4 in the private room, Guo Xiaolan, Su Yu, Huan, and Yang Kalen. Then I shall wait outside, Ouyang Wu decided. Before long, everyone had gathered, totaling 13 attendees. As they dined and drank, reminiscing about the past, the atmosphere remained pleasant. Just over 2 years had passed since graduation. The bonds formed during university still thrived, and due to the relatively short time elapsed, disparities in their circumstances were minimal unless one hailed from a wealthy background, thus reducing any sense of competition among them. In a few years, most would be married, and the gaps would widen, rendering future gatherings less meaningful. Qin Yang, are you married or not? A female classmate inquired, glancing at him. Even if Qin Yang were not wealthy, he was undeniably more handsome now, and if he were single, some might be inclined to pursue him. Qin Yang nodded. I am married. My wife's situation is somewhat unique, making it inconvenient for her to join us. You will meet her eventually. Wang Lei asked, Qin Yang, do you have any photos? While she cannot come, at least we can see her picture. Qin Yang shook his head. There are no photos. Jiang Muxue is currently in a state that makes it difficult to take pictures. The photo on our marriage certificate is a composite. Wu Wei eyed Qin Yang with an odd expression. Qin Yang, you haven't married a wealthy woman, have you? If so, perhaps you could inquire if she has any friends. I'm not keen on working hard anymore. Qin Yang remained silent. Su Yu pondered thoughtfully. Could it truly be the case that Qin Yang had married a wealthy woman, and her children were dissatisfied? Given Qin Yang's appearance, finding a wealthy partner was certainly feasible. Classmates, let us raise a final toast. It has been ages since we visited a KTV. Shall we go sing for a while? Suyu suggested with a smile. Chapter 36. Suyu. Has someone sent you to seduce me? The group finished their beers in unison. Everyone, I must return urgently. I won't be joining you at KTV. Enjoy yourselves. Qin Yang smiled. Having come to reconnect with old classmates sufficed. Venturing to KTV, where the lighting was dim, posed a risk. What if Suyu sat next to him and accused him of inappropriate behavior? Suyu was entirely capable of such actions. Qin Yang, everyone is going. Why not join us? Suyu urged eagerly. She needed to follow through with her mission. Her plan was to drink more at KTV, sing, and then head to a nearby hotel with Qin Yang. A little resistance during their encounter would be in order. She was determined to earn that 10,000. Yet her ambitions extended beyond just the money. If Qin Yang assumed responsibility and provided her with funds to be his girlfriend, she would gradually extract more from him. If he refused, she would simply take a quick sum. I have no desire to go to KTV. I have matters to attend to this evening. Enjoy yourselves. Ouyangwu stated. This meal is on me and old Qin. Suyu's face betrayed her anxiety. Qin Yang observed her demeanor closely. Something was amiss. And she likely had ulterior motives. He understood that Suyu was exceedingly materialistic. Despite his modest attire, she still seemed interested in him. If they choose not to go, then so be it. No need to force it, Wang Lei and the others agreed. Suyu frowned inwardly. She had come to fish, and if the fish swam away, accompanying the others to KTV would hold little interest for her. However, as it was her suggestion to go, she found it challenging to decline. Soon, they reached the restaurant's entrance. Everyone, there's a KTV over there. You go ahead. I'll try to persuade Qin Yang to join us. It would be best if everyone went together, Suyu indicated towards a nearby sign. The group nodded in agreement. Suyu turned and re-entered the restaurant. She quickly arrived at the private room, where Qin Yang and Ouyangwu were still sipping tea. Ouyangwu, I have something to discuss with Qin Yang. Could you grant us a moment alone? Suyu said, feigning shyness. Ouyangwu did not leave. Instead, he swiftly began recording. Qin Yang exuded an imposing aura. Suyu, has someone approached you to entice me? Yes, Suyu involuntarily confessed. The moment the words left her lips, her expression shifted. Why had she divulged the truth so readily? Furthermore, what had caused Qin Yang to suddenly appear so formidable? So it is true. Who sent you to deal with me? What did they instruct you to do? Clarify this at once. Qin Yang's voice was cold and commanding. Suyu's complexion drained of color. The pressure Qin Yang exerted was overwhelming. She felt as though a single lie would result in dire consequences. Lu Ge gave me 50,000 yuan to find a way to sleep with you. Upon success, he promised me another 50,000, Suyu stammered. Ouyangwu raised an eyebrow. It was just as he suspected. Which Lu Ge? I did not know his full name. But I have his phone number, Suyu replied, trembling as she took out her phone. After unlocking it, Qin Yang took the device from her. He perused her recent call history, noting all the numbers she had contacted. Suyu appeared to have quite an active social life. Ouyang, did you capture all of this? Qin Yang asked, directing his gaze toward Ouyangwu. Ouyangwu nodded. Everything has been recorded. Should this be made public, Suyu would undoubtedly be ruined. With a thud, Suyu fell to her knees. Qin Yang, Ouyangwu, I implore you, please do not release this. I would have no face left to live, she sobbed. Tears streaming down her face. Qin Yang regarded her with a cold gaze. Though Suyu appeared pitiful, he felt no sympathy for her. If her scheme succeeded, it would spell his disgrace, and he might even find himself behind bars. Return and deliver 100 slaps to yourself. Record the video and send it to me. I shall refrain from disseminating it. Be sure to strike hard. Anything less won't suffice, Qin Yang stated in a flat tone. Ouyangwu glanced at Qin Yang. Realizing he truly lacked compassion for the fairer sex, 100 slaps would surely leave her face swollen. Fine, Suyu gritted her teeth in agreement. 100 self-inflicted slaps were preferable to facing public exposure. You may leave now. Should you attempt any further tricks, do not expect me to be lenient. Qin Yang warned coldly. Suyu hastily exited the private room. Old Qin, you truly lack tenderness towards women, Ouyangwu remarked with a chuckle. Qin Yang shot him a look. You may extend your compassion towards her. Ouyangwu shrugged. On second thought, I have no interest in her. Old Qin, Suyu is being manipulated. Someone is targeting you. Would you not consider revealing your true capabilities? Qin Yang shook his head. If I expose my strength, it might deter some lesser opponents. But the Jiang family, with its assets in the hundreds of billions, will attract formidable foes regardless. They would resort to even more cunning tactics. My power is still on the rise. There's no need for such measures. Ouyangwu nodded in agreement. Indeed. Let us depart, Qin Yang declared. Soon, the two settled the bill and exited the restaurant. Ouyangwu followed Qin Yang to his car. Goodness, old Qin, is this your vehicle? Ouyangwu exclaimed, his eyes wide. Qin Yang nodded. It was a gift from my father-in-law. Your family boasts a master of transformation. This shouldn't be a surprise for you. Ouyangwu expressed envy. Who said that? Having a master of transformation does not equate to wealth, unless one engages in illicit activities for profit. Possessing such mastery does not guarantee substantial earnings. To amass significant wealth, a business acumen is essential. Curious, Qin Yang inquired, how much does your family possess? Yang Wu replied, approximately 10 billion, I'd estimate. The martial arts family certainly has no shortage of funds. Without money, one cannot train. Yet, when it comes to wealth, families like the Jiangs are in a league of their own. Qin Yang scoffed, 10 billion, and you call that small change? Yang Wu shook his head. Compared to ordinary individuals, 10 billion is indeed considerable, but in comparison to top-tier billionaires, it pales in significance. Qin Yang asked, what is the typical asset range for martial arts families? Yang Wu responded, we are considered average. Some may have hundreds of billions, while others might only have tens of millions. I had overestimated. Qin Yang remarked, you think so? We live in a society governed by law. Even masters of transformation cannot act recklessly. Their status is indeed elevated, but status does not equate to wealth. Qin Yang nodded slightly. It appeared that both parties held mutual envy. The wealthy envied the powerful, while the powerful envied individuals like his father-in-law, who were affluent. Such is the nature of life. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yang's designated driver arrived on an electric scooter. Hey there, is this your car? The young driver was momentarily stunned upon seeing the supercar. Yes, Qin Yang affirmed. The driver hesitantly remarked, sir, I can't drive this car. If I scratch or dent it, I wouldn't be able to afford the repairs. Rest assured, should anything happen, you will not be held responsible. Qin Yang replied with a faint smile. Chapter 37. The hidden manipulator revealed. The driver glanced at his small electric scooter. Though his scooter was compact, the trunk of the Porsche 918 was exceedingly small. It likely wouldn't fit. Place your vehicle here. You can take a taxi back afterward, and I will cover your fare, Qin Yang suggested. All right then. 2 minutes passed before the driver finally nervously started the car, anxious while handling the multi-million-dollar vehicle. Qin Yang, however, felt no anxiety. If a unique situation arose, he could always intervene with his mental powers. He mused that he ought to purchase another vehicle. Although this car was undeniably stylish, it was rather uncomfortable to ride in, with a low chassis that hindered its traversability. Moreover, after a drink, finding a designated driver would be a challenge. Is that a Porsche 918? Huan was astounded upon seeing the image on her phone. While out shopping, she had just caught sight of Qin Yang getting into the car. After snapping a photo, she searched online, discovering that the vehicle cost an astonishing 15 to 16 million. Furthermore, it had ceased production. Even with the money, acquiring one would be difficult. Could it be that Qin Yang is intentionally maintaining a low profile? Huan pondered. Did Suyu perhaps know of Qin Yang's newfound success, and thus pursued him? Soon after, she returned to the private room. Xiaolan, where's Suyu? Has she not arrived yet? Gua Xiaolan replied. Suyu said her period started and that she wasn't feeling well. She decided to head back so we could enjoy ourselves. Oh, Huan contemplated revealing Qin Yang's circumstances, but ultimately refrained. If Qin Yang merely drove a 1 or 2 million car, she would have readily shared that information. However, since he was driving a multi-million-dollar supercar, she feared he might be upset if she disclosed it. Suyu returned to her rented apartment. Remembering Qin Yang's gaze sent chills down her spine. How had he become so formidable? Suyu murmured to herself, contemplating whether to slap her own face. Naturally, she wished to avoid doing so. Yet, with the video taken by Yang Wu, what would happen if it were to be released? In the footage, she explicitly confessed to seducing Qin Yang, accepting money from others to lure him into a trap, and even begged on her knees for mercy. After much internal conflict, Suyu finally began to slap her own face. She didn't strike too hard, yet she didn't dare to hold back entirely. After 100 slaps, she felt her vision blur, and both sides of her face were swollen from her own blows. Yang Wu, here's the video. Suyu sent the footage of her self-inflicted slaps to Yang Wu. Qin Yang had blocked her. Yang Wu, however, had not yet done so. Suyu, do not even think about seeking revenge on old Qin. He is not someone you can provoke, and the consequences could be dire, Yang Wu messaged. I understand. You now possess 2 incriminating videos of me. How could I dare to provoke him? Suyu replied. That's good to hear. Yang Wu quickly forwarded the video to Qin Yang, who opened it to find that Suyu had indeed slapped herself with considerable force. Old Qin, I'll look into that Lu guy for you. Although I lack funds, I have some connections, Yang Wu messaged Qin Yang. All right. Qin Yang did not engage in excessive pleasantries with Yang Wu. Although he possessed hacking skills, they were merely at a C level. Such skills were insufficient for invasive investigations. He did not wish to trouble Jiang Wanqing for something so trivial. 2 hours later, Yang Wu sent over the information regarding Lu. Old Qin, this Lu guy is affiliated with Du Chongming. Shortly after sending the information, Yang Wu called. What kind of person is Du Chongming? Qin Yang inquired. Yang Wu Dao Old Qin. I have mentioned before that there are two masters of transformation in Haiqing. One of them is Du Chongming's grandfather, named Du Anqing, who possesses mid-level transformation skills. Du Chongming's father is also a martial artist, having achieved perfect dark energy. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. It turns out that the grandson of a transformation master is causing trouble. Yang, what about this Du Chongming? Yang Wu Dao. Du Chongming is also a martial artist. Yet his abilities are rather mediocre. He is only at the late stage of bright energy. Given his talent, it will be difficult for him to reach the level of dark energy in the future. He is one of Jiang Muxue's suitors. Qin Yang's eyes sparkled with insight. With Du Chongming's father being a perfect dark energy practitioner and his grandfather a transformation master, his backing is indeed formidable. Yang, what is the Du family's wealth and influence? Qin Yang inquired thoughtfully. Yang Wulian quickly replied, Old Qin, remain calm. The Du family's assets amount to 4 to 5 billion. Du Anqing is a transformation master, and he has many friends. Their connections are exceedingly powerful. The Du family wields significant influence in both the underworld and legitimate society. Qin Yang expressed his astonishment. 4 to 5 billion is quite substantial. That surpasses your Yang family considerably. Yang Wu Dao sighed. Our family is based in the north, and our business primarily operates there. Currently, northern cities are not developing as well as those in the south, so we are gradually expanding southward. Old Qin, do not rush regarding the Du family. Their century-long accumulation is not so easily dealt with. Qin Yang replied calmly, Rest assured, I understand. Even if I choose to provoke them, I will do so gradually and cautiously. Yang Wu Dao cautioned, Old Qin, just be prudent. You should know that the Jiang family is under scrutiny from more than just the Du family. With their assets exceeding 1,000 billion, they are an enticing target. Indeed. Qin Yang's eyes gleamed with determination. He had no desire for Jiang Wanqing's wealth. However, the assets belonging to Jiang Wanqing would eventually belong to Jiang Muxue. And in the distant future, those assets would become his and Jiang Muxue's children's inheritance. If others sought to seize it, he would not stand idly by. Old Qin, I must return to my training. Farewell. Yang Wu Dao concluded the call. Qin Yang felt a certain weight upon his shoulders. While he was not particularly concerned about the Du family as an entity, his current strength undoubtedly surpassed that of Du Anqing. Yet, the Du family's extensive network after years of development was not to be underestimated. Moreover, adversaries abound beyond just the Du family. He resolved to expedite his efforts to enhance his strength. Ding ding. At this moment, Suyu dialed Lu Ji's number. How did it go? Lu Ji's voice was grave on the other end. Suyu trembled as she replied, I failed. Lu Gu. Qin Yang realized I intended to set a trap for him. Lu Gu, I really tried my best. Damn. Then return that 50,000 yuan. Lu Gu cursed vehemently. Suyu responded, Lu Gu, I have already spent that money. I will repay you later. Please, grant me a bit more time. Damn. You are quite bold, aren't you? You failed to accomplish the task, yet you squandered my money. Do you believe I won't make you pay for this? Lu Gu bellowed in fury. Suyu, feeling defeated, replied, Lu Gu, Qin Yang even looked at my phone. He might have discovered your number. Lu Gu was enraged. Where are you? I need to teach you a lesson. Fearing for her safety, Suyu divulged her location. When Lu Gu arrived, he was taken aback upon seeing Suyu. She was still quite beautiful, but her face was swollen like a pig's head. Lu Gu, I know I was wrong. I slapped myself 100 times, Suyu admitted. Lu Gu, filled with pent-up anger, considered striking her. However, seeing her already swollen face extinguished any inclination he had. Damn, Lu Gu cursed as he stormed off. Chapter 38. Receiving a sniper bullet. Lu Gu arrived at a nightclub to meet Du Chongming. Young Master Du, I failed to carry out the task. Suyu was unsuccessful. Lu Gu, tall and imposing, now adopted a subservient demeanor. Du Chongming frowned. Did you not say that since Qin Yang once pursued her, she would surely be able to win him over? Lu Gu, whose full name was Lu Xiong, awkwardly replied, Young Master Du, under normal circumstances, there would be no issue. Who wouldn't want to sleep with a beautiful woman they once pursued? Yet, I never anticipated Qin Yang would be so vigilant. Du Chongming remarked. Qin Yang's first rejection does not guarantee he will refuse a second or third time. With Suyu's qualifications, there is still hope for her to captivate Qin Yang. Lu Xiong's face betrayed a sense of helplessness. Young Master Du, for now, it is not possible. She squandered the 50,000 yuan I gave her, and in her fear, she slapped herself 100 times. Now her face is so swollen it is quite unappetizing. Du Chongming frowned. The swelling should subside in a few days. We can let her try again then. Is there anything else? Lu Xiong hesitated before speaking. Tell me, he urged. Lu Xiong said. She mentioned that Qin Yang has seen her communication records. Could he trace me back? Du Chongming shot him a glare. You cannot handle such trivial matters. If Qin Yang investigates and discovers you, he will certainly find out about me as well. I do not fear Qin Yang as an ordinary person, But he is now the son-in-law of the Jiang family. If Jiang Wanqing intervenes, the Du family could suffer significant losses. My grandfather is a transformation master. But Jiang Wanqing is the wealthiest man in Haiqing. He is not to be trifled with. Young Master Du, it is my fault, Lu Xiong confessed. Lowering his head in submission, Du Chongming ordered, do not act for the time being, just observe. Qin Yang may not be able to trace this back to you. And he is unlikely to trouble Jiang Wanqing over such matters. I have another task for you. Lu Xiong responded, Young Master Du, I am at your service. Du Chongming instructed, find a beautiful woman for me, one with exceptional looks and a pure, innocent demeanor. If Siyu fails, arrange for her to engage in an online romance with Qin Yang. Lu Xiong was taken aback. Young Master Du, an online romance? Du Chongming replied, men are inherently lustful. With Jiang Muxue in a vegetative state, I do not believe Qin Yang will resist the temptation to stray. Locally, he may hesitate, but you should seek someone from outside. Lu Xiong questioned, Young Master Du, can a person in a vegetative state still engage in such activities? Du Chongming glared at Lu Xiong. Thank you for your enlightening reminder. Lu Xiong awkwardly smiled. Realizing his blunder, Du Chongming aimed to win over Jiang Muxue, and his comment was ill-timed. Du Chongming waved his hand dismissively, get lost. Lu Xiong hurriedly exited. The following morning, Qin Yang rose early and made his way downstairs for breakfast. Mr. Qin, the property management has delivered a package for you, said Wu Jing, one of the four maids. My package? Qin Yang was puzzled, as he had not ordered anything online recently. Here it is. Wu Jing handed him a relatively small cardboard box. Qin Yang did not hastily open it. Instead, he first extended his mental energy inside. To his astonishment, the box contained a wooden bullet. As he unwrapped the box, he gazed at the bullet, which was elongated and roughly the size of a sniper bullet, exquisitely crafted. Mr. Qin, this. Wu Jing's expression shifted dramatically. Though merely a wooden bullet, its implications were unmistakable. It was a death threat directed at Qin Yang. Qin Yang toyed with the wooden bullet, reassuringly stating, fear not, for firearms are prohibited in our beloved Huagua. The adversary's actions are merely a means of intimidation. Should they resort to actual violence, they would find themselves in considerable trouble. Had I not acquired the S-Class talisman, even knowing that they would hesitate to use a gun would have instilled a sense of unease in me. After all, what if? If the enemy were to employ a firearm against me, the consequences could be dire. Yet now, I stand unperturbed. The S-Class talisman is capable of withstanding the impact of a car bomb and can endure 3 to 5 shots from a sniper rifle. Should they aim at me with a sniper's weapon, they would have but a single chance. My physical prowess has reached a remarkable level of 21. My reflexes far surpass those of the average individual. If they missed their shot, I would swiftly evade their aim. There is even a possibility of me turning the tables and countering the enemy. Mr. Qin, it is wise to remain cautious, Wu Jing advised. Qin Yang nodded in acknowledgement. After Wu Jing departed, he placed a call to Jiang Wanqing. Xiao Qin, is Muxue all right? Jiang Wanqing's voice carried a hint of anxiety upon answering. Surprised to receive a call from Qin Yang so early in the day. Uncle Jiang, Muxue is fine. I just received a package containing a wooden bullet, nothing more. Qin Yang informed him. Jiang Wanqing's expression darkened. This was a blatant death threat aimed at Qin Yang. Were he an ordinary man, such a threat might have proven overwhelming. The audacity of such intimidation was utterly intolerable. I am at home. I will come over immediately, Jiang Wanqing declared with gravity. Within half an hour, he arrived. Observing the exquisitely carved wooden bullet. Didi, Jiang Wanqing dialed a number. Director Huang, I need you to send someone to my son-in-law's residence. He has received a death threat. He stated solemnly. The tone on the other end shifted immediately. Jiang Wanqing was the wealthiest man in Haiqing. The murder of his son-in-law would cause a significant uproar. Chairman Jiang, I will arrange for someone to be dispatched right away. In under 10 minutes, 2 police cars arrived, and several officers disembarked. Chairman Jiang, greeted Su Zhe, the head of the criminal investigation team, with utmost politeness, having met Jiang Wanqing previously. Jiang Wanqing handed the package to Su Zhe. Captain Su, Qin Yang received this. Although it is merely a wooden bullet, you should understand the implications it carries, Jiang Wanqing articulated. Su Zhe took the package, and upon seeing the wooden bullet, his countenance shifted. Chairman Jiang, I understand. Mr. Qin, have you handled this bullet? Su Zhe inquired. Qin Yang shook his head. We will take it back to examine it for fingerprints, Su Zhe assured him. Jiang Wanqing interjected. The sender is likely not so foolish. It is improbable that you will find any fingerprints. Captain Su, I hope you can ascertain who sent it. Su Zhe nodded. Chairman Jiang, we will do our utmost. Mr. Qin, have you offended anyone recently? Su Zhe probed. Qin Yang replied, I rarely go out. The threat against my life is likely due to my marriage to Muxue. They wish to intimidate me. Su Zhe frowned inwardly, recognizing the difficulty in tracing such a threat, given the multitude of potential suspects. Mr. Qin, do you possess any other useful clues? Suze asked. Qin Yang shook his head. No other leads. Here is my business card. Please inform me immediately if you uncover any new information, Suze said before they took their leave. Xiao Qin, it will be challenging for them to investigate. This threat serves merely as a warning to those with malicious intent, Jiang Muxue remarked. Qin Yang nodded. Uncle Jiang, I understand. Even if they succeed in identifying the sender, it is merely a wooden bullet. The police would not be able to take significant action. Jiang Muxue frowned. You are correct. Even if they discover the culprit, they cannot arrest someone over a wooden bullet. Xiao Qin, in permitting your marriage, we may have underestimated the recklessness of certain individuals. You could be in grave danger. Qin Yang chuckled lightly. Uncle Jiang, you have already provided 5 million, right? 5 million plus a house is quite a substantial risk compensation. A slight cough escaped Jiang Muxue, betraying a hint of embarrassment. Xiao Qin, while we understand your marriage to Muxue entails certain risks, we still underestimated the madness of some people who would dare issue a death threat against you. I shall provide you with an additional 20 million as compensation. Qin Yang's breath hitched at the mention of 20 million, a staggering sum. The average person might never amass such wealth in a lifetime. Uncle Jiang, there's no need for that. You have already gifted me over 10 million in sports cars. Qin Yang declined after a moment of contemplation. He wished to avoid giving Jiang Muxue an impression of greed. The 5 million, a house, and a 10 million sports car were already generous enough. He resided in a grand villa and drove an extravagant car. He was uncertain how he would spend this money. Moreover, 20 million was hardly beyond his reach to earn. Not wanting it, Jiang Muxue gazed at Qin Yang in astonishment. Uncle Jiang, you need not offer more. Muxue is now carrying my child. Although that incident was accidental, I bear some responsibility. I will do my utmost to protect Muxue, Qin Yang affirmed. Jiang Muxue nodded. I believe you will do so, but the money is still yours. Just as Qin Yang attempted to further refuse, Jiang Muxue raised a hand to halt him. Listen to me. I know you have ambitions to earn your own living. But to achieve quick wealth, one must have some capital. This 20 million is not solely for you. It serves as Muxue's dowry, meant to support your small family. Once Muxue recovers, you must provide for her. Qin Yang nodded. Uncle Jiang, I will. Rest assured, I will take good care of and protect Muxue. Very well. Jiang Muxue smiled. Chapter 39. The Dowry from the Father-in-Law. With Jiang Muxue's departure, Qin Yang soon received a text notification from the bank. The 20 million had been deposited. With an existing balance of 1 million, his total now reached an astonishing 21 million. Many individuals possess assets worth over 20 million. Yet few hold such a significant amount in cash. Goodness, that's a lot of money, Qin Yang murmured to himself. For an ordinary person, such wealth, if managed wisely, could ensure a comfortable life. Ascending to Jiang Muxue's room, he announced, Muxue, someone sent me a package containing a beautifully crafted sniper bullet. Jiang Muxue's emotional state shifted considerably. Your father came by and gave me 20 million, stating it is your dowry, urging me to use this money wisely to support our future. Muxue, you need to remain vigilant. If I were to be assassinated, at the very least, our child would still have a mother. A child without a mother would be so pitiable, Qin Yang cautioned. At that moment, he noticed a slight movement in Muxue's abdomen and gently placed his hand upon it. The little one nestled within Jiang Muxue's womb was gradually stirring. Muxue, the baby is moving. Qin Yang conveyed his feelings to Jiang Muxue. Emotional value 15. After engaging Jiang Muxue in conversation for a while, her mental energy waned considerably. Before it was entirely exhausted, Qin Yang ascended to the upper floor, where he commenced playing the piano to aid Jiang Muxue's recovery. He had discerned that playing the piano was particularly effective when Jiang Muxue had expended most of her energy. Half an hour passed, and his piano performance came to an end. Qin Yang returned to Jiang Muxue's room. Darling, I plan to go out and buy a car today. Let me steal a kiss first. As he spoke, Qin Yang leaned down and gently pressed his lips against Jiang Muxue's soft mouth. Emotional value 17. Emotional value 14. Before long, Jiang Muxue's mental energy was completely depleted. Qin Yang hailed a taxi to the Volvo dealership. Thanks to the advancements in domestic electric vehicles, the prices of gasoline cars had plummeted significantly, rendering them much more affordable than before. Huan, Qin Yang called out. He had learned during a class reunion that Huan was selling cars here. He found the Volvo to be quite satisfactory, so he decided to support his classmate's business. Qin Yang, you're buying a car? Huan quickly approached him with an inquisitive expression. Qin Yang nodded. Huan, puzzled, asked, but don't you already have a car? I saw you in a supercar yesterday. That must have been yours, right? You saw that? Qin Yang replied in surprise. Huan explained. I was out shopping yesterday and happened to see you having a driver return your car. I haven't mentioned it to anyone, she added. Qin Yang nodded. That's good. That supercar isn't practical for everyday use. I want to buy another car. Please recommend a good one that is available for immediate purchase. Once I pay, I'll drive it away right after. Huan beamed. No problem. Soon enough, she suggested a Volvo CX-90, which was much more comfortable than the supercar. I'll take this one, Qin Yang said, promptly settling the payment. In less than an hour, he drove away in his new car. Huan, was that person your classmate? He is quite handsome and wealthy. If you could win him over, you'd never have to worry again, a colleague of Huan remarked as she approached. Huan shook her head. There's no chance for me. Huan, could you introduce me to him? Her colleague pressed. Huan glanced at her colleague, who was slightly more beautiful than she but not by much. Lily, he and we are not from the same world. He has supercars worth millions. Huan's colleague sighed in resignation. It was unlikely that someone who drove multi-million-dollar supercars would take an interest in them. This is so comfortable, Qin Yang thought as he took the new car for a spin. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, a call from his father, Qin Hai. He parked and answered the call. Dad, have you found a construction company to clear the site for the building? Qin Hai responded, construction commenced yesterday. Son, did you send something? I just received a package. Qin Yang's expression shifted. Dad, I didn't send a package. Please open it and let me see what's inside. After hanging up, Qin Hai initiated a video call and opened the package. Qin Yang's face turned grim upon seeing the contents. A wooden bullet, identical to the one he had received earlier. So this is how they want to play? A chilling aura emanated from Qin Yang. He was not particularly angered by the package, but the fact that it was sent to his parents was deeply unsettling. Son, did you receive one of these too? Qin Hai inquired, holding the bullet. Yes, Qin Yang replied. I received it this morning. Qin Hai continued. This is a carved sniper bullet. Son, could this be a death threat directed at us? I'm sorry. I've implicated you, Qin Yang said, his brow furrowed with concern. Qin Hai reassured him. There is no need for guilt. This situation is neither Muxue's fault nor yours. It's someone else's issue. Don't shoulder the blame. Try not to worry too much. They're likely just trying to intimidate us. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yang replied. Dad, please don't let Mom see this. I'll find out who is responsible as soon as possible. Qin Hai cautioned. Just be careful. You don't need to worry about us. Everyone in the village knows us. Qin Yang suggested. Dad, consider getting a few dogs. It's fine during the day, but I worry about unfamiliar faces approaching you at night. All right, Qin Hai agreed. Son, don't let this make you consider divorce. We can't afford to lose face over something like this. Dad, that one tea happened, Qin Yang assured him. By the way, Uncle Jiang gave me 20 million this morning, saying it was Muxue's dowry, and advised me to invest it wisely. Qin Hai was momentarily taken aback. 20 million was an enormous sum for him. Son, I can't manage your affairs anymore. Just take care of your own matters and look after Muxue and the child. Don't worry about your mother and me. We'll be fine. After chatting a bit longer, Qin Yang ended the video call. Beep. Qin Yang dialed Su Zhe's number. Hello, who is this? Su Zhe's voice came through promptly. Captain Su, it's Qin Yang. Have you uncovered anything regarding that wooden bullet? Su Zhe replied. Qin Yang, there are no fingerprints on it. We are currently investigating how this package made its way to you. I'll inform you as soon as we have results. Captain Su, there is a new development. My parents just received the same package at home, Qin Yang added. Su Zhe's expression shifted slightly. Sending the same item to both Qin Yang and his parents indicated a change in the case's nature. The sender might be serious. Qin Yang, could you send me a picture? Su Zhe requested. My WeChat is this phone number. Please add me. All right. Qin Yang quickly sent the photo to Su Zhe. Chapter 40. Is Jiang Muxue's birthday coming? Su Zhe frowned as he examined the photo. The wooden bullet depicted in the image was indeed identical. Qin Yang, we will make every effort to identify the perpetrator, Su Zhe messaged him. Captain Su, please expedite this matter. This is no trivial threat. It endangers our lives. We will do our utmost, Su Zhe replied, his brow furrowed. Although Qin Yang and his family had yet to suffer any harm, failing to resolve this issue could lead to serious trouble. Since Qin Yang had already reported it to the authorities, they would be held accountable if further incidents occurred. Upon returning home, Qin Yang called Ouyang Wu. Ouyang, I received a wooden sniper bullet, and so did my parents. Do you think this could be the work of the Du family? On the other end of the line, Ouyang Wu's expression shifted. Old Qin, I warned you that marrying Jiang Muxue could be perilous. This is most likely not the doing of the Du family. Why not? Qin Yang inquired. Ouyang Wu explained. The Du family is a martial arts clan. They have some sense of decorum. Threatening ordinary people with wooden bullets would tarnish their reputation. If they were to send such a thing, it would reflect poorly on them. If Du Chongming tried to seduce you and you succumbed, that is your issue. But if the Du family is behind this, it's entirely their problem. Qin Yang, Ouyang, being from a martial arts family, you possess considerable knowledge on these matters. Could you assist me in analyzing the situation? Ouyang Wu pondered for a moment. Old Qin, I believe your parents are unlikely to be in danger. The adversary's intent is to sever the bond between you and Jiang Muxue. If you refuse to comply, the assassination of you would fulfill their objective. Targeting your parents thereafter would be superfluous. A complete massacre would undoubtedly attract a far greater level of investigation than a typical homicide. Qin Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as his parents remained unharmed, he could rest easy. Ouyang, thank you. Ouyang Wu replied, Old Qin. You are allowing your concern to cloud your judgment. Such matters are ones you should be able to contemplate clearly yourself. The opposition seeks advantage, not confrontation with the state. Indeed, Qin Yang acknowledged. Ouyang Wu continued, Old Qin, try to relax. Jiang Muxue is your wife now. It is others who should be anxious. Maintain a calm demeanor. And the adversary will inevitably reveal their intentions. Given their threats, an action is likely forthcoming. They may attempt an assault on you. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. An attack on him? He would welcome that. Should they proceed, it might lead him directly to their trail. Old Qin, take care of yourself. I still wish to enjoy your banquet. Qin Yang retorted with a hint of annoyance. To hell with that. Have you resolved your own matters? Do you need my assistance? Ouyang Wu responded, it's nearly settled. Once I wrap things up, I plan to return. Our family business is expanding southward, so I may visit again soon. Qin Yang smiled. That's excellent news. It means we'll have more opportunities to meet. After ending the call, Qin Yang felt considerably lighter. He arrived at the gym. With a mix of determination and focus, he manipulated flying knives while training on various equipment. His physique had strengthened significantly, even with the system's assistance. He still needed to adapt to his newfound power. Any ordinary person witnessing Qin Yang's training would likely be astounded. His physical strength had reached an impressive 21 points, far surpassing that of an average individual. As the afternoon of the following day rolled around, Qin Yang accumulated a substantial amount of emotional value from Jiang Muxue. His emotional value had reached 1,000. System, I am currently facing a threat to my life, and my parents are at risk as well. With 1,000 emotional value, I wish to draw a reward. Grant me a surprise. In his mind, the system announced, Congratulations, host. You have obtained an A-level spirit dog. Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had actually received a living creature? System, what kind of power does an A-level spirit dog possess? Furthermore, can living beings enter the system's space? The system replied, Host, the living creature obtained through the lottery can indeed enter the system's space. However, other living beings cannot. The A-level spirit dog possesses the strength equivalent to an initial stage transformation master. It is highly intelligent and possesses a sense of smell far superior to that of an ordinary dog. Qin Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. System, this reward is quite commendable. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yang dialed Qin Hai's number. Dad, do you still have that package you received? Yes. Please send it to me. And wrap it securely to prevent others from touching it. Is it for the police? Yes. Qin Yang harbored the hope that the spirit dog could pick up on the scent of the bullet, which might contain traces of the adversary's presence. 2 more days passed without any developments from Suze. The package sent by Qin Hai finally arrived in Qin Yang's hands. Big Yellow, take a sniff. Qin Yang unwrapped the package, revealing a large yellow dog, his newly acquired spirit dog, a breed of Chinese rural dog, exuding an imposing presence. The dog diligently sniffed the contents. Big Yellow, from now on, if anyone comes to our home carrying a similar scent, alert me, Qin Yang instructed. The dog nodded in understanding, as it was indeed a spirit dog capable of comprehending Qin Yang's words. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Qin Yang decided not to venture outside. In this scenario, he surmised that the adversaries would likely be unable to resist making an appearance. The package was sealed tightly, ensuring no one else had touched it. Thus, if the dog detected the same scent, it would undoubtedly lead him to the person he was searching for. All right, go play, Qin Yang said, affectionately ruffling the dog's fur. This spirit dog would serve to protect his parents, but for now, it needed to help identify their enemies. In the evening, Liang Lan arrived at Qin Yang's place. Little Qin, where did you find this dog? She inquired, astonished. Qin Yang replied, Aunt Liang, I bought it from outside. I can communicate with it telepathically. And it is exceptionally obedient. It might even help pinpoint the person who sent the bullet. Liang Lan nodded slightly. I have a plan to draw them out. Qin Yang quickly inquired, what is it? Liang Lan explained, in a few days, it will be Mushue's 24th birthday. We can extend invitations to some people under that pretext. As she spoke, her gaze dimmed. If Muxue does not awaken soon, this could be her last birthday. I came here to discuss this with you. We should organize something for her. Qin Yang nodded in agreement. Aunt Liang, please don't worry too much. I have faith that Muxue will awaken. The effects of music therapy seem promising. Her condition has shown signs of improvement. Liang Lan replied, I hope Muxue wakes up. But we must also prepare for the possibility that she may not. Nevertheless, let us celebrate her birthday. Qin Yang affirmed, Aunt Liang, I have no objections. Liang Lan continued, Little Qin, your parents are busy. They just visited Muxue a few days ago. Let us not trouble them further. Keep the birthday plans from them. They are safer in the village. Qin Yang nodded. Understood, Aunt Liang. Perhaps you could invite the people we suspect might be involved. Big Yellow might be able to sniff them out. Chapter 41. The phone received an enhancement. Liang Lan shook her head. That may not be advisable. If we send invitations, those we suspect may avoid attending. If we don't invite them, word will spread, and they might show up. Qin Yang contemplated her words. Liang Lan had a point. Had they not previously invited those individuals to Muxue's birthday celebrations? Liang Lan confirmed. Muxue has always been low-key. In the past, we only celebrated milestone birthdays. For ordinary ones, she would gather only with her closest friends. Indeed, we'll wait for them to come to us. Qin Yang concluded. Liang Lan said, Little Qin, come with me upstairs. I wish to speak with Muxue. Please help me convey my words. Of course. The two soon arrived at Jiang Muxue's room. Qin Yang connected his mental energy with Jiang Muxue. Muxue, your mother has come to see you. In 6 days, it will be your 24th birthday, and she wishes to organize a lively celebration for you. Tears shimmered in Liang Lan's eyes. Emotional value. 15. Your grandparents and uncles will be present as well. They have yet to meet Qin Yang, so it will be a good opportunity. Emotional value. 18. Muxue, if you awaken soon, you might even join us for the birthday festivities and introduce Qin Yang to your friends. Emotional value. 20. Liang Lan gently held Jiang Muxue's hand, speaking softly, while Qin Yang transmitted her words through his mental energy, including not just her voice, but also images, albeit currently blurred. He knew she could still recognize familiar faces, albeit faintly. After several minutes, Qin Yang remarked, Aunt Liang, it seems Muxue's mental energy has been depleted. I can no longer relay messages. Is this already consumed? Liang Lan queried with a hint of confusion. Qin Yang replied, her mental fluctuations are quite pronounced, leading to faster depletion. Each instance of consuming her mental energy allows for some recovery, and my piano playing also aids in her recuperation. Liang Lan nodded in understanding. Xiao Qin, would it not suffice to simply play a piano piece directly? Qin Yang shook his head. Muxue's recovery relies on my mental energy. The piano pieces serve merely as a medium. She has a profound affection for music, and my playing enhances the support I can offer her. Ah, I see. Liang Lan remarked gently. Xiao Qin, you must also focus on your own cultivation. Will this not hinder your growth and strength? Qin Yang responded with a shake of his head. Aunt Liang, the impact is minimal. I require relaxation alongside my training. And playing the piano is a delightful means of unwinding. Moreover, Muxue is my wife. It is only natural for me to do this. Liang Lan smiled slightly. Xiao Qin, you are working hard. Qin Yang dismissed the notion with a wave. It is no trouble at all. Aunt Liang, please keep Muxue company. I shall retreat to the study to read. Very well. Qin Yang soon arrived at the study. System, 1,000 emotional points. Initiate a lottery, he thought. Having just acquired another 1,000 emotional points, he proceeded. Congratulations, host. You have won an A-level enhancement talisman. The system's voice resonated. An enhancement talisman materialized within the system space. What is the purpose of this enhancement talisman? Host, the enhancement talisman can be employed to strengthen items. An A-level enhancement talisman can only be used on objects with a volume less than 1 cubic meter, and the item must be a complete entity. Can it only strengthen items? Indeed, host. Qin Yang produced a small throwing knife. If I enhance this, its power will significantly increase. No, I cannot enhance this. He returned the knife to its place and retrieved his recently purchased mobile phone. System, if I enhance this phone, will it merely become sturdier? Or will its performance improve as well? The performance will indeed enhance. Qin Yang applied the enhancement talisman to the phone. A golden light enveloped it, and the device underwent rapid transformations both inside and out. Its signal grew stronger, and its defenses against viruses improved significantly. The phone's assistant became far more capable, approaching the realm of artificial intelligence. Xiao Yi, report on the phone's condition. Qin Yang softly commanded as the enhancement concluded. Xiao Yi responded. The phone's performance has increased 100-fold. Its signal has strengthened 100-fold, and its storage capacity has expanded 1,000-fold. Its resistance to hacker intrusions has also improved by 1,000-fold. Qin Yang felt immense satisfaction upon receiving Xiao Yi's report. The enhanced phone's capabilities were formidable. He no longer needed to worry about eavesdropping. Xiao Yi, your data synchronization will not be compromised, correct? Rest assured, Master, it will not. Qin Yang examined the enhanced phone. It appeared identical to its previous version, yet its software and hardware had transformed drastically. Xiao Yi, how is your intrusion resistance now? He inquired. Master, you can be completely at ease. The probability of this phone being successfully hacked is minuscule. Can it retaliate against intrusions? Master, this phone lacks such capabilities. Qin Yang felt a twinge of disappointment. If only it could counteract other hackers as well. However, any offensive capabilities would likely compromise its defensive strength. After all, it is merely an A-level enhancement talisman, and its enhancement potential is limited. Strengthening its offense naturally diminishes its defense. Half an hour passed. Knock, knock. Liang Lan rapped gently at the door. Qin Yang opened it to find her standing outside. Liang Lan entered the study. Xiao Qin, do you possess photographic memory? Indeed. He nodded. Liang Lan casually picked up a book from the shelf. Xiao Qin, have you read this book? I wish to see. I have. Liang Lan flipped to the middle. On the 123rd page, what does the fifth line say? Qin Yang effortlessly recited it. Liang Lan attempted twice more. And he accurately quoted each time. You truly possess photographic memory. Xiao Qin, what type of books do you require? Let me know, and I will arrange for them to be delivered to you. Qin Yang replied, I can manage the purchases myself. Liang Lan chuckled softly. Some books are not readily available for purchase. Certain universities and private libraries house rare editions. I could likely borrow them. Aunt Liang, I appreciate your kindness. Soon, Liang Lan departed. Upon returning home, she sent messages to several individuals. Jiang Muxue's birthday? She has not yet regained consciousness. And the Jiang family appears to believe her chances of waking are exceedingly slim. This is to be her final birthday celebration. I must attend this birthday banquet. Liang Lan's message reached only a select few, yet it quickly garnered wider attention. Dad, Jiang Muxue is holding a birthday banquet. I wish to go. You must help me secure an invitation. Lin Junyao implored his father, Lin Shengde. Very well, Lin Shengde nodded slightly. Although Liang Lan did not extend an invitation to Lin Junyao for the banquet, should he express a desire to attend, the Jiang family would likely not deny him that courtesy. Jiang Xiong, Lin Shengde swiftly contacted Jiang Wancheng. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Wancheng acquiesced. It's settled. You may attend the birthday banquet, Lin Shengde informed Lin Junyao after hanging up the phone. Chapter 42, Conspiracy against Qin Yang. The following day, Liang Lan called Qin Yang. Xiao Qin, Muxue's birthday banquet will host hundreds of guests, most of whom I did not personally invite. Isn't that rather excessive? Qin Yang remarked. With so many attendees, it may become quite crowded. Indeed, it is rather numerous. Hence, I was contemplating a change of venue. Perhaps we could find a manner to celebrate there? Will it be convenient for Muxue to relocate? Qin Yang inquired. Liang Lan replied. There is no issue with Muxue moving. She bears no injuries, merely 6 months of pregnancy. There is no need for constant monitoring of her brainwaves or heartbeat. Qin Yang pondered briefly. He could place a protective talisman on Jiang Muxue. With an S-level talisman safeguarding her, she would undoubtedly be safe. Aunt Liang, since Muxue can relocate, I have no objections. Holding the celebration elsewhere would prevent chaos at home. Liang Lan smiled. Since you have no objections, it is settled. I will find a manner and make the necessary arrangements. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Just ensure Muxue's safety. Understood. Xiao Qin. There is one more matter. What is it, Aunt Liang? Muxue's maternal grandparents and uncle will also be attending. They may harbor some discontent towards you. So do not take it to heart. Qin Yang mused silently. He had been married to Jiang Muxue for some time now. Yet no one from the Liang family had visited. Was there some hidden reason behind it? Aunt Liang, I will not dwell on it. Liang Lan continued. My father and brother are both military men. My father arranged a betrothal when I was born, and later, when I became involved with Muxue's father. He felt he had betrayed his deceased comrade, a burden he has carried with great remorse. After Muxue's birth, my father proposed a betrothal between her and his comrade's grandson. We did not agree. He has always harbored some reservations about this matter. Qin Yang suddenly understood. So that was the case. If his comrade had not perished, then the cancellation of the engagement would bear little significance. But with his comrade's death, the act of calling off the engagement would indeed weigh heavily on his conscience. The older generation places tremendous value on camaraderie in battle. Aunt Liang, I hold no grievances against them, he assured. Liang Lan replied. My father is fundamentally a good man, but this situation has left him less than pleased with us. Back in the day, he and his comrade shared a bond akin to brotherhood. The mindset of the older generation differs from ours. In his eyes, an arranged engagement is quite acceptable, whereas we vehemently oppose it. Qin Yang inquired, Aunt Liang, when will my grandfather and the others arrive? Liang Lan responded. They reside quite a distance from Haiqing. They will likely arrive the day before, and they might visit you that very day. Do not engage with my father as if he were a mere fool. Qin Yang reassured her, rest assured, Aunt Liang. At that moment, Jiang Haolong, Jiang Haoyu, and Jiang Haoran convened. Elder brother, what prompted you to summon me? Jiang Haoran asked. Jiang Haolong replied, Haoran, Muxue's birthday is approaching, and we will encounter Qin Yang again. There will be many young people present. Do you have any thoughts on this matter? Jiang Haoran shook his head. What thoughts could I possibly have? My calligraphy is commendable, yet he effortlessly outshines me. I cannot match him in drinking either. Elder brother, do you have any ideas? Jiang Haohu frowned. Brother, Haoran, we are brothers. Let us not beat around the bush. I was quite displeased after our last encounter with Qin Yang. This time, we must devise a plan to reclaim our honor. Jiang Haolong nodded in agreement. I too am quite discontent. You merely suffered a hangover the following day. While I shook hands with him, and my hand throbbed for a full 5 days. Reflecting on this, Jiang Haolong still felt a dull ache in his hand, though he knew it was merely a figment of his imagination. Jiang Haoran voiced his agreement. I too harbor grievances against Qin Yang. Elder brother, if you devise a good plan, I will undoubtedly support you. Jiang Haolong's eyes sparkled with determination. He spoke solemnly. Qin Yang is unworthy of Muxue. We must employ every means at our disposal to separate them. We shall endeavor to instigate discord between him and others. Many talented youths will be present. Jiang Haoran concurred. I agree. Jiang Haohu remarked. Haoran, you are the most astute among us. What strategies can we employ against Qin Yang? This fellow remains cooped up at home, making it challenging to act against him. Such an opportunity is rare. A faint smile graced Jiang Haoran's lips. From what I gather, Muxue's grandfather once wished for her to be betrothed to another. He likely disapproves of her relationship with Qin Yang. It would be best to provoke a rift between them. His influence is formidable. Jiang Haolong and Jiang Haohu's eyes brightened. Haoran, please elaborate. Jiang Haoran continued. I have conducted meticulous inquiries. It appears that Qin Yang and Muxue had little prior contact. Muxue's pregnancy is likely the result of a drunken mishap. Jiang Haolong narrowed his eyes. A drunken mishap? If that is the case, it would imply that Qin Yang acted with intent, given his tolerance. He could not possibly have become inebriated at the company's annual gathering. Jiang Haohu queried. Haoran, do you possess any evidence? Jiang Haoran smiled subtly. Qin Yang's previous life was rather ordinary. He lived in a modest rental and wore unremarkable clothing, especially considering his job, which was demanding yet poorly compensated. If they had been secretly involved, Muxue would only need to offer him a slight assistance for his circumstances to improve significantly. Jiang Haohu contemplated this. Haoran, your reasoning is sound. However, this alone does not constitute proof. Qin Yang could easily claim he does not wish to rely on Muxue, desiring instead to earn his living honorably and marry her later. He could also assert that he refrains from accepting money to avoid scrutiny from Uncle Jiang. Jiang Haoran replied. Much time has passed, and with Muxue now in a coma, securing definitive proof will prove exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, we need not pursue that. We merely need to communicate our suspicions to a few individuals. Jiang Haohu spoke gravely. I have a friend who is quite adept at hypnosis. If he can hypnotize Qin Yang, we might extract the truth directly from him. Jiang Haoran asked, Are you certain? Jiang Haohu nodded. My friend possesses unique abilities. Although his overall strength is not remarkable, he has mastered hypnosis and has become quite a skilled hypnotist. Jiang Haoran suggested, Shall we arrange to meet with Qin Yang? We could have your friend attempt to hypnotize him discreetly. If successful, we could compel Qin Yang to reveal everything publicly. A look of hesitation crossed Jiang Haohu's face. Hiring him will require a substantial fee. Jiang Haoran reassured him, Second brother, that is easily arranged. Since he is your friend, I will cover the entire cost. How much? Jiang Haohu inquired. His fees are rather steep. Even with my influence, he will demand between 300,000 to 500,000. Jiang Haoran's expression twitched. Although his family was wealthier than Jiang Haolong's, his allowance was not particularly generous, amounting to only several 100,000 each year. Very well, I'll pay. Let us invite Qin Yang for dinner tonight. Jiang Haoran gritted his teeth. Chapter 43. The fusion of mental strength promotes growth. Qin Yang received a phone call from Jiang Haolong. Dinner tonight? Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. What good could Jiang Haolong possibly want to discuss over a meal? Brother-in-law, we are Muxue's cousins. Surely you won't deny us this small courtesy? Jiang Haolong stated, recording the conversation. Qin Yang laughed heartily. How could I refuse? Elder brother, where's the venue? I shall certainly attend if I am free tonight. Jiang Haolong provided the address and time. The location is a bit far. Goodbye for now. Elder brother. A few hours later, as evening approached, Qin Yang's phone indicated that he had no intention of leaving his residence. The scheduled time was 6:30 p.m. By 6 o'clock, Jiang Haolong and the others had already arrived, having conspired about how to approach Qin Yang upon his arrival. However, as the clock neared 6:30, Qin Yang had yet to make an appearance. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Jiang Haolong's attempts to reach Qin Yang were in vain. Brother, do not fret. Qin Yang should arrive shortly. Let us maintain our composure and not frighten him away, Jiang Haohu suggested. Jiang Haolong nodded in agreement. After waiting another 10 minutes, Jiang Haohu tried calling Qin Yang again, but the same message greeted him. Jiang Haoran frowned. Elder brother, this rascal Qin Yang wouldn't he dare stand us up, would he? He shouldn't he, right? Jiang Haolong replied uncertainly. Gradually, more time slipped by, and Jiang Haolong attempted to contact Qin Yang once more, to no avail. Damn it, Jiang Haolong scowled. Nearly half an hour had passed since their agreed-upon time, and with Qin Yang's absence, it was increasingly likely that he had no intention of joining them for dinner. Huagu, If Qin Yang fails to show, it is not my fault. I can only refund you half of the 60,000, remarked a man in his 30s with a warm smile, sporting gold-rimmed glasses. However, Zhang Hao knew that this friend of his was not to be trifled with. Zheng Hang, if Qin Yang has flaked on us, he has also done the same to you. Are you not upset? Zhang Hao asked. Zheng Hang shook his head. I am not upset. He had no knowledge of my presence. It is not as if he intended to stand me up, so why should I be angry? Hugu, my time is precious. I will wait for a maximum of 10 more minutes. Zhang Hao nodded in acknowledgement. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Zheng Hang rose and said, Tiger brother, I must take my leave. Long brother, Haran brother, you three can enjoy your meal at your leisure. Though I've added a few ingredients, there should be no concerns. In the dishes, Zheng Hang had secretly introduced a substance intended to aid in hypnosis. Soon, he departed. The expressions on Zhang Haolong and the others were far from favorable. They had spent 600,000 to request Zheng Hang's assistance. And even if they managed to reclaim 300,000, they had still squandered 300,000. Zhang Haoran's heart ached. The money had come from him. The number you have dialed is not in service. Zhang Haoran attempted to call Qin Yang, but like with Zhang Haolong and the others, the call did not go through. Damn it. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth. Should we reveal this matter? Let everyone know that Qin Yang is a man of broken promises. Zhang Haoran took a deep breath. It's futile. Qin Yang stated that he would come if all was well. If he claims to have matters to attend to, what can we say? Zhang Haolong's brow furrowed. He must have known that I recorded our conversation. He agreed so readily over the phone, yet had no intention of coming. Zhang Haoran glanced at the array of dishes before them. Zheng Hang had claimed there would be no impact, but with Qin Yang's absence, was there any need for them to consume the tainted food? Let us depart. Zhang Haoran stood. Zhang Haolong and Zhang Hao nodded, their appetites extinguished. Let us go to Qin Yang's place, Zhang Haolong declared through clenched teeth. After more than half an hour, they arrived outside the villa. Zhang Haolong knocked on the door, and Qin Yang, surprised, exclaimed, Cousin, what brings you here? I was just about to head out. Zhang Haolong replied solemnly, What do you mean by that? We ordered food at the restaurant and waited for you for over half an hour, only to come here and find you just now preparing to leave? Qin Yang looked bewildered. Didn't we agree on 8:30? It's only 7:40 now. That should be ample time. Zhang Haolong's lips twitched. We agreed on 6:30. Qin Yang slapped his forehead. Cousin, I'm so sorry. I misheard. I thought it was 8:30. Which is why I found it odd that we were meeting so late. Zhang Haolong and the others felt as though they had struck at thin air, their frustration palpable. Cousins, there are some excellent restaurants nearby. Let us have dinner around here. It's on me. We won't return until we're thoroughly intoxicated. Qin Yang said with a beaming smile. The expressions of Zhang Haolong and the others changed subtly. Not returning until intoxicated? They feared they would be the ones to succumb to inebriation while Qin Yang remained unscathed. Zheng Hang had left, and the food had not been tampered with beforehand. There was no need to partake in a meal with Qin Yang that might lead to drunkenness. Let us leave it for another day, Zhang Haoran sighed. Today has become a wash, and I have matters to attend to later. Soon, Zhang Haolong and the others departed without suggesting a visit to Jiang Muxue upstairs. After they left, Qin Yang summoned De Huang. De Huang, is the person I asked you to find among them? De Huang shook his head. Zhang Haolong and the others quickly drove out of the community. Damn it, how dare he toy with us? I will make him regret it. Zhang Hao cursed. Zhang Haolong drove with a dark expression. Zhang Haoran added, We will take our time dealing with him. P.S. Just a country bumpkin. How could he possibly outplay us? Indeed, Zhang Haolong and Zhang Hao nodded in agreement. 2 days passed. Tomorrow marked Jiang Muxue's 24th birthday. Jiang Muxue's grandfather and others arrived in Haiqing. System. 1 draw for 1,000 emotional points. 2 draws for 100 emotional points. Qin Yang contemplated in his mind. After his morning harvest, he possessed 1,200 emotional points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining A-grade mental power. The host already possesses S-grade mental power, and the powers are merging. Qin Yang felt his mental strength rapidly enhance. Mental power, like physical attributes, can be continuously augmented, not requiring higher-level rewards. Even lower-level ones suffice. System. I will still be S-grade after the fusion, right? Qin Yang inquired mentally. Correct, host. There is no upgrade, but your mental power will see considerable enhancement compared to before. All right, proceed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining C-grade marksmanship. A wealth of marksmanship information flooded Qin Yang's mind. A subtle smile graced his face. Acquiring C-grade marksmanship for 100 emotional points was quite commendable. A typical person would require a decade of conventional training to reach such a level. However, he had the skill without a firearm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining A-grade painting skills. Qin Yang was taken aback. He had experienced a stroke of luck. 100 emotional points had yielded an A-grade skill. Although it was merely a painting skill, the return on such a modest investment was immensely satisfying. Chapter 44. A Conversation with Jiang Muxue. Beep beep. Liang Lan called Qin Yang. Auntie Liang, he answered. On the other end, Liang Lan quickly said, Little Qin, my father, my uncle, and the others have arrived. I am busy at the company. They said they are coming to your place and will arrive in half an hour. Please prepare a little. All right, I'll have Cheng Hong and the others prepare some snacks and tea, Qin Yang replied. Liang Lan added, Little Qin, the refreshments aren't crucial. What matters is that you tidy up a bit and present yourself well. If my father or brother speaks excessively, just bear with it. I'll come over as soon as I finish here. Qin Yang chuckled lightly. Auntie Liang, don't worry. Take care of your work at the company first. I will do my best to entertain my grandfather, grandmother, and uncle. Liang Lan sighed in relief. Little Qin, my father and brother are both military men. My father holds a general rank, and my brother is a battalion-level officer. Their presence might carry a weightier aura than usual, so be mindful. Surprise flickered in Qin Yang's eyes. Jiang Muxue's grandfather and uncle were indeed formidable, especially her grandfather, who was a general. Auntie Liang, understood. Liang Lan continued. You need not be overly anxious. You and Muxue are already legally recognized as a couple, so they are well aware of the law. Qin Yang inquired, Auntie, what hobbies do they have? I can look into some related books. Liang Lan replied, My father and brother have no particular hobbies. They are quite busy and spend less than a month at home each year. My mother enjoys painting. Qin Yang's eyes brightened. Jiang Muxue's grandmother enjoys painting? I just acquired painting skills, and they are A-grade. An A-grade skill is an exceptional level, ranking among the top 10 nationally. Auntie Liang, I understand. I will ensure that I host my grandfather, grandmother, and uncle well, Qin Yang assured. After exchanging a few more words, Liang Lan hung up. Qin Yang had Cheng Hong and the others prepare tea and snacks, and before long, an old Audi pulled up outside the villa. Qin Yang opened the door and stepped outside. 3 individuals emerged from the car, 2 elderly people and a middle-aged man. Jiang Muxue's grandfather, grandmother, and uncle. Grandfather, grandmother, uncle. Qin Yang called out. Jiang Muxue's grandfather and uncle did not acquiesce, yet her grandmother smiled and nodded. You must be Xiao Qin, a fine specimen indeed. Perfectly suited for our little Shui. The old man and son, do not wear such stern expressions. Xiao Qin has not offended you. Jiang Muxue's grandfather gave a dismissive hum. Let us discuss this inside. Soon, Qin Yang and the others entered the villa. Jiang Muxue's uncle fixed his sharp gaze on Qin Yang. Qin Yang, you and Muxue were not a couple before. It was only after an unfortunate incident while intoxicated that Muxue became pregnant, correct? He believed he could discern any lies. As a member of the armed police, he frequently dealt with drug traffickers. Qin Yang replied calmly. Uncle, does that truly matter? I may be able to awaken Muxue. Jiang Muxue's uncle, Liang Guodong, responded, Of course it matters. So many doctors have failed to revive Muxue. What gives you the right to believe you can? Qin Yang asserted, after marrying Muxue. Her complexion has markedly improved compared to before. Liang Guodong interjected. They seem to have misinterpreted the situation. In their eyes, Jiang Muxue had received some form of nurturing. They speculated that Jiang Wanqing and the others sought out Qin Yang to engage with Jiang Muxue, hoping it would rouse her from her stupor. Qin Yang, once Muxue awakens, you are to divorce her. We will overlook your previous pretense of drunkenness and the subsequent relations. We can even offer you some financial compensation. Jiang Muxue's grandfather spoke in a grave tone. They were aware of Qin Yang's drinking capacity and found it concerning. Grandfather, uncle, my feelings for Muxue are genuine. We are deeply connected. Liang Guodong frowned. Qin Yang, are you certain? It would not be difficult for me to retrieve your communication records with Muxue. There will be several instances of contact displayed. Qin Yang replied, I am certain. Uncle, it is precisely because we feared this that we refrained from contacting each other via phone. We are in love and do not need to be inseparable every day. Wouldn't you agree? Liang Guodong scoffed. Jiang Muxue's grandfather stated. Qin Yang, we understand that Wanqing and the others desire Muxue to awaken. We are not insisting on an immediate divorce, but you are simply not suited for each other. It would be best for you to leave with your rightful share. Qin Yang responded. Grandfather, I appreciate your goodwill, but I will not abandon Muxue. Given the current circumstances, Qin Yang refrained from disclosing his true situation. For whether they would keep it confidential was uncertain. They were military personnel and might report if they discovered a powerful ability user. Qin Yang was not ready to engage with the authorities just yet. His current strength had not reached an invincible level, and dealing with the officials could yield unpredictable outcomes. Qin Yang, there is no need to rush to conclusions. You have time to consider. You can make your decision once Xiao Shui awakens, Jiang Muxue's grandfather said calmly. Qin Yang mused inwardly. Divorce was not an option. Without it, how could he accumulate emotional value? Dad, let us go up and see Muxue. All right, soon. Qin Yang followed the two upstairs, and Jiang Muxue's grandmother joyfully said, Xiao Qin, thank you. Mushue's complexion has improved significantly compared to before. Grandma, I am Mushue's husband. Helping her is my duty. Qin Yang smiled as he connected his spiritual energy with Jiang Muxue. Soon, Qin Yang noticed a change. His spiritual power had strengthened, and the connection with Jiang Muxue had become more potent. Muxue, your grandparents and uncle have arrived, he conveyed through his spiritual energy, simultaneously transmitting an external image to Jiang Muxue. With the enhancement of his spiritual energy, the transmitted image became much clearer. Emotional value, 25. Grandfather, grandmother. Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback. He heard Jiang Muxue's voice through his spiritual energy. Husband, I just heard you speak, he replied. Who is your wife? I am not your wife, Qin Yang. You are not to kiss or touch me again, do you hear? Qin Yang once more heard Jiang Muxue's voice. Muxue, we are legally married. By law, you are indeed my wife. Emotional value, 18. I did not consent. Our marriage certificate is invalid. Muxue, if you do not agree, then you should go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and tell the staff there, Qin Yang stated. Emotional value, 15. Jiang Muxue retorted, regardless. You are not to kiss or touch me again. Otherwise, when I wake up, I will not let you off the hook. Muxue, if that is the case, then I believe I must hasten to engage with you. As the saying goes, love deepens over time. Don't you agree? Emotional value, 21. Qin Yang, you must not say such things. Chapter 45. Competing with Jiang Muxue's uncle. Jiang Muxue and Qin Yang were embroiled in a debate. Yet her brainwaves and electrocardiogram showed no significant change. Her newfound ability to communicate with Qin Yang was not due to a sudden improvement in her condition, but rather a reflection of Qin Yang's enhanced powers. Muxue, you must focus on your recovery. Until you awaken, I will take the liberty to express my affection. Qin Yang relayed. Emotional value, 6. Jiang Muxue provided some emotional value, but fell silent. System, what is happening? The system responded. Jiang Muxue's spiritual energy has diminished. Once her spiritual energy falls below a certain threshold, she will be unable to communicate, though she can still receive your messages. Understood, Qin Yang reassured himself. He stood up. Grandma, please keep Muxue company. All right, Xiao Qin, you go about your business, Jiang Muxue's grandmother said kindly. As Qin Yang exited, Liang Guodong followed him. Upon reaching the gym on the basement floor, Liang Guodong entered as well. Qin Yang, do you realize how perilous your situation is? The Jiang family's waters run deep. He spoke gravely. Qin Yang nodded slightly. I am aware of the depths, but even if they are profound, Muxue carries my child. How could I not save her? Uncle, regardless of the circumstances, we must prioritize saving her, wouldn't you agree? If Muxue remains unconscious for 3 months, it could lead to her demise. Liang Guodong took a deep breath. You make a valid point. You have a commendable physique. Do you often work out? Qin Yang nodded. Liang Guodong spoke in a measured tone. Shall we make a wager? Let us compete in the bench press. If you surpass me, I will make no objections regarding your relationship with Muxue. If you win, what then? Qin Yang replied with a knowing smile. With a physique of 21. He believed Liang Guodong, not being a martial artist, would have a physique around 15 at best, even as a soldier. Liang Guodong stated earnestly, if I win, and if Muxue wishes to divorce, you must not entangle her further. How does that sound? I am not forcibly demanding your divorce. If your feelings are genuine, I will accept it. Qin Yang responded. That sounds quite reasonable. I accept. But I am younger. Will that not give me an advantage? Liang Guodong replied. Though I am older, I am a soldier. Even in a management role, I maintain regular training. Neither of us has an unfair advantage. We will let the results speak for themselves. 3 attempts, and we will count the highest. Qin Yang nodded. Uncle, please go ahead. Very well. Liang Guodong prepared the barbell plates. For his first attempt, he chose 120 kilograms, not his maximum, but he wanted to start steady. Lying back, Liang Guodong grasped the barbell and suddenly exerted force. The heavy barbell was successfully lifted. Holding the barbell for 3 seconds, Liang Guodong slowly lowered it. Qin Yang, how was that? Liang Guodong inquired, casting a glance at Qin Yang. With a smile, Qin Yang replied, Uncle, please continue. A pang of uncertainty struck Liang Guodong. Could it be insufficient? He decided to increase the difficulty. Gritting his teeth, he added another 10 kilograms. The barbell now weighed 130 kilograms. A feat achievable only by the most elite in the gym. In his youth, Liang Guodong found this weight manageable, but now it depended on his current condition. He could lift it occasionally. Lift. With all his might, Liang Guodong exploded into action. He successfully raised the 130-kilogram barbell, though his hands trembled, reaching the limits of his capability. Clang. As the 3 seconds elapsed, the barbell crashed down heavily. Liang Guodong stood up, inhaling deeply. Qin Yang, it's your turn now. I'll stop here. He knew further attempts would not yield better results. Qin Yang nodded. adding another 10-kilogram plate on each side. Liang Guangdong thought. Qin Yang must weigh just over 70 kilograms. Can he really lift 150 kilograms? Heave. With a powerful shout, Qin Yang positioned himself. The heavy barbell was effortlessly raised. Possessing a physique more than twice that of an average person was no trivial matter. Liang Guangdong stared at Qin Yang in disbelief. He had never lifted 150 kilograms, even at his peak. Shortly, Qin Yang lowered the barbell. "Uncle, how was that?" he inquired with a smile. Liang Guangdong's lips twitched. "I concede, Qin Yang. How have you trained to lift 150 kilograms? You don't appear that muscular." Qin Yang lifted his shirt, revealing 8 chiseled abs, each resembling steel. "Uncle, sometimes what we perceive is not the entirety." Liang Guangdong nodded. "I concede without grievance. Even at my peak, I was not as strong as you. I will keep my word. I won't interfere with your relationship with Muxue." Qin Yang replied with a smile. "Uncle, you may intervene. You are Muxue's uncle. If I falter in any aspect, please feel free to point it out." Liang Guangdong felt somewhat relieved. "Qin Yang, haven't you reached your limit yet? Can you lift more?" Qin Yang added 2 more plates, though collectively they weighed only 10 kilograms. He could easily lift a heavier barbell, but there was no necessity. "Lift." Qin Yang swiftly raised the barbell once more. Liang Guangdong was profoundly astonished. While there were those in the military capable of lifting such weight, they generally weighed more than Qin Yang. Moreover, Qin Yang had not undergone extensive training. "Qin Yang, you are impressive, but now that you're married to Muxue, do exercise caution. For the sake of 100 million, many would risk their lives. The Jiang family's assets are worth hundreds of billions, a fortune enough to drive anyone mad." Liang Guangdong spoke solemnly. Qin Yang nodded. "Uncle, I understand. Regardless, let us wait until Muxue awakens before discussing anything further." Upstairs, Jiang Muxue's grandmother said, "Old man, at your age, don't make things difficult for a young man like Qin Yang. Is Muxue even suitable to marry your comrade's grandson now? Her belly is already so large." Jiang Muxue's grandfather sighed. "Old man, our daughter and the others are not fools. Their intention in having Qin Yang marry Muxue is clear. You should have noticed that Muxue's complexion has improved. If you obstruct this, should anything happen to Muxue, I will hold you accountable." Jiang Muxue's grandfather remained silent. "Old man, go find some drawing paper and brushes. I wish to paint a picture for Muxue." "What nonsense. Isn't it easier to just take a photograph?" Jiang Muxue's grandmother shot him a glare. "It's not the same. A painting created by oneself. Every stroke imbued with emotion. A mere snapshot lacks such sentiment." All right, you're right." Inside the villa, he quickly instructed the maid to bring over the drawing materials. Jiang Muxue's grandmother set up the easel and began to paint slowly by her granddaughter's bedside. Jiang Muxue lay half reclined on the bed, her eyes open yet vacant and devoid of spirit. Alas, Jiang Muxue's grandfather sighed inwardly. Seeing his granddaughter in such a state pained him. "Dear, take your time with the painting." After he spoke, he left the room. In the living room, he found Qin Yang and Liang Guangdong engaged in light-hearted conversation over tea. What is going on? Jiang Muxue's grandfather wondered. Had his son been swayed by Qin Yang so swiftly? Chapter 46. Little Qin, are your painting skills this high? Dad, I'll go check on Muxue again. Noticing his father's disapproving gaze, Liang Guangdong quickly added, "Uncle, I'll accompany you." Qin Yang followed him upstairs, feeling it would be awkward to be alone with Jiang Muxue's grandfather. Upon entering the bedroom, Qin Yang saw Jiang Muxue's grandmother painting. Her hand trembled slightly, producing average work. "Mom, please stop painting. Your old ailment has flared up again today," Liang Guangdong advised his mother. Jiang Muxue's grandmother shook her head. "I've already begun. Xiao Shui enjoys it when I paint for her, so I must finish." She persisted in her effort. However, her hand began to tremble more violently, and eventually, she had no choice but to cease. "Alas, Xiao Shui, your grandmother is of no use. I can't even create a painting for you," Jiang Muxue's grandmother lamented. Qin Yang gently said, "Grandmother, let me take over. I'll create a painting for Muxue and present it to you once it's done." Jiang Muxue's grandmother looked at Qin Yang in surprise. "Little Qin, you can paint?" Qin Yang nodded. Liang Guangdong interjected, "Qin Yang, don't overestimate yourself. Don't be fooled by my mother's current painting skills. She was quite talented in her prime, and her standards are high." Jiang Muxue's grandmother smiled reassuringly. "Little Qin, don't listen to him. Just do your best without pressure." Qin Yang nodded gently. Jiang Muxue's grandmother stood up and took her painting paper away. Qin Yang sat down and quickly began to paint for Jiang Muxue. Jiang Muxue's grandmother was taken aback. As soon as Qin Yang began, she realized his skill was exceptional. He was likely far superior to her at her peak. "Mom, keep an eye on Qin Yang as he paints. I'll head downstairs," Liang Guangdong said. As he left, he couldn't discern Qin Yang's skill and lacked the patience to watch him paint slowly. Soon, Liang Guangdong arrived downstairs. You seem to have become quite friendly with Qin Yang upon first meeting, Jiang Muxue's grandfather remarked with a hint of skepticism. Liang Guangdong chuckled awkwardly. I had a bet with Qin Yang. I lost, so I cannot oppose their relationship. What was the bet about? Jiang Muxue's grandfather frowned. Liang Guangdong replied. I competed with Qin Yang in bench pressing. I could only lift 130 kilograms, while Qin Yang managed 150 kilograms. And he likely hasn't reached his limit yet. Jiang Muxue's grandfather was astonished. Qin Yang didn't appear particularly robust, yet he possessed such strength? Dad, a man must keep his word. Since I lost the bet, I will not oppose them. Jiang Muxue's grandfather nodded slightly. Defeat is simply defeat. And accepting losses is imperative. In the bedroom, Jiang Muxue's grandmother was increasingly astonished by the exceptional talent exhibited by Qin Yang. Within a mere span of several minutes, he had completed a portrait of Jiang Muxue, capturing her beauty exquisitely. Her eyes were not devoid of light, as Qin Yang had observed her numerous times and was well aware of her condition. Grandmother, this is for you, Qin Yang said with a smile, lifting the painting. Jiang Muxue's grandmother received the artwork, exclaiming, Little Qin, I never imagined your artistic prowess was so remarkable. It far surpasses my own peak abilities. Your skill is truly top-notch on a national scale. Qin Yang smiled modestly, for he had indeed achieved an A grade in painting skills, placing him firmly among the elite. Jiang Muxue's grandmother's standards were not as high, and her assessment somewhat underestimated Qin Yang's true capabilities. As long as you are satisfied, that's what matters, he replied. Jiang Muxue's grandmother beamed. I am very pleased. Little Qin, I believe you have feelings for Muxue. Otherwise, how could you remember the details of her gaze so vividly? Qin Yang chuckled softly. He had no feelings for Jiang Muxue previously. His strong mental faculties allowed him to recall her features clearly. Grandmother, Muxue's grandfather is not particularly fond of me. I would appreciate your assistance in speaking favorably about me in his presence, Qin Yang stated. Jiang Muxue's grandmother smiled. No problem. Little Qin, don't take Muxue's grandfather's attitude too seriously. He is a bit muddled in his old age. His mind is like mush. Who is muddled? Jiang Muxue's grandfather entered at that moment. Who else could it be but you? Jiang Muxue's grandmother replied. I think Little Qin is quite good. As long as they genuinely love each other, I support them. If you try to forcibly separate them, don't bother coming home. Jiang Muxue's grandfather grimaced, dismayed that his wife had completely taken Qin Yang's side. Grandfather, grandmother, please continue your discussion, Qin Yang said hastily as he exited the room. Jiang Muxue's grandmother unfurled Qin Yang's painting, saying, Look here, old man, this is a piece by Qin Yang. It's far superior to my work at my peak. Jiang Muxue's grandfather's expression turned one of surprise. The painting was indeed exceptional. This was painted by Qin Yang? If not by him, then who could it be? Just look at the eyes. Qin Yang hasn't seen Muxue's photograph. Jiang Muxue's grandfather scrutinized the artwork closely. The painting was undeniably impressive. Yet it did not necessarily prove they had feelings for each other. Nevertheless, his tone softened considerably. Grandfather, grandmother, please continue your conversation. Qin Yang smiled, promptly vacating the room. Jiang Muxue's grandfather grimaced. Wife, that lad Qin Yang seems to vanish whenever I'm around. That's because you have such a stern demeanor, Jiang Muxue's grandmother retorted. You need to reconsider. While you can manage your daughter, Muxue is merely your granddaughter. You can't control her life. Little Qin seems quite remarkable. He is handsome and possesses exceptional artistic talent. Jiang Muxue's grandfather sighed in resignation. Very well, let us wait until Muxue awakens to discuss the matter further. 2 hours passed, and Liang Lan arrived. She was astonished to find Qin Yang interacting harmoniously with her parents and brother. Dad, you haven't bullied Little Qin, have you? Liang Lan inquired. Jiang Muxue's grandfather rolled his eyes. What kind of question is that? Liang Lan scoffed. Dad, remember when you chased Wansheng away with a broom? Have you forgotten? Jiang Muxue's grandfather remained silent. Dad, Qin Yang and Muxue are clearly in love. If you attempt to separate them, be wary that Muxue might refuse to visit you in the future, and you won't be able to hold your great-granddaughter. Aunt Liang, they treat me quite well. Qin Yang interjected quickly. Liang Lan nodded. That is good to hear. Mom, Little Qin is quite exceptional. He excels in calligraphy, which you are aware of. And his piano skills are also quite impressive. Jiang Muxue's grandmother exclaimed in surprise. Lan, isn't Little Qin an artist? Liang Lan looked puzzled. No. He plays the piano remarkably well, surpassing me by quite a margin. Muxue's piano skills aren't as good. Jiang Muxue's grandmother clarified. While we haven't heard his piano playing, Little Qin presented me with a portrait of Muxue, and his painting skills are indeed top-tier nationally. Liang Lan turned her gaze toward Qin Yang in astonishment. Little Qin, your painting skills are so high? Qin Yang smiled modestly. My painting skills are slightly better than my piano abilities. Liang Lan silently marveled at his rapid learning pace, finding it truly astonishing. Chapter 47. Helping Jiang Muxue bathe. Jiang Muxue's grandmother revealed Qin Yang's painting. Lan Lan, this is a piece by little Qin. Liang Lan took the painting, her heart filled with astonishment. The artwork Qin Yang created possessed far more charm than a photograph. Mom, I was unaware little Qin had this talent. Your painting is exquisite, and I would love for you to create another for me sometime. Liang Lan admired the piece closely. Qin Yang smiled and agreed. Aunt Liang, I will play some piano for Muxue. All right, Liang Lan nodded. Qin Yang ascended to the third floor, while Liang Lan called her parents and brother to Jiang Muxue's bedroom on the second floor. Soon, melodious piano notes floated down from above. After a piece concluded, Liang Guodong remarked, Sister, Qin Yang excels in calligraphy, piano, and painting. Could it be that Muxue was secretly dating him? Liang Lan replied, Could it be otherwise? They likely hid their relationship from us to avoid our objections. Jiang Muxue's grandmother smiled, saying, Old man, little Qin is incredibly talented. It's only natural that Muxue is drawn to his gifts. You must stop frowning at him. Jiang Muxue's grandfather remained silent. Liang Lan scrutinized her father, Dad. Jiang Muxue's grandfather replied, Although Qin Yang is talented, I still feel that he and Muxue may not have had feelings for each other previously. His situation seems peculiar. He comes from a modest background. Yet how did he acquire such skills? If he is so exceptional, why is his job so ordinary? Liang Guodong nodded slightly. That is indeed strange. Liang Lan understood the reasons well. Qin Yang had not possessed such skills in the past. However, since he had not disclosed this himself, she had promised him to keep his secrets from others, including her parents and brother. Geniuses often have their quirks. Dad, while Qin Yang's background may be ordinary, his talents are exceptional, and he and Muxue are quite well suited for each other, Liang Lan asserted. Jiang Muxue's grandfather responded, I do not oppose this for now. We shall wait until Muxue awakens to discuss further. If they indeed share feelings, I will not stand in their way. If not, then that is another matter. Liang Lan sighed in relief. For the time being, his lack of opposition was a good sign. Future matters could be addressed in due time. Half an hour later, Qin Yang descended from the third floor. Jiang Muxue's grandmother smiled. Little Qin, your playing is truly delightful. With your attentive care, I believe Muxue will surely awaken. Qin Yang nodded. Jiang Muxue's grandfather remarked, Little Qin, you are outstanding. If you and Muxue were truly together in the past, I wish you both well. Thank you, grandfather, Qin Yang replied promptly. Soon, Liang Lan departed with Liang Guodong and the others, while Jiang Muxue's grandparents headed to the villa of Jiang Wancheng. In the afternoon, Mr. Qin, could you assist us with a favor? Cheng Hong knocked on the door of the study to inquire. What favor? Qin Yang cast his gaze towards Cheng Hong. Cheng Hong remarked, We need to give Miss Jiang a bath. Wen Yu and Wu Jing have gone to set up at the rented manor, and it's somewhat strenuous for Yang Xian and me to carry Miss Jiang. If Jiang Muxue were not pregnant, Cheng Hong and the others could carry her without concern. However, Jiang Muxue was 6 or 7 months along, and any misstep could risk her pregnancy. Nodding, Qin Yang entered Jiang Muxue's room, where she was left with only her intimate attire. Although he had administered a full-body massage to her, he had not observed her in such a state. Even in her condition, Jiang Muxue's figure remained extraordinarily alluring. Mr. Qin, please assist in carrying Miss Jiang to the bathtub, Cheng Hong advised. Qin Yang responded, Cheng Hong, you both may step outside. From now on, I shall take care of Muxue's bathing. Cheng Hong and Yang Xian nodded in acquiescence. Understood, Mr. Qin. Once outside the room, they exhaled in relief. Bathing Jiang Muxue was no simple task. As her belly grew larger, it became increasingly challenging, and any mishap would bear significant consequences for them. Muxue, it's time for your bath, Qin Yang communicated to Jiang Muxue, though he refrained from transmitting an image at that moment. Emotional value, 21. Qin Yang, I do not wish for you to bathe me, do you hear? Jiang Muxue's thoughts reached him clearly. As your husband, it is my duty to assist you. No thanks are necessary. Emotional value, 24. Qin Yang, do not act recklessly. Cheng Hong and the others can bathe me. I do not want you doing so. Jiang Muxue's emotions were quite tumultuous. Qin Yang scooped Jiang Muxue into his arms and carried her into the bathroom, where warm water awaited in the tub. Muxue, your belly is growing larger. Cheng Hong and the others lack the strength for this task, and the risks involved in bathing you are considerable. Allow me to handle it. Do not feel shy. I have touched every part of you before. Emotional value, 19. Emotional value, 17. Qin Yang, you lecherous scoundrel. Do not lay a hand on me, or I shall report you to the authorities. Qin Yang expertly removed Jiang Muxue's clothing and gently placed her into the bathtub. Phew, his breath quickened. So beautiful, utterly enchanting. Half an hour later, Qin Yang finally completed bathing Jiang Muxue, having also provided her with a massage during the process. For someone in her condition, regular massages were essential. Otherwise, prolonged bed rest could lead to various health issues. Muxue, I have finally finished your bath. It was quite a task. Qin Yang once again established a mental connection with Jiang Muxue. Bathing her was easy for him due to his strength and psychic assistance. Yet he endured some discomfort throughout the process. Emotional value, 15. Qin Yang, you wicked rogue. I shall not let you off lightly. Jiang Muxue's voice echoed in his mind. While bathing her, Qin Yang had not connected mentally. Had he done so, Jiang Muxue's mental energy would have been depleted much earlier. Muxue, as your husband, my help in bathing you is far superior to that of a maid. Although the maid is a woman, she is still an outsider, is she not? To the devil with you. I do not want your assistance. Then you must articulate it clearly. Thoughts alone do not suffice. Jiang Muxue fell silent. Emotional value, 11. Emotional value, 8. Soon, Jiang Muxue's mental energy was completely exhausted. System, how much emotional value has been accrued this time? Qin Yang inquired mentally. He had not fully depleted Jiang Muxue's mental energy in the past few days and was uncertain of the total from a single session. Host, a total of 165. Qin Yang's eyes glimmered. That was a substantial increase. With 165 points in one session, 4 times a day could yield over 600 points, and within 2 days, he could amass 1,000 emotional points. With a little more time, even a single day would suffice. Mr. Qin, you have worked hard, Cheng Hong acknowledged as he emerged. Muxue is my wife. It is only right. Whenever she requires a bath, simply inform me. Understood, Mr. Qin. Chapter 48. Muxue, call me husband. In the dead of night, Qin Yang entered Jiang Muxue's room. Wife, it is already past midnight. Happy birthday. He established a mental connection with Jiang Muxue. Emotional value, 18. You lecher, you scoundrel. I am not your wife. Jiang Muxue's irritated thoughts resonated in his mind. A faint smile graced Qin Yang's face. Jiang Muxue's anger was not entirely unwelcome. If she readily accepted him, it would undoubtedly complicate his efforts to gain emotional value in the future. Wife, cease your antics. We have a certificate. Even with the police present, I would boldly kiss you. Qin Yang sent her a cheerful message. Emotional value, 23. Qin Yang, once I awaken, I will surely call the police to have you arrested. Wife, then we must first apprehend your parents, as they are the ones who arranged our marriage and permitted our intimate relations. I have yet to go that far. I am merely being considerate of your feelings. Taking things slowly. What do you think would happen with someone else? Wife, you must consider your beauty. With your looks, I have been remarkably patient. Qin Yang replied with a grin. He was not entirely altruistic. Without the emotional system, he would have acted sooner, but with it, enhancing his strength remained paramount. Wife, today is your birthday. You cannot resist. I have nothing of worth to give you. How about I offer you my first experience in a clear state? Emotional value, 25. Qin Yang, you must not do this. You can kiss and touch me, but you absolutely must not take that further. If you do, I will report you when I awaken. Muxue, if I do not assist you, you may not awaken at all. Are you certain you wish to threaten me with the police? Emotional value, 19. Jiang Muxue replied, that incident at the annual meeting was an accident. I do not wish to engage with you again without clarity. If you do so before I awaken, I will not forgive you. That experience has already caused me great distress. Call me husband, and I shall agree. Jiang Muxue fell silent. A few emotional values surfaced consecutively. Qin Yang, are you certain that if I call you, you will agree? Absolutely, but not just once. I want you to call me husband whenever the mood strikes you. Jiang Muxue fell silent once more. After quite some time, she finally uttered, husband. Ah, good girl, here is a kiss as a reward. Qin Yang leaned down and pressed his lips against Jiang Muxue's enticing mouth. Emotional value, 12. Before long, Jiang Muxue's mental energy was entirely expended. Time swiftly passed to the following morning. Liang Lan arrived alone to speak with Qin Yang. Jiang Muxue needed to be moved to the rented manor. Xiao Qin, have you informed Muxue about her birthday today? Liang Lan inquired. Qin Yang nodded. After midnight, I wished her a happy birthday. Aunt Liang, I have delightful news to share with you. What good news? Liang Lan inquired eagerly. Qin Yang replied with a smile. The psychic connection has strengthened. Previously, I could only transmit vague images to Muxue, but now the external scenes are considerably clearer than before. While it may not reach high definition, it certainly surpasses the previous clarity. In terms of cinematic quality, it is roughly at a 480p level. Muxue can also converse with me now. Liang Lan was overwhelmed with joy. The fact that Jiang Muxue can perceive the external world and communicate with Qin Yang is truly remarkable. Xiao Qin, has Muxue said anything? Liang Lan quickly asked. Qin Yang, she mentioned that once she wakes up, she intends to report me to the authorities. Liang Lan, she quickly responded. Xiao Qin, please don't take it to heart. She is merely struggling to accept the situation and spoke out of anger. I truly believe that you and Muxue can achieve a beautiful outcome together. Qin Yang chuckled. Aunt Liang, it's quite all right. Even if Muxue wakes up and threatens to report me, I will do everything in my power to ensure her recovery. Liang Lan, she would never go that far. If she did, it would mean implicating both her father and me. Xiaoqin, may I speak with Muxue? Qin Yang nodded, of course. The two entered Jiang Muxue's room. Qin Yang transmitted the external images to Jiang Muxue. Xiaoqin, can Muxue hear me now? Liang Lan inquired. Qin Yang nodded. Liang Lan held Jiang Muxue's hand. Muxue, your marriage to Qin Yang was a decision made after much consideration by your father and me. Through our interactions, we find Qin Yang to be exceptionally admirable. Allowing you to marry him was undoubtedly the right choice. Emotional value 12. Liang Lan continued. Muxue, you are unaware of this now, but once you awaken, you will realize just how exceptional Qin Yang is. Today is your birthday, and I wish you a joyous celebration. Jiang Muxue. Qin Yang, please convey to my mother that I received her birthday wishes and that I love her. Call him husband. Jiang Muxue. Husband. Please say it. Qin Yang smiled. Aunt Liang, Muxue says she received your birthday wishes and that she loves you. Tears glistened in Liang Lan's eyes. Muxue, your mother loves you too. Emotional value 22. Qin Yang asked. Aunt Liang, is there anything else you wish to say? I must sever the psychic connection, otherwise. Muxue will quickly deplete her mental energy and miss her birthday celebration. Liang Lan wiped her eyes. Xiaoqin, let us leave it at that for now. Qin Yang nodded, instantly severing the connection. When his mental energy was not connected, Jiang Muxue's consumption was minimal. Xiaoqin, thank you. Liang Lan expressed her gratitude to Qin Yang. Qin Yang smiled. Aunt Liang, there is no need for such formality. Muxue and I are now married. We are indeed one family. Indeed, you are right. Liang Lan nodded. Xiaoqin, go have your breakfast. I will keep Muxue company. And we will depart for the estate around 9 o'clock. Time swiftly passed, and at 9 o'clock, Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Muxue's room. Jiang Muxue had donned a stunning dress. Xiaoqin, please carry Muxue out. Liang Lan instructed. Qin Yang nodded, linking his psychic energy with Jiang Muxue's. Muxue, I will carry you to a manor where your birthday celebration will take place. With that, Qin Yang lifted Jiang Muxue into his arms. Jiang Muxue beheld the sights outside. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yang descended the stairs and placed Jiang Muxue in Liang Lan's car. De Huang, come here. Qin Yang called as De Huang obediently settled at his feet. Liang Lan took the passenger seat. Xiaoqin, over 100 guests will be attending today. Many of them come from illustrious backgrounds. Some families are wealthier than ours, while others, although not as affluent, possess immense power. Some hail from martial families with formidable strength. Qin Yang nodded slightly, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Those who sent wooden bullets to him and his parents are likely to attend. He wondered if De Huang would be able to track them down. Chapter 49. Are you qualified to welcome us? Haicheng, Yueji Manor. The entire estate was adorned with blooming flowers, a breathtaking spectacle. At 9:50, they arrived. Muxue is here. Let us hurry over. I wonder how she is doing. Tang Yin and several of Jiang Muxue's friends had already arrived. Upon seeing Liang Lan's car approach, they hastened forward as the vehicle came to a halt, and the staff promptly opened the door. Qin Yang emerged, carrying Jiang Muxue. De Huang had already exited the vehicle before entering the manor. Muxue, can you hear us? Muxue, we've all come to see you. Please wake up. Tang Yin and the others called out in unison. Qin Yang transmitted the external images to Jiang Muxue, who saw Tang Yin and the others. Yet her opened eyes remained devoid of any sparkle. At that moment, Liang Lan also alighted from the car. Aunt Liang. Tang Yin and her friends called out eagerly. Liang Lan nodded. Thank you all for coming to celebrate Muxue's birthday. Allow me to introduce this handsome young man, Qin Yang, who recently married Muxue. Hello, everyone. Qin Yang greeted with a smile. Tang Yin and the others were not particularly surprised. They had already heard the news of Jiang Muxue's marriage. Hello, Qin Yang. Please take good care of Muxue, the girls urged. Qin Yang nodded, carefully placing Jiang Muxue into a wheelchair that had a reclined backrest, allowing her to sit comfortably. Qin Yang, please convey my thanks to them. Jiang Muxue sent a message to Qin Yang. Qin Yang replied, Muxue, that is not permissible. I suspect that your fall was no mere accident, and your loss of control that night may not have been either. Do you recall how wild you were that evening? Jiang Muxue. Emotional value 15. Qin Yang. Muxue, you must remain composed, otherwise, it won't be long before your mental energy is exhausted. Jiang Muxue. Qin Yang. The fact that you remember indicates that you were not truly intoxicated that night. You were such a lecher. Qin Yang found no desire to explain. Letting Jiang Muxue misunderstand and accrue more emotional value was quite beneficial. Muxue, If a stunning beauty approached you and began to undress, could you, as a man, possibly resist? Jiang Muxue. Qin Yang paused the psychic connection with Jiang Muxue. Continuing would quickly deplete her mental energy. Today is her birthday. He wanted her to experience as much as possible. Qin Yang, Muxue seems to be looking better. Tang Yin observed Jiang Muxue closely, her heart filled with joy. Another girl remarked, "She does look better. The last time I saw Muxue, she didn't appear this well. Perhaps she will recover soon." Liang Lan smiled. This is all thanks to Qin Yang. Her implication was that Qin Yang had aided Jiang Muxue with his mental energy. He had also provided her with piano therapy. However, Tang Yin and the others interpreted it differently. Being adults, they believed Jiang Muxue's improvement was likely due to Qin Yang's nurturing. Ahem, Xiaoqin. You young people continue your conversation. I will take a look around to see if anything needs adjusting. Liang Lan said somewhat awkwardly. As soon as she spoke, she realized her error. However, the fact that Qin Yang is a psychic could not be disclosed. Liang Lan soon departed. Tang Yin remarked, "Qin Yang, why don't you attend to other matters? We shall keep Muxue company. You can return in an hour to take over. How does that sound?" Qin Yang nodded in agreement. With Tang Yin, who was an initial stage dark energy warrior, by their side, Jiang Muxue's safety was assured. Even if they were to face an attack, Jiang Muxue had the protective talisman on her person. The system was bound to her. She could not come to harm. "Uncle Jiang, is there anything I can do for you?" Qin Yang inquired as he approached Jiang Wancheng. Jiang Wancheng, along with Jiang Muxue's grandparents, had arrived long ago. "Young Qin, as Muxue's husband, you are the host for her birthday. You must greet the guests," Jiang Wancheng instructed. "You handle the younger guests, and I shall take care of the elder ones." Qin Yang nodded. "Of course, Uncle Jiang. However, I should mention that I may not recognize most of the guests." Jiang Wancheng replied, "I will provide you with a document containing detailed information about today's guests. If you review it carefully, you should be able to memorize it swiftly." Qin Yang nodded once more as Jiang Wancheng handed him a sizable file. Upon opening it, he found numerous photographs, each accompanied by the individual's introduction, including their name, age, affiliations, and family background. This was presumably prepared by Jiang Wancheng's assistant. As he might not be familiar with all the younger generation, Qin Yang quickly scrolled through the document. He could commit an individual's details to memory in 3 seconds. Within a few minutes, he had absorbed all the information about the guests. He noted that members of the Du family were attending, as well as Luo Zihong. A glimmer of intensity shone in Qin Yang's eyes. The list contained a number of young talents, and the Jiang family members, including Elder Jiang, Jiang Wanyue, and Jiang Wanchuan, were also expected to arrive. Under normal circumstances, younger relatives might not attend such events, but Jiang Muxue's situation was exceptional if she did not awaken. This would be her final birthday. As Qin Yang contemplated, he soon heard the sound of approaching cars. Stepping outside, he saw several supercars entering the estate. Upon parking, a few young men disembarked. Qin Yang instantly recognized them as local rich second-generation heirs, each boasting family fortunes ranging from several billion to a staggering few hundred billion. While their wealth paled in comparison to the Jiang families, they still ranked high nationally. Li Xiao, Lu Xiao, Sun Xiao, Wu Xiao, welcome to Muxue's birthday celebration. Qin Yang greeted with a smile. The 4 wealthy heirs scrutinized Qin Yang with disdain. In the elite circles of high city's affluent youth, Jiang Muxue was the brightest star, and each of them had aspired to marry her, only to find themselves thwarted. They were dismayed to discover that she had wed Qin Yang, and even more so that she was expecting his child. The thought of it left them feeling extremely vexed. "Qin, do you truly consider yourself significant? Do you believe you are qualified to greet us?" Sun Rinchang, one of the 4, sneered. Qin Yang beckoned, and 2 nearby security guards swiftly approached. "Mr. Qin, how may we assist you?" one of the guards inquired. The guards, all employed by the Jiang family, recognized Qin Yang and were aware of his position as the boss's son-in-law. Qin Yang pointed at Sun Rinchang. "Please escort him out. I do not wish to see him at today's birthday celebration." "Thank you." The guards nodded in understanding. "Sir, you are requested to leave immediately," one of them announced to Sun Rinchang. Sun Rinchang's face darkened. "Qin Yang, what do you mean by this? I have come to attend the birthday celebration. And you are trying to expel me?" Qin Yang replied coolly. "Today is my wife's birthday celebration. If you deem me unworthy to welcome you, then it would be best for you to depart. You are not welcome here." "You." Sun Rinchang's expression soured further. Being thrown out would make him the subject of ridicule. Chapter 50. Uncovering the Mastermind. Sun Rinchang took a deep breath. "Qin Yang, today is Director Jiang's celebration for his daughter. Although you are the Jiang family's son-in-law, you likely lack the authority to expel guests." Qin Yang had little desire to engage further. "Please escort him out. If he refuses to leave, ensure he is removed." He instructed the guards. The 2 tall security personnel nodded in agreement. Jiang Wancheng had previously instructed them to heed Qin Yang's commands. Qin Yang, must you be so ruthless? Sun Rinchang ground his teeth. Qin Yang responded in a measured tone, we welcome guests. However, if someone intends to disrupt the gathering, they are not permitted to stay. Please escort him out. One of the guards told Sun Rinchang, will you leave on your own, or shall we assist you? Sun Rinchang turned to the other three. Li, what do you think? Li Xiao cleared his throat. Sun, you should leave for now. Since you're here, we should still partake in the birthday celebration. Brother Sun, perhaps it is best if you return, the other two echoed. With a scowl, Sun Rinchang climbed into his sports car, revving the engine and departing in a huff. Li Xiao, Lu Xiao, Wu Xiao, please come inside. Qin Yang smiled. Very well. The three young heirs nodded. Despite their discontent with Qin Yang, they dared not express it, fearing a similar fate to Sun Rinchang's. As time ticked by, more guests arrived. Most of the attendees were young, and with Sun Rinchang's experience, the newcomers were considerably more courteous. The circle of affluent heirs was relatively small, and news of Sun Rinchang's ejection had spread quickly. Mr. Qin, your dog is barking outside the estate, one of the security guards informed him. Qin Yang's eyes brightened. He had instructed De Huang to bark upon spotting any suspicious individuals. De Huang would not bark without reason. Uncle Jiang, I'll go see De Huang. Qin Yang said to Jiang Wancheng before heading towards a vehicle. Soon, he arrived outside the estate, where De Huang quieted upon seeing him. De Huang, have you located the target? Qin Yang inquired. De Huang nodded. Is the target in the car that just entered? Qin Yang asked again. De Huang nodded once more. What color is the car? White, black, yellow? Is it a sedan, SUV, or sports car? After a few inquiries, Qin Yang quickly identified the target. De Huang had detected the target in a sports car that had just entered. Woof woof. De Huang barked twice, leading Qin Yang to a cigarette but nearby. Are you saying this cigarette but was discarded by the target? De Huang nodded again. Qin Yang patted De Huang's head. Well done, De Huang. You can play outside for now. When we leave, we'll head back together. No biting and don't wander too far. De Huang happily scampered off. Qin Yang returned to the estate, his gaze landing on a young man clad in a white suit. This young man was handsome, even more so than before. Yet Qin Yang's own physique and mental acuity had also improved, enhancing his own attractiveness. The visage of the other party paled in comparison to his own. In Qin Yang's mind, the details about this individual emerged. The young man was named Wei Jisheng, hailing from a nearby city. The Wei family, akin to the Du family, belonged to the martial arts lineage. However, a notable distinction existed. Wei Jisheng's father was a master of the transformation technique. His mother's family, although not as affluent as the Jiang family, boasted assets worth over 10 billion. Wei Jisheng and Jiang Muxue attended the same school, albeit he was 2 grades ahead, serving as her senior. Had Jiang Muxue not become entangled with him, Wei Jisheng would have had considerable prospects. Qin Yang, is there something amiss? Wei Jisheng observed Qin Yang's gaze and approached him with a casual inquiry. Qin Yang replied, I've heard that the Wei family is a martial arts clan, and I find myself rather curious. Wei Jisheng offered a slight smile. That is quite understandable. How about we step over there for a smoke? I can share some insights with you. Very well, Qin Yang agreed, distancing himself slightly from the others. Wei Jisheng produced a pack of cigarettes, precisely the kind that De Huang had procured. Qin Yang, I did not anticipate your knowledge of martial artists. This world is far from the simplistic notions held by ordinary folk. The might of formidable martial artists surpasses that of common individuals by leaps and bounds, Wei Jisheng remarked. Lighting a cigarette, I alone could take on dozens of ordinary people. Impressive, Qin Yang replied. Wei Jisheng continued. Qin Yang, I am acutely aware that your relationship with Jiang Muxue lacks genuine affection. Her pregnancy was merely an accident. I understand Jiang Muxue well. She is not inclined towards romance. Qin Yang smirked slightly. That suggests your understanding is not as profound as you believe. Moreover, what connection do you have with her that would necessitate her informing you of her romantic entanglements? I am one of Mushue's suitors, and I am well aware of all her admirers. You are certainly not among them. You needn't mention any clandestine communications. Such a thing simply does not exist. Wei Jisheng stated confidently. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed. Are you implying that you have people monitoring Muxue? Wei Jisheng shook his head. I would not go that far, but I could easily pay someone to inquire. There are many within her company. The significance of this was moot. What truly mattered was the choice you make moving forward. Qin Yang asserted, Muxue is now my wife. She is carrying my child, and I shall certainly take good care of her. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Wei Jisheng's eyes. Qin Yang, it seems you remain oblivious. Although the Jiang family possesses wealth, there are still numerous families in our nation that they cannot afford to offend. Do not deceive yourself into thinking the Jiang family can protect you from certain powers. Such as your Wei family? Qin Yang retorted. Wei Jisheng stated with pride. Indeed, we are one of those families. While we may not match the Jiang family's wealth, Our strength and influence are certainly on par. A gentleman does not place himself beneath a precarious wall. Even if you were to divorce Jiang Muxue, the child she carries will still be yours, and that child guarantees your future prosperity. There is no need for you to take unnecessary risks. Qin Yang countered. In a society governed by law, does anyone dare to kill me? Wei Jisheng chuckled. Qin Yang, you are far too naive. Do you know how many people go missing in this country each year? Among those who die, how many are homicides? Our Wei family is relatively law-abiding, but many other families do not adhere to such principles. A cold smile crept across Qin Yang's face. The first to disregard the rules was, indeed, he. Other families had yet to take action, but Wei Jisheng had already sent wooden sniper rifle bullets to him and his parents. This seemingly refined gentleman was far from innocent. I trust that the authorities will vigorously combat any families that operate outside the law. Such forces will not meet a favorable end, Qin Yang stated firmly. Wei Jisheng replied. Qin Yang, I am merely offering you sound advice. Even if you do not act for your own sake, consider your parents. What if something were to happen to them? Chapter 51. Qin Yang, what gift are you bringing? Fury surged within Qin Yang. Wei Jisheng was once again threatening him through the lives of his parents. This scoundrel must pay dearly. Wei Xiao, even killing me may not achieve your objectives. Does anyone truly engage in deliberate murder under such circumstances? Qin Yang spoke in a low voice. Wei Jisheng responded coolly, I would not resort to such measures, but some families facing significant financial strain might act, even if the chances are slim. With the Jiang family's assets exceeding 100 billion, they might accept a lower success rate if the stakes are high enough. Qin Yang remarked, the police are not incompetent. Should such actions be discovered, the consequences would be dire. Wei Jisheng smiled slyly. Qin Yang, you are being rather naive. As long as they are not caught, what does it matter? Do you think all families maintain a pristine reputation? Many have blood on their hands, and for them, taking one or two more lives is hardly a concern. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. Wei Xiao, you do present a valid argument. Wei Jisheng asserted. It is indeed a compelling argument. Consider this carefully. While money is important, the safety of your family is paramount. You should expedite your divorce from Jiang Muxue. Having finished his cigarette, Wei Jisheng turned to leave. A wave of murderous intent surged within Qin Yang. However, he was aware that now was not the time to act. The birthday banquet was hosted by the Jiang family, and as the host, they would bear significant responsibility should anything happen to Wei Jisheng here. The guests had mostly arrived. Qin Yang approached Jiang Muxue, who was surrounded not only by Tang Yin and others, but also by several men, all of whom wore displeased expressions. Jiang Muxue was the goddess they aspired to pursue, yet now she bore the child of another man. Tang Yin, allow me to assist Muxue, Qin Yang suggested. Very well. Tang Yin acquiesced, stepping aside as Qin Yang pushed Jiang Muxue's wheelchair. Muxue, we have many guests today. Qin Yang's spiritual energy connected with Jiang Muxue's, relaying the sights around them. Jiang Muxue observed Tang Yin and the others, as well as the surrounding guests. Please make way. I wish to show Muxue around. Qin Yang announced. The crowd parted as he pushed the wheelchair forward, allowing Jiang Muxue to take in the exquisite estate. Ah, a flower growing amidst dung, Qin Yang mused. Though he was relatively handsome, could a country bumpkin like him truly be worthy of Jiang Muxue? Everyone, we must curb Qin Yang's arrogance today. A group of young men conspired together. They accepted that Jiang Muxue had been taken by another second-generation heir, but that Qin Yang had snatched her away was intolerable. Why should he have the privilege? They considered themselves far superior to him, their family backgrounds far more illustrious than the Qin family's. Xiao Qin, how are things? Jiang Wanqing approached Qin Yang and inquired in a hushed tone. Qin Yang severed his mental connection with Jiang Muxue. Uncle Jiang, I have discovered the culprit behind the bullets sent to my parents and me. It is Wei Jisheng from the Wei family. Is it really him? Jiang Wanqing expressed astonishment. He had interacted with Wei Jisheng several times, finding him cultured and refined. Who would have thought he was the one scheming in the shadows? Are you certain? Jiang Wanqing pressed. Qin Yang nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. Jiang Wanqing inhaled deeply. Xiao Qin, the Wei family is a martial arts clan, and Wei Jisheng's maternal family is a business lineage. Their influence in both the underworld and legitimate society is formidable. I do not oppose your desire for vengeance, but I urge you to proceed with caution. Preserving your own safety must remain paramount. Do you understand? Qin Yang nodded slightly. Uncle Jiang, I comprehend. Jiang Wanqing continued. Wei Jisheng's father is a master in the early stage of transformation. It is best to endure for now if your strength is insufficient. Your awakening has only just begun, and you are currently in a rapid growth phase. Time is on your side. A gleam flickered in Qin Yang's eyes. Early stage transformation master? Just days ago. Prior to his enhancement in mental fortitude, his overall prowess was already at the peak of the transformation master stage, with the acquisition of A-level mental strength. His abilities have significantly improved. Even if he has not yet reached the consummate stage of a transformation master, he should be considered quite exceptional among those in the later phase. What kind of person is Wei Jisheng's father? Qin Yang inquired. Jiang Muxue replied. His reputation is quite commendable, but he is undoubtedly aware of Wei Jisheng's actions. There is no way Wei Jisheng would dare to deceive him. He holds absolute authority within his family. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Uncle Jiang, I understand. Xiao Qin, this society is far more brutal than the average person perceives. When it is not the right moment to act, you must exercise restraint. However, when the time is ripe, ensure that you seize the opportunity to strike. Jiang Muxue paused here. Do your utmost to avoid leaving evidence. Qin Yang questioned. Uncle Jiang, do you not oppose this? My retaliation might inadvertently affect the Jiang family. Jiang Muxue chuckled softly. Just be mindful of your limits and timing. Furthermore, try not to leave no room for negotiation. Otherwise, your adversaries may retaliate with fervor, leading to mutual destruction. Qin Yang nodded. Uncle Jiang, I understand. I shall attend to the guests now. As Jiang Muxue departed, Qin Yang wheeled Jiang Muxue into the grand banquet hall, which was vast and lavishly adorned. The gaze of hundreds fell upon Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue, the majority of whom were young individuals, many of whom regarded them with unfriendly glances. Muxue, today is your birthday, and it seems we have many unsavory characters among our guests, Qin Yang remarked to Jiang Muxue. Their mental connection re-established, he heard her voice. Qin Yang, you should be cautious. Many among them are not to be trifled with. Muxue, is that concern I hear? Jiang Muxue retorted. I am not concerned for you. I merely feel that the likelihood of my demise is rather high. Should I perish, I do not want our child to be left without a mother or father. A faint smile graced Qin Yang's face. Today is Jiang Muxue's birthday, and we have all prepared splendid gifts for her. As her husband, what have you prepared? Several individuals approached, one young man inquiring. Another added, Yuan Xiao, we have all brought excellent gifts. Qin Yang, as Jiang Muxue's husband, must have something far superior. Qin Yang, might we have the pleasure of witnessing your gift? Asked a third youth. Hearing this, the others chimed in, eager to see Qin Yang make a fool of himself. Qin Yang replied with a smile. First, on behalf of Muxue, I would like to thank everyone for their gifts. Since you are curious about my offering, I shall reveal it. I have prepared a painting. Soon, Qin Yang had the painting brought forth. This was not the piece he had gifted to Jiang Muxue's grandmother. That was a pencil sketch. This painting was rendered in colored pencils. Wow! As Qin Yang unfurled the artwork, gasps of admiration erupted from the crowd. Chapter 52. Is this the work of Qin Yang? The painting depicted none other than Jiang Muxue. In it, she was not lying on a hospital bed. Rather, she was in the garden of the Rose Manor, surrounded by blossoms that mirrored the grandeur of the estate itself. Qin Yang had visited just the day prior, and upon returning, he had created this masterpiece. So beautiful. The scenery is exquisite, and the subject even more so. Several individuals, including Tang Yin, exclaimed in admiration. Qin Yang smiled. Muxue can only attend today's birthday celebration in a wheelchair, thus I created this painting. I am certain she will awaken and stand once more. Emotional value. 18. Jiang Muxue remained silent, yet she was acutely aware of the situation surrounding her. Qin Yang, this painting is quite impressive, but I imagine it cost a fair sum. You do not have much money, so this must have been funded by the Jiang family, someone remarked with a sardonic tone. I have studied painting myself and possess a decent level of skill. By my estimation, this work is undoubtedly crafted by a national master. And commissioning such a piece is not inexpensive, a wealthy second-generation youth critiqued. Qin Yang, might I inquire who you commissioned for this? This master possesses remarkable talent. I too wish to have a piece created. Others echoed his sentiments. The youth who had first spoken wore a smug expression. Purchasing a gift for Jiang Muxue with funds from the Jiang family hardly seemed a source of pride. Thank you all for your compliments. This is my own creation. Qin Yang said with a gentle smile. The crowd fell into stunned silence. This artwork, of such high caliber, was created by Qin Yang? To their knowledge. While Qin Yang excelled in calligraphy, could he also possess such remarkable artistic talent? Qin Yang, you assert that this is indeed your work? The youth who had critiqued the painting challenged. If you truly painted this, I shall eat my words. The others turned their gaze toward him. The youth explained. Ladies and gentlemen, if this painting were of lesser quality, I could believe it was created by Qin Yang, but its exceptional standard is undeniable. It is at the pinnacle of national artistry. How could it possibly have been painted by a mere young man like Qin Yang? At this moment, Jiang Muxue's grandmother slowly approached. I believe him. All eyes shifted to her. The previously speaking youth shook his head. Elder, your belief is inconsequential. This is absolutely impossible for Qin Yang to have painted. Jiang Muxue's grandmother replied. I am Muxue's grandmother, and yesterday, Xiao Qin painted a piece before my very eyes. Although it was not this one, his skills are of the highest caliber. The youth fell silent, rendered speechless. It was Jiang Muxue's grandmother speaking. Xiaoqin. This painting surpasses the one from yesterday. If Muxue were to see it, she would undoubtedly be pleased. Jiang Muxue's grandmother scrutinized the artwork with admiration. Qin Yang sent a mental message to Jiang Muxue, asking, "Wife, are you satisfied?" Jiang Muxue responded, "The painting is exquisite. But I take issue with the way you refer to me." "Understood, my precious wife. Are you content?" Emotional value. 16. Jiang Muxue fell silent. And the surrounding youths also became mute, astonished that such a creation was indeed crafted by Qin Yang himself. Their previous compliments had inadvertently been praise for him. "Qin Yang, I have heard your calligraphy is exceptional. I am amazed to discover your prowess in painting as well. Truly impressive." Tang Yin broke the silence. "Indeed remarkable. Qin Yang, despite your humble background, you have reached such heights." Several young women chimed in, all friends of Jiang Muxue. Had Qin Yang not been Jiang Muxue's husband, some of them might have made advances, for despite his modest origins, he was handsome and possessed extraordinary talent. Throughout history, many noble young ladies have been drawn to talented scholars. Qin Yang smiled and said, "Thank you all." A wave of mixed emotions swept through the young men present. Originally intending to humiliate Qin Yang, little did I expect that he would instead display remarkable prowess. His calligraphy and painting skills are undoubtedly those of a talented scholar in ancient times. At this moment, Liang Lan approached with a smile, addressing the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, Qin Yang possesses exceptional talent, which is precisely why Muxue is fond of him. Some have speculated that Muxue's pregnancy was a mere accident. I wish to clarify that this is not the case. They share genuine feelings for one another, and the child is indeed the fruit of their love." Emotional value. 15. Jiang Muxue interjected, "Qin Yang, my mother is speaking nonsense. We do not share any feelings." Qin Yang replied, "No worries, feelings grow over time. Let's take it slow." Emotional value. 13. He quickly severed the mental connection with Jiang Muxue, fearing that continued interaction would deplete her mental strength. "Brother, what should we do?" Jiang Haohu whispered from a distance. They had originally planned to reveal that Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue's encounter was a drunken mistake, and that Qin Yang had not been intoxicated at the time. Yet, Qin Yang was being accused of coercion. Liang Lan had preemptively claimed they had feelings for each other. And given Qin Yang's talents, it seemed reasonable. "Liang Ani, I have a question." Du Chongming from the Du family stepped forward. "Speak," Liang Lan replied softly. Du Chongming continued, "Out of concern for Muxue, I had someone investigate and found no evidence of their relationship. Is this normal?" Liang Lan inquired. "Did you investigate Qin Yang as well? Did you know of his skills in calligraphy and painting beforehand?" Du Chongming was momentarily rendered speechless. He indeed had looked into Qin Yang, yet found no such evidence. During high school and university, Qin Yang had appeared rather ordinary. Liang Lan scanned the room. "I suspect others have conducted investigations in secret, yielding results similar to what Xiao Du discovered. However, that does not necessarily reflect the truth. Xiaoqin and Muxue are genuinely in love. Their marriage was endorsed by both Muxue's father and myself." Jiang Haolong sighed inwardly. With Liang Lan firmly supporting Qin Yang, their attempts to speak out were in vain. The fact that Qin Yang excelled in calligraphy and painting, which they had failed to uncover, cast doubt on the reliability of their investigations. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the feast," Jiang Longcheng announced with a smile. At that moment, Jiang Haolong leaned closer, saying, "Qin Yang, none of us had a drink with you last time. Today, we must have a proper contest. You won't shy away from a drink, will you?" Qin Yang smiled. "Drinking is no issue. However, everyone must drink the same amount. Who wishes to join me at my table?" Jiang Haolong suddenly felt a bit intimidated. Although he was decent at drinking, when compared to Qin Yang, his capacity of around 2 jeans seemed insufficient. "I will," Du Chongming declared. Being a martial artist, his drinking capacity surpassed that of the average person. Wei Zhisheng also stood up, affirming his participation, as he too was a martial artist capable of consuming 3 to 4 jin. Perhaps if they could get Qin Yang drunk, he might reveal his true thoughts. Qin Yang turned to Jiang Haolong. "Cousin, what about you? You said you wanted to compete. Surely you're not backing down?" "Let us do it." Jiang Haolong gritted his teeth. With many watching, losing face was not an option. "Anyone else?" Qin Yang inquired. Soon, several others stood up, some martial artists, others with impressive drinking capacities. Chapter 53. Is it the bullet you sent? The 8 of them took their seats at a table, for being martial artists and the others possessing considerable drinking prowess. "Though I am not a martial artist, I am merely a facade," Qin Yang quipped. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my daughter's birthday banquet. While we are at it, allow me to introduce Qin Yang," Jiang Wancheng announced, microphone in hand. Qin Yang rose, capturing everyone's attention. Jiang Wancheng continued, "This handsome young man is Qin Yang. who has officially registered his marriage with Muxue. Due to her special circumstances, they have yet to hold a banquet. Qin Yang, please raise a toast. Qin Yang nodded, lifting a filled wine vessel. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to Muxue's birthday celebration, and I toast to you. In a swift motion, he consumed the entire contents of the vessel, approximately 3 taels. Bravo! Several guests cheered. Jiang Wancheng smiled. Everyone, please enjoy yourselves. There's no need for formalities today. Just eat and drink well. Before long, everyone began to indulge. Cousin-in-law, you mentioned we should all drink the same. This toast doesn't tea count, right? Jiang Haolong asked. Qin Yang nodded. My toast doesn't tea count. If you all go to toast others, that won't tea count either. Agreed. Jiang Haolong and the others nodded in agreement. Du Chongming and the other martial artists remained skeptical of Qin Yang's ability to outdrink them. As martial artists, their physical constitution was significantly stronger than that of ordinary people. The other 2 wealthy heirs, while not martial artists, had been drinking since childhood and felt confident in their capacities, not believing they would be outdone by Qin Yang. Only Jiang Haolong felt a sense of dread. He could manage 2 jin of white liquor, which was respectable, but he was acutely aware that he was no match for Qin Yang, who had previously consumed 4 to 5 jin without issue. Originally, Jiang Haolong had envisioned a rotating challenge, believing that would ensure Qin Yang would inevitably become intoxicated. However, he did not anticipate Qin Yang's insistence on everyone consuming the same amount. Everyone, let us switch to larger cups. These are too small, Du Chongming suggested. Jiang Haolong quickly agreed. Switching cups is fine, but let us not be extreme. We can't switch to beer glasses. Wei Zhixing chuckled. Who drinks white liquor from a beer glass? Jiang Haolong shot Qin Yang a glance. Last time, Qin Yang had suggested using beer glasses, and after just 2 cups, he had been rendered utterly incapacitated. Soon, the staff brought in large wine glasses, each holding about 2 taels. Let us all take a shot together, Wei Zhixing proposed. The others nodded in agreement, while Qin Yang thought to himself, having just consumed 3 taels, was this a sudden offensive? With a smile, Qin Yang responded, I have no objections. In no time, everyone raised their glasses in unison. This drink naturally entered his system space. His physique strengthened, mental fortitude enhanced, and his system space expanded, now encompassing 600 to 700 cubic units. As time ticked by, Wei Zhixing and the others concocted various excuses to drink quickly. Within a mere 10 minutes, Qin Yang had downed 1.5 jin, while the rest had consumed around 1 jin and 2 taels. Jiang Haolong felt as though he was on the verge of fainting, though he could handle 2 jin. Consuming such a quantity in a short span was proving to be a challenge. I need to visit the restroom, Jiang Haolong muttered, resorting to the method of inducing vomiting. Qin Yang, aren't you going to toast the other tables? After all, you are Muxue's husband. And everyone is here to celebrate her birthday, remarked a wealthy second-generation companion at the table. Qin Yang nodded. I should indeed make some toasts. Let us pause our drinking at this table for now. Everyone should go and toast as needed. With that, Qin Yang lifted his cup and made his way over to Jiang Wancheng's table, with Jiang Muxue by his side. His mental prowess reconnected with Jiang Muxue. Darling, it's time for the toasting segment, he conveyed. It is your birthday banquet, and as you remain seated, I shall pay respects to the guests on your behalf. Qin Yang relayed to Jiang Muxue. Jiang Muxue cautioned, Qin Yang, do take care not to drink excessively. Certain individuals are undoubtedly hoping to see you intoxicated, leading to utterances you might later regret. Your ability to communicate with me might inadvertently reveal your thoughts. Fear not, my dear. I possess commendable tolerance for alcohol. Qin Yang reassured her. Jiang Shu, I shall assist Muxue in toasting the guests, he announced. After finishing his drink, Qin Yang turned to Jiang Wancheng. Jiang Wancheng nodded. Qin, do pace yourself. Minutes passed as Qin Yang wheeled Jiang Muxue around, ensuring that she greeted every guest present. Not every table received a full toast from him. Collectively, he consumed around a pound of liquor across several tables. During this time, Wei Zhixing and his companions also toasted a few individuals, though their intake was no more than half a pound. Big cousin, I shall make a brief visit to the restroom and return to drink with you all. We must not leave without being intoxicated tonight, Qin Yang declared as he returned to his table. I will join you, Du Chongming replied, accompanied by another young man. They were keen to ensure that Qin Yang did not discreetly purge his stomach in the restroom. Soon, they returned. Wei Zhixing exchanged a knowing glance with Du Chongming, who subtly shook his head, indicating that Qin Yang had not vomited. Qin Yang, your capacity for alcohol is indeed impressive. Let us continue, Wei Zhixing smiled. Qin Yang nodded. Very well, let none of us falter. As time elapsed, Jiang Haolong was the first to succumb. Subsequently, 2 other ordinary wealthy heirs followed suit. Only Qin Yang, Wei Zhixing, and 2 other martial artists remained. As practitioners of the dark energy level, their fortitude was superior, yet after consuming a pound of liquor, Even they began to feel the effects. Having already ingested around 4 pounds, they were nearing their limit, even after having visited the restroom. Du Xiao, are you all still holding up? If not, we can call it a night. Qin Yang feigned inebriation. How could we not? Du Chongming retorted. Qin Yang, let us each down 5 more cups. Whoever falters is a coward. Suit yourselves, Qin Yang replied, and Wei Jixing along with the other 2 martial artists nodded in agreement. Their intentions clear, to intoxicate Qin Yang. Perhaps he might inadvertently reveal that he and Jiang Muxue were not truly a couple, thus casting doubt on their marriage. Gulp, gulp. Within a mere few minutes, Qin Yang finished 5 cups of liquor. Du Chongming, Wei Jixing, and another young man followed suit. While one fellow could not withstand the 4th cup, Wei Jixing too appeared to be nearing his limit, his gaze becoming increasingly unfocused. Cheng Xiao, I have a question for you. Qin Yang addressed Wei Jixing. Go ahead, Wei Jixing replied, his head spinning. Mental penetration. Qin Yang subtly invoked a mental attack. This minor assault would not harm Wei Jixing, but would impair his judgment. I received a package from my parents containing a bullet. You sent it to us. Did you not? Indeed, Wei Jixing answered without hesitation, his mind dulled by alcohol and mental pressure, rendering him incapable of rational thought. A few faces shifted in color. They understood that Wei Jixing, in his inebriated state, had unwittingly stepped into a trap laid by Qin Yang. Qin Yang, you. Wei Jixing realized he had been ensnared. What did you mean by that, Qin Yang? Someone nearby inquired urgently. Although Qin Yang had wed Jiang Muxue, many believed their marriage was destined for dissolution, and Wei Jixing was a formidable rival. You must not speak of this, Wei Jixing insisted, his mind beginning to clear. Ignoring him, Qin Yang continued, Wei Jixing sent a bullet to both my parents and me, warning that if I do not divorce Muxue, someone will annihilate my entire family. The police are currently searching for the sender of that bullet. I suggest you explain yourself to them. All eyes turned to Wei Jixing, realizing the gravity of his predicament. One that could lead him to the police station for a considerable duration. That's not how it is. I sent a wooden bullet, not a real one. He hastily clarified. Many faces broke into smiles, as it appeared a rival had been significantly diminished. Whether real or wooden, the threat of death was undeniable. And Wei Jixing's explanation only confirmed the existence of the matter. Indeed, it was a wooden bullet, 2 exquisitely carved wooden sniper bullets. Wei Jixing, do you happen to have a sniper rifle hidden away? You lie. I do not. Wei Jixing protested vehemently. At that moment, Jiang Wanqing approached, his expression grave. Wei Jixing, I ask that you leave this place. The Jiang family no longer welcomes you. Wei Jixing's complexion darkened considerably. Had Qin Yang chosen to divorce Jiang Muxue, his prospects would have been promising. Now, however, those hopes had vanished, and he had entangled himself in trouble. Issuing death threats was one thing, but being caught was entirely different. Jiang Shu, I was merely joking, Wei Jixing hurriedly defended himself. You will explain this to the police, Jiang Wanqing replied sternly. And refrain from calling me Jiang Shu in the future. You must communicate this to your father. He owes me an explanation. Should anything happen to Qin Yang or his parents, regardless of the cause, I will pursue the matter to its conclusion. Wei Jixing, in a daze, exited the venue. At the entrance, he turned back to glare at Qin Yang, his eyes filled with malice. Qin Yang chuckled inwardly. Even if Wei Jixing did not harbor resentment towards him, the threats made against him and his parents would undoubtedly provoke retaliation against the Wei family. This was merely a preemptive lesson for Wei Jixing. Soon, Wei Jixing departed, leaving the crowd buzzing with discussion. Shall we continue drinking, Du Xiao? Qin Yang inquired. Du Chongming shook his head. Let this be the end. We've had our fill for today, perhaps another time. Originally, he had thought it possible to intoxicate Qin Yang, but given the current circumstances, it was evident that Qin Yang remained quite sober. Continuing to drink would likely result in their own inebriation, and uttering indiscretions like Wei Jixing would lead to complications. Very well, Qin Yang nodded. He stood and approached Jiang Muxue, and the gazes of those around him shifted. They had initially perceived Qin Yang as a simpleton, easily manipulated, only to witness Wei Jixing stumble at his hands. It seemed likely that Wei Jixing would be spending a few days behind bars. For ordinary individuals, this might not be a significant issue, but for someone of Wei Jixing's stature, a brief incarceration could severely impact his future. We must exercise caution in our dealings with Qin Yang from now on. This fellow possesses both cunning and means, making him far from easy to contend with. Jiang Haoran whispered. Beside him, Jiang Hao nodded slightly. He is indeed quite formidable, exposing Wei Jixing's misdeeds in front of so many witnesses. The Wei family will find it difficult to assist him now. It seems that Wei Jixing is destined for a spell of confinement. Jiang Haoran, I just checked. And given his circumstances, he will be detained for 5 to 10 days. What a disgrace. Qin Yang approached Jiang Muxue. Xiao Qin, after consuming so much alcohol. Are you all right? Liang Lan inquired. Qin Yang nodded. Aunt Lan, I am fine. I will take care of Muxue. You should attend to the guests. All right. Liang Lan replied. Many guests had already finished their meals and were preparing to depart, so she and Jiang Wanqing needed to see some of them off. As Liang Lan left, Qin Yang connected his spiritual energy to Jiang Muxue. Initially, her spiritual energy was quite depleted, but it had regained some strength during the meal. Muxue, something just happened. Qin Yang informed her about Wei Jixing's situation. Jiang Muxue responded, Qin Yang, for the sake of profit, there will surely be forces targeting you in the future. The likelihood of your parents' demise is low, but your own peril is considerably high. You can divorce me. Your treatment does not necessitate intimacy. As long as I remain lucid, I can arrange for my parents to provide you with substantial financial remuneration. Qin Yang countered through the communication. I want both the money and you. Emotional value. 15. Qin Yang, this is a very risky endeavor. Your parents will likely face some danger as well. You should reconsider. Qin Yang pondered. Is there truly a need to reconsider? His system was bound to Jiang Muxue. They were destined to be intertwined. No need for deliberation. It would be splendid to gain both wealth and love, he thought with a smirk. Emotional value. 13. Qin Yang inquired within his mind. System, what is my emotional value now? 863. After some contemplation, he decided, I want to draw 3 times for 100 each. The Wei family will likely target me in the future. You must provide me with more life-preserving trump cards. The lottery announced, congratulations, host. Your physique has been enhanced to 27 points. A wave of warmth surged through Qin Yang's body, invigorating every cell with the system's power. Enhanced physique? Not bad. Qin Yang's eyes brightened. His spiritual energy was now of S rank, exceedingly potent. He was formidable when employing spiritual attacks, yet he remained somewhat vulnerable to close-range ambushes, especially when his S-level talisman was not in his possession. The lottery continued. Congratulations, host. You have received a B-grade detoxification pill, which can neutralize the majority of poisons. Qin Yang felt a rush of excitement. A splendid item indeed. It was entirely possible that his enemies would attempt to poison him. Despite his strong spiritual energy, he could still succumb to toxins. His physique was superior to that of ordinary individuals, but even now, he could not withstand many poisons. The lottery continued. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a B-grade protective ring. Qin Yang inquired, System, what are the functions of this protective ring? The system replied, Host, it provides defensive capabilities. Unlike the talisman, its protection is more comprehensive. Additionally, the protective ring can recognize its master and undergo upgrades. Qin Yang was intrigued. What do you mean by more comprehensive protection? The system explained, it can withstand physical assaults, spiritual attacks, and if the master is poisoned, it will also have detoxifying abilities. Qin Yang examined the protective ring within the system's space. It was exceedingly beautiful. System, how does it upgrade? You can upgrade it through the lottery. Qin Yang asked. How effective is its defensive capability? The system responded, it can withstand 1 or 2 shots from a handgun and can endure numerous ordinary punches and kicks. Unlike the talisman, its power can regenerate. Qin Yang nodded discreetly. The B-grade protective ring had quite commendable protective effects. Muxue, I have a gift for you. Qin Yang informed Jiang Muxue. He crouched down and presented the protective ring. Chapter 55. Father, I want to kill Qin Yang. Qin Yang took Jiang Muxue's left hand and slipped the ring onto her ring finger. The size was perfect. Jiang Muxue's fingers were fair and slender, making the ring look exquisite. Emotional value. 15. Jiang Muxue noticed the wedding ring she was now wearing. Muxue, how do you like it? Qin Yang inquired. A faint smile gracing his lips. With this protective ring, Jiang Muxue would be much safer in the future. Jiang Muxue's survival was essential for his system to function effectively. Besides, she was carrying his child. Ugly, Jiang Muxue replied begrudgingly, though inwardly. She thought the ring was quite beautiful. The system confirmed, the protective ring is now bound to Jiang Muxue. Understood. Soon, the binding was complete. The protective ring would only be effective when worn by Jiang Muxue. If anyone else attempted to wear it, it would bear no effect whatsoever. Qin Yang, I feel something strange. I sense a special connection with this ring, Jiang Muxue said, puzzled. Call me husband, and I will tell you why, Qin Yang teased. Jiang Muxue retorted, then I don't want to know. No problem, I want to say anything if you don't call me. At that moment, Tang Yin and others approached. Wow, that ring is beautiful. Qin Yang, where did you buy it? They quickly noticed the ring Jiang Muxue was wearing. Qin Yang replied, I found it at a street stall. It was the only one. When I returned to the vendor, they were no longer there. Some of Tang Yin's group felt a tinge of regret. Muxue, we've come to say goodbye. Muxue, we are leaving. Take care of yourself. They all bid farewell to Jiang Muxue. Qin Yang, connected through spiritual energy, witnessed this scene. Thank you all for attending Muxue's birthday banquet. If you wish to see her in the future, feel free to come as a group. Qin Yang smiled. All right, they nodded in agreement. Since Jiang Muxue was in a comatose state and Qin Yang was a man, it was rather inconvenient for them to visit her alone. It was much better to come together. Soon, Tang Yin and her companions departed. Thank you, Jiang Muxue's voice resonated in Qin Yang's mind. Wife, for what are you thanking me? It's nothing, Jiang Muxue replied with annoyance. Aren't you uncomfortable not taking advantage of me? You are my wife. It is perfectly reasonable for me to call you that. Do you still want to know about the ring? Miss today, and I want to tell you in the future. Jiang Muxue felt a flutter of curiosity. She genuinely wanted to know. After just putting on the ring, she felt a strange sensation, as if a connection had formed between her and the ring. Husband, please tell me. Jiang Muxue's voice transmitted softly to Qin Yang. Having called him husband once before, it was not so difficult to say it again. Good girl. This ring is a treasure that can protect you, Qin Yang communicated to Jiang Muxue. A peculiar feeling stirred within Jiang Muxue. Qin Yang, if it is a treasure, why give it to me? You should keep it for yourself. Qin Yang, can I wear this ring? You can wear it with peace of mind. I have even better things. He also possessed an S-grade talisman, which was far superior to the current B-grade protective ring. Qin Yang, why are you so mysterious? Your spiritual energy can connect with mine, and you have such treasures. Jiang Muxue inquired curiously. No comment. Jiang Muxue. Emotional value, 10. Before long, Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan returned after seeing off the guests and approached Qin Yang. Liang Lan said, Xiao Qin, please carry Muxue to the car. We are heading back. Understood, Qin Yang nodded. An hour later, Qin Yang and his companions returned. Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan had arrived at the villa where Qin Yang and his group were staying. Xiao Qin, let us have a conversation. Jiang Wanqing remarked after Qin Yang gently placed Jiang Muxue onto the bed. Certainly, Qin Yang replied as he and Jiang Wanqing made their way to the study. Jiang Wanqing continued, Xiao Qin, Wei Jixing will be incarcerated, but only with wooden bullets. He will be released in about a week. Indeed, Qin Yang nodded slightly, recognizing this as a foregone conclusion. With a grave expression, Jiang Wanqing added, Xiao Qin, the Wei family will certainly not let this matter rest. Qin Yang responded, Uncle Jiang. I have no intention of letting it go either. Jiang Wanqing, somewhat concerned, cautioned, Xiao Qin, Wei Jixing's father is a martial arts master, and his strength is formidable. Qin Yang chuckled lightly. Uncle Jiang, my abilities surpass his. Jiang Wanqing was taken aback, inhaling deeply before asking, are you certain? Your skills are commendable. But you have yet to confront a master of the transformation stage. Are you sure you are stronger? Qin Yang nodded. With his formidable psychic abilities combined with an S-class protective talisman, should he engage in battle with Wei Jixing's father, victory would undoubtedly be his. That is reassuring. Xiao Qin, what are your plans? Jiang Wanqing inquired. A glint of determination flashed in Qin Yang's eyes as he declared, I intend to incapacitate Wei Jixing's father. Jiang Wanqing had previously mentioned that Wei Jixing's father wielded considerable influence and was likely aware of his son's actions. If you strike him down now, various factions may suspect us, Jiang Wanqing warned. Qin Yang smiled. Uncle Jiang, I will leave no evidence behind. It wouldn't be a detriment for others to suspect we have powerful allies. Jiang Wanqing pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. If questioned, we shall deny any involvement. Let others speculate that we are supported by formidable forces. Indeed, Jiang Wanqing cautioned, exercise caution in your actions. Do not forget that our nation upholds the rule of law, and the most potent force lies within our military. I understand, Qin Yang replied. Jiang Wanqing added, Wei Jixing's father is named Wei Chunshan, and he specializes in boxing techniques. Do not allow him to close the distance. He is likely to arrive tomorrow. Qin Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Wei Jixing had arrived in another city, where his father, Wei Chunshan, awaited his return at home. Smack. Upon seeing Wei Jixing, Wei Chunshan delivered a stinging slap to his face. Dad, I was wrong, Wei Jixing muttered, nursing his cheek. Wei Chunshan's face darkened. Explain, where did you err? Wei Jixing replied, I underestimated Qin Yang. I assumed he was an ordinary person and that my drinking capacity exceeded his. I never expected that scoundrel would possess such remarkable tolerance. Wei Chunshan took a deep breath. When you sensed that you were nearing intoxication, you should have ceased. Continuing only leads to disgrace. Dad, I will turn myself into the police, Wei Jixing declared. Wei Chunshan's voice turned grave. Remember, this was a moment of folly on your part, and no one else is aware. Our family will not intercede on your behalf. Wei Jixing nodded, gritting his teeth. Dad, I want to eliminate Qin Yang. Wei Chunshan replied, you will have your opportunity. Chapter 56. Wei Jixing's father has arrived. Wei Jixing spoke darkly. Dad, Jiang Wanqing publicly stated that he does not welcome me. Do I still have a chance to marry Jiang Muxue? Wei Chunshan shook his head. Since Jiang Wanqing has spoken, he will not go back on his word. At his level, to do so would invite criticism. Forget about marrying Jiang Muxue. A fierce glint ignited in Wei Jisheng's eyes. It's all Qin Yang's fault. That bastard deliberately got me drunk to provoke me into saying the wrong thing. Wei Chunshan replied. You will have your chance to confront Qin Yang. Dad, what about Qin Yang's parents? Wei Chunshan glared at him. What do you think? Threatening them with wooden bullets isn't a significant issue, but if they were to die suddenly, the police would certainly investigate thoroughly. Our conflict with him is well known. Even if we evade suspicion, our family would face public scrutiny. Wei Jisheng, filled with resentment, protested. What if it's not within a short time frame? I cannot swallow this humiliation. Qin Yang's actions have tarnished my reputation. Wei Chunshan contemplated for a moment before responding. Any unfortunate incident involving them should be spaced at least 3 years apart. Very well, Wei Jisheng acquiesced. Wei Chunshan continued. Son, your reputation is tarnished, making it difficult to pursue a career in politics or business. However, there remains one path untainted by others, martial arts. At any time, personal strength is the ultimate truth. Wei Jisheng nodded resolutely. Dad, I understand. I will strive to become a master of transformation. That way, our Wei family will boast dual masters, basking in glory. Indeed. Wei Chunshan acknowledged with a slight nod. Dad, are you heading to Haicheng tomorrow? Wei Chunshan furrowed his brow. It is imperative. Jiang Muxue has publicly stated this matter requires an explanation. Though he is merely an ordinary person, his worth is in the billions. We, as the Wei family, are at fault. Wei Jisheng suggested. Dad, you should meet with Qin Yang tomorrow, showcasing your strength to instill fear in him. If I face consequences, he should not expect to fare well either. Wei Chunshan replied calmly. We shall discuss it tomorrow. Before long, the next day arrived. Early in the morning, Wei Chunshan set off for Haicheng, the two cities being only a couple of hours apart. Ding! Qin Yang's phone rang. It was Jiang Muxue calling. Hello, Uncle Jiang. On the other end, Jiang Muxue said, Xiao Qin, Wei Chunshan has arrived. He wishes to meet with me. I told him we would convene at your place. By the way, Wei Jisheng turned himself into the police last night. Qin Yang asked, when will you arrive? In about 20 minutes. All right, soon. 2 luxury cars arrived at the entrance of Qin Yang's villa. Jiang Muxue and Wei Chunshan both stepped out. Qin Yang approached them outside the villa. Uncle Jiang. Jiang Muxue introduced. Xiao Qin, allow me to present to you. This is Wei Chunshan, President Wei Jisheng's father. He has come to clarify the situation regarding Wei Jisheng. President Wei, Qin Yang acknowledged, directing his gaze towards Wei Chunshan. Wei Chunshan, a martial arts master, exuded an impressive demeanor and nodded with a smile. Before long, they entered the villa. After taking their seats, Wei Chunshan stated, Qin Yang, my son has sent bullets to you and your parents, which is utterly unacceptable. I have reprimanded him severely, and he will face legal consequences. Qin Yang nodded in understanding. Wei Chunshan continued, your father-in-law is aware that I am a martial artist and a master of transformation. As compensation, I would like to teach you some martial arts techniques. What do you think? Qin Yang inquired. President Wei, how formidable is a master of transformation? Wei Chunshan smiled slightly. Shall we find a more spacious area? I can demonstrate. They soon arrived at the villa's backyard, which overlooked a lake, with neighboring villas situated far apart, rendering the backyard invisible from other locations. In the open area, Wei Chunshan began to demonstrate. Whoosh! He showcased his agility, achieving a speed 5 to 6 times that of an average person. While the average person can run at approximately 6 to 7 meters per second, Wei Chunshan's speed reached 30 to 40 meters per second, surpassing even that of a cheetah. Even though Wei Chunshan may not be able to sustain such speed for long, it is indeed formidable. Qin Yang, pay close attention. I shall now demonstrate my fist techniques. As Wei Chunshan moves at an incredible pace, he unleashes a flurry of punches. Jiang Muxue struggles to keep up with the rapid movements, but Qin Yang, endowed with formidable mental strength, perceives everything with clarity. Boom. Ultimately, Wei Chunshan's fist crashes into a massive tree, severing it cleanly, despite its girth being comparable to that of a bull. With a huff, Wei Chunshan concludes his display, expelling a breath of stale air. What do you think, Qin Yang? If you can reach my level, you could single-handedly confront thousands of armed assailants. Jiang Muxue squints, realizing that Wei Chunshan is not genuinely teaching Qin Yang martial arts. Rather, he exploits this opportunity to showcase his own prowess, aiming to intimidate Qin Yang. Mr. Wei, can one at this level withstand bullets? Qin Yang inquires. Wei Chunshan replies. In a defensive posture, one might evade bullets, but with my current strength, I cannot withstand them. Qin Yang shakes his head. Then I shall pass. After 2 or 3 decades of training, only to be felled by a bullet, I would prefer to savor life instead. Wei Chunshan's lips twitch in annoyance. His intention was to impress and intimidate Qin Yang, yet he finds himself belittled. Qin Yang, if you wish to learn in the future, you may seek me out. However, mastering this art requires immense perseverance, Wei Chunshan states. Qin Yang shakes his head once more. I lack the interest. I have endured enough hardship in the past. Now I simply wish to relax and enjoy life. Mr. Wei, perhaps you could offer me some other form of compensation? The actions of Wei Jisheng have inflicted considerable mental anguish upon both me and my parents, often leaving us waking in fright in the middle of the night. Very well. I shall provide you with 1 million as compensation for your distress, Wei Chunshan responds, feeling a surge of irritation. While parting with such an amount is trivial for him, being extorted by Qin Yang vexes him greatly. Qin Yang gestures toward the tree. Mr. Wei, this tree is quite valuable. Consider it 30,000. The damaged tiles you stepped on will cost you another 50,000. A total of 135,000 would suffice. Wei Chunshan turns to Jiang Wanqing. What do you think, General Jiang? Jiang Wanqing chuckles. Just round it up and give young Qin 2 million. It's merely a trifling sum for you. Wei Chunshan's expression darkens. Jiang Wanqing seems willing to risk their relationship to support Qin Yang. Fine, Wei Chunshan concedes, and upon receiving Qin Yang's bank account information, he swiftly transfers the funds. General Jiang, I bid you farewell, Wei Chunshan says, suppressing his ire as he strides through the side garden. Qin Yang and Jiang Wanqing make their way into the villa. Once in his car, Wei Chunshan commands, return. Yes, sir, replies his driver, who promptly starts the vehicle. Mental pierce. From a distance of 20 to 30 meters, Qin Yang initiates a mental assault. The efficacy of a mental attack diminishes with distance. At this range, the impact is only about 80%. Yet, that is sufficient. Qin Yang's mental force pierces into Wei Chunshan's mind like a sharp blade. As a master of the transformative strength, Wei Chunshan possesses considerable inner power, which grants his mind a layer of energy shielding. Additionally, his mental fortitude exceeds that of an ordinary individual. He remains unperturbed by typical mental attacks. However, Qin Yang's assault is anything but ordinary. With an S-class mental strength and a comprehensive prowess in the late stages of transformative strength, Qin Yang's capabilities far surpass those of Wei Chunshan. With a sudden closing of his eyes, Wei Chunshan collapses, unable to utter a sound. Within his mind, Qin Yang's mental force wreaks havoc, obliterating much of Wei Chunshan's own mental energy, leaving the remnants in utter disarray. Should this continue, Wei Chunshan risks becoming a vegetable. He will require an extensive period to recover the mental energy within his mind. Meanwhile, Wei Chunshan's driver navigates the road steadily, oblivious to the unusual stillness in the back seat. Qin Yang, do you not intend to pursue Wei Chunshan any further? Jiang Wanqing inquires, perplexed. Qin Yang smiles, Uncle Jiang, I have already made my move. Wei Chunshan will not perish, but without the aid of a top-tier expert for treatment. He shall likely remain unconscious for 2 to 3 years. Jiang Wanqing is taken aback. When did you strike? Qin Yang replies, after they entered the vehicle. They did not turn back, so the driver likely remains unaware. Jiang Wanqing is astonished at how effortlessly Qin Yang managed to incapacitate Wei Chunshan from such a distance. There are surveillance cameras outside the villa. If anyone inquires, you can show them the footage to prove our innocence, Jiang Wanqing suggests. However, the Wei family will undoubtedly harbor suspicions toward us. Let them suspect, Qin Yang asserts. I can adeptly conceal my mental energy. Even if a powerful individual were to investigate, they would find nothing amiss. The system allows him to obscure his mental presence. Indeed, Jiang Wanqing nods slightly. Others are unlikely to suspect you. The most probable theory is that they will believe I have a powerful ally aiding me. Another possibility is that they might suspect other formidable individuals taking advantage of the situation to shift the blame for Wei Chunshan's predicament onto us. Young Qin, do not disclose this to anyone, not even Aunt Liang. It is enough for the two of us to know. Qin Yang nods in agreement. Jiang Wanqing soon departs to attend to matters at his company. As 2 hours pass, Wei Chunshan's driver arrives at their destination. He glances back, observing Wei Chunshan sleeping soundly. The boss likely did not rest well last night. The driver muses silently. He refrains from exiting the vehicle, quietly waiting. Opening the door now might disturb Wei Chunshan. 3 hours go by, and the driver grows increasingly puzzled. The journey took 2 hours, and returning has taken 3. It has been 5 hours in total, and typically, Wei Chunshan does not sleep for more than 2 hours at a time. Boss. The driver calls softly. Yet, there is no response from Wei Chunshan. The driver's expression shifts with concern. His boss, a master of transformative strength, is exceedingly powerful, even if his voice is subdued. Wei Chunshan should be able to hear him. Boss. He raises his voice. Still, Wei Chunshan remains unresponsive. Something is amiss. The driver hastily exits the vehicle and summons others. Wei Chunshan's son, Wei Jiping, rushes over and swings open the door. Dad. Wei Jiping calls out loudly, but his father does not stir. Reaching out, Wei Jiping checks for breath at his father's nostrils, relieved to find air. His father is not dead. Uncle Li, what is the situation? Wei Jiping inquires. The driver, Li Yuan, has been Wei Chuanshan's chauffeur for over a decade. The boss and Jiang Wansheng went to Qin Yang's villa. They left shortly thereafter without any unusual occurrences. Li Yuan explains. Wei Jiping asks, did my father board the vehicle himself? Li Yuan affirms, yes. The boss instructed me to return in silence. Mom, Dad might be in meditation. Let us not disturb him. His breathing and heartbeat appear normal. Wei Jiping's mother agrees, though she lacks the knowledge of a practitioner. She is familiar enough to recognize such situations. All right, everyone, it's time to disperse. Wei Chuanshan's wife gestured dismissively. Wei Jiping slowly closed the door, allowing his father to continue his training. As the hours slipped into the depths of the night, Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Muxue's chamber. My dear, the stillness of the night is the perfect opportunity for a massage, he remarked, connecting his mental energy with Jiang Muxue. Emotional value, 15. I don't need it. Cheng Hong and the others must have already given me a massage, Jiang Muxue replied. Of course they have, but I worry that their technique may not have sufficed. Allow me to assist you, Qin Yang insisted. No need for thanks. With that, he pulled back the covers. Emotional value, 28. Emotional value, 26. Under Qin Yang's skilled hands, Jiang Muxue rapidly accumulated emotional value, her mental energy depleting within mere minutes. System, has my emotional value reached 1,000? Indeed, host. Let us draw a prize. 1,000's worth. As the draw commenced, congratulations flooded Qin Yang's mind, revealing that he had acquired an A-grade mental suggestion skill. A myriad of information cascaded into his consciousness. And with the system's assistance, he swiftly assimilated the knowledge, his eyes alight with joy. This skill was indeed impressive. The mental suggestion was not an offensive ability. It bore no effect on those with formidable mental strength, but could shield ordinary individuals from being hypnotized by stronger beings. What a remarkable asset, Qin Yang mused internally. He wished to alleviate his parents' worries and ensure they did not feel inferior when facing Jiang Muxue's parents, which was why he had previously revealed his abilities to them. Given his strength, the exposure of this secret posed minimal risk, yet it was best kept concealed. The mental suggestion skill could effectively address this concern. Jiang uncle, please delay your visit to the company tomorrow. I need to discuss something with you and Ani Liang, Qin Yang messaged Jiang Wansheng. Understood. The following morning, Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Wansheng's residence. Little Qin, have you had breakfast? What brings you here in such haste? Auntie Liang inquired with a smile after dismissing the housekeeper. Liang auntie, I have learned a skill that allows me to implant mental suggestions. Even if someone attempts to hypnotize you, you will not divulge your innermost secrets. Qin Yang explained. Jiang Wansheng's eyes brightened. Little Qin, can you ensure that I reveal no secrets if I were to be hypnotized? Qin Yang nodded. Jiang uncle, have you ever been hypnotized? Jiang Wansheng shook his head. I don't believe so. Is it really that easy to hypnotize someone? Qin Yang replied, shaking his head. Hypnotizing someone is rather challenging. If you feel you haven't been under such influence, then you likely haven't. However, it's prudent to take precautions. Jiang Wansheng nodded. Very well, proceed. Jiang uncle, please relax. Jiang Wansheng complied, loosening his body. Qin Yang swiftly employed the mental suggestion skill, and Jiang Wansheng's gaze turned vacant. Jiang uncle, should anyone attempt to extract your secrets, you will remain silent. Yes, Jiang Wansheng nodded numbly. The mental suggestion embedded itself deep within his soul. Unless one possessed significantly greater strength than Qin Yang, they could not hypnotize Jiang Wansheng. Jiang uncle, awaken. Qin Yang promptly roused him. Jiang Wansheng glanced at the time. Only half a minute had passed. Qin Yang, is that all? Qin Yang confirmed. It depends on the nature of the mental suggestion. If it involves compelling you to act against your will, that would be difficult. This type of suggestion is relatively straightforward. Auntie Liang interjected with a smile. Little Qin, do one for me as well. Shortly, Auntie Liang also emerged from the session rejuvenated. Ding. At that moment, Jiang Wansheng's phone rang unexpectedly. Qin Yang, it's Wei Chuanshan calling. Chapter 58. Wei Chuanshan unconscious. Qin Yang felt a twinge of confusion. Was something amiss with Wei Chuanshan? That seemed unlikely. Wei Chuanshan possessed significantly stronger mental fortitude than the average individual, yet his own strength surpassed Wei Chuanshan's by 30-fold. With Wei Chuanshan's internal energy for defense and his mental prowess, it was improbable that he could be fatally struck from a distance of 30 meters. Though disrupting his mental energy should have been feasible, had he recovered so quickly after the previous morning's attack? Mr. Wei, is there good news? Jiang Wansheng answered the call. On the other end, Wei Chuanshan's wife exclaimed angrily, my husband visited you and has now fallen into a coma. What on earth is going on? Jiang Wansheng responded with surprise. Wei Chuanshan is unconscious? Don't play coy. The incident occurred after he went to your place. Do you not know the reason? Wei Chuanshan's wife retorted sharply. Jiang Wanqing's tone turned cold. If Mr. Wei is genuinely unconscious, I can empathize with your distress. Yet if you continue with such disrespectful remarks, do not expect me to be courteous. The expression on Wei Chunshan's wife's face shifted. When Wei Chunshan was well, the Wei family's influence rivaled that of the Jiang family. Now, with Wei Chunshan incapacitated, their standing would undoubtedly wane. The Jiang family's assets amounted to hundreds of billions. Should business dealings turn against the Wei family, they would certainly face significant troubles ahead. Jiang Dong, this is Wei Jiping. My father is in trouble, and my mother's emotions are somewhat unstable. I hope you can bear with us. Wei Jiping took over the phone from his mother. Indeed, Jiang Wanqing replied. Jiping, your father left in good health. If you have doubts, I can have Qin Yang send you the surveillance footage. Jiang Wanqing stated. Thank you, Jiang Dong. Please send the surveillance to my father. Wei Jiping responded. After Jiang Wanqing agreed and ended the call, he smiled. Little Qin, it seems our endeavor was successful. Once you return, please forward the surveillance footage to me. Qin Yang nodded. Jiang uncle, I need to return to my hometown for a visit. Jiang Wanqing pondered. Perhaps you should wait a bit longer. Given the current situation with the Wei family, your departure may appear somewhat guilty. Understood, Qin Yang replied with a nod. He had two objectives for returning home. The first was to implant mental suggestions in his parents, and the second was to bring back De Huang to protect them. De Huang was a spirit dog, a rightful king among canines, and with some dogs at home, De Huang could easily manage them. Ordinary strangers would not pass the threshold set by even the simplest dogs. With De Huang's strength equivalent to that of a budding martial artist, it was improbable that any martial arts master would attempt to abduct his parents. With De Huang safeguarding them, his parents would remain secure in the village. Meanwhile, at the Wei residence, Dr. Xue, you must examine my father. He remains unconscious. Wei Jiping urged anxiously. They had summoned a highly skilled physician, often called upon for the ailments of the Wei family. Dr. Xue Jingfu nodded, placing his fingers on Wei Chunshan's pulse. Soon, he remarked, there appears to be no issue. Mr. Wei's pulse is normal, strong, and vigorous. Doctor, my father returned yesterday afternoon around 1 o'clock, and now, 20 hours later, he still has not awakened despite our calls, Wei Jiping explained. Dr. Xue Jingfu expressed surprise. Has it been that long? That is concerning. We should transfer Mr. Wei to the medical room. Wei Jiping carefully carried Wei Chunshan from the car. The Wei family had a private medical facility, and he soon laid Wei Chunshan on the bed in the medical room. Dr. Xue Jingfu began to employ medical equipment. Xue Jingfu identified a serious issue, Madam Wei. President Wei's brainwaves are exhibiting alarming irregularities. I suspect he may have entered a vegetative state. What? Wei Jiping and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. Dr. Xue, you must be mistaken, right? Madam Wei inquired, her voice trembling with disbelief. Xue Jingfu replied, my preliminary assessment leads me to this conclusion. I am not a martial artist, so I cannot ascertain whether he has fallen into a state of demonic cultivation. If it is the latter, perhaps he will awaken soon. Wei Jiping furrowed his brow. Jiang Muxue is a vegetative patient. Could my father also be in such a condition? Dr. Xue, what if it's not demonic cultivation? Wei Jiping pressed on. I will conduct further examinations, Xue Jingfu stated as he meticulously examined Wei Chunshan. Madam Wei, there are no visible injuries on President Wei, ruling out physical assault. He shows no signs of poisoning, thus eliminating toxic attacks. If it is not demonic cultivation, there is only one possibility. He has suffered a formidable mental attack. As a skilled physician, he had encountered both martial artists and those with extraordinary abilities. Mental attack? Wei Jiping questioned, his brow furrowing deeper. Xue Jingfu nodded. President Wei is a martial arts master. If he has indeed been subjected to a mental assault, the assailant's strength must exceed his by at least 2 realms. Wei Jiping gasped sharply. A late-stage transformation master? Indeed, Xue Jingfu affirmed. A mid-stage transformation master would lack the capability to achieve this. Dr. Xue, can you save my father? Wei Jiping inquired earnestly. Xue Jingfu shook his head. I do not possess that power. In my past encounters with similar cases, individuals typically awaken after a period of unconsciousness. The human brain is remarkable, possessing self-healing abilities. And how long might that be? Madam Wei queried anxiously. Xue Jingfu contemplated for a moment. It is difficult to predict. It could be as short as 10 days to half a month, or it could extend to 8 or 10 years. With proper care, recovery may occur more swiftly. Thank you, Dr. Xue, Wei Jiping expressed gratefully. You may wait for 2 days to observe. If he has not awakened after 3 days, it is likely not demonic cultivation. If it is confirmed that it is not, then all that remains is to wait. You might also consider transferring President Wei to the United States, where there are more practitioners with experience in such matters, Xue Jingfu suggested. Wei Jiping nodded in agreement. Xue Jingfu soon took his leave. It must be Jiang Wanqing and his cohorts behind this. Madam Wei seethed with rage. Wei Jiping's brow remained furrowed. Mother, that may not be the case. I have not heard of any formidable practitioners supporting the Jiang family. It is possible that our other enemies have seized this opportunity to strike. If it were indeed a powerful ally of the Jiang family, why would they act now? Why not wait for a more opportune moment? Madame Wei attempted to regain her composure. Are you suggesting someone is targeting us and framing the Jiang family? Wei Jiping nodded slightly. That is a possibility. Otherwise, I cannot fathom why the Jiang family would act at this time. At that moment, Wei Chuanshan's phone rang. Wei Jiping picked it up and unlocked it with Wei Chuanshan's fingerprint. A video surveillance clip from Jiang Muxue arrived. Wei Jiping opened the video, which was remarkably clear. It showed Wei Chuanshan walking to his car, appearing completely normal during the entire process. Mother, there is no evidence linking this to the Jiang family. However, I must see Qin Yang to assess the situation, Wei Jiping said, his expression tense. Chapter 59. Wei Jiping walks into a trap. 2 hours later, Wei Jiping arrived at Qin Yang's location. Qin Yang, I am Wei Jiping, the brother of Wei Jixing, he announced from outside the door. Qin Yang nodded. Come in. I heard President Wei has encountered trouble. Did you not provide the surveillance video to you? Upon entering the villa, Wei Jiping stated, we received the video you sent, but I still need to come and investigate. I also need to check the nearby surveillance footage. Very well, Qin Yang replied, his demeanor showing no signs of distress. What are your thoughts on your father's condition? Wei Jiping fixed his gaze on Qin Yang's eyes. Given that your brother has crossed me, I sent him to reflect on his actions. Our grievances are now settled. Frankly, I do not care whether your father lives or dies. Since you've asked me a question, I shall pose one to you. What is your opinion on your brother's actions? Wei Jiping shook his head. I apologize, but I cannot judge my brother. Qin Yang, I require all surveillance footage from the vicinity, Wei Jiping insisted. Qin Yang shook his head. I provided you with the footage from the entrance, which has already confirmed our lack of involvement. I am under no obligation to provide you with footage from other locations. We are not friends. Wei Jiping inhaled deeply. I will pay for it. A smile spread across Qin Yang's face. Very well. Since you are willing to pay, there is no issue. There are about a dozen cameras surrounding the villa. I will charge you 100,000 for each camera's footage. Just let me know which ones you want. Wei Jiping's expression darkened. Qin Yang, 10,000 for a single camera's footage? Is that not extortion? Qin Yang shrugged. What can I say? I am in need of funds now that I am married and must support my wife. I am not forcing you. If you do not want it, then so be it. Wei Jiping's lips twitched. While Qin Yang's family background was modest, Jiang Muxue possessed vast wealth. 20,000 for each, he countered. Qin Yang shook his head. 100,000 for each camera. Decide quickly. If you refuse, I will destroy the footage, and it will be gone when you wish to obtain it. Wei Jiping took a deep breath. Fine, I will take it. Qin Yang led Wei Jiping on a tour around the premises. There are a total of 12 surveillance cameras, including the one I provided. Which ones do you want? Wei Jiping replied resolutely, all of them. If he was going to acquire footage, he intended to obtain it all in hopes of uncovering clues. Qin Yang chuckled. That will be 1,100,000. Once you transfer the funds, I will provide you with the copies. Wei Jiping quickly transferred the money to Qin Yang. Thank you, my friend. Qin Yang beamed. 110,000 was no small sum. Although Jiang Muxue had previously given him 20 million, he was eager to take advantage of this opportunity. With this transaction, he would have nearly 24 million, of which 2 million belonged to Jiang Muxue's dowry. Jiang Muxue remained in a vegetative state. While he could use the funds now, he would eventually need to return the 2 million to her. Ensure nothing is overlooked regarding the videos, Wei Jiping cautioned. Qin Yang assured him, rest easy. Having received your payment, I will ensure that every video is copied for you. Half an hour later, Wei Jiping departed. Qin Yang shook his head internally, convinced that Wei Jiping would uncover nothing of significance. That 110,000 was money down the drain. Wei Jiping sought out the property management within the community. They allowed him to view the footage but denied him the ability to copy it. There was nothing unusual to report regarding Wei Chuanshan during his time in the community. When Wei Chuanshan left, there were no vehicles in the vicinity. Wei Jiping's brow remained furrowed. Qin Yang appeared relaxed. He suspected that the events were unlikely connected to him or Jiang Muxue, or that Jiang Muxue was aware of it, while Qin Yang remained oblivious. Most likely, Wei Jiping concluded that other adversaries were responsible. Jiang Muxue had publicly demanded an explanation from his father, giving their enemies a potential opportunity to strike. Thus, the Jiang family would unwittingly bear the brunt of this predicament. Sighing deeply, Wei Jiping contemplated the lingering troubles that might beset his family. The Wei family had numerous adversaries, and with his father, a master of the transformative energy, now reduced to a vegetative state, those enemies were undoubtedly poised to strike. Beep. Wei Jiping dialed his mother's number. Mom, I've obtained the surveillance footage from around Qin Yang's villa. His mother, Wei Chuanshan, responded swiftly, Son, do you think Qin Yang is aware of this? Wei Jipeng replied. I sense he is oblivious. His demeanor appeared quite normal, and I detected no anomalies. However, to acquire the footage, I had to part with 110,000. Wei Chunshan inquired. Did you simply acquiesce to his demands? Wei Jipeng, with a hint of resignation, responded. He threatened to destroy the footage if I refused. What choice did I have? There might be clues to uncover. Mom, I must go now. I need to check with the traffic management department to see if I can retrieve nearby road surveillance. Meanwhile, Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Muxue's chamber. My love, I have some matters to attend to back home, but I shall return by tomorrow. Before I depart, let us share a kiss. Emotional value, 25. Jiang Muxue replied. You need not bid farewell, just return directly. That simply will not do, Qin Yang said, leaning down to kiss Jiang Muxue. Emotional value, 27. Emotional value, 24. Within 2 brief minutes, Jiang Muxue's mental energy was utterly depleted. In comparison to the past, the duration had increased. Previously, it took only half a minute for her to exhaust her mental stamina. System. Is there a means to ascertain Muxue's emotional value through a phone call or video while I am away? Qin Yang queried in his mind. The system responded, Host. She will be able to respond upon awakening, but currently, she is unresponsive to external stimuli, rendering video calls ineffective. Sighing, Qin Yang furrowed his brow. A brief return home would inevitably diminish his emotional value, yet providing mental reinforcement to his parents was imperative. As of now, no one suspected him, and thus no one would attempt to hypnotize his parents. But what of the future? Host, a return home would allow Jiang Muxue's mental energy to rejuvenate fully. Indeed. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Beep. He called Jiang Wancheng. Uncle Jiang, someone from the Wei family has already approached me. I plan to return home and shall be back by tomorrow. Jiang Wancheng asked, Who from the Wei family? Qin Yang replied, Wei Jipeng, the son of Wei Chunshan. He spent 110,000 to acquire the surveillance footage. Jiang Wancheng's expression turned peculiar. Did you actually accept money from him? Qin Yang clarified, Uncle Jiang. My rapport with the Wei family is tenuous. If he desires the footage, I see no reason to relinquish it without compensation. Jiang Wancheng chuckled. He must be seething. Young Qin, return home tomorrow. I shall prepare some gifts for you to take back to your parents. Come by tonight to pick them up. Qin Yang protested, Uncle Jiang. Is that truly necessary? Absolutely. It is essential to bring some gifts home, Jiang Wancheng insisted. I must attend to other matters. I will speak with you later. Chapter 60. A return home. Qin Hai is extorted. That evening, Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Wancheng's residence. Uncle Jiang, what is all this? He asked, astonished by the mountain of gifts in the living room, including 2 boxes of unopened Maotai, 2 boxes of soft zhonghua, several boxes of tea, numerous health products, and a variety of local specialties. Indeed, Jiang Wancheng confirmed. Qin Yang, somewhat overwhelmed, replied, I cannot possibly take all of this, Uncle Jiang. I only need to select a couple of items. While he possessed a system space, it remained a secret for now, a power to be unveiled in due time. Has Da Huang been brought over? Jiang Wancheng inquired. Qin Yang nodded. Jiang Wancheng explained that arranging transportation for Da Huang might be cumbersome, and that a company would send someone overnight to deliver both his car and Da Huang to their provincial city. You can simply pick up the car at the airport tomorrow. Qin Yang, taken aback, pondered. Aunt Liang, there is no need to send anyone. I can drive back overnight. It is only a little past 8. I can reach home by 8 in the morning. Aunt Liang cautioned, Young Qin, that might not be wise. The distance is considerable, and you would need to drive continuously through the night. Qin Yang smiled. Aunt Liang, it is of no concern. With my current mental energy, I could go 10 days without sleep. I must depart. Please keep an eye on Muxue. Aunt Liang nodded. Since you are leaving overnight, I will come by your place. And tomorrow I will postpone some matters to stay home with Muxue. Soon, they loaded the gifts into the car. Jiang Wancheng advised, Young Qin, when you return, do not drive your own car. Leave it here for your father. I have spoken with him, and he possesses a driver's license. This car will also be part of your gifts. I have ordered you a Cullinan. It will arrive shortly. Qin Yang stared at Jiang Wancheng in astonishment. Another car? Aunt Liang smiled. Your uncle saw you driving this vehicle and felt it lacked the appropriate status, so he arranged for the Cullinan. Uncle, this car is already quite good. Qin Yang responded. Jiang Wancheng waved his hand dismissively. It falls short in prestige. If you drive this car, others may perceive that we do not regard you highly enough. A fine vehicle can mitigate unnecessary troubles. It will suit your father well in the village. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Before long, Qin Yang drove away. After dinner, he had already harvested once and need not return for another emotional value collection. The night passed. The following morning, as Qin Yang drove back to the village, he noticed a vehicle parked at his doorstep, causing Qin Hai and the others to be puzzled, unaware that Qin Yang had acquired such a car. Dad, Mom. Qin Yang called out as he disembarked from the vehicle. Son, what brings you back? Chen Ping exclaimed in surprise. Qin Yang cheerfully replied. I have some matters to attend to. Dad, is the house across the street under construction hours? Qin Hai nodded. The village had long hoped we would move there. Initially, we were reluctant, but now that a new house is being built, we will relocate. Once it is completed, this old house will be demolished. Indeed, Qin Yang acknowledged. The new house would offer a better location, though previously, Qin Hai and Qin Ping had lacked the funds to build a new home, and the compensation for demolishing their old house was insufficient. Mom and Dad, please come and help with some items. Qin Yang opened the trunk of the car, revealing it filled to the brim. Seeing the abundance of items, Qin Ping remarked, Son, why did you buy so much? It seems extravagant. Mom, these are not my purchases. They are gifts from Uncle Jiang and Aunt Liang, including this car. Qin Hai and Qin Ping were utterly astonished. A trunk full of gifts, along with a car? Qin Hai quickly protested, Son, this is too much. We cannot accept such lavish gifts from Muxue's parents. Father, you must accept them. To Uncle Jiang and the others. This is nothing significant. Moreover, with my abilities, I can certainly repay them. Qin Yang affirmed. The gifts from the trunk were all moved into the house, leaving Qin Hai and the others astonished. These presents were valued at around 200,000. Dad, please put down your phones for a moment. Qin Yang urged as he directed Qin Hai and the others to set their devices aside. He then led them to another room. Father, I have acquired a mental skill. My primary purpose for returning home this time is to provide you with mental suggestion, Qin Yang explained, elaborating on the concept of mental suggestion. Qin Hai breathed a sigh of relief. This is excellent. When you informed us that you are now a mental ability user, we were a bit anxious, fearing that we might inadvertently let something slip. Qin Ping chuckled. The upside is that your father has refrained from drinking lately, worried that he might say something inappropriate while intoxicated. Son, allow me to go first. Qin Yang quickly conducted a mental suggestion on Qin Ping, ensuring that under hypnosis, she would reveal nothing, even in her sleep, and there was no chance of her accidentally disclosing anything. Soon after, Qin Yang performed the same on Qin Hai. Son, can I drink now? Qin Hai inquired, having been without alcohol for a while and feeling a longing for it. Qin Yang nodded. Drinking is perfectly fine. Even if you were to become inebriated, you would absolutely not disclose any secrets. However, it is advisable not to get drunk, as it is quite detrimental to your health. Understood, Qin Hai replied. Qin Yang continued, Dad, weren't you supposed to buy a few dogs? Qin Hai responded with a hint of exasperation. I've already purchased them. They are all adult dogs that won't easily acclimate. They can be quite loud, and there is no one to keep them quiet at the new house. How many did you get? Qin Yang inquired. Qin Hai replied, You wanted us to buy several, so I got 5. Their barking at night is unbearable for us. Qin Yang chuckled. This issue can be easily resolved. Da Huang is the king of dogs. I will take Da Huang to reason with them. Qin Hai led Qin Yang to the new house, where the foundation was already laid and construction of the first floor was underway. As they approached, Qin Yang brought Da Huang closer. The 5 previously boisterous large dogs lay down, already aware that they were no match for Da Huang even before any confrontation. Qin Yang patted Da Huang's head. From now on, they will be your soldiers, and your sole mission is to protect my parents. If they do not obey, you must discipline them severely. Da Huang nodded in understanding. Qin Hai, astonished, remarked, Son, can he really comprehend your words? Qin Yang affirmed, Yes, Dad. Da Huang is exceptionally intelligent and attuned to human emotions. Just express your wishes directly to him. If you need to go into town, it is best to take Da Huang along. His combat prowess is formidable. Qin Hai nodded in agreement. At that moment, a vehicle approached and parked by the roadside. 2 tattooed men emerged from the car. One of them, a local bully known to Qin Yang, elicited a frown from Qin Hai. As the 2 men approached, one grinned and said, Qin Yang, you've become quite handsome since we last met. It seems wealth indeed enhances one's appearance. Uncle Hai, you damaged my antique. Shouldn't you provide an explanation? This is my 3rd visit, and if you don't offer an explanation, you can forget about continuing the construction, Qin Yang retorted, casting a glance at Qin Hai. Dad, what antique? Qin Hai explained. He left a bag of porcelain shards here, and during the construction, the vehicle ran over it. He claims we owe him 200,000. Chapter 61. Qin Yang takes action against the village bully. Qin Yang fixed a cold gaze on them. Uncle Hai, are you implying I used porcelain shards to frame you? The village bully, Sun Ming, clenched his fists with a menacing grin. As a university student, you must know that if you damage someone else's property, compensation is required. Sun Ming's companion pulled out a spring knife. Son, why waste time talking to them? If they refuse to compensate today, we'll make them regret it. Qin Hai's expression changed drastically upon seeing the knife. Though he was aware of his son's newfound powers, he worried whether Qin Yang could handle the situation against armed opponents. Sun Ming, you claim a porcelain piece worth 200,000 was carelessly placed in a vulnerable position? Qin Yang sneered. Sun Ming scoffed. I placed it there. What is the issue? He continued, that porcelain piece is worth not just 200,000, but 4 to 500,000. Out of kindness, I'm only asking for 200,000. You either pay up or forget about building that house, Sun Ming threatened. Qin Hai seethed with anger. Sun Ming, how dare you extort us in our own village? Sun Ming glared back. You can eat recklessly, but don't speak recklessly. I'm not extorting you. Qin Yang stepped forward. Let us see how you plan to handle this. The other bully, Guo Quan, a large man, approached with the spring knife in his left hand, while his right hand swung violently toward Qin Yang. Bang! Qin Yang retaliated with a swift kick, sending Guo Quan, who weighed nearly 200 pounds, crashing to the ground with a cry of pain. Qin Yang, you little punk. Sun Ming's expression shifted as he rushed to attack Qin Yang. With a calm gesture, Qin Yang seized Sun Ming's incoming fist. Smack! Qin Yang delivered a heavy slap to Sun Ming, leaving him dazed. Smack! Smack! Qin Yang continued to rain down slaps on him, while Sun Ming desperately tried to free his hand, but Qin Yang's grip was like iron. I'll take you down. Guo Quan stood up again, lunging at Qin Yang, this time wielding the spring knife. Sun Ming screamed in agony as Qin Yang yanked his hand, causing Guo Quan's knife to pierce his own arm, blood gushing forth. I didn't mean to. Guo Quan quickly withdrew the knife and attempted another attack. Qin Yang released Sun Ming and seized Guo Quan's wrist, pressing it down forcefully, causing the knife to stab into Guo Quan's thigh. Guo Quan screamed in equal anguish. Shut up. Qin Yang delivered a fierce slap to silence him, leaving both sides of Guo Quan's face swollen. Son, stop. Qin Hai urged anxiously, fearing that further violence could lead to serious consequences. Qin Yang released Guo Quan, who collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg as blood seeped through his fingers. Sun Ming, tell me exactly what happened. If you utter one falsehood, I will make you regret it, Qin Yang declared, pulling out his phone to record. Fear washed over Sun Ming's face as he confessed. Qin Yang, I thought your family had come into wealth and wanted to extort some money from you. I used the porcelain shards to try to blackmail you. Qin Yang questioned. So you threatened my father with a knife? Sun Ming hesitated, his eyes revealing doubt. Qin Yang stepped closer. Speak. Sun Ming hurriedly replied. I didn't have a knife. It was Guo Quan who brought it, claiming it would make you more compliant. Qin Yang pressed. You intended to extort 200,000, correct? Sun Ming hesitated to respond. I'm from the same village as you. Don't call the police. I promise I won't trouble you again. Sun Ming trembled as he spoke. Qin Yang scoffed. Answer when I ask. Was it 200,000? Sun Ming. Initially, I sought merely 100,000 yuan, yet Guo Quan deemed that amount insufficient, desiring a share of the same sum. Consequently, we propose that you collectively compensate us with 200,000. Qin Yang, I shall offer you 20,000 yuan. So please refrain from alerting the authorities. We have all sustained injuries. Should you involve the police, it would only complicate matters for us all. Qin Yang replied softly. What troubles could I possibly face? The wounds upon you were inflicted inadvertently by Guo Quan wielding a knife, while the injuries upon him are self-inflicted. Father, please contact the police. Their actions could warrant a prison sentence of no less than 3 years. Sun Ming and Guo Quan's expressions shifted dramatically. Sun Ming fell to his knees, pleading, Uncle Hai, I implore you, do not involve the police. If you carry out such ruthless actions upon our release, we shall undoubtedly seek vengeance. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. Sun Ming, your threats only exacerbate your situation. Father, please proceed with the police report. I will leverage my connections to secure a lengthier sentence for them. Qin Hai nodded, while Guo Quan barked menacingly. You dare? I have brothers. Should you report me, your family will know no peace. Consider this a warning. Qin Hai dialed the police, while Qin Yang contacted Jiang Muxue. Uncle Jiang, do you have any acquaintances in our home province? 2 individuals have attempted to extort my father with a knife. Indeed, Jiang Muxue responded promptly. Xiao Qin, are you all right? They have been subdued by me. My intention is to ensure they face severe and stringent punishment, and they have mentioned having brothers. Could we possibly initiate a crackdown? Jiang Muxue replied. Xiao Qin, I will promptly report this situation to the relevant authorities. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Qin Yang concluded the call. Jiang Muxue swiftly made another call. Deputy Yang, I have a situation I wish to discuss with you. Minutes passed, and 2 police vehicles arrived at the scene with haste. They had received orders to apprehend Sun Ming and his accomplices, while Qin Yang was merely to be questioned. Officers, I have just recorded a video in which they confessed to their crimes, Qin Yang offered, transmitting the evidence to one of the policemen. Thank you for your cooperation. The officer responded, swiftly escorting Sun Ming and Guo Quan away. Their charge of attempted extortion for 200,000 yuan, coupled with their gang affiliations, would ensure a severe sentence, likely no less than 7 or 8 years. Well done, Brother Hai. Sun Ming, this scourge has finally been taken into custody, some villagers applauded, astonished by the turn of events. The usually law-abiding Qin Yang and Qin Hai had triumphed over Sun Ming, who was now bloodied and led away by the police. Thank you all for your support, Qin Yang smiled. There is nothing further to discuss. Please disperse. As the crowd began to leave, Chen Ping hurried over. Having heard the commotion, what has transpired? Mom, it's nothing serious. Sun Ming and another individual came to cause trouble and have been taken by the police. Qin Yang explained with a smile. Qin Hai expressed a hint of concern. Son, do you think they might have accomplices? If they receive sentences of 7 or 8 years, will their so-called brothers come to their aid? Perhaps their brothers would meet the same fate, Qin Yang replied. Father, in the future, please inform me promptly of such incidents. Our family need not fear them. Chapter 62. The Master of Transformation. Is this how it ends? The Du family. Du Chongming hurriedly returned to the ancestral home of his clan. He observed his father practicing martial arts under the guidance of his grandfather, Du Anqing. Grandfather, father. Du Chongming called out. Du Anqing ceased his practice and turned to Du Chongming. Chongming, as a practitioner of martial arts, you must approach matters with greater composure. Impetuosity will not lead to greatness. Yes, grandfather, Du Chongming inhaled deeply. I have just received urgent news, and I rushed back to share it with you. What news? Inquired his father, Du Jinghui. Father, Wei Chunshan from the Wei family has become a vegetable. Du Anqing and Du Jinghui exchanged incredulous glances. Wei Chunshan was a master of transformation. How could he possibly be reduced to such a state? Why are you so agitated about Wei Chunshan's condition? Du Jinghui questioned, perplexed. Father, Wei Chunshan had visited the Jiang family. After that visit, he became incapacitated. I have had some conflict with Qin Yang, the husband of Jiang Muxue, Du Chongming revealed. What sort of conflict? Du Chongming hesitated. Du Jinghui's brow furrowed. Do not speak in riddles. Elaborate. Du Chongming continued. I had someone entice him, hoping to provoke Qin Yang into infidelity, leading to his divorce from Jiang Muxue. Qin Yang was not fooled. He may well be aware of my involvement. Is it possible that the Jiang family has some formidable allies? Du Anqing shook his head. Unlikely. Jiang Xinghua was once a healer with extraordinary abilities, having treated many, thus accumulating considerable goodwill. The Jiang family did indeed possess significant support in the past. However, he has been devoid of his abilities for over a decade, and many have since repaid their debts. Father, might there still be some lingering debts? Du Jinghui inquired. Du Anqing nodded slightly. There may be a few. Yet, such debts are insufficient to provoke the Wei family. The Wei family's power and influence are not inferior to that of the Jiang family, and the Jiang family has been in decline in recent years. Du Chongming exhaled in relief. Father, what is the specific situation? Du Jinghui pressed. Wei Jixing sent bullets to Qin Yang and his parents. Although they were wooden carvings, they still constituted a death threat. Jiang Wancheng demanded that the Wei family provide an explanation. After returning home, Wei Chunshan lost all motor functions. Du Wancheng pondered. It is possible that he did not suffer an attack. It could be that an issue arose during his training. Such issues can lead to a state of unconsciousness. Shall we go and take a look? Du Jinghui suggested. Our family and the Jiang family are both in Haiqing. If anything has happened to Wei Chunshan here, it warrants our attention. Is there a powerful figure in Haiqing? Indeed. 2 hours later, Du Anqing and his family arrived at the Wei residence. Uncle Du, welcome. Wei Chunshan's wife greeted them courteously. As fellow martial arts families, their two clans had some connection. I heard that Chunshan has encountered some troubles, so I came to assess the situation, Du Anqing stated. Uncle Du, could you please ascertain whether my husband has been attacked? She implored. Of course. Soon. Du Anqing arrived at Wei Chunshan's bedside. The latter lay silently, eyes closed. The state of a vegetable is somewhat different. While Jiang Muxue could open her eyes and consume soft food, Wei Chunshan could not. Du Anqing quickly began to assess Wei Chunshan's condition. After 5 minutes, he remarked, Chunshan's meridians appear unscathed. It seems he has not been assaulted by a martial arts expert. As for his mental state, I cannot ascertain. Have you discovered anything else? Wei Chunshan's wife shook her head. Not yet. We obtained the surveillance footage from my husband's stay at Qin Yang's villa, but no anomalies were detected in the recordings. Uncle Du, can you determine whether he was attacked? Du Anqing shook his head. I cannot make that determination. Problems during training that lead to mental disarray can resemble symptoms of a mental attack. Even the most skilled mental practitioners may struggle to discern the difference. Wei Chunshan's wife frowned deeply. Dear sister-in-law, may I say a few words? Du Jinghui interjected. Given the current situation of the Wei family, should this truly be the work of others, it is likely that there will be unfortunate consequences for those involved. The individual capable of rendering Wei Xiong a vegetative state could similarly incapacitate the remaining members of the Wei family. Wei Chunshan's wife paled at this notion. Du Anqing remarked. If this is indeed an assault, the assailant's strength must have reached the late stage of the transformation master, given their ability to silently turn Chunshan into a vegetable. You must exercise caution. Wei Chuanshan's wife took a deep breath and responded, "Thank you." Uncle Du Du Onqing reassured her, "Perhaps it is merely a failure in cultivation. If that is the case, he may awaken in a day or two. Do not be overly anxious." Wei Chunshan's wife nodded in agreement. At the Haiqing Detention Center, Wei Jiping met with Wei Jisheng. "Brother, did Dad visit the Jiang family? Do I still have hope of pursuing Jiang Muxue?" Wei Jisheng inquired. Wei Jiping remained silent. "Is Jiang Wanqing disrespecting Dad? Dad is a transformation master. Isn't my marriage to Jiang Muxue more advantageous than Qin Yang's?" Wei Jiping replied, "Brother, something has happened to Dad. He fell into a coma after returning home from Haiqing." His expression darkened. "What?" Wei Jisheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "You cannot be serious. Dad is a transformation master. How could he be in a coma?" Wei Jiping insisted, "I would never joke about such matters. He was fine when he left Qin Yang's place. He did not stop along the way, yet he collapsed upon reaching home. The doctor suspects he may become a vegetable." Wei Jisheng was left dumbfounded. How could everything change so suddenly? His father was in trouble as well. If his father remained in a vegetative state, their family's strength would significantly diminish. Could the Jiang family be involved? Wei Jisheng questioned. "There is no evidence implicating the Jiang family. Brother, I came to warn you to be discreet and avoid any actions against Qin Yang for the time being. With Dad in trouble, we will face considerable difficulties ahead," Wei Jisheng cautioned, to which Wei Jiping nodded. Suddenly, Wei Jiping's phone rang. "Mom, I found brother," he answered. On the other end, Wei Chunshan's wife cried, "Jiping, you must return quickly. Your father, he is dead." "What?" Wei Jiping stood up abruptly. "What did you say?" His mother's voice trembled. "I just entered the room and found him lifeless. I've already called the police. I'm coming home immediately." Wei Jiping's eyes filled with fear. "Brother, what is happening?" Wei Jisheng asked. "Mom says Dad is dead, and she has called the police. I need to rush back to understand the situation." "What?" Wei Jisheng was left in shock. Not long after, Qin Yang received a call from Jiang Wanqing. "Xiao Qin, I've just received news that Wei Chunshan has died." Jiang Wanqing's grave voice came through. Qin Yang was taken aback. "Wei Chunshan is dead? That shouldn't be possible. He is a transformation master. I only attacked him once. He should not have died. Transformation masters are not so fragile." "Uncle Jiang." "I'll hurry back," he replied. After hanging up, Qin Yang was filled with confusion. "System, is it possible that my previous attack could have killed a transformation master?" he inquired in his mind. The system responded, "Host, the likelihood of that is exceedingly low." Qin Yang contemplated this. He, too, believed the possibility was slim. His mental piercing skill originated from the system. He was well aware of its power. While its penetrating ability was formidable, its destructive capacity was not particularly strong. The mental piercing was akin to a needle penetrating the mind. It would cause disruption and could lead to the destruction of a fraction of one's mental strength. It would suffice to incapacitate an ordinary person, but Wei Chunshan was a transformation master, whose mental strength was far superior. "It could not have been my doing. It is highly probable that the Wei family has other enemies at play," Qin Yang mused. "Son, is something the matter?" Chen Ping approached Qin Yang, noticing his serious demeanor. "Mom, I need to return home tonight. There has been an incident in Haiqing that requires my attention," he replied. Chen Ping was taken aback. "So urgent? I thought you would stay for at least a day or two. Aunt Liang has many matters to attend to, and Mushue's pregnancy is progressing. I'm quite concerned." Qin Yang explained. Chen Ping nodded. "Will you still have dinner?" "Of course, Mom. Please prepare dinner early so that I can finish and return home promptly," he said with a smile. At that moment, Qin Yang heard the sound of a vehicle approaching. Stepping outside, he saw a van pull up, from which 7 or 8 individuals, both men and women, emerged. One elderly man bore a resemblance to Guoquan. "You Qin family are heartless. How could you allow the police to take my husband away? If you don't have him released today, I won't let this go," shouted one woman angrily. The others joined in the uproar. Qin Yang responded sternly. "Listen carefully. Guoquan attempted to extort 200,000 from us, a substantial amount, and he will undoubtedly face imprisonment for several years. Given your behavior, I suspect you are accomplices and part of a criminal organization. Do you wish to join him in prison?" The gathered individuals changed their expressions at his words. If they were classified as a criminal gang, it would spell disaster. "Don't listen to his nonsense. We are merely relatives of my brother. We are not a criminal organization," one man shouted. Qin Yang replied. "Can relatives not engage in organized crime? Depart now, and I will not pursue this matter. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Each of you could face 3 to 5 years behind bars." Some among the group began to waver. They understood Guoquan's character well. Aiding him could very well lead to their own imprisonment. "Da Huang!" Qin Yang called out loudly. "Woof woof!" Da Huang, along with 5 other dogs, rushed out. Da Huang was quite large, while the others were larger still. "Woof woof!" The 6 dogs barked ferociously at the intruders, who turned pale at the sight. De Huang and the others were unrestrained, their eyes fierce, as if they would pounce at any moment. Let us go. The group hastily retreated to their vehicle. De Huang and his companions quickly fell silent. Qin Yang warned, if you attempt to cause trouble again, I will investigate your entire lineage, and should I uncover any issues, you will find yourselves in prison. Additionally, my dogs have remembered you. If you return, do not blame me for the consequences. He added, oh, and the more ruckus you create, the heavier Guoquan's sentence will be. The Guo family members quickly started their vehicle and left in disgrace. Qin Ping let out a sigh of relief. Ding ding. Qin Yang's phone rang. It was Qin Hai calling. He had noticed several people gathering at the new house. Son, what is happening? Qin Yang answered with a smile. Dad, it's nothing serious. Some people from the Guo family came looking for trouble, but I managed to send them away. Come home early for dinner. After we eat, I'll be leaving. So urgent? Qin Hai asked in surprise. Qin Yang, Muxue requires care now, and Aunt Liang and the others are quite occupied. I am not entirely at ease with just a nanny looking after me. In the dead of night, Qin Yang returned home. He immediately made his way to Jiang Muxue's room. Darling, did you miss me? Qin Yang's spiritual energy connected with Jiang Muxue, allowing her to see him and hear his voice. Emotion value 20. I did not miss you at all. Qin Yang chuckled as he communicated, did you not? But you utilized my energy. When I asked if you missed me, your use of my energy indicates your acknowledgement of me as your husband. Jiang Muxue. Emotion value 23. Qin Yang continued, my love. It must be rather challenging for you to be alone while I am away. There is a saying, I could endure the darkness if I had never seen the light. Without me at home, you cannot see or hear anything. Jiang Muxue felt a stirring in her heart. This was indeed true. Originally, her spiritual energy was weak, and she felt little. Now that it had significantly recovered, being unable to see or hear anything felt quite distressing. Days felt like years. Qin Yang, how is it that you returned so quickly? Weren't you supposed to be at your hometown? It feels as though not much time has passed. Jiang Muxue remarked. Qin Yang replied, I left after dinner yesterday. It is now the early hours of the following day. Merely 30 hours have passed. A warm current surged within Jiang Muxue. Qin Yang's swift return was evidently due to his concern for her. My dear, let me check on Cheng Hong and the others to ensure they have not been slacking off and are diligently attending to your oral care. As he spoke, Qin Yang leaned down to kiss Jiang Muxue. Jiang Muxue. Emotion value 30. Emotion value 25. After 2 or 3 minutes, Jiang Muxue's spiritual energy was exhausted, and she had contributed over 200 points of emotional value this time. Qin Yang mused to himself, her spiritual energy has indeed recovered considerably. The first time, she provided only 42 points. Now, she had given 215 points, more than 5-fold. Baby daddy is back. Qin Yang connected with their unborn child's spirit once again. Though the fetus could not speak, Qin Yang could perceive its emotions. He spent some time playing with his daughter, having already noticed a pattern. When he engaged with her, telling stories and the like, her spiritual energy would deplete, and upon recovery, it would strengthen. By the time she was born, her spiritual energy would surpass that of other infants, enhancing her learning capabilities and intelligence. As dawn broke the following day, Liang Lan had stayed overnight, but departed early. Qin Yang harvested another round of emotional value. System. Let us have a draw for 1,000 emotional value points. Qin Yang thought. Congratulations to the host for acquiring B-level combat skills. A torrent of information flooded into Qin Yang's mind, and excitement sparkled in his eyes. Although his physique had reached 27 points, he lacked combat skills, resulting in lower close combat capabilities. Now, he finally possessed the means for martial prowess. Chapter 64. The police arrived for questioning. Qin Yang quickly made his way to the gym. The gym was spacious enough for him to fully exert himself. With a swift exhale, Qin Yang unleashed a series of punches, far surpassing the ferocity of various online martial arts. Coupled with his 26 points of physique, his striking power was formidable. After completing the punching routine, he transitioned to palm techniques. B-level combat skills encompassed a variety of martial arts, including boxing, palm techniques, leg techniques, staff techniques, knife techniques, sword techniques, and more, each possessing considerable power. After 10 minutes, Qin Yang expelled a breath of stale air. He had experimented with punches, palms, and legs, and he was certain that his close combat abilities had multiplied several times over. System. Even without employing spiritual power, I should now possess the strength of the dark energy level. Correct? Qin Yang inquired mentally. Host, you are currently at the mid-level of dark energy. Attaining the late stage of dark energy while possessing internal strength will significantly enhance your capabilities. Your martial skills are commendable, and at the mid-level of dark energy, you should find it difficult to encounter a worthy opponent. A subtle smile graced Qin Yang's face. Quite satisfactory. Ouyang Wu is only at the mid-level of dark energy, while Tang Yin is at the early level. Even disregarding spiritual power, my strength ranks favorably among the younger generation. He contemplated revealing this should he need to take action in the future. System, if my physique continues to improve, will I eventually acquire internal strength? Indeed, host. Qin Yang promptly asked, what level must my physique attain? Host, the exact threshold for internal strength is uncertain. It could be 40 points, or even 50. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Even at 50 points, it would not take too long. If he were to draw a physique enhancement in the lottery with 1,000 emotional value points, he might just reach 50 points in an instant. Knock knock. The sound of knocking interrupted his thoughts. Qin Yang walked over and opened the gym door. Outside stood Cheng Hong, respectfully stating, Mr. Qin, Captain Su is looking for you. Qin Yang nodded and ascended the stairs to the villa entrance, where 2 police officers awaited, one of whom was Su Zhe, whom Qin Yang recognized. Captain Su, please come in, Qin Yang greeted with a smile. Su Zhe nodded, and after entering the villa, the 3 of them sat down while Cheng Hong poured tea for Qin Yang and the officers. Cheng Hong, please assist Yang Xin and the others, Qin Yang instructed. Cheng Hong nodded and departed. Su Zhe inquired, Mr. Qin, are you aware that Wei Chunshan, the head of the Wei family, has passed away? Qin Yang nodded. Uncle Jiang informed me. Captain Su, you are not here to suspect me of murder, are you? Su Zhe shook his head. Mr. Qin, we know it is impossible for you. Wei Chunshan was a martial artist, and you lack the requisite strength. We are merely here to gather information. Before returning home, Wei Chunshan had already fallen into a coma. The last time he was with you, did you notice anything unusual? Qin Yang replied. He practiced a set of punches in the backyard, offering to teach me if I wished to learn. However, Captain Su, you should be aware of his true intentions. He damaged several tiles in the backyard and even uprooted a tree. I asked him to compensate for the damages. Su Zhe inquired, may we take a look? Of course. Qin Yang led them to the backyard. The damaged tree and tiles had yet to be restored. Several thick blue stone tiles were broken, and a tree with a trunk as wide as a bowl lay toppled nearby. Mr. Qin, where were you yesterday afternoon? Asked one of the officers who accompanied Su Zhe. Qin Yang turned to face him. I was at my hometown. We were building a house, and 2 local bullies had approached my father twice. I sent my dog back to protect my parents. My hometown is in H province, over 1,000 kilometers from here. Su Zhe cleared his throat. Mr. Qin, we are not suspecting you. This is a routine inquiry, and we must cover all bases. Understood, Qin Yang nodded. Su Zhe asked, what are your thoughts on Wei Chunshan's death? A smile spread across Qin Yang's face. It's good riddance, Captain Su. Wei Jisheng sent bullets to me and my parents. Albeit fake, but I hold no goodwill towards them. With Wei Chunshan's demise, I feel inclined to set off some firecrackers. Su Zhe, Mr. Qin, please refrain from such acts. Wei Jisheng has faced legal repercussions for his wrongdoings. Should you err as well, you too will face the law. Qin Yang chuckled softly. Su, is it just a fine for setting off a firecracker? I accept the penalty. Su Zhe shook his head and said, do not provoke the Wei family. Wei Chunshan has just passed away, and they are currently engulfed in grief. Agitating them may lead to repercussions against you. Do you have the surveillance footage of Wei Chunshan while he was with you? Qin Yang nodded. Yes, Wei Jiping had requested a copy earlier. Su Zhe inquired, Mr. Qin, could you provide me with a copy? Certainly. After returning home, Qin Yang made a copy for Su Zhe and the others. Su, how did Wei Chunshan die? Qin Yang asked. Su Zhe replied, the forensic report has not yet been released. Just then, Su Zhe's phone rang. After answering, he said, Su, the report has just come in. Wei Chunshan died from asphyxiation due to external forces, ruling out poisoning and other causes. Understood. Hanging up, Su Zhe remarked. The results are in. Wei Chunshan was murdered. Mr. Qin, thank you for your cooperation. We shall take our leave. Soon, Su Zhe and his team departed from the villa. Qin Yang sighed in relief. Indeed, someone else had killed Wei Chunshan. He was not prepared for murder. If Wei Chunshan had truly died by his hand, Qin Yang was uncertain whether he could handle the situation with his current abilities. Beep. Qin Yang dialed Jiang Wanqing. Uncle Jiang, Su and another officer just visited. They asked me some questions and took the surveillance footage. Wei Chunshan died from asphyxiation. On the other end, Jiang Wanqing was taken aback. Asphyxiation. Wei Chunshan was murdered. Be careful, Qin. Don't let the Wei family direct their anger at you. After all, Wei Chunshan was fine before he came to see you. Qin Yang replied. Uncle Jiang, I will be cautious. I will stay home to look after Muxue. She will be safe. You and Aunt Liang should exercise caution. Jiang Wanqing reassured him. The Wei family lacks the courage to act against us. You and Aunt Liang will be fine, so you need not worry. By the way, how are your parents? Qin Yang responded. The village bully was taken away by the police. One of the troublemakers from earlier has been dealt with, and the other is a loner with no family. My parents are safe, Jiang Wanqing remarked. The The two thugs who extorted 200,000 with knives should each receive a sentence of around 10 years. If your parents face any trouble in the future, just let me know. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Jiang Wanqing chuckled. Also, the Cullinan I ordered for you has arrived at the dealership. I'll send you the address. When you have time, go pick it up. I have other matters to attend to, so I will hang up now. Chapter 65. Jiang Muxue's Breaking Point. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Yang had retrieved the Cullinan, but he hardly drove it. Spending most of the week within the confines of the villa, Liang Lan had brought him numerous books. He dedicated part of his time to training, another part to studying, and some time to caring for Jiang Muxue, giving her massages and helping her bathe. System, what is my current emotional value? Qin Yang inquired in his mind. The system responded, Host, your current emotional value is 9,085. Qin Yang inhaled deeply. It had not been easy. His emotional value was finally nearing 10,000. He could now earn just over 1,000 a day, and by tomorrow morning, it should surpass 10,000. He had never drawn from a value of 10,000 before and wanted to give it a try, even if he drew a medical skill with 1,000 points. Obtaining an A-grade technique would be commendable, but it would not resolve Jiang Muxue's issues. He required far more potent abilities. Beep. Qin Yang's phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number, yet he answered it. Qin Yang, it's me. Wei Jisheng's cold voice reached Qin Yang's ears. Wei Jisheng, what do you want? Qin Yang replied coolly. Wei Jisheng gritted his teeth. Qin Yang, I'm out now. Shouldn't we settle our scores? What scores? Qin Yang asked, bewildered. You sent me bullets. And I sent you to jail. Our accounts are settled. A chilling laugh escaped Wei Jisheng. You ruined my relationship with Jiang Muxue, tarnished my reputation. And my father went to see you and returned dead. We need to address all of this. Qin Yang stated. Wei Jisheng, are you joking? Muxue is my wife. She has no connection with you. Moreover, it was not I who ruined your reputation. You were never a good person to begin with. As for your father, I suspect he was suffocated by your own people. It might even have been your brother. Wei Jisheng snapped. Qin Yang, do you believe I won't kill you? Qin Yang replied indifferently. I recorded this conversation. If I die, the police will be looking for you first. Do you want to go back to prison? Wei Jisheng fell silent. Qin Yang continued. You possess great talent and cultivation. Even if your reputation is in shambles, if you learn from your father, you can still become a formidable martial artist. The Wei family will likely remain under your control since you are the eldest son. Now that your father is dead, however, your chances of becoming a top-tier powerhouse are diminished, and you can no longer dominate the family through sheer force. With your reputation tarnished, your brother is better suited to handle family alliances and take over the family business. Wei Jisheng furrowed his brow. He pondered deeply. There was some merit to Qin Yang's words. Wei Jisheng, think carefully. Is your primary task truly targeting me? If you go after me, you risk offending the Jiang family, thereby reducing your chances of controlling the family and forfeiting the family's vast assets. Qin Yang seduced him. Wei Jisheng's expression changed. How could he possibly abandon such substantial family wealth? Wei Jisheng, your father is already in trouble. Even if Muxue and I were to divorce, do you think you still have hope? Wasting your energy against me is futile. You only prove that your emotions can be easily manipulated. Such a person is unfit to control the family. Your greatest adversary now is not me, but your brother. Your father's situation is detrimental to your interests, while your brother stands to benefit. Wei Jisheng gritted his teeth. Qin Yang, stop spewing nonsense. My brother is nothing like that. You will not drive a wedge between us. Qin Yang replied, I am merely stating facts. If you find my words reasonable, contemplate them carefully. If you deem my words unreasonable and wish to continue targeting me, come at me. I am prepared to engage. Wei Jisheng let out a cold laugh. Qin Yang, you are just an ordinary person. I am a martial artist. We shall see. With that, Wei Jisheng hung up the phone. A faint smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. The Wei family is a prominent clan, and Wei Jisheng and Wei Jipeng are both brothers and rivals. He did not believe their bond could be very strong. He had planted a seed of doubt in Wei Jisheng's mind. This seed would eventually sprout and grow. Wei Jisheng's focus would likely shift. If the Wei family fell into internal strife, it would undoubtedly be good news for him. Eventually, his strength would be revealed, and by then, Wei Jisheng and the others would understand that Wei Chunshan's transformation into a vegetative state was most likely connected to him. If the Wei family remained united and powerful, it would not bode well for him. Wei family. Wei Jisheng furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Although he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Qin Yang, he could not deny the validity of Qin Yang's assertions. His exceptional talent had been nearly extinguished by his father's misfortunes, which had effectively severed his path to becoming a master. In stark contrast stood his younger brother, Wei Jipeng, who excelled academically and devoted more time to his studies, showcasing superior business acumen. Wei Jisheng found it difficult to accept this reality, convinced that had he applied himself earnestly, he would not have lagged behind his sibling. The forensic report revealed that death had resulted from asphyxiation due to external forces. Surveillance footage indicated that no outsiders had entered the vicinity. Wei Zhisheng murmured to himself, aware that a martial arts expert could indeed infiltrate their circle. However, such circumstances also raised the possibility of betrayal from within. Brother, could it be you? A glimmer of determination flashed in Wei Zhisheng's eyes. He momentarily set aside thoughts of avenging himself against Qin Yang. Controlling the family's vendetta was paramount. Should his brother gain dominion over the family, it would be too late for regrets. As dawn broke the following day, Qin Yang's voice resonated with excitement. Darling, today is a splendid day. What makes it so special? Jiang Muxue inquired. Qin Yang referred to her as his wife, and she was too weary to contest it, knowing that even if she did, he would remain unfazed. Besides, having been kissed and bathed by him on numerous occasions, the term wife seemed trivial in comparison. Today marks 1 month since our wedding, Qin Yang conveyed. Time had flown by, and Jiang Muxue reflected on the rapid passage of days. You are 7 months and 10 days pregnant, leaving you with only 2 months of lucidity. If you do not awaken in 2 months, we will have to find a stepmother for the child, Qin Yang remarked. Why not recruit one of your female friends? Tang Yin is quite attractive. What do you think? He added teasingly. Jiang Muxue's mental energy surged in response, eliciting a faint smile from Qin Yang. Her heightened mental fluctuations were a promising sign, indicating potential growth in her mental capacity. Do not jest, Qin Yang, she retorted sharply. Isn't it a fair proposition? If something were to happen to you, Tang Yin, as your close friend, would undoubtedly care for our child, he countered. She wouldn't even consider you. Jiang Muxue huffed, her defenses clearly breached. Before long, however, her mental energy was depleted. System, I wish to spend 10,000 emotional points to draw a prize, Qin Yang declared in his mind. His emotional points had reached the maximum threshold. Chapter 66. Qin Yang, do not pursue Tang Yin. Congratulations, host. You have acquired A-level hacking skills. Your existing C-level hacking skills will now merge with the new abilities, the system's voice echoed in Qin Yang's mind. Only A-level, he mused, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Although hacking skills were undeniably useful, the A-level proficiency left something to be desired. Host, normally, 100 emotional points yield C-level rewards, while 10,000 points grant A-level rewards. The fusion of the two hacking skills results in A-level capabilities, placing your hacking prowess among the top 5 or 6 in the nation, the system explained. Qin Yang nodded slightly, as a torrent of information flooded his mind, swiftly processed with the system's assistance. Within a short span, he had assimilated all the knowledge. Remarkable, he exclaimed, astonished. The A-level hacking skills were indeed impressive. While they could lead to detection if used for infiltration, they sufficed for defensive measures. Even the most skilled hacker would find it challenging to breach his defenses undetected. Soon, Qin Yang found himself in his study. He powered on his computer and assessed its condition. Numerous vulnerabilities existed, and some software even possessed eavesdropping functionalities, although the device lacked recording equipment. Thus, eavesdropping would yield nothing of value, as his computer usage was primarily limited to watching films and conducting research. With rapid keystrokes, Qin Yang set about cleaning and fortifying his computer's defenses. Subsequently, he connected his fortified phone, ensuring it was impervious to intrusion. Using this device as a springboard, he infiltrated Qin Hai's phone, increasing his safety significantly. Even if discovered, his identity would remain concealed. Odd, there are no signs of intrusion, Qin Yang pondered. With his current capabilities, he could likely detect if Qin Hai's phone had been compromised. He needed to develop a defensive software. Retreating, he swiftly began crafting the software on his computer, designing a virtual system that would serve as a barrier against hackers. An hour passed, then 2. As he worked diligently from morning until afternoon, the virtual system he created consisted of 5 layers, allowing him to gauge the intruder's strength based on the number of layers breached. Finally, with a sigh of relief, Qin Yang completed his task. He transmitted the virtual system to his parents, and soon it began operating on their phones. Novice hackers would struggle to breach even the first layer. The software would silently record intrusion attempts without alerting them until the 3rd layer was breached, at which point they would receive a notification. Cheng Hong, gather everyone, Qin Yang instructed as he descended the stairs. Within moments, all 4 maids stood before him. Mr. Qin, how may we assist you? Li Wenyue inquired. I have 3 matters to discuss. 2 require your cooperation, and the 3rd entails a salary increase of 5,000 each month, Qin Yang announced. Joy spread through their hearts. While their current wages were substantial, an additional 5,000 was a significant boost. Mr. Qin, we are at your service, they chorused. First, I need to install a defensive software on your phones to protect against hacking attempts and prevent eavesdropping. Rest assured, it will not invade your privacy or record your communications, he assured them. The maids hesitated momentarily but soon nodded in agreement, realizing that if Qin Yang intended to eavesdrop, he would not need to announce it. Secondly, I will provide you with mental suggestions to prevent any inadvertent revelations of secrets, he continued. Yang Xin, puzzled, asked, mental suggestions? These suggestions will safeguard you against disclosing any secrets should you fall under hypnosis. If you cannot accept this, you may resign. However, you must still undergo the mental suggestion to ensure confidentiality, Qin Yang clarified. Mr. Qin, aside from preventing us from revealing secrets, will there be any other effects from this mental suggestion? Li Wenyue inquired. Qin Yang shook his head. I will perform the mental suggestion in your presence, and it has no other purpose. Soon, all four maids nodded in agreement. Their current salaries were already decent, and the increase made the position even more enticing. Such a job was hard to come by. Regarding the necessity of confidentiality among affluent families, there is no issue with maintaining discretion. Thus, let us commence. Qin Yang subtly imparted mental suggestions to Li Wenyue and the others. Should anyone attempt to hypnotize them for inquiries, their responses would simply be that they are unaware of any secrets. Very well, you may attend to your matters. I shall implant defensive software into your mobile devices, which will be invisible to you, Qin Yang stated. He returned to the study and successfully installed the defensive software for Li Wenyue and the others. Phew, with that accomplished, Qin Yang exhaled in relief. If one's strength were sufficiently formidable, secrecy would be unnecessary. However, at present, his power had yet to reach such heights. Confidentiality remained of utmost importance. With the crucial tasks completed, he decided to engage with Muxue. Qin Yang mused as he arrived at Jiang Muxue's room. Darling, did you miss me? Qin Yang's mental energy connected with Jiang Muxue. Emotion value, 27. Qin Yang pondered. Such a high emotional response right from the outset. Could it be that the morning's mention of seeking Tang Yin as a stepmother for their child had profoundly impacted Jiang Muxue, leaving her emotions in turmoil? Miss you. My foot, Qin Yang chuckled. Would you like to hear a ghost story? I can certainly oblige. Jiang Muxue. Qin Yang, if I were to pass away, please do not seek Tang Yin afterward. Qin Yang, my dear, what is your reasoning? Tang Yin is your close friend, beautiful, and skilled in martial arts. If you were to depart, wouldn't you find her quite suitable? Emotion value, 37. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow, noticing the increase in emotional value. Previously, the highest single increase had only been 34. Since there was an increase, his overall mental energy should have grown as well. Are you concerned that she might be too skilled, and if she were to be a stepmother, she might be rather tough on the child? Emotion value, 38. Jiang Muxue. Qin Yang, I'm not worried about that. I simply think it would be quite awkward if you two were together. Qin Yang transmitted with a smile. What embarrassment is there? If you truly left, you would know nothing of it. I believe Tang Yin would take excellent care of our daughter. Emotion value, 39. Qin Yang was astounded. Jiang Muxue's emotional value was unexpectedly rising. He had never seen such a response even when kissing or massaging her before. System, what is happening? Is this stimulation more potent than previous kisses? Qin Yang inquired mentally. System, host, the points of stimulation differ. The physical stimulation, combined with such verbal encouragement, has triggered different areas of Jiang Muxue's brain. So it was thus. Qin Yang mused inwardly. Qin Yang, do not entertain any thoughts about Tang Yin. Perhaps I will awaken. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Are we not getting a divorce? Chapter 67, another S-class skill. Emotion value, 35. Jiang Muxue, we will discuss divorce after I awaken. Surely, you cannot be contemplating finding a stepmother for our daughter while I am still alive. A faint smile graced Qin Yang's face. Two pieces of good news. First, Jiang Muxue's mental strength had shown significant improvement. Second, she perhaps cared for him a bit more. Muxue, you are mistaken. If you do not agree to be my wife, I must consider the long term, mustn't I? If you were to leave, Tang Yin would not return. I must cultivate our relationship promptly. Qin Yang communicated to Jiang Muxue. Jiang Muxue. Emotion value, 30. I agree that once I awaken, you will have 1 month. If we are well suited, we shall remain married. Qin Yang smirked. 1 month? Are you hoping to find a free laborer to care for you during your postpartum period? I believe it prudent to plan for the future sooner rather than later. Birds of a feather flock together. Several of your friends are rather attractive, but I feel Tang Yin is the most fitting. Emotion value, 26. Jiang Muxue retorted angrily. Do not harbor such fantasies. Tang Yin is a martial artist, and her requirements for a partner are that he must be a martial artist, one who can overpower her. With just one hand, she could easily subdue you. Qin Yang chuckled. Isn't that a stroke of luck? She seeks a martial artist for a boyfriend, and I just happen to be skilled in martial arts. Jiang Muxue. Tang Yin is a true martial artist. Even if you know martial arts, it's merely for show and hardly sufficient. That is not her type. Qin Yang laughed. I am aware that Tang Yin is a martial artist and that she is at the initial stage of dark energy. My strength in the mid-stage surpasses hers by a slight margin. Jiang Muxue, 3 months. I grant you 3 months of trial marriage. Do not act recklessly. Qin Yang replied lightly. 3 months is rather short. How about 6 months? Once you awaken, we can trial our marriage for half a year. If there are no feelings after that, we can then separate. Emotion value, 20. Agreed. Jiang Muxue conceded shortly thereafter. Darling, you need a bath today. Shall I assist you? Emotion value, 18. Emotion value, 15. Before they could even begin the bath, Jiang Muxue's mental energy was depleted. System. How much emotional value did I just earn? Qin Yang inquired within his mind. Previously, the highest total emotional value earned was 256 points. System. Host. This time it totals 318 points. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. From 256 to 318 points. An increase of 62 points. This was the most substantial growth thus far. Previous increases had not surpassed 20. My goodness, 318 points. If I were to harvest 4 times daily, it would be no stretch to reach 1,000 emotional value. It seems I must employ a multifaceted approach to stimulation. Qin Yang contemplated. Previously, he had primarily used kisses and hugs, which repetitively stimulated one area of Jiang Muxue's brain. Although the pace of harvesting was swift, the breadth of stimulation was insufficient. In the evening, Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan arrived. Xiao Qin, did you summon us for good news? Liang Lan inquired eagerly. Qin Yang smiled. Indeed, there is some good news. Muxue's mental strength has shown notable improvement today, and perhaps her brainwaves will soon change. Liang Lan's eyes sparkled with delight. Is there any change now? Qin Yang shook his head. Not yet, but at this rate, there may be changes within a week. However, a change in brainwaves does not guarantee immediate awakening. Liang Lan nodded. They soon arrived at Jiang Muxue's room upstairs. Qin Yang connected his mental energy with Jiang Muxue, who immediately perceived Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan. Dad, Mom, Jiang Muxue's voice resonated within Qin Yang's mind. Qin Yang, darling, you may call me Dad, but Mom is off limits. Emotion value, 20. Jiang Muxue retorted angrily. I wasn't he calling you that? Jiang Wanqing interjected. Xiao Qin, if there are changes in Muxue's brainwaves, outsiders may become aware of her condition. The risk to her would increase. If her state remains unchanged, others would not take any drastic actions. After all, killing a comatose individual would invite significant trouble. However, once her state begins to improve, it would be a different story. Jiang Haolong and the others would surely prefer for her not to awaken. Qin Yang assured. Uncle Jiang, I will ensure Muxue's safety. Jiang Wanqing pondered. Do you believe it is still necessary to monitor with instruments? Qin Yang replied. Uncle Jiang, I can discern that for Muxue. The absence of instrument monitoring poses no issue. However, outsiders are not oblivious. Should the instruments be removed, they will undoubtedly ascertain that Muxue's condition has improved. Your concern for Muxue is known to others. Jiang Wanqing furrowed his brow, contemplating this truth. Liang Lan interjected. Xiao Qin, what about Cheng Hong and the others? Qin Yang assured her. I have increased their salaries and employed subtle suggestions on them. Even if someone were to hypnotize them, it would be impossible to extract any information from their lips. Yet, there are still others who may come to visit. The improvement in Muxue's condition will certainly be noted. Liang Lan advised. Let us strive to prolong the time as much as possible. Each day of safety is a blessing. Darling, we shall hire additional bodyguards to stand watch here, both male and female. Jiang Wanqing inquired. Xiao Qin, what are your thoughts? Qin Yang nodded. I believe it is quite prudent. Although the community security is substantial, having a few extra bodyguards outside the villa would serve to intimidate any would-be troublemakers. Very well, Jiang Wanqing concurred. Let us resolve to add 8 bodyguards, 4 men and 4 women, working in shifts, with 2 men and 2 women on both day and night duty. Sounds good, Qin Yang smiled. Uncle Jiang, you and the others should engage Muxue in conversation. I shall retire upstairs to play the piano. Emotional value 26. Jiang Muxue was quite astonished. Could Qin Yang actually play the piano? She had often heard the melodies of piano music before, but she had assumed it was merely a recording, unaware it was Qin Yang's artistry. Soon, the enchanting strains of the piano filled the air. Emotional value 23. Emotional value 21. As Jiang Muxue listened to the music, contributing to the emotional value, her mental faculties had yet to fully recover. Thus her contributions were less than before. My dear, I wish to discuss a matter with you, Liang Lan whispered at Jiang Muxue's bedside. Speak freely, she responded. Liang Lan continued. Although Muxue has yet to awaken, through our interactions during this time, I find Xiao Qin to be quite commendable. Should we not encourage him to address us as Mom and Dad? Emotional value 30. Qin Yang's mental connection with Jiang Muxue remained intact, allowing her to overhear the conversation between Jiang Wanqing and the others. Jiang Wanqing contemplated. I have considered this as well, but if Muxue does not awaken, and should she pass, would it not be awkward for him to revert his address? Let us wait until her brainwaves exhibit some response. Liang Lan nodded slightly. Very well then. Emotional value, 27. Emotional value, 25. Jiang Muxue's mental strength seemed to elevate slightly. Half an hour swiftly passed. Jiang Muxue had exhausted her mental energy long ago. System, I would like to draw from the emotional value lottery for 1,000. Qin Yang communicated mentally. At present, he felt that drawing 1,000 was the more prudent choice. Drawing 10,000 could yield disappointing results, and accumulating that amount of emotional value would be a considerable endeavor. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an S-level mind link skill. Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback. Drawing 1,000 emotional value had granted him an S-level skill, while the 10,000 had yielded only an A-level. System, does this mean I can establish a mind link with Muxue? Qin Yang inquired. Host, this is different. The system replied. Chapter 68. The effects of the mind link. What distinguishes it? Qin Yang questioned. A torrent of information continued to flow in, and he had yet to fully comprehend the differences in this skill. The mind link allows for a more profound connection between you. Most importantly, it enables two individuals to engage in mental dialogue, the system elucidated. Qin Yang was taken aback. This skill could indeed facilitate communication through thought. If that were the sole function, I doubt this skill would merit an S rating, he mused. The mind link permits you to connect with others over great distances, contingent upon the affinity of your mental connection. The more interactions you share, the greater the affinity. Given your current situation with Jiang Muxue, you could establish a connection from up to 10 kilometers away, and you would also be able to discern the other's location. Qin Yang reflected on this. Such an ability was indeed worthy of an S rating. Currently, the distance of his mental connection with Jiang Muxue was roughly 20 meters. However, the mind link skill could extend that to 10 kilometers. While the proximity allowed him to share only images of Jiang Muxue's immediate surroundings, insufficient to fully stimulate her emotional value, greater distances would provide much more convenience. My mental strength seems to have improved somewhat, Qin Yang expressed mentally. Mind link is a form of psychic ability, and this skill will enhance your mental strength to some extent. This is a secondary benefit, the system clarified. Descending from the third floor, Qin Yang lamented that Jiang Muxue, having exhausted her mental energy, would not be able to test the mind link's effects just yet. With this skill, the images I share with Jiang Muxue should be significantly clearer, correct? Qin Yang asked. Host, this depends on the distance. When close, your current ability allows for clarity indistinguishable from what Jiang Muxue would perceive with her own eyes. At 500 meters, the quality is 4K. At 1,000 meters, 2K. And at 5,000 meters, it drops to 480p. Beyond 7 or 8 kilometers, there will be no image. Qin Yang nodded slightly. It was not difficult to comprehend that the signal would diminish with increasing distance. Compared to the previous capability, this was vastly superior. Shaoqin, Jiang Wanqing, and Liang Lan emerged from Jiang Muxue's room. Uncle Jiang, Aunt Liang, why don't you stay here tonight? Qin Yang suggested with a smile. Jiang Wanqing inquired in confusion. Is there something amiss? Qin Yang replied. I have just comprehended a skill that may allow you to engage in mental dialogue with Muxue. Really? Jiang Wanqing and the others regarded Qin Yang with astonished joy. Liang Lan exclaimed, we can communicate with Muxue? Qin Yang clarified, not in the conventional sense, but rather through a mental connection. I may be able to construct a bridge for you. Excellent. We shall remain here tonight. Liang Lan's eyes glistened with tears. Their precious daughter had become a mere shell of her former self, and the pain weighed heavily on both Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan. Jiang Wanqing placed a hand on Qin Yang's shoulder. Thank you, Shaoqin. Qin Yang smiled. Uncle Jiang, no need for thanks. We are family. And expressing gratitude feels rather distant, does it not? Indeed, Jiang Wanqing nodded with a smile. When may we commence our mental dialogue with Muxue? Qin Yang replied. Muxue has just exhausted her mental energy. She will begin to recover in about an hour, but for a more substantial recovery. We must wait until around 11 or 12 tonight. We can wait, Liang Lan quickly interjected. We have already waited so long. There is no rush. Let Muxue regain her strength before we attempt to connect. Jiang Wanqing nodded in agreement. Uncle Jiang, please follow me to the study, Qin Yang instructed. They soon arrived at the study. Uncle Jiang, I have developed a defensive software capable of thwarting hacker attacks and preventing eavesdropping. I have installed it for my parents and Cheng Hong and the others. Would you like it as well? Qin Yang inquired. Jiang Wanqing was astonished. You have learned computer technology? Qin Yang nodded slightly. I possess an exceptional memory and an admirable capacity for learning. Acquiring some computer skills should pose no significant challenge. However, it is a well-known truth that as one ascends in any field, the difficulties multiply. May I inquire about your current level? Jiang Wanqing asked curiously. With a gentle smile. Qin Yang replied, I would estimate myself to be within the top 10 nationwide. The exact ranking is somewhat elusive, as some experts excel in offensive tactics while others are masters of defense. A minor discrepancy in skill does not translate to a commendable ranking. Both Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan were taken aback. It was astonishing how quickly Qin Yang had honed his skills in the realm of technology. Liang Lan marveled, calligraphy, painting, piano, and now your prowess in technology has flourished as well. What other talents do you possess, young Qin? Qin Yang smiled modestly. I am but a novice in many respects. To acquire further knowledge, I must continue to learn. Jiang Wanqing inhaled deeply. Young Qin, what you possess is far from trivial. Many individuals spend their entire lives aspiring to achieve even one of those skills. Indeed, Liang Lan concurred. Uncle Jiang, do you require assistance in installing software? Your communications and sensitive information pertain to company secrets, and if it proves inconvenient for you to install, I completely understand, Qin Yang offered. Jiang Wanqing replied. There is no inconvenience in installation. Our phones are equipped with security software, though I suspect it does not match your level. Liang Lan chuckled. We only have one daughter. And you have already acquired our most cherished possession. Knowing our company's secrets is of little consequence. Eventually, our enterprise will be entrusted to you. Jiang Wanqing nodded in agreement. They retrieved their phones, and within 10 minutes, Qin Yang had breached Jiang Wanqing's device. Uncle Jiang, your phone's defenses are adequate, yet they fall short against someone particularly skilled. Jiang Wanqing reassured him, core secrets are not stored on the phone. Even if we were to face an intrusion, the repercussions would not be dire. Before long, Qin Yang successfully implanted the software. Liang Lan's case was simpler, as her security software was developed by the same individual, allowing Qin Yang to seamlessly integrate his own software. Uncle Jiang, the original software remains intact. If a hacker attempts to breach your device, they will encounter that first. My software provides a virtual system for your phones, effectively isolating it from the real system, Qin Yang explained with a smile. Jiang Wanqing inquired. So even the individual who initially provided us with security cannot access our information now? Indeed, Qin Yang confirmed with a nod. As the clock edged towards midnight, Qin Yang and Jiang Wanqing made their way to Jiang Muxue's room. Young Qin, even if it does not succeed, do not feel pressured, Liang Lan comforted him. Inwardly, Qin Yang mused that he felt no pressure. He had acquired his skills through the system, and his proficiency was already at its zenith. Rather, it was Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan who appeared anxious. Only one can connect at a time. Aunt Liang, who would you like to go first? Qin Yang inquired. Let Aunt Liang take the lead, Jiang Wanqing suggested. Liang Lan remained silent, her humility temporarily set aside. As Qin Yang established a connection with Jiang Muxue, he asked, Dear, would you like to converse with your mother? If so, call out to your husband so I can hear you. Husband, Jiang Muxue called out without hesitation. Chapter 69. Jiang Muxue communicates with her parents. Hurry, dear. Jiang Muxue's voice echoed in Liang Lan's mind, prompting her to urge Qin Yang forward. However, to her surprise, Qin Yang had already facilitated a connection between her and Liang Lan. Muxue, it's your mother, Liang Lan's voice resonated in Jiang Muxue's consciousness. Emotional value, 40. If there had been a crevice in the ground, Jiang Muxue would have wished to slip into it, for her words had just been overheard by her mother. She had called Qin Yang husband quite intimately moments earlier. Mother, what did you hear? Jiang Muxue asked timidly. Liang Lan was filled with excitement. The prospect of mental communication was truly exhilarating. Muxue, I heard quite clearly that you referred to Qin Yang as your husband. Your relationship seems quite lovely. Emotional value, 38. Jiang Muxue stammered. Mother, it was Qin Yang who tricked me into calling him that. He insisted I address him as such to facilitate our communication. In her heart, Liang Lan thought, you are married, and calling him husband is entirely normal. Moreover, he has already brought us together. Whether or not you call him, he would surely facilitate our exchange. Mother, why are you defending him? Liang Lan replied. Muxue, without Qin Yang, your life would be in grave danger, and we would be unable to converse. Your father and I only suggested your marriage to him as a last resort, but it now seems to be an astute decision. Mother, I miss you both dearly. Jiang Muxue confessed, her longing palpable. I miss you too, Liang Lan echoed. The mother and daughter shared a heartfelt exchange for a brief 2 minutes, during which Jiang Muxue contributed a considerable amount of emotional value, depleting her mental energy significantly. Aunt Liang, it's time to switch to Uncle Jiang, Qin Yang suggested. Jiang Muxue's mental energy was limited, and during moments of heightened emotion, her stamina waned rapidly. Understood, Liang Lan nodded, and in an instant, Qin Yang severed the connection and established one with Jiang Wanqing and Jiang Muxue. Dad, Jiang Muxue's voice resounded in Jiang Wanqing's mind. Ah, Muxue, are you well? Jiang Wanqing's heart raced with excitement. Emotional value, 20. Jiang Muxue replied, in the past, I drifted through my days in a haze. Then I began to hear Qin Yang's voice, and subsequently, I could see the world outside through him. Now, my vision is remarkably clear. Jiang Wanqing reassured her. Your condition is improving steadily, and with Yang Qin's assistance, we are confident you will undoubtedly recover. Dad, I will regain my consciousness, Jiang Muxue asserted. As 2 more minutes passed, Jiang Muxue's mental energy dwindled further. Qin Yang terminated the psychic link. At this moment, Jiang Muxue could still communicate with him, but she could no longer engage in mental exchanges with others. Dear, how are you faring? Qin Yang inquired of Jiang Muxue. Thank you. Just a simple thank you? No term of endearment? Husband, thank you. Is that sufficient? That will do, I suppose. Emotional value, 7. Before long, Jiang Muxue's remaining mental energy was entirely expended. Uncle Jiang. Aunt Liang, how did your conversation with Muxue go? Qin Yang asked. He could have eavesdropped on Jiang Muxue's discussions, but he refrained, believing it improper. Splendidly. After more than half a year, I finally spoke with Muxue again, Liang Lan exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with tears as she recalled the emotional moment. Jiang Wanqing took a deep breath. Young Qin, feel free to take any of the sports cars in my garage. Take whichever one you like. Even if you wish to take them all. Qin Yang chuckled. Uncle Jiang, are you serious? If I were to take them all, please do not regret it. Jiang Wanqing shook his head. Rest assured, I will have no regrets. However, Uncle Jiang, perhaps you should keep them for yourself. I rarely drive the Porsche 918. As I typically spend my time at home practicing or studying, Qin Yang suggested. Aunt Liang, Uncle Jiang, I can now facilitate communication between you and Muxue. But this news must remain confidential. Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan nodded in agreement. Sharing this information could potentially invite trouble. Young Qin, will Muxue's mental energy be restored by morning? Liang Lan inquired, as the duration of their recent exchange had been brief and insufficient. Indeed, Qin Yang affirmed. Jiang Wanqing asked, is this a challenge for you? Will our connection deplete your energy significantly? Qin Yang chuckled. It's not difficult for me. However, during our interactions, Muxue's mental energy depletes rather quickly. Nevertheless, this is not entirely detrimental for her, as each time she expends her energy and then recovers, her mental strength experiences a slight increase. Liang Lan remarked, Little Qin, I heard Muxue refer to you as her husband. Jiang Wanqing expressed surprise. How could this be? Just moments ago, I heard Jiang Muxue complaining about Qin Yang. Qin Yang cleared his throat. Auntie Liang, I was not previously well acquainted with Muxue. We had no emotional bond whatsoever. She has been contemplating divorcing me as soon as she regains consciousness, which is why I often tease her. Liang Lan smiled. This is quite splendid. Let Muxue call you that more often. With time, she will become accustomed to it, and deep down, she will accept you as her husband. Having children together solidifies your bond. Qin Yang nodded in agreement. Jiang Wanqing added, It's getting late. You should rest early. My dear wife, let us retire for the night as well. We have quite a bit to handle at the company tomorrow. Indeed, replied Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan as they proceeded to their room. My husband, I finally had a conversation with Muxue again, Liang Lan said, tears welling in her eyes once more. Jiang Wanqing embraced her. Do not cry. Since communication is now possible, feel free to speak with Muxue whenever you wish. Liang Lan responded, however, we cannot visit too frequently. Muxue's mental energy is limited. Engaging with us consumes her energy, thereby reducing her time to converse with Qin Yang. They must have ample opportunities to cultivate their feelings. Jiang Wanqing nodded in understanding. Before long, morning arrived. Qin Yang once again facilitated communication between Liang Lan and Jiang Muxue. Little Qin, I have something to discuss with you. Muxue has called you her husband. Shouldn't you also amend how you address us? Tomorrow, I will personally prepare some dishes. Tomorrow, we will officially change how we address one another, Liang Lan beamed. Qin Yang was taken aback. Auntie Liang, shouldn't we wait until Muxue awakens? Jiang Wanqing replied. Muxue's condition has improved considerably. We believe you will undoubtedly help her regain consciousness. Moreover, she is now aware of the situation, so changing titles should pose no issue. Is there a problem on your end? Qin Yang shook his head. Uncle Jiang, I have no objections. Liang Lan smiled. Then it's settled. Tomorrow, you will come over for dinner, and I will cook for you. Although my culinary skills may not be exceptional, it will certainly be edible. My husband, you must prepare a gift for Qin Yang. Jiang Wanqing nodded. That is only right. Little Qin, tomorrow you will bring Muxue along, and you will change your title in her presence. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Understood, Uncle Jiang. Chapter 70, Lottery Reward, Insight. Time swiftly passed to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Muxue's mental energy had nearly fully recovered. My dear, would you like to see the scenery outside? Qin Yang inquired, linking his mental energy with Jiang Muxue. At that moment, he was not at home, but rather in a nearby park, where vibrant flowers were in full bloom, creating a delightful scene. Yes, Jiang Muxue's voice resonated in Qin Yang's mind. His eyes sparkled with excitement. It was quite convenient. Although he was 2 to 3 kilometers away from home, he was able to establish a mental connection with Jiang Muxue in an instant. Qin Yang understood a bit about the principle behind this connection. Mental energy is indeed a form of energy, akin to electromagnetic energy, capable of traveling vast distances almost instantaneously. However, he only had a rudimentary grasp of how to accurately locate a specific target, as the knowledge embedded in his S-level skills was insufficient. My dear, you understand. Qin Yang communicated to Jiang Muxue. Emotional value, 25. Hubby, Jiang Muxue called out almost immediately, having called him that numerous times already. She was beginning to grow accustomed to it. Confined to observing only her bedroom and a few other parts of the villa, she had grown weary of her surroundings. Good. Qin Yang responded with a subtle smile. In the next moment, Jiang Muxue shared her perception of the world with him. She beheld the trees, the flowers, the lush green grass, and the leisurely people in the park. Emotional value, 30. To an ordinary person, these sights might seem mundane, easily accessible every day. However, for Jiang Muxue, she had been deprived of such experiences for an extended period. Although she had visited the rose garden on her birthday, it was vastly different from a casual stroll in the park. Qin Yang, am I not outside? Jiang Muxue inquired, perplexed, as she had not seen Qin Yang pushing her wheelchair. No, your current condition makes it inconvenient for you to visit the park. Once you feel better, I will take you there for a stroll, Qin Yang replied. Then how am I seeing all this? Jiang Muxue questioned. This park is the Ginkgo Park near my home, which is about 2 to 3 kilometers away. Qin Yang explained. I have acquired a skill that allows me to communicate with you and your parents, and I can also connect with you over a distance. Emotional value, 41. Jiang Muxue was astonished. While she had not fully comprehended when Qin Yang enabled her to converse with her parents, she now realized that his mental prowess was undoubtedly far superior to that of an ordinary individual. Aware that there were people with extraordinary abilities in this world, she suspected that Qin Yang's strength surpassed even that of typical practitioners. Qin Yang, what kind of power do you possess? Jiang Muxue asked, her curiosity piqued. Guess, he replied playfully. Emotional value, 30. If you choose not to tell me, then I am not overly eager to know, Jiang Muxue huffed. That is fine. I had no intention of revealing it anyway. Emotional value, 35. Jiang Muxue felt a twinge of curiosity, but refrained from pressing further. As seconds ticked by, Qin Yang wandered through the park. The distance of 2 to 3 kilometers allowed Jiang Muxue to perceive the visuals in what could be likened to 1080p quality. Quite impressive indeed. Qin Yang, what is the current state of my company? Jiang Muxue inquired. Previously, she had been responsible for a subsidiary of the Jiang Group, investing considerable effort and emotion into it. After graduation, she had only taken charge of that one company. Did you not ask Andy Liang before? Qin Yang inquired. Jiang Muxue replied. There wasn't enough time. I hadn't the opportunity to ask. Can't you hear my conversations with my parents? I could, but I chose not to listen. Your company is currently being managed by professional executives, Qin Yang informed her. Jiang Muxue continued. The company is 5 kilometers away. If I can connect with you at 2 to 3 kilometers, can I reach the company at 5 kilometers? I wish to see how it is faring. About that. My husband, is it possible? Qin Yang smiled. Since you've called me that, how could it not be possible? However, at a distance of 5 kilometers, the clarity of the visuals will not match what you see now. It will only be for 80p, but that is sufficient for me to see clearly. I have invested a lot in that company, and I wish to know its situation. All right, but you will have to wait until tomorrow to see it. Your mental energy has already been significantly depleted. Okay, minutes passed, and Jiang Muxue's mental energy was entirely exhausted. System, lottery, 1,000 points, Qin Yang thought to himself. His points had once again reached 1,000, and he could easily acquire over 300 emotional points at once. Congratulations to the host for gaining insight. The system's voice echoed in Qin Yang's mind. Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had unexpectedly received insight. Soon, Qin Yang felt a refreshing chill in his mind, as if both his brain and soul had undergone a cleansing. System, what exactly is comprehension? Qin Yang inquired within his thoughts. The system replied, Host, you should have realized that even if your mental strength increases, there exists a threshold beyond which the speed of comprehension no longer accelerates. Indeed, Qin Yang acknowledged. He felt that while his mental strength had enhanced, allowing him to retain memories more effectively, the transition from S to S did not result in a corresponding increase in comprehension speed. Being able to memorize more did not equate to genuine understanding. It was akin to upgrading a car's engine while the tires lacked the necessary grip, resulting in wasted power. Host, there are numerous individuals with supernatural abilities in this world, and their mental strength often surpasses that of ordinary people. However, many possess an intelligence inferior to that of the average individual. The same applies to those with psychic abilities. Your mental strength has significantly increased, But can you truly learn something new at an accelerated pace? Qin Yang subtly shook his head. He could reproduce what he had observed. But this was mere imitation, not true mastery of the skill. Host, this leads us to the concept of comprehension. Exceptional mental strength does not guarantee that one can become a top-tier scientist. But if one's comprehension is profound, then there are no obstacles. Qin Yang nodded slightly. System. I spent 1,000 emotional points on a lottery for only 2 points in comprehension. The system responded, it is indeed challenging to enhance comprehension. An increase of 2 points from 1,000 emotional points is quite commendable. Very well. Qin Yang closed his eyes to reflect. Having perused numerous books, there were concepts he had encountered that remained elusive, yet now he discovered that he had grasped certain ideas. It felt gratifying. A gentle smile graced Qin Yang's face. The elevation of such foundational abilities was immensely satisfying. If something were to happen to Jiang Muxue and the system could no longer provide lottery opportunities, he could still rely on his own capabilities. Ding ding. Qin Yang's phone rang. It was a call from Li Wenyue. His brow furrowed. Li Wenyue and the others had never contacted him before. Was there trouble? Hello? Qin Yang answered. On the other end, Li Wenyue spoke urgently. Mr. Qin, a few wealthy young men have arrived here and wish to enter. We are currently preventing them from coming in. Maintain the blockade. I will return immediately. Qin Yang replied in a serious tone. Chapter 71. Qin Yang vs. 5 Young Masters. Li Wenyue and her team stood at the entrance of the villa. Gentlemen, could you please wait a moment? Mr. Qin has instructed us not to allow you inside, Li Wenyue said, gripping the doorframe. One of the young men spat back. Get out of the way. Who do you think you are? Even if Qin Yang were here, he wouldn't dare stop us. Li Wenyue held the doorframe firmly, refusing to budge. Yang Xian, Cheng Hong, prepare to make a phone call. Yang, be ready to report to the police. Cheng Hong, prepare to contact the master. Li Wenyue commanded. Yang Xian and Cheng Hong nodded, pulling out their phones. There were 4 of them, with one recording the scene. One of the wealthy youths suggested, Lu, perhaps we should wait a bit longer. Qin Yang will be back soon. It might cause trouble if we attract the police. The foremost young man shot Li Wenyue a glare. Since Chen Xiao says so, we shall heed your words. The group of wealthy youths stepped back slightly. Li Wenyue and her companions sighed in relief. Before long, several security guards arrived. The girls finally felt secure. Squeak. Moments later, Qin Yang returned in his car. He spotted Li Wenyue and her team at the entrance of the villa, alongside a few security guards, while the 5 young men loitered beneath a nearby tree, all adorned in designer clothing. Is it you who wishes to force your way into my home? Qin Yang alighted from his vehicle, his voice icy. One of the young men, cigarette dangling from his lips, exhaled a puff of smoke. Who said we are forcing our way in? We merely wish to see Jiang Muxue. Is that not permissible? Another youth coolly interjected. Qin Yang, we hail from S City, and we are all friends of Jiang Muxue. Jiang Muxue's mental strength had slightly recovered. Qin Yang established a mental link with her. Muxue, are these 5 indeed your friends? They attempted to intrude, but were halted by Wenyue and the others. Jiang Muxue replied, they are not my friends. I met them at a party in S City. They are all wealthy young masters, and they have some influence. They sought to befriend me, but I ignored them. I never expected they would come to High City together. Emotional value. 8. Qin Yang remarked, wife, their behavior is rather peculiar. It seems they are deliberately seeking trouble. What are your thoughts? Jiang Muxue analyzed. That is a possibility. Their families are quite domineering. And I have heard they have used various methods to swallow up other families. Individually, none of them can match the Jiang family, but if the 5 unite, they could pose a threat to us. Emotional value. 6. Qin Yang severed the mental link with Jiang Muxue. Continuing would completely deplete her mental strength, making future communication impossible if issues arose. You need to dismiss these maids. They lack discernment and dare to obstruct us, one of the young men sneered. Glancing at Li Wenyue and the others, Qin Yang turned to Li Wenyue and her team. Li Wenyue, you performed admirably. Each of you will receive a bonus of 5,000 this month. What do you mean by that? The young man who had spoken first demanded. We are friends of Jiang Muxue, having come from S City. Your maids are preventing us from entering, and you reward them with bonuses instead of dismissing them? Qin Yang fixed the young man with a cold gaze. Regardless of whether you are friends of my wife, without my consent, your attempted intrusion is unjustifiable. Now, I present you with 2 options. First, leave promptly. Second, I shall administer a beating before you depart. The bulliest of the 5 chuckled. Qin Yang, you may be insignificant, yet your bravado is remarkable. Do you think you can take on all 5 of us? If you wish to spar, I shall oblige. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. Let us agree. The loser calls the police and becomes the other's subordinate. You may come at me as a group. Do not blame me for taking advantage. Laughter erupted among the group. Based on the information they had, they knew Qin Yang had a talent for calligraphy and painting, but he was not a martial artist. How could he stand against 5 of them? Very well, We accept. They chorused, eager to test his abilities. Let us see what you can do. The strongest young man grinned menacingly. Qin Yang, standing at 6 feet tall, faced off against a youth who was taller, easily surpassing him at around 6 feet 3 inches. With a more robust physique. Come at me. Qin Yang beckoned. With a shout, the opponent lunged forward, throwing a powerful punch at Qin Yang. Qin Yang swiftly sidestepped the blow and retaliated with a swift kick, landing heavily between the opponent's legs. Ah! The young man shrieked, collapsing to the ground. Incapacitated by the pain. Hiss! The remaining 4 gasped in shock. Their legs instinctively tightened, and though Qin Yang's kick did not strike them, they felt an overwhelming sense of empathy. It's your turn now, he boldly declared as he charged towards the 4 individuals. Let us take him down. One of them exclaimed, brimming with bravado. 2 of the quicker ones rushed to confront Qin Yang. He swung his fist at one, who dodged nimbly. But it was merely a feint. His foot aimed for the groin of the other. Ah! The unfortunate target yelped. Eyes wide in shock as he echoed the cry of pain. The surrounding security guards, veterans of the military, could only watch in bemusement at Qin Yang's mastery of such a ruthless maneuver. You, stammered the 3rd youth, recoiling in fear. In a heartbeat, Qin Yang closed the distance, unleashing another kick. This time, the youth managed to protect his groin but took a heavy blow to his abdomen instead. In the blink of an eye, 3 out of the 5 debauched youths lay on the ground. The remaining 2 finally grasped the gravity of their predicament and lunged at Qin Yang. Watch your feet, he shouted, causing their expressions to shift dramatically as they instinctively shielded themselves. Yet, Qin Yang delivered a powerful punch that landed squarely on one's face. Even without putting forth his full strength, the impact was excruciating. I concede, the last standing youth cried out in desperation. It was astonishing how swiftly 4 of his companions had been so thoroughly defeated. Even if Qin Yang had employed a cunning strategy, his prowess was undeniably superior. You give up so soon? How dull, Qin Yang remarked, still unsatisfied. I suggest you refrain from calling the police. There are cameras here. You trespassed on private property and agreed to a sparring match. The humiliation of being defeated 5-1 would reflect poorly on you. The 5 young men glared at Qin Yang with malice. Are you here under someone else's command? He inquired. After the incident with Wei Chunshan, the head of the Wei family, who is a master of inner strength, might someone suspect the Jiang family has a formidable ally, seeking to provoke you 5 into action? Their expressions revealed subtle shifts, and Qin Yang raised an eyebrow, realizing he had hit the mark. He pondered which faction had instigated their actions. I have no desire to know who manipulated you into this. However, should you continue to provoke me, the consequences will be yours to bear, Qin Yang said nonchalantly. It's the Du family, one of them finally admitted. Chapter 72 Muxue, you must persuade Tang Yin. Are you certain it's the Du family? Qin Yang directed his gaze toward the speaker. Indeed, it is the Du family, the youth replied through gritted teeth. Qin Yang shook his head internally. His keen perception revealed the insincerity in the youth's demeanor. The Du and Jiang families coexisted in Haiqing, perhaps hoping to incite conflict for their own gain? What a cunning scheme by the Du family, he scoffed. Do you wish to continue sparring with me? If so, I can allow you some respite. We can resume shortly. Fear flickered in their eyes. The 2 who had been struck still felt considerable pain, and they merely wished to rush to a hospital to ensure they were unscathed. Let us leave, one of the youths declared darkly. They quickly departed in their vehicle, recognizing that Qin Yang's brutal tactics were formidable, and they had no confidence in their ability to triumph in another encounter. Mr. Qin, we apologize for our tardiness, one of the security personnel said. Qin Yang waved his hand dismissively. Your timing was adequate. It's unreasonable to expect you to instantly react to an intrusion. Should we station a few people here continuously? Another guard inquired. Qin Yang shook his head. No need. Professional bodyguards will arrive shortly. Just focus on your duties. The guards nodded in understanding and soon departed from Qin Yang's villa. Li Wenyue, you performed admirably, Qin Yang praised. Mr. Qin, it is our duty, came the humble reply. He then dialed Jiang Wanqing. Xiao Qin, what is the matter? Jiang Wanqing answered promptly. Uncle Jiang. 5 ruffians from S City attempted to force their way into the villa to see Muxue, and I gave them a sound thrashing. Jiang Wanqing immediately recalled the identities of these youths, having heard Muxue's complaints about them upon her return from S City. Xiao Qin. Their intentions likely extend beyond simply seeing Muxue. They might be deliberately instigating conflict, he suggested. I share your sentiment, Uncle Jiang. Even if I were divorced from Muxue, they would have no hope of success in their endeavors. Yet, I cannot simply let their actions slide. They must face consequences. Jiang Wanqing chuckled. Let them suffer the consequences. None of them possess the strength to contend with the Jiang family. If they wish to devour us, they must first consider whether they are capable. When will the bodyguards arrive? I also want to install a security door with a password lock on Muxue's room. Should anyone intrude, they would be unable to enter without the code. The bodyguards will arrive by tomorrow morning. when you bring Muxue over. I will arrange for the installation of the security door. Uncle, I can manage the installation myself. It's no trouble. I merely wish to expedite matters. It may take time to have a custom security door made. Understood. Lao Gu, does it still hurt? The driver asked. In the passenger seat, Lao Gu Lu Hongyi scowled, the pain subsiding only slightly. Upon being kicked by Qin Yang, he had felt an overwhelming urge to roll on the ground in agony. That damn Qin Yang. Lu Hongyi seethed. Having allied himself with the Jiang family, he had lost all sense of self. I'll make him pay for this. Lao Gu. Should we report him for intentional injury? One of the youths in the back seat suggested angrily, still feeling the ache in his abdomen. Lu Hongyi retorted. We were the ones who attempted to barge in. If we call the police, we'd be unable to explain ourselves. Moreover, if Qin Yang reveals the footage, we'd only embarrass ourselves further. Let us head to the hospital to get checked out. They swiftly made their way to a nearby hospital. Fortunately, the examination revealed no significant injuries, just minor bruises, as Qin Yang had exercised restraint in his strikes. His enhanced combat skills allowed him to control his strength effectively. As they exited the hospital, one of the youths asked, Lao Gu, what shall we do next? Lu Hongyi replied, for now, we will do nothing and observe if Qin Yang falls for the bait. If the Jiang family clashes with the Du family, our actions will surely provoke them. The others nodded in agreement. Their families harbored ambitions regarding the Jiang family, but with assets exceeding $1 trillion and the formidable Jiang Xing was still alive. The Jiang family was not to be trifled with. In the afternoon, representatives from the security door company arrived at Qin Yang's residence. They meticulously took measurements. Mr. Qin, we will expedite the preparations and can install the door tomorrow afternoon, they assured him. Qin Yang nodded slightly. After their departure, Jiang Muxue inquired, Qin Yang, why do we need to replace the door with a security one? Her mental fortitude had significantly recovered, and at this moment, her spiritual energy resonated with Qin Yang's. Your 5 good friends are intent on breaking in, and although your father has promised to arrange for several bodyguards, should martial artists attempt to force their way in, even the bodyguards may not suffice. It would be prudent to install a security door, Qin Yang suggested. While a security door may not deter exceptionally powerful martial artists, it should effectively thwart those of ordinary dark energy caliber. Masters of transformation or top-tier dark energy practitioners would likely retain some semblance of decorum and refrain from forcibly entering. Thank you, Qin Yang, Jiang Muxue replied, fully aware that his suggestions stemmed from a place of concern for her safety. With a cheerful demeanor, Qin Yang responded, what is there to thank? You are my wife, and such a beautiful one at that. If someone were to intrude and even lay a finger on you, I would feel utterly bereft. Jiang Muxue's emotions fluctuated. Have your parents mentioned the change in how I should address them? What change in address? Jiang Muxue inquired, puzzled, as her parents had not broached the subject with her. Tomorrow, we shall dine at your parents' home. I currently refer to them as Uncle Jiang and Aunt Liang, but from now on, I shall formally address them as Dad and Mom, Qin Yang explained. Jiang Muxue's emotions rose once more. Why did they not consult me about such matters? With a playful grin, Qin Yang replied, you were in a vegetative state. What could they possibly discuss with someone who cannot respond? I object, Qin Yang. They are my parents, not yours. We had an agreement, did we not? Once I awaken, we would date for a period before deciding whether to continue, Jiang Muxue insisted. Your objection is in vain. What can be done when your parents have taken a liking to me? Qin Yang retorted, his tone teasing. Qin Yang, you must consider your own future. If I were to perish, and you begin calling them Mom and Dad, won't that complicate your chances of remarrying? Wouldn't potential partners be more wary? Jiang Muxue earnestly urged him. Then I shall have you contact Tang Yin, and you can persuade her to become the stepmother to my children in the future, Qin Yang suggested, his surprise evident. Jiang Muxue had already expended considerable mental energy, yet her emotional value had still managed to rise. Truly, human potential knows no bounds. Chapter 73, Changes in Jiang Muxue's Brainwaves. Irritated, Jiang Muxue exclaimed, Qin Yang, if you seek another partner in the future, why must it be among my close friends? My dear wife, I spend every day with you, leaving little time to meet other lovely women. The beautiful girls I have met recently are all your friends, Qin Yang replied. His face beamed with a broad smile. Clearly, Jiang Muxue's mental capacity had increased, and with each interaction, his emotional gains would rise significantly. A win-win situation. Of course, Jiang Muxue may not share this sentiment. Isn't it rather beneficial? Should you leave this world, you would have your close friends, whom you trust implicitly, to take on the role of stepmother for our children. Qin Yang communicated with a light-hearted tone. Fuming, Jiang Muxue stated, I will relay your words to my parents and ensure they chastise you thoroughly. Perhaps your parents might see the merit in it. If you were to depart, I would certainly need to seek another wife, and who better than someone they trust? Qin Yang mused. Once he harvested this wave of emotional value, Qin Yang inquired in his mind, System, How much have I gained in total? 418. Came the system's reply. Surprise flickered in Qin Yang's eyes. Prior to this collection, the limit had only been in the low 300s. Jiang Muxue's threshold had likely increased by more than 100. Given that Jiang Muxue was not in peak condition, if she were given more time to fully recover, the amount would surely surpass 430. System, has Jiang Muxue's mental capacity grown? When she recovers, will there be a noticeable change on the brainwave monitor? Qin Yang asked. Host, you shall know once she has recuperated, the system replied. Very well. Qin Yang ascended to the upper floor and began playing the piano, hoping to hasten Jiang Muxue's mental recovery. As evening fell, Qin Yang typically engaged in emotional harvesting after dinner, but this time, he opted for patience, quietly waiting as Jiang Muxue's mental energy gradually restored. He kept a watchful eye on the brainwave monitor, but after an hour of waiting, there was still no change. System, what is happening? Jiang Muxue should be nearly recovered, yet there are no fluctuations, Qin Yang queried in his mind. Host, when you are not in contact with her, her brain remains in a standby state, so what kind of fluctuations do you expect? The system explained. Qin Yang smacked his forehead, realizing his oversight. Why didn't you remind me? Host, when you do not summon me, I cannot ascertain your thoughts to provide a reminder, the system replied. Fair enough. Qin Yang quickly established a mental link with Jiang Muxue. My love, should I invite Tang Yin and the others over for dinner? It would be a good opportunity to strengthen our bonds. Even before Jiang Muxue could respond, emotional value surged forth. Excitement sparkled in Qin Yang's eyes as he noticed a slight change in the brainwave monitor. Though minor, it was unmistakable. He promptly severed the connection. Ding. Soon after, Qin Yang called Liang Lan. At that moment, Liang Lan was on her way home from work and answered the call. Young Qin, what is it? Liang Auntie. Jiang Muxue's brainwaves have shown alterations. Would you and Uncle Jiang like to come and take a look? Liang Lan felt a rush of excitement at once. Your Uncle Jiang has prior commitments this evening, but I will come right away. She quickly instructed her driver to change directions. Half an hour later, she arrived at Qin Yang's place. Young Qin, there seems to be no change, Liang Lan remarked, puzzled as she observed Jiang Muxue's brainwaves, which appeared unchanged from what she had seen countless times before. Only through a mental connection can we see the stimulation. Qin Yang clarified as he re-established the link with Jiang Muxue. What are you doing? You say a few words and then disappear. Jiang Muxue's voice resonated in Qin Yang's mind. Just received a call from Tang Yin, Qin Yang explained. In an instant, Jiang Muxue's mental energy exhibited a significant shift, and the brainwave monitor reflected the change as well. Wait, what? Liang Lan exclaimed, her excitement mounting as she observed the monitor. Young Qin, Jiang Muxue's brainwaves have indeed changed. Liang Ani, why don't you have a chat with Jiang Muxue? Qin Yang suggested. Of course. He swiftly connected Liang Lan and Jiang Muxue mentally. Jiang Muxue, it's your mother. I see some changes in your brainwaves. Liang Lan expressed with immense joy in her mind. Mom, did Qin Yang ask you to come? When did he call? Naturally. He requested my presence about half an hour ago. Is there a problem? Liang Lan asked. No. Jiang Muxue realized that Qin Yang had been misleading. It was not a call from Tang Yin that had interrupted their connection, but rather the changes in her brainwaves that had prompted him to contact Liang Lan. Mom, are you and Dad planning to have Qin Yang change how I address you? Jiang Muxue, did Qin Yang inform you? Your father and I have indeed been considering it. Given how long you two have been married and your improved condition, the chances of your awakening are quite promising. It is time for Qin Yang to change his form of address. Emotional value 35. Mom, you never consulted me about this. Couldn't you have waited until I regained consciousness to try cohabiting with Qin Yang for a while? What will happen otherwise? Jiang Muxue said gloomily. Liang Lan responded. This matter concerns us and Qin Yang. It is not about you addressing his parents as mom and dad at this instant. When you decide to change how you address them is entirely up to you. Jiang Muxue sighed. Mom, that's unreasonable. If I marry Qin Yang, he can only rightfully call you mom and dad, correct? I have not consented to this, so it feels inappropriate for him to call you that now. We find it perfectly acceptable. If you disagree, then stand up and refute it, Liang Lan stated. Emotional value 40. Jiang Muxue replied. Mom, don't you think Qin Yang might have hypnotized you? I am your daughter, and you should support me. Liang Lan reassured her. Muxue, we are supporting you by allowing Qin Yang to adopt this address. Why would you not seize the opportunity to have such a wonderful husband? Jiang Muxue internally scoffed, as she failed to comprehend what was so remarkable about Qin Yang. He only seemed to vex her day after day. Muxue, this matter is already settled. Unless you stand up and voice your opposition right now, your dissent will be deemed ineffective. Jiang Muxue was rendered speechless. Liang Lan laughed joyfully, her laughter soon turning to tears as Jiang Muxue's heart rate began to fluctuate on the monitor. Mom, Qin Yang is not a good person. He is a lecherous wolf. Liang Lan countered. Muxue, Qin Yang, is your husband. Even if he were to do something with you, that would be entirely normal. However, Jiang Muxue hesitated, wanting to mention Qin Yang's intentions towards Tang Yin, but refrained from voicing it. Qin Yang was merely talk, with no actions to back it up. Mom, are you not concerned that he might be after our family's wealth? Liang Lan responded, if he is after our money, then let him have it. When you recover, your father and I's money will be yours. If you do not recover, then our wealth will belong to him and the children. What difference does it make? Jiang Muxue could only concede to the logic, feeling powerless to argue. Chapter 74. Mom, is Qin Yang a master of transformation? Muxue, your father and I only worry about one thing, that when you awaken, Qin Yang might still choose to divorce you. Jiang Muxue retorted, Mom, you have it backward. It is I who would be divorcing Qin Yang, not the other way around. That's not incorrect. Emotional value 35. Jiang Muxue added, Mom, I seriously suspect that Qin Yang has hypnotized you both. Liang Lan replied, though our family is relatively affluent, Qin Yang, at such a young age, possesses the strength of a master of transformation. His future is limitless. Jiang Muxue was taken aback. She recognized the term master of transformation and understood Qin Yang's mental prowess. But was it possible that his abilities reached that level? Mom, are you certain? He should possess such strength, Liang Lan mused, recalling Wei Chunshan, the head of the Wei family, who was at the initial stage of a master of transformation. If Qin Yang could silently deal with him, he must at least be at the mid-level of that realm. Muxue, you should get along well with Qin Yang. He is quite handsome, talented, and capable. You have a child together. Where else could you find someone better? If you were to divorce him, who would keep the child? Would you raise the child alone and find a stepfather later, or would Qin Yang take the child and find a stepmother? Liang Lan urged Jiang Muxue. Can't I raise the child without marrying? Liang Lan replied, is being a single mother truly beneficial for the child? Moreover, with Qin Yang's strength, if he desires the child, whether you can contest for custody is a significant question. Just wait for Qin Yang to find a stepmother for the child. Emotional value 30. Qin Yang pondered. What were Liang Lan and the others discussing? Jiang Muxue's emotional fluctuations were considerably more pronounced than in ordinary conversations. Though curious, he refrained from eavesdropping. If he did so, Jiang Muxue and the others would remain oblivious, but he would be aware. Mom, does Qin Yang have much interaction with Tang Yin? Jiang Muxue inquired. Liang Lan responded, Muxue, why do you ask? Does Qin Yang harbor any feelings for Tang Yin? He has not interacted much with her. She has only been here twice. The first time she came alone, and the second time with several others during your birthday. Mom, I'm just asking casually. Minutes passed, and Jiang Muxue's mental energy was depleted. Their connection was severed. The fluctuations on the brainwave monitor returned to their previous state. Little Qin, does Muxue's brainwaves only fluctuate during mental contact? How long until her brainwaves react, even without mental connection? Liang Lan inquired. Currently, only mental stimulation causes fluctuations. Furthermore, Muxue's physical contact with the outside world, sounds, and so on will also elicit brainwave responses. The timing is uncertain, but it should be soon. Qin Yang smiled as he explained. Liang Lan hesitated. Little Qin, Muxue mentioned that you have feelings for Tang Yin. Is that true? Although Tang Yin is quite beautiful, she cannot compare to Muxue, can she? Her family is not nearly as affluent as ours. While she is a martial artist, your strength far surpasses hers, so she holds no allure for you in that regard. Qin Yang coughed lightly. Aunt Liang, that is unfounded. I intentionally stimulated her mental energy growth. Liang Lan looked at Qin Yang in confusion. Much of Muxue's brain is dormant. By stimulating her, the intense fluctuations in her mental energy will affect certain areas, gradually activating them. I suggested that if she does not awaken, I could find a stepmother for the child among her friends, and her reaction was quite pronounced. Over these past few days, her mental energy has increased significantly, Qin Yang explained with a smile. Liang Lan understood, so that is the case. Little Qin, if Muxue does not recover in the future and you choose to marry someone else, her father and I will have no objections. However, if she does recover, we still hope that you two can maintain a good relationship. Qin Yang nodded. Aunt Liang, rest assured. I will do everything in my power to ensure Muxue regains her health. Once she recovers, if she wishes to live well with me, I will certainly not seek a divorce. Divorce is out of the question. Even if we did separate, I would still cling to Jiang Muxue. Otherwise, where would my emotional value come from? That sounds good. Liang Lan sighed in relief. Little Qin, you have no objection to changing how you address Muxue. Bring her over early tomorrow. Qin Yang mused. Jiang Muxue had no objections? During their conversation, it seemed she had quite a few. Aunt Liang, Muxue asked me to visit her company. I will go there tomorrow morning first, and bring Muxue over in the afternoon. You are taking Muxue to her company? Given her current condition, is that advisable? Liang Lan expressed concern. Qin Yang chuckled. Aunt Liang, if I do not take her there, she will be at home. I can already connect with her from a distance. I can share everything I see and hear with her. Liang Lan's eyes widened in astonishment. Her company is about 5 kilometers away, right? You can still maintain a mental connection with Muxue from that distance? Qin Yang nodded. Muxue and I often establish mental connections, and I can connect over considerable distances. If it were anyone else, the range would be significantly reduced. Liang Lan was utterly amazed. Qin Yang's strength might surpass their expectations. This is truly wonderful. You can go out for a walk, and Muxue will be able to see and hear everything. Liang Lan said joyfully. Qin Yang nodded. I visited the park this afternoon. Muxue was quite excited. Her mental acuity has significantly improved. Liang Lan replied. Since you haven't yet been assigned an identity at Muxue's company, I'll give her father a call to arrange one for you. Ding. Within moments, Liang Lan connected the call to Jiang Muxue. Darling, Muxue wants Xiaoqin to visit her company tomorrow. Please expedite the arrangement of a suitable identity for him. Liang Lan conveyed. Jiang Muxue asked, is Xiaoqin beside you? Yes, I'll put you on speaker, Liang Lan responded, activating the speakerphone. Xiaoqin, you will be the assistant to the chairman, not just for Muxue's company, but for all subsidiaries of Jiang Group. You will have the authority to conduct inspections. You are also welcome to visit the headquarters whenever you wish. Qin Yang interjected, Uncle Jiang, is that really necessary? A more modest position would suffice. Being the assistant to the chairman places me in upper management. Jiang Muxue chuckled. This arrangement is quite favorable. As chairman, you won't have any obligations. Your rank will still afford you certain privileges when you desire to engage. I will announce your appointment shortly. I have other matters to attend to, so I must hang up. Once the call ended, Liang Lan smiled. Xiaoqin, this position is quite advantageous. You may choose to manage tasks or not, as you see fit. Qin Yang replied. Aunt Liang, I lack the time to oversee affairs. Muxue wishes to observe the company's operations, and I am merely going to take a look. Perhaps it may even enhance Muxue's mental acuity further. Liang Lan nodded subtly. That is a sensible approach. Our family is not in want of wealth, but we do seek strength. The fortunes we accumulate will eventually belong to you and Muxue. Fortifying your abilities will ensure the preservation of this legacy. Qin Yang nodded in silence. The Jiang family's assets belong to them. He believed he would still need to earn his own living in the future. Jiang Muxue and the others are still quite young. Would he not inherit the legacy until decades later, once they have departed? Time is of the essence. Chapter 75. Visiting Jiang Muxue's company. Liang Lan returned home just as Jiang Muxue was coming back from the company. He inquired with curiosity, Dear, why did you visit Xiaoqin again when he and Muxue are arriving tomorrow? Darling, Muxue's brainwaves have shown unusual activity, and her electrocardiogram has also exhibited some changes. Liang Lan replied with delight. Jiang Muxue asked, Did Xiaoqin summon you to witness this? Indeed, Liang Lan nodded. I recorded it for you. She opened her phone, and Jiang Muxue viewed the video, clearly observing the changes in Jiang Muxue's brainwaves. Excellent, excellent. Jiang Muxue exclaimed in astonishment. It was indeed a wise decision to facilitate their union. Previously, she lay in a coma for 5 months without any improvement. Yet now that they are wed, we are continuously receiving good news. Liang Lan noted, currently, stimulation is necessary for change. But Qin Yang mentioned that soon there will be progress even without stimulation. Muxue will begin to respond to external stimuli and sounds. Wonderful. Jiang Muxue beamed with joy. Liang Lan inquired, Darling, for tomorrow's occasion, you mentioned you would prepare the gift. What have you arranged? You haven't prepared another car, have you? Jiang Muxue shook his head. Of course not. I've already told Xiaoqin he can drive any of those cars. Liang Lan pressed. Then what gift have you prepared? Jiang Muxue replied. I plan to give him a 2% stake in the company, effectively gifting him 1% from each of us. Liang Lan was momentarily taken aback. Darling, you are quite generous. The Jiang family's assets are worth billions. A 2% stake amounts to 20 billion, even if it only grants him dividend rights. The value of this gift is substantial. Jiang Muxue continued. When Muxue came of age, I granted her the same 2%. So I thought it only fitting to do the same for Xiaoqin. Indeed, Liang Lan nodded. This is a commendable gift. She then asked, Has Xiaoqin's position as assistant to the chairman been arranged? Yes, it has. But why does Muxue want Xiaoqin to go? When did their relationship become so amicable? Jiang Muxue wondered aloud. Liang Lan explained. Xiaoqin can transmit everything he sees and hears through a mental connection from 5 kilometers away to Muxue. Really? Jiang Muxue found it hard to believe. 5 kilometers is quite a distance. Is it truly possible? My dear, we may have underestimated Xiaoqin's capabilities. He is likely stronger than we have anticipated, Liang Lan affirmed. Jiang Muxue nodded. The stronger he is, the better. His ability to conceal his strength is advantageous for us. There are many prodigies in this world, yet many perish before they realize their potential. Indeed, Liang Lan agreed. Ding. Qin Yang dialed his father. Qin Hai. Son, What's the matter? Qin Hai inquired. Qin Yang typically called only when he needed something or if he failed to reach his mother. Dad, tomorrow, I'm going to Uncle Jiang for dinner. Uncle Jiang and Aunt Liang said that I should address them as Mom and Dad from now on. Qin Hai paused for a moment. Aren't we waiting for Muxue to awaken before making that change? Qin Yang replied, I can communicate with Muxue now. She had some reservations, but her mother convinced her. I will be taking her along tomorrow so she can witness it herself. Do you have any objections? Qin Hai chuckled. What objections could we have? It's a good thing that Muxue's parents accept you so quickly. At that moment, Chen Ping approached Qin Hai, inquiring, What is going on, son? Qin Yang relayed the information to her as well. Son, we certainly have no objections. We only hope for Muxue to awaken soon and for both mother and daughter to be safe, Chen Ping said. Qin Yang asked, Mom, is everything all right at home? Have Guoquan's family returned to cause trouble? Chen Ping smiled. They haven't returned. Of the 8 who came that day, 2 were caught for other offenses. They even sent someone to apologize with gifts, but we declined. Qin Yang asked, How is De Huang? Qin Hai replied with a smile. De Huang is quite formidable. It has tamed all 5 of those wolves. Not just them, but the other dogs in the village also obey it. The village is now very safe. Qin Yang mused internally. De Huang is a spirit dog. Its prowess at the initial stage of a master is no trifling matter. Not even a fierce tiger would stand a chance against it. After chatting for a while, Qin Yang ended the call. Before long, the next morning arrived. After finishing breakfast, Qin Yang headed to Jiang Muxue's company, a place he was familiar with as a former employee. Jiang Muxue's company is a metaverse technology firm. She believes that the metaverse might one day replace the internet, allowing people to instantly reach every corner of the globe from the comfort of their homes, or even enter virtual worlds as described in novels. Jiang Wansheng, however, did not share this belief. Yet, as she is their only daughter, he invests 3 to 5 billion annually into her ventures, considering it a worthwhile risk. Hello, may I assist you? Upon arriving at the company, Qin Yang's vehicle was halted by security. The guard was quite courteous, especially since he was driving a Cullinan. I am Qin Yang, the assistant to the chairman. Here for a visit, he stated, presenting his identification badge, which had been delivered to him that morning. Mr. Qin, I need to verify this, the guard said. Examining the badge, Qin Yang nodded, and shortly thereafter, the security guard made a phone call. In a brief moment, the guard reported, Mr. Qin, your identity has been verified without error. We welcome you to conduct your inspection. Qin Yang inquired. So, a security guard by the name of Chun has resigned? The guard responded, You must be referring to Chunin. He was indeed a security guard here, but for reasons unknown, he was dismissed. And I was subsequently hired in his stead. Qin Yang furrowed his brow in silent contemplation. He was quite familiar with Chunin, who was a genuinely amiable individual and approached his duties with utmost seriousness. How could he have been dismissed by the company? Please open the gate, Qin Yang said in a subdued tone. In no time, the barrier lifted, allowing Qin Yang to drive through. After parking his vehicle, he connected mentally with Jiang Muxue. Darling, I sense that there may have been some upheaval within the company. It appears that the security guard, Chunin, has been let go. He is a veteran and diligent in his work. It is unusual for him to be dismissed. Jiang Muxue responded with surprise. Chunin was dismissed? She was also acquainted with Chunin, having personally recruited him at the outset. Yes, given your prolonged unconsciousness, the company may have undergone some changes, Qin Yang conveyed. At that moment, someone hurriedly emerged from the building. Upon seeing Qin Yang, the individual displayed a look of astonishment, for he recognized Qin Yang. Had he not been dismissed from the company previously? The security guard had just reported that the visitor was the assistant to the chairman. What could this possibly mean? Manager Peng, it has been quite some time, Qin Yang greeted with a smile. The man who had stepped out was Peng Guangming, a project manager. Although Qin Yang was not part of his project team, they were familiar with one another. Qin Yang, you've become the assistant to the chairman? Peng Guangming exclaimed, somewhat incredulous. Qin Yang chuckled and nodded. What? Does it not seem plausible?